Chapter 1 begins. The beginning. Chapter 1 begins. The beginning. 737 AD. Universe 7, Planet Vegeta. Oh. A little boy with blue armor and his head standing upright flew backwards, landed in the mud, and raised a cloud of dust. Vegeta, you've already lost to me 735 times. Why are you still so persistent? You and I are not from the same world at all. A child had a look of helplessness on his face, his hands spread out, his eyes were like stars, and there was always a confident smile on his lips, with clear edges and corners. Although he has a young face, he has a calmness that does not match his age. He was born in this place in the blink of an eye and became a 7-year-old scion. He was also helpless. What's even worse is that he was adopted as the son of King Vegeta and was entangled by this guy Vegeta. Mu Yang could only describe himself with one word: unlucky. Stop talking nonsense, Mu Yang, I haven't lost yet, watch out. The smoke dissipated, and Vegeta's tiny body appeared before his eyes. He condensed 2 gas bombs in his hands and fired them out madly. Da-da-day. Mu-day. 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 Mu Yang casually slapped his hand and all the energy bullets fired by Vegeta were deflected away. The bullet flew far away, and there was a loud explosion. How can this be? Vegeta looked incredulous and took a few steps back in a cold sweat. Now you understand the gap between us, Vegeta-chan. Mu Yang spoke in a teasing tone, with a half-smile on his lips. Don't call me Chan. You bastard. Vegeta clenched his teeth and clenched his fists subconsciously. He really wanted to beat this bastard to death, but he couldn't. This was the most infuriating thing. Whenever he could win, he would let the other party know why the flowers were so red. Okay, I get it Vegeta-chan, I will never call you Vegeta-chan again. The smile on Mu Yang's face became even more evil. Thinking of Vegeta wearing women's clothes when he was fooled by him, he couldn't help laughing. It's really interesting. Ha 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 ha. It's a pity that he can't share it. There are no cameras on planet Vegeta, otherwise he really wants to record it. Vegeta didn't know what Mu Yang was thinking, but even so his face turned pale and he turned his head away arrogantly. If you do this again, I will never call you brother again. Tisk. Vegeta-chan, have you forgotten that you have never called me brother? You bastard! I'm going to fight you. Vegeta pounced over, opened his little mouth, showing his little fangs, and bit towards Mu Yang. Mu Yang hugged little Vegeta lovingly. Seeing him biting his armor, he couldn't help but tease, little Vegeta, that's the hardest part of my body. Does it hurt? Pain. Vegeta felt like his teeth were about to be bitten off, and he tried hard to hold back the tears from flowing out of his eyes. This bastard actually wore the armor of a high-level warrior. It caused all his front teeth to fall out. Vegeta kept this account in mind and vowed to take revenge in the future. His stupid brother would never have thought of this. Seeing Vegeta's silly and cute appearance, Mu Yang could not connect him with the arrogant Vegeta at all. The gap between the two is too big. Who would have thought that the silly and cute little guy would become so arrogant when he grew up? Mu Yang estimated that it was because Vegeta was too lonely after the destruction of the Scion race. Mu Yang couldn't shake off this thought. He touched Vegeta's little head and said softly with pity, "Don't worry, brother won't leave you alone." Vegeta was a little confused when he heard this. What is his brother going crazy about? What's the difference between one person and another? He is living a good life now. Boom! A loud noise came from the palace in the distance, attracting the attention of Mu Yang and Vegeta. That is. Mu Yang's face was solemn. As far as he could perceive, there was no other aura coming from the palace except the aura of his adoptive father, King Vegeta. But now such a commotion has broken out. That can only mean one thing: the opportunity for the destruction of planet Vegeta, the god of destruction Beerus has finally arrived. If not handled properly, this incident will be the beginning of the destruction of planet Vegeta. You go first, Vegeta. Mu Yang's expression was more serious than ever before, and his aura reached its highest point. When Vegeta heard this, he suddenly felt uneasy and asked subconsciously, "What about you?" I'll be back soon, don't worry." Mu Yang put Vegeta down with a smile and touched his little head until he felt his messy hair. Then he turned around contentedly and walked towards the palace. Vegeta stared at Mu Yang's departing back, staring at him in a daze, tears streaming down his face unconsciously, muttering to himself. "You must come back safely. Unai-chan." The other side. Vegeta's palace. At this moment, King Vegeta was in face-to-face contact with the floor, his face was deformed, with a purple cat's paw stepping on it. King Vegeta tried hard to burst out his aura to break free, but it was in vain. Trying your best is in vain. The owner of the cat's feet, the god of destruction Beerus, had a startling coldness in his eyes and said in a cold voice, "King Vegeta, should I say you are stupid or smart? You actually gave me the second best pillow in the universe and kept the best pillow for yourself. What? You, a mere scion, want to be above me, the god of destruction?" Faced with Beerus's oppressive questioning, King Vegeta broke out in a cold sweat and regretted it deeply. If he had known the result would be like this, he should not have been so greedy and kept the best pillow in the universe for himself. "Lord Beerus, if you don't mind." King Vegeta forced an ugly smile on his twisted face. Beerus let go of King Vegeta, turned around and sat down in the seat where King Vegeta had just sat not far away, looking at him with endless coldness in his eyes. He knew what King Vegeta was going to say, which was nothing more than returning the number one pillow in the universe to him, but did he really need it? No, he didn't need it. What he needs is mortals' awe and respect for the god of destruction. You should keep the number one pillow in the universe for yourself, King Vegeta. Beerus had already made up his mind, and on the way back he informed Frieza to destroy planet Vegeta. Weiss beside him held the scepter quietly without saying a word. He naturally knew what Beerus was thinking. But so what? The god of destruction has the right to dispose of all the items in his universe, and the angels have no right to interfere. Besides, the Scions themselves were responsible for this incident, so they couldn't blame anyone else. End of this chapter. Chapter 2, The Secret of the Divine Realm, System Startup. Chapter 2, The Secret of the Divine Realm, System Startup. King Vegeta naturally didn't know what Beerus was thinking. He secretly felt lucky and no longer dared to underestimate the god of destruction in front of him. He was about to meet him. He didn't want to be stepped on again, that would be a bad feeling. He didn't expect the god of destruction to be so powerful. Damn it! How much fighting power does this god of destruction have? Father! From behind, a young voice called out. When King Vegeta heard the familiar voice, he knew who was coming. He broke out in a cold sweat and stopped abruptly. What? Naturally, Beerus, who was sitting on the throne, noticed his abnormality and let out a light exclamation. I looked towards the source of the sound and saw a little kid standing there. What interested Beerus was that this little brat actually looked at them with hostility, as if they were some unforgivable enemies. Interesting. Beerus curled his lips. Whether it's because the child is still young or for some other reason. Just looking at the god of destruction with mortal eyes. The god of destruction already has the right to destroy this disrespectful mortal. King Vegeta had just realized the horror of the god of destruction, so he was naturally worried. He quickly protected Mu Yang behind him and looked at Beerus with a vigilant look. Beerus sneered, "Don't worry, I'm the god of destruction, I won't quibble with a child." Hearing this, King Vegeta felt relieved and breathed a sigh of relief. Since he is the god of destruction, his credibility should still be trustworthy. Godfather, are they enemies? Mu Yang pretended to be innocent, as if he didn't know Beerus and the others, and looked at them with a vigilant and serious expression. King Vegeta was startled and quickly waved his hands to answer, "No, no. Yanger, don't look at Lord Beerus like that." Beerus finally calmed down. What if he provokes the other party to get angry again? Planet Vegeta cannot be destroyed in his hands. Enemy. Beerus became interested and sneered, "You Scions are not qualified to be my enemies." Nonsense. Mu Yang pretended to be an innocent child and said, "My adoptive father said that we Scions are the strongest fighting race in the universe." The reason why he said this was not for anything else but because he hoped that his joke could make Beerus happier, so that he would calm down and no longer have the idea of destroying planet Vegeta. Beerus was instantly amused by Mu Yang's innocent words, and said to Whis next to him, "Whis, look what I heard? The strongest fighting nation in the universe? Ha ha ha." Unable to hold back the original feeling of oppression any longer, he slammed his hands on the table, trying hard to calm down. Whis's expression remained calm. The scepter in his hand showed a picture of Scions running rampant on various planets. He glanced at it and said calmly, "Lord Beerus, apart from the Ice Demon clan, the Scions are indeed the most advanced fighting force in our 7th universe." Beerus' laughter stopped abruptly and his expression quickly turned gloomy. Just when King Vegeta and Mu Yang didn't know what was happening. "You said that the second highest combat power in our 7th universe is this bunch of monkeys? Are you kidding me, Whis? Wouldn't that guy Xiongpa laugh me to death?" "I'm not kidding, Lord Beerus. Damn it! What the hell is God Kai doing?" Beerus ignored everyone and punched the table, leaving a few cracks, with an angry look on his face. He looked at the Scions and found that there wasn't even one with a combat power of over 10,000. How could such an inferior race be the second in the 7th universe? What a cosmic joke! If it continues like this, once the average point of the 7th universe drops to a certain value, it will inevitably be wiped out by the Omni King. Thinking about the horror of the Omni King, Beerus shuddered unconsciously and his whole body trembled. "Lord Beerus, while you were sleeping, the Kaishan underwent a renewal. A human named Majin Buu destroyed 4 Kaishan, and now only the East Kaishan is left to take the throne. And East Kaishan doesn't even know the existence of the God of Destruction. He's only focused on dealing with Majin Buu, and has no intention of managing the universe." On Whis's scepter, there appears a scene where the great God of Destruction of the South, North and South is beaten violently by Majin Buu, and finally Majin Buu and the Grand Kai merge into one and are sealed. Beerus glanced at the screen on the projection and said with disdain, "These guys of King Kai are really embarrassing. 4 of them were wiped out by a mortal. It's really embarrassing for the gods. So, Lord Beerus, do you want to go? Forget it. I don't want to communicate with the Kaishan and his idiots. How many years ago was the last time we communicated? Lord Beerus, it was 3,000 million years ago when you sealed old Kai away." Whis kindly reminded. Beerus tapped his head and thought. "Oh, by the way, that old Kai King Shingai contradicted me, and I sealed him into a sword. If that's the case, then there's no need to worry. Even if East Kaishan destroys himself, I won't disappear. Just let him be." Beerus propped up his head and waved his hand nonchalantly. Whis stopped talking and changed the subject. "So, Lord Beerus, what do we do with those 2? Now that you have heard the secrets of our God realm, in order to prevent the news from spreading and bringing danger to old Kai, I will destroy them." When Beerus said this, his tone was no different from crushing an ant. "Danger! Great danger!" Mu Yang's alarm bells rang, his whole body went numb, and he cursed inwardly. What is this thing called? It wasn't like he wanted to hear these mysterious things. Besides, he already knew these things. It was so unfair that he died because of these things he already knew. Doi was not even as wronged as him. Mu Yang subconsciously clenched his fists, his teeth touching his lips, almost biting them to draw blood. Is this the God of Destruction? so casually, so cruelly, and so wantonly depriving others of their lives. He was unwilling to give up. He had not yet comprehended the beauty of the universe. King Vegeta seemed to be frightened and stood there in a daze after hearing Beerus' words. Beerus took in the expressions of the two men, shook his head slightly, and a ruthlessness that only gods could have appeared in his eyes. He looked at the two men equally. There was a purple particle light wrapped around his body, which was constantly emanating from his body. The feeling of oppression continued to rise, with no sign of stopping. Mu Yang was completely stunned. The reason for his dullness was not because Beerus was so terrifying, but... Ding! The heaven-defying enlightenment system has been activated. End of this chapter. Chapter 3, Destroying the God Realm, Candidate God of Destruction. Chapter 3, Destroying the God Realm, Candidate God of Destruction. The host watched Beerus destroy energy, and his comprehension was extraordinary, and he automatically comprehended the law of destruction. Beerus saw Mu Yang's distraction and shook his head in disappointment. He had originally hoped that this boy who had brought him some fun could give him some surprises. But now it seems that it is just this level after all, just a little cleverness, not worth mentioning at all. Boy, the god of destruction is not so easy to fool. Go down with your cleverness. Break. Before Beerus finished speaking, he seemed to have seen something incredible. He suddenly paused and his eyes widened. How can this be? The angel Weiss standing nearby also had a look of surprise in his eyes. Even he had not expected this kind of development. As a mortal, he was able to master the magical skills of the god of destruction with just one glance. What a heaven-defying understanding this is! In an instant, Weiss felt a sense of appreciation for talent. It is such a pity that such a heaven-defying existence was destroyed by Lord Beerus. Mu Yang in front of him was seen surrounded by purple particle light, and his eyes showed a ruthless look as if the world was cruel and all living things were treated as straw dogs. A mortal, just by watching me perform destruction, has learned the destruction that only the god of destruction can do. The god of destruction Beerus frowned, and was rarely in a dilemma. Although he really wanted to destroy the clever boy in front of him, he was reluctant to do so because of his natural talent. Isn't this a perfect candidate for the next god of destruction? Lord Beerus, what's wrong? Weiss has followed Beerus for a long time, and he already knew what Beerus was thinking, but he still asked despite knowing the answer. Ugh! Weiss! Beerus finally let his reason overcome his desire to destroy. He sighed and said, "Take this kid back. It's such a waste to keep him on this planet." A smile appeared on Weiss's face, and he knew that Lord Beerus would not let him down. As ordered. Weiss bowed slightly out of courtesy and continued to watch the show with a smile on his lips. Destroy. Mu Yang sent a sesame-sized destructive energy ball towards Beerus and moved forward slowly. Seeing this, Beerus snorted coldly, "Boy, I admit that you have great potential, but you are still too young now." He blew away the sesame-sized piece of damage. Beerus flashed behind Mu Yang and knocked him unconscious with a hand blade. Holding the unconscious Mu Yang to his side, Beerus took him to Weiss's side. "Lord Beerus, this..." King Vegeta had already been frightened and was somewhat incoherent. What on earth was going on? He couldn't understand it anymore. When Mu Yang just burst out with the same kind of terror as Lord Beerus, he couldn't understand it. Why did it turn out like this? "King Vegeta, I will take Mu Yang away. Cherish your life and don't say anything you shouldn't." Beerus looked at King Vegeta with cold eyes, his tone full of warning. King Vegeta shuddered and said tremblingly, "Don't worry, Lord Beerus, I will never tell anyone." Beerus was relieved, thinking that Weiss wouldn't dare to say anything nonsense, and put his free hand on Weiss's shoulder. "Let's go, Weiss." "Yes, Lord Beerus." Weiss glanced at King Vegeta with a smile, tapped the ground with the scepter in his hand, and turned into a colorful stream of light that broke through the ceiling. Looking at the empty hall, King Vegeta fell into a long daze. At this time, Vegeta hurried over, saw his father, and ran over quickly. "Father, where is Mu Yang?" Vegeta asked anxiously. After a long silence, King Vegeta lowered his head and said calmly, "Dead." The voice just fell. Vegeta took a few steps back, his eyes dim, and said in disbelief, "Impossible. I don't believe it. I absolutely don't believe it. My brother, he can't be dead." As he spoke, tears fell from Vegeta's eyes. King Vegeta also looked uncomfortable, but he remembered what Lord Beerus told him before he left, and could only swallow the truth silently. At this time, Vegeta turned his gaze to the calm King Vegeta in front of him, and said hysterically, "Why? Why can you be so calm, father? Brother is also your child. Even though you're not my biological child, I've raised you for so many years. Don't you feel sad at all?" King Vegeta's expression remained unchanged as he continued to teach, "Vegeta, the first thing a king must learn is ruthlessness." Ruthless? Ha 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 ha, what a ruthless person! Vegeta's eyes were filled with tears as he recalled every moment he had spent with Mu Yang in the past. His eyes were filled with flames of hatred and he clenched his teeth. "Father, I want to know who killed my brother." "I do not know." King Vegeta remained expressionless. Vegeta was even more disappointed with his father, his eyes full of determination. "If you don't want to tell me, then don't tell me. One day I will find the murderer who killed my brother by myself. As for this throne, humph. Father, you should leave it to someone else. I, Vegeta, will never become a heartless person like you." After saying that, Vegeta burst out with all his energy and flew out of the door. Vegeta! Mu Yang! King Vegeta looked painful, and regretted even more for keeping the number one pillow in the universe to himself. Blame him. It's all his fault. If it weren't for his greed, things would never have developed to this point. Ugh! King Vegeta let out all the sorrow in his heart as a sigh, then walked over to the throne and sat down. Looking down, there is no one there, he is just a lonely king. Destroy the divine realm. Whis comes back with Beerus and Mu Yang. "Master Beerus, what shall we do with him? As far as I know, according to the rules of the God realm, mortals cannot stay in the destroyer God realm without permission." "Him? I can just give him a candidate god of destruction." "Ho ho ho, is Lord Beerus preparing to retire?" Weiss covered her lips and chuckled. Beerus glared at Whis viciously, then looked at Mu Yang in his hand and said, "It's hundreds of millions of years too early for this kid to make me retire. Let's learn from you for 30 million years first." As he said that, Beerus placed Mu Yang on the grass in the God of Destruction realm. "This kid looks light, but he's actually quite heavy. My hands are a little numb from holding him for so long. Weiss, I'll leave this kid to you. I'm going to go get some sleep first." End of this chapter. Chapter 4, Innate Wisdom, Physical Training Method. Chapter 4, Innate Wisdom, Physical Training Method. After saying that, Beerus put his hands behind his back and walked towards his castle. He kept looking at Beerus' back until he disappeared, then he turned his gaze to Mu Yang who was still in a coma. "Oh, your outfit doesn't seem suitable for a candidate god of destruction. I'd better help you change your clothes." Weiss smiled faintly, then pointed the scepter in his hand at Mu Yang on the ground and asked him to change his clothes. Mu Yang's six-pack abs were exposed, and on his shoulders was a blue and black bra with a red diamond in the middle, the same style as Beerus's. There were 2 pure gold bracelets on his arms. That's about it. I've added 100 times the weight to this suit. I hope you can get used to it soon. Weiss smiled knowingly and fixed his gaze on a certain spot in the central pond of the realm of destruction. Thump! A blue fish with tentacles on its head emerged from the pond, blowing out 2 bubbles from its mouth. "You're back, Weiss." "Yes, the prophecy fish, and I also brought back a human." Weiss looked at the prophecy fish with a faint smile, his tone revealing a hint of indifference. The prophecy fish looked at the unconscious Mu Yang and asked, "Weiss, is there anything special about this human?" "Oh? You can't predict it." Weiss looked surprised. It is not a good thing that the prophecy fish cannot predict this, which means that the person in front of him is a variable and should not exist in this world. If we report this to the higher UPS, it's hard to say how they will handle this matter. I can't predict it, Weiss. His future is blank and I can't see anything clearly. Although I can't see it, I predicted something in my dream just now when you left. The prophecy fish deliberately made an exaggerated expression, hoping to attract Weiss's attention. Weiss became interested and curious, and asked, "What did you predict? Can you tell me?" The prophecy fish said happily in a childlike tone, "I predict that a god will be born in the future and lead our dimension to a brighter future." Weiss's eyes flickered twice, and he spoke in a casual tone, as if he didn't care about the matter. "Yeah, I see." Weiss, you look so boring." The prophecy fish was a little surprised. Normally, it would chat with Weiss when Lord Beerus was sleeping. Every time Weiss heard its predictions, he would be very interested. "Why are you not interested today?" "It's okay, I just think it's okay to just go with the flow." Weiss looked at the unconscious Mu Yang on the ground and smiled, "If he really has the ability to change our dimension, then I really want to see it for myself." The prophecy fish also followed Weiss's gaze and understood. "Weiss, you... Hush! The secret must not be revealed." Weiss put his index finger in front of his lips, making a gesture to silence himself. The prophecy fish understood and quickly covered its mouth with its hands, saying no more. Although it can predict the future, it cannot change the future. Not only it, but no one can change the future, not even angels, gods of destruction, or even the high and mighty Omni King and the High Priest. Because, that is the universe's choice, the predetermined future. "Okay, prophecy fish, I'm going to take the candidate god of destruction back to his room, so I won't talk to you anymore." Weiss' expression remained calm. He picked up Mu Yang from the ground and walked towards Beerus Castle. Looking at the backs of Weiss and Mu Yang, the prophecy fish pondered for a while and dived back into the water. What does the affairs of the gods have to do with a fish? But it always feels like it has forgotten something. What is it? Never mind. It doesn't matter if I can't remember it. Beerus's castle. Weiss deliberately chose a room closest to the god of destruction Beerus and put Mu Yang on the bed. He looked at Mu Yang, smiled knowingly, and said lightly, "If you don't become stronger soon, you might be killed unconsciously by Beerus-sama in your sleep. Anyway, you should do your best, candidate god of destruction." As soon as he finished speaking, Weiss turned around and left the room. When he left, Mu Yang opened his eyes, forced himself to get up from the bed despite the uncomfortable weight, and looked in the direction where Weiss had just left. "So I was brought here? But I didn't expect Weiss to change me into clothes that are 100 times heavier. It's really uncomfortable." Mu Yang felt the heaviness in his body, and his thoughts gradually became silent. Ever since he felt the god of destruction's wanton behavior, he had a dream, which was to become the strongest person who was not restrained or controlled by anyone. In the past, he had always been slacking off and had no motivation to become stronger. But now it is different. After feeling the crisis of life and death, he understands that only strength can guarantee his happy life. So, he pretended to be controlled by the desire for destruction in his heart and attacked Beerus. After that, everything developed as he expected. He was brought back to the realm of the god of destruction and received systematic training. Mu Yang thought of the oppressive feeling brought by the god of destruction Beerus and clenched his fists. "Is that the god of destruction? I didn't feel anything when I saw him in anime before, but when I saw him in person, I realized how terrifying he is. There won't be a next time, Beerus. Next time we meet, I will definitely push you to the ground and rub you hard. Recalling his initial powerlessness, Mu Yang felt deeply the weight of his body, and a flame of becoming stronger ignited in his heart. Now, under his plan, all the prerequisites for becoming stronger are in place: motivation, a master, diligence, talent, and understanding. Now all he needs is time. Ding! Feeling his own weakness and heaviness, his comprehension was extraordinary, and he automatically comprehended the body tempering method and gravity manipulation technique. Body tempering method. Gravity manipulation. Mu Yang sensed the information transmitted into his mind. Even though he was a calm man, he couldn't help but control his facial expression and showed joy. This is too powerful. Firstly, the body tempering method, as the name suggests, is a method of tempering the body. There are 9 levels in total. When one practices to the highest level, even without any energy to protect the body, one can fall to the center of the sun and remain unharmed. Didn't the old Broly fall into the center of the sun and nearly die? Didn't Super Saiyan Blue Goku get defeated by a laser gun? It is conceivable how fragile the bodies of people in this world are without the protection of Qi. Even if he has lost Qi, he can remain indestructible and have an indestructible body after practicing the body tempering method. End of this chapter. Chapter 5, Innate Wisdom, Gravity Manipulation. Chapter 5, Innate Wisdom, Gravity Manipulation. As for the gravity manipulation technique, it surprised him even more. This gravity manipulation technique, as the name suggests, is a method of manipulating gravity. Although it seems useless, it is actually very useful. What is the most suitable equipment for science in Dragon Ball? It is neither the Dragon Balls nor the Senzu Beans. There is only one thing that can truly increase the Scion's combat power. That is the gravity training room. His gravity manipulation technique can apply gravity to himself, and the limit of this gravity will increase as his strength increases. Isn't this equivalent to carrying a gravity training room with him that has no limits? Powerful. It's really too strong. What's more, he can also exert this gravity on his opponent, making it difficult for him to move. Very useful against enemies. In short, Mu Yang was very satisfied with his understanding this time. Currently, he is wearing the 100-fold gravity amplification gifted by Weiss. If he uses gravity manipulation again, his body will inevitably not be able to bear it. Therefore, let's put the gravity manipulation technique aside for now, and practice the body tempering method first. Sit cross-legged, calm your mind, and mobilize every cell in your body. When Mu Yang was about to act according to the information in his mind, a sense of crisis suddenly arose. He subconsciously stepped aside. Next moment, a destructive energy ball suddenly broke through the door and rushed towards Mu Yang's just position. After destroying a wall, a huge explosion occurred in the sky of the Destruction God realm. Boom! Boom! Mu Yang looked at the spectacular explosion outside through the hole, and the sweat on his back wet his collar. So horrible! He finally understood what Whis meant before he left. Beerus would snore and sleepwalk when he slept, and if he wasn't careful, he might be destroyed without knowing it. This Weiss! Mu Yang felt a toothache and wanted to curse Weiss's mother in his heart. This bastard Whis, why did he have to arrange a room opposite Beerus's room when there were so many other rooms available? If anything happens to Beerus, he will be the first to suffer. The words have not yet fallen. Bang! Another ball of destructive energy came. This time Mu Yang was prepared. He quickly dodged, ignoring the heaviness on his body, and used the air dance technique to escape towards the hole that had just been blasted out. Bang! 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 3 energy balls followed and rushed towards him. Tough luck, bad luck, bad luck. Mu Yang turned his head to look at the 3 destructive purple bombs that were coming at him with great force and felt a headache. He endured the 100 times weight on his body and used his own energy to speed up his flight. Mu Yang turned a corner, and the destructive bombs followed him. Mu Yang didn't know what to say. These gas bullets were chasing him, what could he do? He could only endure it and try to get rid of these destructive purple bullets. He didn't want to have a taste of what these destructive purple bullets felt like. With his limited combat power, if he was really hit by these destructive bullets, there wouldn't even be any ash left. Therefore, Mu Yang could only try his best to fly. He didn't know how long he had been flying. He only knew that he was out of breath but was holding on, trying hard to mobilize his breath and speed up his flight. Mu Yang looked at the scenery below. He had no time to appreciate the scenery. He was looking for someone now. If there is anyone who can deal with these gas bombs, he is the only one. Where is this guy Weiss? Mu Yang gritted his teeth. He couldn't see anything anywhere. He looked back and found that 3 destructive purple bullets were still chasing him. He could only continue to speed up. I don't know how long it took, but Mu Yang felt that he had no strength left in his body, and then he found Weiss in a sea of chrysanthemums. At this time, Weiss was holding a kettle in his hand, watering the chrysanthemums leisurely. Seeing this, Mu Yang was so angry that his teeth were itching. He was being chased by 3 destructive gas bombs, but he was still watering the flowers leisurely. Mu Yang was filled with anger and flew down quickly. Oh, here he comes. Weiss put his hands over his eyes, looked up at Mu Yang who was flying towards him faster and faster, and a warm smile appeared on his face. Mu Yang flew down quickly, panting with exhaustion. He supported his knees with his hands, trying hard to keep himself from falling down, beads of sweat dripping down continuously. Mu Yang didn't care about that anymore. He gasped, his face full of anxiety, and said, "Weiss, hurry up. Candidate God of Destruction, what are you talking about?" Weiss laughed mysteriously. "There are 3 destructive gas bombs chasing me from behind," Mu Yang said breathlessly when he saw Weiss's casual look. "I didn't see any air bullets behind the Candidate God of Destruction." Weiss glanced behind Mu Yang. "What?" Mu Yang looked back and really didn't find any gas bomb. His eyes turned into small eyes. Only then did he realize that he seemed to have been tricked by Weiss. Mu Yang knew it very well. This was probably the basis for Weiss to judge whether he was qualified as the Candidate God of Destruction of the 7th universe. If he died, everything would be over. Mu Yang looked up at the smile on Weiss's face and immediately realized that he might have passed the test. Successfully survived the God of Destruction's energy bomb. "Weiss, you." "Mr. Mu Yang, everything is self-explanatory." This time, Weiss didn't call him Candidate God of Destruction jokingly, but called him by his name. Mu Yang understood what the other party meant through the seriousness in Weiss's words. Many things actually do not need to be said. "I see. Our Candidate God of Destruction is very intelligent. Do you feel anything different?" Weiss said meaningfully. Mu Yang felt the energy continuously flowing through his body, and the feeling was no different from usual even under 100 times the gravity. Bang! Mu Yang's breath exploded. Feeling the breath in his body, Mu Yang was surprised and delighted, and said in disbelief, "Is this my breath?" If his combat power was 3000 before he came to destroy the God Realm, then his combat power is now about 18, which is equivalent to the 10 times Kaioken Son Goku who fought against Jinyu on Namek. How long had he been here to destroy the God Realm? Less than an hour. And in this less than an hour, his combat power had increased by 60 times. What a terrifying number! Mu Yang realized the importance of having a good teacher and looked at Weiss with gratitude. "Thank you, Weiss." "You're welcome, Mr. Mu Yang. After all, you are the Candidate God of Destruction of our 7th universe. It is our duty as angels to train gods of destruction." Weiss smiled, in a good mood, and spoke politely and modestly. "No matter what, I will remember this favor, Weiss." Mu Yang is naturally not an ungrateful person. He remembers whoever treats him well, and he also remembers whoever treats him badly. End of this chapter. Chapter 6, Cleansing the Marrow, Weiss's Amazement. Chapter 6, Cleansing the Marrow, Weiss's Amazement. The seventh universe destroys the divine world. At this time, Weiss was standing there, staring at someone sitting cross-legged on a large rock in front of him that was destroying the god realm. I don't know if it's because of the inheritance between the gods of destruction, but Lord Beerus used to practice on this big rock. And now, the next god of destruction of the seventh universe still chooses to practice on this stone. This left Weiss with no other feelings except sighing that it was fate. Wes. The voice of the prophetic fish sounded from the side, and it revealed its entire body. There was a bottle at the top of a cane filled with water. Half of the body of the prophecy fish was soaking in the water, and the other half was lying on the edge of the bottle. The cane floated like this, and the prophecy fish came to the same level as Weiss. The prophecy fish looked at Mu Yang, who was closing his eyes, and asked in confusion, "What is he doing?" Weiss smiled faintly, not taking it seriously. He should be practicing some kind of skill. Anyway, you will know if you keep watching. Oh! The prophecy fish turned to look at Weiss, then looked over curiously. What kind of skills does one have to cultivate to be so serious? I'm really looking forward to it. The eyes of the prophetic fish lit up. I saw Mu Yang sitting cross-legged on a big rock with his eyes closed. There were layers of sweat on his forehead and between his brows, and he was motionless. As time went on, a foul-smelling, black, mud-like stain gradually emerged from all parts of his body. It stinks. The prophecy fish covered its nose and turned to look at Weiss, only to find that his expression was not right. Weiss, what's wrong with you? Weiss said nothing, looking at Mu Yang in front of him with a serious look. After a long time, Weiss closed his eyes and then opened them. He looked at Mu Yang with a complicated look and said, "His physical fitness has improved. Isn't this normal? It should be some kind of body-refining skill." The prophecy fish held its chin in its hand and thought for a moment. There are all kinds of strange skills in the universe, so it would not be surprising if there were some skills that could increase physical strength. That's not the point. Weiss let out a long breath, his brow furrowed, his voice trembling. His physical fitness has improved more than 100 times. The scene suddenly fell silent. After a while, 100 times. A voice resounding throughout the destruction god realm exclaimed, and the prophecy fish gasped. 100 times? What does that mean? Even the strongest physical training skills in the god realm today are far inferior to this. No, there are no serious physical training skills in the god realm. It's simply incredible. Where did he get this technique from? The prophecy fish looked at Mu Yang, whose body was still covered with black substance, and his tone was full of complexity. Watching a monster grow stronger in front of it was painful enough even for a fish. It's really a blow to fish. I just searched every corner of the seventh universe with my walking stick and asked my sister. I found out that this is a magical skill that does not exist in the 12 universes. The more Weiss spoke, the more complicated his tone became. And the more amazed he looked at Mu Yang, the more he was amazed. I'm afraid he invented this himself. You created it yourself. The prophecy fish widened its eyes. Be nice. Wouldn't this be even more terrifying? The high priest who once created the Ultra Instinct technique is now second only to the emperor and above everyone else. Even the Omni King has to give him some face. Thinking of this, the look in the eyes of the prophecy fish when looking at Mu Yang suddenly changed. What kind of monster is this? Ugh! Weiss looked at Mu Yang with complicated eyes and said, I originally wanted to train the next god of destruction for the seventh universe, but with his talent, would he really be interested in a small position of god of destruction? And what will happen if he knows that becoming the god of destruction means his life will be tied to that of the king of Kai? Wes. The prophecy fish put his hands behind his head, pretending to be open-minded and cheerful, and comforted him, "Don't worry, Weiss, why think so much? We can talk about the future in the future." "You're right." Weiss' tone also became more relaxed. "At least he is still the candidate god of destruction of our seventh universe, but I have one more thing to ask." "What else?" The prophecy fish was curious again. "After I told my sister about Mu Yang, she became very interested in our candidate god of destruction and wanted to meet him." Weiss looked at Mu Yang and said, "So I plan to take some time to take Mu Yang to the sixth universe." "Oh, that's how it is." The prophecy fish was not interested and had no interest in the sixth universe. "It can't go there anyway. Anyway, before that, let's see how much he can improve after practicing this magical skill he created." Weiss looked towards Mu Yang, who was still practicing. The prophecy fish also closed its mouth and looked over. Under the sight of the two, the black substance on Mu Yang's body slowly flowed down and landed on the big black stone. The stench spread throughout the entire world of the god of destruction. Weiss waved his cane to block out the stench. The prophetic fish breathed a sigh of relief. Then, until the black substance was completely discharged, Mu Yang slowly opened his eyes, with a gleam of light flashing in his eyes. He is done. He has successfully mastered the method of body tempering. Mu Yang maintained an icy expression and was about to relax when he suddenly smelled a foul odor on his body. "It stinks." Mu Yang then discovered that his entire body was covered in a black muddy substance, and he turned into a little black man. The corner of Mu Yang's mouth twitched, and his icy face almost couldn't hold back. "Is this what those immortal cultivators call cleansing the essence and marrow? No wonder it is mentioned that the first time you wash your sperm and marrow, a black substance will be discharged, and it smells very bad. Now it seems. It really stinks." Mu Yang couldn't stand it anyway. Mu Yang saw a large pond at this time, and his eyes suddenly lit up. The prophetic fish next to him knew what Mu Yang was planning and quickly said, "No, no, absolutely not. That's my home." When Mu Yang heard the voice, he turned to look at the prophecy fish. A hint of embarrassment flashed across his eyes, and he felt a little at a loss. Fortunately, Weiss spoke up in time to resolve the embarrassment. "Mr. Mu Yang, there is a bathroom over at Lord Beerus's castle. You can wash up there. I will provide you with cleaning supplies." Mu Yang looked at Weiss gratefully. "Thanks, Weiss. If he continues like this, he will stink himself to death. But if I really stink myself to death, that would be the biggest joke among all the time travelers." Mu Yang turned around and flew towards Beerus Castle. End of this chapter. Chapter 7, 10,000 Fighting Powers, First Meeting with Bulma. Chapter 7, 1,000,000 Fighting Power, First Meeting with Bulma. After a bath, Mu Yang's whole body was clean, and not only that, his abdominal muscles were more obvious, and even his arms had obvious muscles. His improvement is huge. Mu Yang clenched his fists, feeling the breath of his whole body, and the corners of his mouth gradually rose. If his original combat power was 18, then this practice of body tempering directly increased it to about 180 million, and his combat power increased tenfold. Not only that, he had just tested his body. Even without the coverage of qi, his body was like diamond, which could not be damaged by a knife or burned by fire. Ding step. There was a crisp sound of footsteps outside the door. Mu Yang's ears moved and he listened. He knew who was making those footsteps. There were only two people who could appear in the world of destruction gods. One is the angel Whis and the other is the god of destruction Beerus. Since the god of destruction Beerus has gone to sleep, the only one left is the angel Whis. Pada. Turning the doorknob, Weiss walked in and saw Mu Yang, and smiled. "Mr. Mu Yang, you seem to be in good spirits." "Ah." Mu Yang nodded without saying anything more. "Goo." The stomach made some noises. A look of embarrassment flashed across Mu Yang's face. He didn't expect that his stomach would growl at this time. His body consumed a lot of energy during the marrow cleansing. Although he became stronger, he could not make up for the energy consumed. You need to eat to replenish it, so your stomach will naturally protest. Weiss chuckled twice, deftly diffusing the awkwardness, and said, Mr. Muyang, there is nothing edible in the Destruction God realm. I can take you to the planet you want to go to eat. Then let's go to Earth. Earth. There was a flash of surprise in Wiss's eyes. She thought Muyang would choose to go back to planet Vegeta, but she didn't expect that he would go to an Earth that he had never heard of. Muyang noticed the change in Weiss's expression and smiled. I heard that the food on that planet is delicious. I see. Weiss understood, and searched with the scepter in his hand. Earth is a remote little planet located at the edge of the northern galaxy. Well, the scenery looks pretty good. I remember that Lord Beerus and I have been there before. Lord Beerus seemed to have wiped out the dinosaurs on this planet in a fit of rage. I never thought a new civilization would emerge here. Weiss looked at the image of the blue planet on the scepter and sighed slightly. Weiss, how long will it take to get there? About 20 minutes. Weiss estimated the time. Let's go then. Well, Mr. Muyang, given your current height, you should put it on my back. Weiss kindly reminded. Muyang is only a 7-year-old child now, and his height is just up to his back. I see. Muyang placed his hand on Weiss's back. Weiss smiled and tapped the ground lightly with the scepter in his hand. Then let's set off. Colorful light emerged from Weiss's body, wrapping himself and Muyang inside. Then the colorful light shot up into the sky and left the realm of the god of destruction. On the road, Muyang looked at everything around him in amazement, swaying left and right from time to time. Mr. Muyang, it's amazing, isn't it? Weiss also understood why Muyang was like this. After all, Lord Beerus was like this at the beginning. It's truly magical. Muyang nodded solemnly. He could see the scenery in the universe through these colorful lights. The sun exploded and turned into a white dwarf, the black hole swallowed everything around it, the desolate planets, the beautiful planets. Muyang saw so much along the way. This made him sigh at the vastness of the universe. Such a magnificent scenery was actually seen by myself. It seems we have arrived at planet Vegeta. Mr. Muyang, don't you want to go take a look? Weiss could see one of the planets clearly through the colorful light. Muyang also looked over there, looking at the Scion headquarters planet, and shook his head slightly. Forget it, I'm still too weak now, I'll talk about it when I'm stronger. Indeed. Weiss smiled. What was needed was Muyang's mentality, neither arrogant nor impatient. Only in this way can we continue to become stronger. Understood, Mr. Muyang. Weiss accelerated his flight. Colorful streams of light streak across the starry sky at the speed of light. Earth. Universal Capsule Company, Dr. Brief's home. A little girl with blue hair tied into a high ponytail and wearing a pink dress was holding her chin and looking up at the sky with a bored look on her face. It's so boring. I really hope I can meet an alien friend like my sister and travel to another planet together. Sudden. The blue-haired girl noticed the colorful shooting stars across the sky and said in surprise, "There are shooting stars in the daytime? Make a wish, make a wish." She closed her eyes and prayed devoutly in her heart. "Great Kami, please grant me an alien friend." Boom! A huge noise echoed throughout the courtyard. Bulma's eyes widened in disbelief as she watched the commotion. In front of you, two figures appeared in the colorful light. Weiss stood aside with a scepter in her hand and a faint smile, and a handsome boy who was taller than her appeared behind her. "Nice to meet you. My name is Muyang." Muyang greeted with a smile and introduced himself. "My name is Bulma." Bulma's cheeks suddenly turned red. Wasn't this the alien friend she had been expecting? Her wish really came true. Muyang kept smiling as he looked at Bulma in front of him, his heart filled with emotion. Bulma is very young now, only 5 years old, about 2 years younger than him, so she can be considered his sister. However, thinking of Bulma's achievements in science and technology in the future, Mu Yang had to admit that she was blessed. Sometimes he even wondered if Bulma also had a heaven-defying system for scientific research. This is simply outrageous. Hello, Bulma. We have come all the way from the realm of the god of destruction. Is it convenient for us to taste your delicious food? Mu Yang said politely and kindly. Okay, wait a minute. I'll get ready. Bulma recovered from her blushing state and quickly ran into the house. Moment. Bulma came over with an old man in a white robe. Dad, there are alien friends here who want to eat. Alien friends? Bulma dragged Dr. Briefs to her. Hello, my name is Mu Yang. His name is Weiss. Mu Yang introduced himself again and introduced Weiss as well. Weiss smiled faintly beside him, feeling very satisfied with this future god of destruction. But compared to him, Lord Beerus is much better. Hello, my name is Briefs. Briefs pushed up his glasses and looked at the two men with a scrutinizing gaze. He felt that they did not look like bad people, so he nodded. Would it be convenient for us to have a meal? Haha, please help yourself, both of you. Eat as much as you want. I also want to know more about alien things. End of this chapter. Chapter 8, The Innate Ability to Shape Space. Chapter 8, The Innate Ability to Shape Space. Living room in the Briefs' home. Ah! I'm back to full health. Thank you for the treat. Mu Yang touched his belly, which was already round from eating so much. It was the first time that he felt so satisfied. Although the food on planet Vegeta is pretty good, it is not as good as the delicacies on Earth. Although this Earth is not the same as that Earth, Mu Yang can still feel the deliciousness of his previous life here. Although he still can't eat the Chinese delicacies from his previous life, he is already very satisfied to be able to eat these. Phew! It's really delicious. Weiss praised while slurping his noodles. Briefs felt a little embarrassed by the praise from the two men. He touched the back of his head with his hand and smiled playfully. Really? I'm glad you two like it. Mu Yang put down the plate in his hand, and the expression on his face changed from relaxed to serious. Dr. Briefs, I heard that you have invented a universal capsule. Can you show it to me? Upon hearing this, Weiss stopped slurping noodles and glanced at Mu Yang. Briefs said seriously. Mr. Mu Yang, the matter of the universal capsule is still in the confidentiality stage of testing. How did you know about it? I have my own channel. Mu Yang pretended to be mysterious. After hearing this, Briefs was no longer confused. After all, it was normal for aliens to have abilities or technologies that he didn't know about. For example, the Jack that his eldest daughter brought back 3 years ago possessed incredible power. Briefs no longer dwelled on the question. Mr. Mu Yang, I can give you the universal capsule and even its information. Can you tell me about the aliens? Briefs suddenly changed the subject and put forward a condition. No problem at all. Mu Yang smiled and was about to agree. A childish voice suddenly sounded beside me. Brother Mu Yang, give it to me. Mu Yang turned around following the voice and found that Bulma was holding a capsule in her hand. The label was marked with number 0, indicating that it was a test product. Even he hadn't expected that the universal capsule he wanted, to see if it could trigger the heaven-defying enlightenment system, was something he was willing to pay even for some price. As a result, the universal capsule was taken out by Bulma. Mu Yang was a little amused. Brother Mu Yang, don't you want it? When Bulma saw that Mu Yang didn't answer, her little face was full of confusion. Bulma, stop messing around. There was a rare hint of life on Dr. Briefs's face. This rebellious girl is really betraying her father. You forgot about your father because you had a little lover, right? His request was not excessive. He just wanted to talk about alien technology to see if it could give him some inspiration. However, he was interrupted by his own daughter. Even Dr. Briefs, who usually loves Bulma very much, was a little speechless at this moment. No. Bulma stuck out her tongue and made a face. Daddy is stingy. I don't think Brother Muyang is a bad person. What's wrong with showing him the universal capsule? You. Dr. Briefs shook his head helplessly, looked at Bulma lovingly, and sighed softly. Okay, I agree. Oh yeah. Long live Daddy. Bulma jumped up and down happily, her face full of joy. Muyang felt a little embarrassed watching from the side. He never thought that Bulma was like this when she was young. She looked quite lively and cute. But if you think about it carefully, it is normal. After all, Bulma was a beautiful young girl when she was young. She is still a little girl now. Brother Muyang, here you go. Bulma acted very well. Muyang was a little touched by the cuteness. He touched Bulma's little head tenderly with a smile on his face, and took the universal capsule experiment from her hand. Bulma felt the warmth on her head, felt very comfortable, and narrowed her eyes slightly. Muyang's hand was still rubbing on Bulma's head. But his thoughts had already been immersed in the system. You watched the universal capsule, and your comprehension was extraordinary. You automatically understood the space-shaping method. Muyang closed his eyes, felt the information entering his mind, and then opened his eyes. The corners of his mouth curled up slightly, and a white light flashed on the universal capsule. Except for Weiss, no one else noticed Muyang's little action. This is... Weiss was horrified in his heart, but on the surface he remained calm. Space Development Method. This is a method of opening up space that only gods of the same level as the High Priest can do. It is truly incredible. Even his father, the Great Priest, opened up space by force with his powerful strength, but Muyang. He did not use his own physical strength to forcibly open it up, but rather used some technique that he did not know how to open it up, creating a magical skill that had never existed in this world. Okay, Dr. Briefs, take a look at this. I have improved this universal capsule in my own way. Muyang handed the universal capsule to Dr. Briefs. After hearing this, Briefs took the capsule, lowered his head to study it for a while, and there was a flash of surprise in his eyes. Mr. Muyang, can I test it? Doctor, you are the master. No need to ask my opinion. Muyang's tone was gentle and polite. Briefs plucked up his courage and used the universal capsule to collect the chair he had just sat on. Not only that, he also tried to collect the TV next to it. It's really incredible. Brief's eyes widened. The universal capsule he studied could only absorb one item, while the other party's improved universal capsule could absorb two, and Briefs could also feel that this was not the limit of this universal capsule. And this was just being touched by the other party. Dr. Briefs turned his head and looked at Muyang with enthusiasm. If this ability could help him research the universal capsule, then the research progress of the universal capsule would be many times faster. Dr. Briefs, this universal capsule is given to you as a thank you gift. Can you give me some rings? Muyang smiled slightly. Okay, of course. Dr. Briefs slapped his thigh excitedly, unable to wait to respond. I've helped him so much, so what's the harm in just asking for some rings? Not to mention the ring, even his daughter, Briefs wanted to give her away. After all, if you think about it carefully, his daughter Bulma and the young man in front of him are of similar age, so they are a good match. Thank you very much. Muyang thanked politely. Haha, Mr. Muyang, you're too polite. You're our benefactor. Briefs felt very embarrassed. He had received such a great benefit and still had to accept thanks from others. Weiss was watching from the side. Not quite understanding what Muyang needed the ring for. End of this chapter. Chapter 9 Storage Rings, 9 Storage Rings. Chapter 9 Storage Rings, 9 storage rings. Since you can't figure it out, just forget about it. You'll know after a while anyway. Weiss watched silently from the side. The more I watch, the more I feel that Mu Yang is the great god of the future predicted by the prophecy fish. It's really too amazing. Brother Mu Yang, I'll go get you the ring. Bulma ran into her mother's room with a happy look on her face. Mu Yang looked at Bulma's back and said with a smile, "Your daughter is really cute, Dr. Briefs." "Thank you for the compliment, Mr. Mu Yang." Briefs spoke modestly, but his face was full of smiles. 5 minutes later, Bulma came back, and more than that, her little hand was being held by a woman with golden curly hair and a curvy figure. This is... Mu Yang really didn't know this woman. After all, when he watched Dragon Ball, he didn't observe every detail and remember every character. He is not a god and does not have the ability to remember everything he sees. "Oh, this is my wife, Bridget." Dr. Briefs introduced his wife. Mu Yang suddenly realized something, and there seemed to be some impression in his mind. If he remembered correctly, this mother seemed... "Are you Bulma's boyfriend? When are you getting married?" As soon as she arrived, Bridget put her face close to Mu Yang's and asked questions one after another excitedly. "Mom." Bulma's face was flushed, and the red cloth in her hand was a little unsteady. Little Bulma is still shy. Bridget's face was all smiles. Mu Yang restrained his smile and remained silent. Only then did he remember that Bulma's mother seemed to be particularly enthusiastic towards the people she liked. Bulma looked unhappy and pouted. When Bridget saw Bulma's expression, she realized that she had gone a little too far. She smiled awkwardly and stepped back. "My daughter is still young now, and she doesn't understand one thing yet, which is that if you meet a good boy, you should act quickly." Thinking back then, I'm sorry, I hope my mother didn't scare you." Bulma ran over, worry all over her little face. "Too close." Mu Yang frowned and stepped back a few steps, but he could still smell the milky scent on Bulma's body. "What's wrong with you?" Bulma started to move closer again. Before Mu Yang could do that, he quickly put his hands in front of him. "Don't come over here yet. Let me calm down." Bridget next to her had a teasing look on her face and enjoyed watching the fun. "I didn't expect that little Mu Yang is still such a pure and innocent little boy." Only then did Bulma notice that she seemed to be a little close to Mu Yang. Her face quickly flushed and she quickly distanced herself from him. Bulma lowered her head and clenched the hem of her skirt with her small hands. "Feel sorry." Mu Yang noticed Bulma's expression, smiled slightly, and quickly changed the subject to prevent her from continuing to be sad. "Bulma, where's the ring I want?" Bulma then remembered and spread the red cloth in her hand on the table. 10 rings of different colors appeared inside. Although they look roughly the same. But if you look closely you can see the differences. That is, the colors of the gemstones on the rings are different. There are red rings, yellow rings, blue rings, pink rings, azure rings, black rings, white rings, purple-red rings, and green rings. Mu Yang looked at these rings and smiled. In this way, he can start building his storage ring. With the space-shaping method, it is easy to create a storage ring like in fantasy novels. There was a white light in Mu Yang's hand, and under the surprised gaze of everyone, he slowly placed it on the rings. The next moment, Mu Yang put on the red ring in full view of everyone. The red ring touched the 9 storage rings one by one. The rest of the storage rings disappeared. So amazing! Bulma's mouth opened wide, eyes full of amazement. As a talented girl, she knew what this meant. It meant that the ring in Mu Yang's hand had the universal capsule function that her father was developing. Not only that, this ring is even more powerful than the universal capsule developed by my father. The universal capsule can only absorb one item, but this ring can store it indefinitely. It's really awesome. There was a gleam of brilliance in Dr. Brief's eyes, which he had also seen for the first time. What exactly is that white light? So amazing. I really want to study it. Briefs looked at Mu Yang with eyes filled with eager flames. Mu Yang's scalp numbed when he was stared at. The corners of his mouth twitched twice, but he forced himself to endure this uncomfortable gaze. Although he knew that it was outrageous for him to create a storage ring in Dragon Ball, he didn't look at him as an alien. It makes him look like a panda. Weiss remained silent, but his eyes became more serious. Through the ability that Mu Yang had just released, he confirmed his guess. Mu Yang must have comprehended some kind of space-related magical skill. Able to create space with ingenuity. As for why Weiss was so sure, the answer was simple. That is, even for someone like his father, the High Priest, it is not easy to open up a space. It is impossible to open up a space just by touching it and without breaking a sweat. Then there is only one answer. That means Mu Yang must have comprehended some kind of spatial type of magical skill. Weiss looked at Mu Yang as if he was a monster. What's wrong with you, Weiss? Mu Yang noticed Weiss's look and touched his head, his face full of confusion and puzzlement. Fine. Weiss closed his eyes and took a deep breath, finally calming his horrified mood. Mu Yang scratched his head even more, confused. He just used a space shaping and storage ring. As for this? Mu Yang shook his head slightly, thinking of the mysterious space in Weiss's cane and the spirit time house above the Earth's temple. He is still far away. There is too little information about Weiss's mysterious space, so let's not talk about it. Even the spiritual time house in the Temple of Heaven not only has an endless and vast space, but also has the time law that 1 year inside is equal to 1 day outside. He is far inferior. Thinking of the spiritual time house, Mu Yang had his next goal, which was to manually build a small spiritual time house. Now that we have the method to shape space, what remains is the law of time. When Mu Yang thought of time, 2 characters immediately appeared in his mind. One of them is the angel Weiss next to him. The other one is Guldo from the Jinya force in Frisia's army. They both have the ability to control time. Mu Yang turned his head to look in Weiss' direction, thinking secretly in his heart. It's not easy to get Weiss to use his ability to go back 3 minutes. He would never use it unless it was a crisis. But there is no way that there could be anything in the entire universe that could make angels feel threatened. We can only take one step at a time. Thinking of this, Mu Yang let go of the thought in his mind. End of this chapter. Chapter 10, Set Off to Guardians of the Galaxy. Chapter 10, Set Off to Guardians of the Galaxy. Bulma's house, in the backyard. Mu Yang sat in the shade under a big tree to cool off, surrounded by flowers and plants. He closed his eyes, sat cross-legged, and placed his hands on his knees. With every breath he took, the air seemed to bring a heavy feeling. At this time, the breeze gently brushed across his cheek, ruffling his jet-black hair, and a huge gravity seemed to rise up around him. Weiss, is Brother Mu Yang okay? Well, it should be fine. After all, it is a magical skill he created himself. Weiss and Bulma were standing not far away, looking at Mu Yang under the big tree with shining eyes. Bulma looked worried. Weiss, on the other hand, had a calm expression on his face, holding the scepter, standing on the ground. Next moment. Boom! The ground where Mu Yang was sitting cross-legged seemed to have been hit hard by something and was breaking and sinking. Then, he opened his eyes, a red light flashed in his eyes, and a bright smile appeared on his face. Gravity manipulation technique, practiced successfully. Mu Yang stood up and manipulated gravity to slowly increase the gravity of his body, with sweat appearing on his forehead. 50 times, 100 times, 200 times. After increasing the gravity to 200 times, Mu Yang felt that his body had reached a limit. If he continued to increase it, his body would collapse, so he barely stopped. Mu Yang tried to move his hands and feet. It is indeed much harder to move than before, but this is normal. After all, if you count the 100 times gravity on his body, there are a total of 300 times gravity on his body. And it is endless, oppressing the internal organs of the body all the time, even when you are sleeping. Mu Yang felt that if he had not become a scion, his body would have collapsed long ago if he had continued to train in this way. The scion's physique is really abnormal. Brother Mu Yang, are you okay? Bulma ran over with a worried look on her face, and she was so perceptive that she noticed that something seemed to be wrong with Mu Yang's condition. There was more and more sweat on the other person's forehead. Well, I'm fine. Mu Yang touched Bulma's little head, indicating that she didn't need to worry, and then said apologetically, I'm sorry, I ruined your back garden. Oh, it's okay. Bulma shook her head and said seriously, as long as Brother Mu Yang is okay. Mu Yang was stunned for a moment, not knowing if it was his illusion, but he felt that there was light around Bulma. Ha 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 ha. Mu Yang laughed uncontrollably. Bulma became even more worried when she heard the laughter. Brother Mu Yang. I am fine. Mu Yang stopped smiling, but there was still a hint of smile on his face. Bulma is really cute. Cute. Bulma's face flushed. Seriously, cute or something? She is not cute at all. She will become Brother Mu Yang's wife when she grows up. How can a husband say that his wife is cute? Brother Mu Yang is really... Bulma glanced at Mu Yang resentfully. Mu Yang was a little confused and could only scratch his hair. Congratulations to our candidate god of destruction. Looks like I don't need to manually add weight to the clothes. Weiss walked over her slowly. After living for so many years, he could tell at a glance that this was a method of controlling gravity. In this universe, although methods of controlling gravity are rare, they do exist, but they are merely the innate racial advantages of some creatures. He had never seen such a method of learning to control gravity in all his years. Weiss was filled with turmoil, but on the surface he pretended to be calm. In Mu Yang's eyes, Weiss looked calm, and thought to himself, sure enough, his little understanding is not good enough for Weiss, he needs to keep working hard. Mu Yang felt that the journey was long and he was still far from becoming a truly strong man. Even Weiss himself looked down on the method he created, let alone the great priests above the angels and the great gods of the Omni King. They probably wouldn't look down on it either. Mu Yang smiled bitterly twice and let go of the thought in his heart. If you don't have enough talent, make up for it with hard work. One day, he will find a place that belongs to him. Thinking of this, Mu Yang slowly stood up, looked at Weiss, and said, Weiss, you are joking. I am afraid that my achievements are not worthy of your eyes. Weiss's eyes twitched twice without leaving a trace, but on the surface he still pretended to be calm and said with a smile, of course, Mu Yang, there are many gods who can do what you do in the god realm. In order to prevent Mu Yang from becoming complacent, Weiss could only exaggerate. Ah! Mu Yang nodded in agreement. Not to mention the distant ones, let's just talk about the nearby ones. I'm afraid Beerus is a genius similar to him, or even more terrifying than him. His little ability is not even worthy of the attention of those above the angel level. I understand, Weiss. I'll try harder. Mu Yang clenched his fists. Weiss's mouth twitched twice without leaving a trace, and he forced a smile. I'm glad you have this intention. Come on. Please don't be so stubborn, he really begged. If things continued like this, Weiss simply couldn't imagine what the future god realm would look like. I'm afraid only the King of Kings can survive. Then let's go back without further ado. Mu Yang walked over and put his hand on Weiss's back. Then let's go, Mr. Mu Yang. Weiss was just about to strike the scepter and set off. Brother Mu Yang, can you take me with you? Or can you take me to the headquarters of the Guardians of the Galaxy? I want to see my sister. Bulma's face was full of pleading, her eyes were full of tears. Mu Yang couldn't bear to see such a cute little girl crying in front of him, so he smiled and said, if you want to come, just follow me. I will take you to the headquarters of the Guardians of the Galaxy. Weiss, is that okay? Mu Yang looked in Weiss' direction. Yeah, it's okay. The Guardians of the Galaxy are still very close. Weiss glanced at the position of the Guardians of the Galaxy on the scepter and smiled faintly. Row. Mu Yang turned his head to look in the direction of Bulma and took the initiative to extend his hand. Come with me, Bulma. Bulma's face suddenly turned red and she lowered her head. Mu Yang tilted his head, confused. Bulma, what does this mean? Mr. Mu Yang, what Bulma means is... Weiss was about to explain. Ah! Bulma nodded with a sound as thin as a mosquito's bite, then took Mu Yang's hand and stretched out her hand. Oh my! Weiss cried out in surprise, an anti-smile unconsciously forming on his face. Got it! Got it! Mu Yang smiled knowingly, looked at Weiss again, and said, let's go. Weiss. Weiss nodded, tapped the ground lightly with the scepter in his hand, and then his whole body wrapped around Bulma and Mu Yang, and turned into a colorful stream of light and rose from the ground. Let's go. Briefs looked up at the colorful lights in the sky, his face full of admiration. It's true that women are not allowed to stay in college. The children have their own journey, why are you meddling in their affairs? Bridget also appeared from behind the door and rolled her eyes at Briefs. Ha ha ha, that's right, Madam is right. Briefs laughed twice and then went back home. This old man. Bridget looked at her husband's back, shook her head slightly, and followed him in. End of this chapter. Chapter 11, The Alternate God of Destruction. Mu Yang arrives. Chapter 11, The Alternate God of Destruction. Mu Yang arrives. On the space station suspended in the starry sky, this is the headquarters of the Guardians of the Galaxy, and the galactic prison is also here. The prison holds all kinds of vicious criminals from all over the North Galaxy, and even the prisoners who once brought disaster to the entire universe are present in the deepest part. It's so boring, guarding the gate here every day. Come on, it's better than those members who are going to the front lines to fight against the evil Frisia army. Haha, that's true. 2 members of the Guardians of the Galaxy were standing guard here while chatting. As for whether someone will invade if they are so careless. Please, this is the headquarters of the Guardians of the Galaxy. What kind of blind criminals would dare to cause trouble here? So they were not worried at all. This goes on day after day until today. Wait, look up in the sky, what's that? It seems to be a shooting star. That's not right. What kind of shooting star is colorful? The 2 guards looked up and saw a colorful meteor flying in their direction. Boom! A big hole was smashed on the space station, and a white-haired, blue-skinned man holding a scepter was looking at them with a smile. Who are you? Stop, this is the Guardians of the Galaxy. The 2 members looked alert, their spears pointed at Weiss. Weiss smiled calmly. Don't be nervous, we are here to find Bulma's sister. Bulma, what's your sister's name? Mu Yang appeared from behind Weiss holding Bulma's hand and spoke at the same time. His appearance made the 2 Guardians of the Galaxy more vigilant. Thais, my sister's name is Thais. Bulma opened her red little mouth and said her sister's name. Mu Yang turned his gaze towards the 2 of them, his eyes full of smiles, then, can you 2 please ask Bulma's sister, Thais, to come out? We don't have any ties here. If you have any sense, get out of the Guardians of the Galaxy headquarters. The 2 Guardians of the Galaxy looked at each other coldly and warned. Mu Yang sighed lightly and said, it seems that I am still too easy to talk to. No matter what, I am also the candidate god of destruction of Universe 7. The words fell. Just when the 2 guard members couldn't understand what he said. Suddenly, a heavy pressure came over my body. Next second. Bang! The 2 members of the guard team were all pressed to the ground by a huge force of gravity. What happened? What on earth did you do, you devil? The 2 guard team members looked at Mu Yang with horror, as if they were looking at a peerless devil. They never imagined that the stranger in front of them was so bold as to take action at the headquarters of the Guardians of the Galaxy. Don't you know that this is the territory of the King of the Galaxy? Even if the Emperor of the Universe Frisia comes, he still needs to give the King of the Galaxy some face. Since you don't like talking while standing, then lie down. I ask again, where is Tais? When Mu Yang said this, apart from a sharper tone, his body did not reveal any aura, just like an ordinary person. He just smiled and spoke. However, the two guard members did not dare to underestimate the seemingly ordinary guy in front of them. They frantically tried to recall whether they had ever seen a girl named Tais. By the way, didn't that guy Jake bring back a girl 3 years ago? Yes, I remember now. The girl's name seems to be Tais. The two guard members then remembered. Mu Yang narrowed his eyes when he heard what they said, and lifted the gravity control spell on them. The two felt the gravity disappear, and they quickly stood up. They all looked at Mu Yang angrily. Boy, you dare to take action in the Guardians of the Galaxy, you are finished. The Guardians of the Galaxy will draw your appearance and hunt you down across the universe. Really? Mu Yang smiled evilly. The two guards lost their fear and sneered. If it were just the two of them, they would still swallow their anger and admit defeat. But this is Guardians of the Galaxy. The trouble the other party just caused was real. Don't they believe that this hateful person in front of them will not get into trouble? Two members of the guard team took out a big loudspeaker in front of Mu Yang. Seeing this, Mu Yang did not stop it. He watched their actions with amusement in his eyes. There are intruders. Gather quickly. The voices of the two guardians were broadcast throughout the Guardians of the Galaxy headquarters through the loudspeakers. Instantly, the sound of bustling footsteps came from all directions. Du Kong, Du Mei, where are the intruders? The team leader who led the large group was looking at the two members of the Guardians of the Galaxy and asked. Where? Two members of the escort team pointed in Mu Yang's direction. The team leader looked in that direction and found a 7-year-old child in front of him. The tension between his brows suddenly relaxed and he said, What? It turns out to be just a child. Captain, he is not an ordinary child. That's right, I don't know what power he used to pin the two of us brothers to the ground. The team leader did not show any sign of nervousness after hearing this. After all, as the person appointed by the King of the Galaxy to guard the headquarters, how could he be afraid of a mere child? Wouldn't it be a huge joke if this got out? Don't worry, watch me capture him alive. At the very least, we can have 2,000 men attack him together. After saying that, the team leader burst out with energy and rushed forward. Seeing the team captain rushing towards him, Mu Yang was surrounded by purple light and felt a growing sense of oppression. He just glanced at the team captain calmly. Moment. The team leader's footsteps suddenly stopped, the cold sweat on his back wet his collar, he swallowed his saliva, and found that he could not move. It's not about any control. But his fear made him unable to move? How could this be possible? Who the hell are you? The captain roared in panic. The many team members behind looked at each other, not understanding why their captain had such an inappropriate expression and said such words. Go for it. If you have anything to ask, we can talk in the interrogation room. Mu Yang said nothing, just a smile on his lips and his eyes fixed on the team leader. The purple light on his body became more and more terrifying. The team leader was under increasing pressure, and he roared out in disbelief, All troops, attack and capture this guy. The 2,000 members of the Guardians of the Galaxy behind them charged towards Mu Yang, Whis, and Bulma. Gravity manipulation. Mu Yang murmured softly between his lips. Then, 100 times the gravity was applied to an area of dozens of square kilometers. Whis tapped the scepter gently, and a protective shield enveloped Bulma. End of this chapter. Chapter 12, Divine Power Untouchable by Mortals. Chapter 12, divine power untouchable by mortals. Boom! 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 The members of the Guardians of the Galaxy fell to the ground one after another like wheat being cut, lying on the ground unable to move a finger. Just less than a quarter of an hour. More than 2,000 members of the Guardians of the Galaxy could only look up at Mu Yang with difficulty. Mu Yang's body was surrounded by purple light, like a high and mighty god, and his eyes were filled with ruthlessness. The guards lying on all sides seemed to be worshipping this newborn god. Next moment, Mu Yang's tail, which had been hidden in his pants, was unwilling to be lonely, so it jumped out and wrapped around his waist. That's a scion's tail. The team leader's pupils constricted as he recognized Mu Yang's identity. The voice just fell. More than 2,000 members of the Guardians of the Galaxy looked at Mu Yang with horror. In their eyes, the young figure seemed as huge as a towering tree. The strongest fighting race in the universe, the Scions. Everyone knows that the Scions are an evil and notorious race. Invaded countless planets and destroyed countless homes. Moreover, the Scions are the minions of the naturally evil cosmic emperor Frisia. And Frisia's army is the natural enemy of the Guardians of the Galaxy. Mu Yang took in all the faces of the Guardians of the Galaxy, but did not see Jack among them. He frowned slightly and said, "Where's Jake?" The captain understood and swallowed his saliva. He said without any carelessness, "Gok has gone to Helka planet to complete the task of arresting the evil Jinya force." Helka? Mu Yang's frown deepened, and he turned his gaze towards Weiss and asked, "Weiss, is Helka far from here? Let me see." Weiss narrowed his eyes and looked carefully at the image in the scepter. After looking at it for a long time, he said, "Master Candidate God of Destruction, Helka is in the southern Milky Way. If you want to go there, it will take about a day." "1 day?" Mu Yang stroked his chin and thought. "It seems that they are indeed quite far away, one is in the southern Milky Way and the other is in the northern Milky Way. This speed is so fast that even if Whis travels at superluminal speed, it will take him about a day to reach there. It would be nice if there was teleportation." Mu Yang felt deeply inconvenienced. "I started to think about the planet Yidrit, the home planet where Sun Wukong learned teleportation in the original novel. Then without further ado, let's go, Weiss." Mu Yang came behind Whis, put one hand on Wiss's back, and held Bulma's hand with the other hand. Bulma's cheeks flushed and she lowered her head. "Oh, by the way, this is for you, Weiss." Mu Yang suddenly remembered something, the storage ring on his ring finger flashed red, and a blue storage ring appeared on his hand. "Will you give this to me, Mr. Mu Yang?" Weston was stunned for a moment, feeling inexplicably moved. "You are my master, who else should I give it to if not you?" Mu Yang smiled gently. Weiss was deeply moved. He accepted the ring solemnly and said seriously, "Mr. Mu Yang, don't worry. I will do my best to train you." Mu Yang just shook his head slightly and didn't say anything more. He gave things to Weiss not for the sake of expecting something in return. The reason why he gave the other person something was simple. It's just because the other party has done him a favor. Mu Yang knew very well that without Weiss, he wouldn't even have a ticket to enter the God Realm, and his development would be seriously slowed down. Sudden. Mu Yang felt something pulling his pants and turned his head to look over. "What about me, brother Mu Yang?" Bulma's cheeks flushed, and she said sheepishly, "I want a ring, too." Mu Yang smiled knowingly, touched Bulma's cute little head, and rubbed her blue hair until it was messy before stopping. The storage ring flashed red, and a sky blue storage ring appeared in his hand. Mu Yang was not in a hurry to give it away, but a white light appeared on his hand, and he performed the space-shaping method. "Bulma is too weak, so this ring needs a little improvement." Until the white light on his hand completely dissipated. Mu Yang then spread out his hands and placed the beautiful sky blue ring in front of Bulma. But Bulma shook her head and refused. Just when Mu Yang felt puzzled. "Brother Mu Yang, I want you to help me put it on. Bulma's coquettish voice rang in Mu Yang's ears. Mu Yang shook his head slightly and said with a smile. Okay, I'll put it on for you. Mu Yang picked up the ring and was about to pick a finger and put it on Bulma's hand. Bulma lowered her head deeply, unable to see the expression on her face at this moment. She took the initiative to stretch out a finger of her right hand and asked, Brother Mu Yang, can you help me put it on this finger? Mu Yang frowned, with a look of surprise on his face. There is no other reason. Just because the finger Bulma stretched out was her ring finger? Doesn't Bulma know what this means? When Mu Yang looked at the expression on Bulma's face, he suddenly felt a little self-deprecating in his heart. Mu Yang, how could the strongest scientist in Dragon Ball possibly look down upon you? Stop daydreaming. Mu Yang gave up the unrealistic fantasies in his heart and put the sky blue ring on Bulma's hand. Whoosh! After putting it on, Bulma quickly withdrew her fingers. Thank you, Brother Mu Yang. Looking up, Bulma had a happy smile on her face. Mu Yang was stunned for a moment, staring at the expression on Bulma's face, and a smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. Let's go then. He reached out. Ah! Bulma nodded heavily and took Mu Yang's hand. She lowered her head and looked at the ring on her hand. Brother Mu Yang, this is your engagement, you are not allowed to regret it. Otherwise I will be angry. Snort! The smile on Bulma's chubby face became more and more obvious. Whis had an indifferent expression, and he tapped the ground lightly with the scepter in his hand. A stream of colorful light enveloped him, Mu Yang, and Bulma. The colorful stream of light flew into the sky and left the Guardians of the Galaxy headquarters. After they left, the gravity that Mu Yang exerted on the members of the Guardians of the Galaxy was finally lifted. All the members of the Guardians of the Galaxy stood up from the ground and looked in the direction where the man had just left. They all looked at each other with some disbelief. The evil scions didn't kill them? The members of the Guardians of the Galaxy felt as if they were all living in a dream today. Just now, the guy next to him seemed to call that young scion the candidate god of destruction. The team leader frowned. Candidate god of destruction. As soon as these 5 words came out, the whole audience fell silent again. God of destruction, how heavy are these 3 words? Everyone in the universe knows it. That is already a legend in the universe. It is rumored that when you encounter the god of destruction and he wants to destroy you, it is best to give up resistance. Because the god of destruction wants to destroy you, it has nothing to do with you. Should we issue a warrant for your arrest? A stubborn member of the Guardians of the Galaxy asked the captain. The surrounding Guardians of the Galaxy all looked at this man as if he were a fool. No. The team leader looked up at the sky where Mu Yang was leaving and smiled bitterly. How can mortals like us be qualified to arrest the great god of destruction? End of this chapter. Chapter 13, Trainee Angel, Myers. Chapter 13, Trainee Angel, Myers. The cold void of the universe. A stream of colorful light flashed past suddenly, and people on countless planets along the way thought it was just an ordinary meteor. To them, daytime meteors are a little strange, but not surprising. With a speed faster than the speed of light, it quickly left the territory of the northern Milky Way and headed towards the southern Milky Way. At the same time, on the distant planet Helka, it was a deserted place with a tent pitched here. In front of it was a bonfire that had just been extinguished, with some unburned residue in it. A young man with blue skin and white hair, wearing the uniform of the Guardians of the Galaxy, picked up the barbecue from the grill, blew on it twice, and then took a bite. Wow, it's delicious. The young man smiled happily. On this planet Helka where there was nothing, being able to have barbecue to eat was already considered good. After all, the people here destroyed themselves 100,000 years ago due to overexploitation of energy and a resource war. The reason they were here was because they heard that the elites under Frisia's army, the Jinya force, were going to establish a base in this place, so they came here in advance to set up an ambush. Ah, Myers, you are eating here behind my back. At this time, Jack, who had just returned from patrol, saw Mel's with greasy mouth and still eating barbecue, and ran over angrily. Jake, come, eat something. The Jinya force won't arrive until tomorrow. The boy named Mel said with certainty. Jark sat down, not believing it at all. Don't think you can talk nonsense just because you are an elite member of the Guardians of the Galaxy. I am the same. Although the title of elite member of the Guardians of the Galaxy was given by Jark himself, he is still an elite. Yes, yes, Jake, you are the best. Myers smiled and shook his head. As for why he was so sure that the Jinya force would not arrive until tomorrow, the answer was simple: he had just used the Angel's Scepter to check. The Jinya force is still on the spaceship at this time, and according to the speed they are going, they will not arrive until tomorrow. That's right, in fact, Myers is an angel who is still in internship, or an intern angel for short. Sent by the High Priest to the Guardians of the Galaxy in the 7th universe for training in order to become a qualified angel. Jack, Myers, thanks to you I have a new inspiration for my novel. At this time, a girl with short golden hair came from not far away. Although she was dressed in ordinary clothes, she held a pen and paper in her hands. She is not a member of the Guardians of the Galaxy, so she does not wear a uniform like Myers and Jark. Ties, I've told you so many times, the Jinya force is very dangerous, girls like you shouldn't run around like that. Jack looked like he had a headache. If you fall into the hands of the Jinya force, we will have to rescue you. Why don't you just stay in the safety of the Guardians of the Galaxy headquarters? If Taisai hadn't insisted on coming along, and even sneaked onto the spaceship when he wasn't paying attention, Jack really wanted to keep Taisai at the headquarters. After reading the information about the Jinya force, Jake knows very well how terrifying the Jinya force is. Humph, no good. Taisai put her hands on her hips, looking indignant. I've basically used up all the inspiration from Guardians of the Galaxy. I need to watch the battles between aliens to get new inspiration for my novel. Jack was suddenly speechless and could no longer speak. He just couldn't understand how there could be a human girl on Earth who was so courageous. According to the information, human girls on Earth were all said to be quite timid. No matter how brave Taisai is, Jake can't help but think that she actually took the initiative to approach the Jinya force, which ordinary people try to avoid. Well, at worst we can just protect Taisai's safety. Myers smiled and tried to smooth things over at this time. You said it nicely. Jack rolled his eyes at Myers and sighed, oh, what sin did I commit to meet you two? He could already imagine how difficult this mission was. Not only does he have to face the Jinya force, but he also has to carry a burden with him. Fortunately, Myers is still there, otherwise Jake would have to consider whether to retreat strategically and give up this mission. Just as Jake was still sighing, a meteor hit the ground with a loud noise. Boom! Not far from them, smoke and dust were rising. What happened? Jake turned his attention to the smoke, looking at the sudden accident in front of him in confusion. Mel's was quick to pull out his gun and pointed it at the smoke with a vigilant look on his face. When Jack saw Mel's draw his gun, he slowly came to his senses. Oh, right, what if it was the Jinya force coming? So he drew his gun too. Two of the Galaxy Rangers' guns were pointed at the smoke. Only the girl next to her, Tais, still had a confused expression on her face. Hide in the tent quickly. Gok growled. Once the fighting starts here, he won't have the extra energy to protect a girl's safety. Tais came back to her senses, heard Jake's roar, and hurriedly hid in the tent, but she still showed her little head. She wanted to see the alien war that she had dreamed of for a long time. The smoke cleared. Whis appeared, followed closely by Mu Yang holding Bulma's hand. Who are you? Jake didn't dare to relax at all. He held the gun tighter in his hand, pointed it at Weiss's head, and said, Brother Weiss. Myers was surprised, put down the gun in his hand and ran away quickly. Ah, you know each other. Jack was stunned. After spending so much time on this, I ended up with a mistake. One of our own, right? Long time no see, Myers. Weiss had a look of surprise on his face. He had never thought that he would meet Myers, who was still undergoing training here, but he still smiled. I feel relieved that Brother Weiss is here, Myers said with a look of surprise. In his eyes, with Weiss around, there is nothing to be afraid of with the Jinya force. Bulma. Tais ran over with a look of surprise, squatted down and hugged Bulma. Elder sister. Bulma locked Tais's neck, looking very happy. Mu Yang, who was standing next to them, couldn't help but smile when she saw the sisters reunited. So these are all your relatives? The corner of Jack's mouth twitched slightly, and he felt how cruel fate was. The main reason was that all his teammates were reunited with their families, but he was not, which made him look stupid. Ultraman Tiga. Mu Yang ran over excitedly and held Jake's hand. What? Jake was completely stunned and said that he didn't know the person in front of him at all. I am your fan. Mu Yang said seriously. Ultraman Tiga, whose childhood was not a fan of him, whose childhood did not lend light to Tiga. Jack and Tiga are so similar. The same big light bulb eyes, and the body shape is also like a smaller version of Ultraman. My fans. Jack touched the back of his head, looking embarrassed and surprised. I didn't expect that I would have fans. End of this chapter. Chapter 14, Jinya Force arrives. Chapter 14, Jinya Force arrives. Outside the tent, at the extinguished campfire. Mu Yang and others sat in a circle next to the campfire. Only Weiss stood next to Mu Yang with an expressionless face. In other words, you are here to stop the Jinya force. Yes. Then do you need my help? No, please don't even think about helping me. The Jinya force is terrifying, and only the elite of our Guardians of the Galaxy can fight against them. A weak guy like you should never show off your strength. Jake didn't want his fans to rush forward and give away kills, so he raised a finger and warned them seriously. Okay then, come on. Mu Yang chuckled, shook his head and did not continue to comfort him. It didn't matter if Jake failed, after all, he still had a backup. Having watched Dragon Ball, he knows very well how powerful the Jinya force is. This is definitely not something that the Jack in front of him, who only has 3000 combat power, can match. Don't worry, leave everything to me. Jack patted his chest and assured that he would not choose to embarrass himself in front of his fans. Only Mel's and Tais, who knew Jake inside and out, looked at each other with a bitter smile in their eyes. Again. Gawk's vanity. Mu Yang looked towards Jake with a smile on his face. I believe you, Jake. Ha ha ha, don't worry. Jake's vanity swelled even more. Jake, the strongest elite of the Guardians of the Galaxy, will definitely capture the Jinya force and protect your safety. So how long will it take for the Jinya force to arrive? Tomorrow. This is what Mel said. Mu Yang still believed what this familiar yet unfamiliar in turn angel said. Then let's do it another day. The next day. Mu Yang and others got up early and ambushed on the hillside, looking at the open space on the rock not far away. According to Myers, this is where the Jinya force landed. Will the Jinya force really land here? Jake still didn't quite believe it. Why do you believe it so much? Although Mel's is the elite of our guard, he is not entirely right. I trust Myers' judgment. Although Mu Yang said this, he knew in his heart that the reason he believed Mel's was more because of his identity as a trainee angel. Angels don't lie. But we've been waiting here for an hour. Jack sighed and looked towards the open space in front of him. I didn't even see the shadow of the Jinya force. Jack doesn't know Mel's true identity. Coming. Mel's face became solemn and he reminded them that, in his perception, the Jinyu Force's aircraft was landing towards them at a high speed. Bang! In the sky, 5 spherical aircraft fell to the ground, making a loud roar. Crack! The hatch of the spherical aircraft opened, and 5 figures of different shapes appeared. Ah, it actually appeared! Jack exclaimed, unable to conceal his excitement. Great, now we can catch them. Stupid Jack, don't be so loud. Myers said worriedly, what if we get discovered? The strength of the Jinyu Force makes Mel's dare not be careless, although once he uses his true strength, the Jinyu Force will be like ants. But now he can't use his true strength at all. Don't worry, Myers. Jack patted his chest cheerfully and assured, there is absolutely no way the Jinyu Force will be able to discover us. After all, the distance between us is still a bit far. One of the Jinyu Special Forces, GIs, twitched his ears slightly. And his eyes swept towards the direction where Jack was hiding, and shouted, who is it? Call out! A ball of energy flew over and shattered the rock that was protecting Jake. Boom! Lime chips flew everywhere, and Jake's figure appeared in the sight of the Jinyu Force. Hi, how are you? With sweat on his forehead, Jake waved and said hello, the weather is really nice today. Jack, prepare to fight. Since they shared a large rock to cover their bodies, Mel's, Mu Yang and others appeared in front of the Jinyu Force and others. Aboriginal? Indigenous? Guldo guessed. Idiot! Didn't you see the uniforms they were wearing? They were the uniforms of the Guardians of the Galaxy. GIs cursed Guldo angrily, somewhat annoyed at his lack of fighting spirit, while Jinyu sneered and stared at Jake and the others in front of him. It just so happens that King Frisia often says that the Guardians of the Galaxy are bad things. Today we will kill these 2 members of the Guardians of the Galaxy and make King Frisia happy. GIs, look at the fighting power of these 2 Guardians of the Galaxy. As Jinyu's sneer fell, Jis turned on the combat power detector on his left eye and began to detect the combat power of the 2 Guardians of the Galaxy. As for the 2 girls and the child, Jis felt that there was no need to test them. He simply ignored Mu Yang and the others and turned his attention to Jake. The combat power detector, the values on it fluctuated. 100, 500, 1000, 3000. Finally it stopped at 3000. GI sneered and reported to Captain Jinyu, Captain Jinyu, one of the Guardians of the Galaxy's trash is 3000. Humph, this kind of combat power is not even the elite of the Guardians of the Galaxy, just trash. Check another one. If the Guardians of the Galaxy want to reach the strength of elite members, they need a combat power of at least 5000. As an old rival, Jinyu is well aware of this. Therefore, he simply looked down upon Jake. You call me a trash? Jark was so angry that he jumped left and right on the spot. Damn it, I'm an elite member of the Guardians of the Galaxy. The arrogant members of the Jinyu Force didn't even look at this lively little bastard, but instead turned their attention to Mers. Similarly, the combat power value fluctuated. 3000, 10,000, 18,000. Finally, the combat power reached 18,000 and then it stopped. This is just a disguise that Mel's used to cover up his true identity. After all, angels do not have the aura of mortals. The Jinyu Force does not know Mel's true identity, they all think that this is Mel's true combat power. 18,000 elite members of the Guardians of the Galaxy. If we kill him, it will definitely cause great damage to the Guardians of the Galaxy. Jinyu has fought against the Guardians of the Galaxy countless times, but even so, this is the first time he has seen the elite Guardians of the Galaxy with such high combat effectiveness. Jinyu estimates that Myers should be the ace of the Guardians of the Galaxy. End of this chapter. Chapter 15, Heaven-Defying Comprehension, Heaven-Devouring Magic. Chapter 15, Heaven-Defying Comprehension, Heaven-Devouring Magic. As for Whis, Jinyu didn't detect any fighting power from Whis at all. So naturally he ignored it. One with a combat strength of 3,000 and the other with 18,000 wants to ambush our Jinyu force. They really don't know how to live or die. Bart, who had never spoken, made a sarcastic sound. He was laughing at the Guardians of the Galaxy for overestimating their own abilities. Okay, Bart, before we officially kill them, don't forget the most important thing. Don't worry, Boss Jinyu, I won't forget. Well, let's get started. As the words fell, Rikam, one of the Jinyu force, struck a strange pose. Bart, Gis, Guldo, and, the final captain, Jinyu. They all struck strange dance poses, their aura full of energy. Mu Yang looked at the 5 people dancing awkwardly in front of him with a twitching mouth. It is worthy of being the Jinyu force, the team that has influenced Son Gohan's aesthetic taste for his entire life. This dance is indeed a bit magical. Not only Mu Yang, but also Jake, Mels, and others, felt a little dissatisfied, but they didn't know whether they should express it or not. Finally, Jack complained, "You guys really suck at dancing." The scene suddenly fell into silence. After a while, "You artistic idiot, shut up." Jinyu's veins bulged, he clenched his teeth, and glared at Jake, who looked innocent in front of him. Not only him, but the other 4 Jinyu force members also glared at Jake in front of them. Jake single-handedly attracted the hatred of the entire Jinyu force. This mouth! Even Mu Yang now had a new respect for Jake. His ability to talk nonsense is simply unmatched. Gis, go slap this guy who has no artistic talent. Jinyu gave his order to Gis next to him. It just so happened that Gis was also annoyed with the chattering Guardian of the Galaxy member in front of him, so he rushed over with excitement on his face. Jack was startled and quickly hid behind Mels. "Mels, save me." Myers sighed, pulled out his gun, and fired at Gis. "Hey! Hey!" 2 laser beams rushed over. Gis sneered, and instead of retreating, he advanced and took the initiative to meet the enemy. Drink! With a violent wave of his hand, Gis deflected the 2 laser beams into the sky. He has dealt with such rays countless times, and has already gained experience in dealing with the Guardians of the Galaxy. Humph! Gis came to Mels and confronted him, but he was not in a hurry. "I guess you are very proud of your 18,000 combat power in the team, but let me tell you. My fighting power is at least 3 times greater than yours." Gis raised 3 fingers, wanting to see the other party's look of disbelief. But waited for a long time. Neither did Gis. Instead, he saw Mels looking calm and leisurely changing bullets on the spot. Gis tilted his head, looking puzzled. "Aren't you surprised?" "Oh, what a surprise!" Myers was full of emotion. "I didn't expect there are such powerful people in this universe." Mu Yang, who was listening to these words nearby, felt something was not right. Why does this sound like a mockery? Mu Yang turned his gaze to Weiss, who was watching the show with a faint smile, and then turned back quietly. "Well, as expected. Angels all have a bit of a dark side." Mu Yang decided that he should not provoke angels casually in the future, otherwise he would have no place to seek justice if he was cheated by a sinister angel. "Forget it, never mind," Gis said threateningly. "As long as you hand over the bastard behind you and join our Frisia army, I can spare your life." "His name is Jake, not trash," Myers said sternly. "Your Frisia army is committing all kinds of evil, such as burning, killing, looting, and committing all kinds of atrocities. I will never join you." "Humph, you are so stubborn." Gis had lost his patience and was no longer prepared to continue talking nonsense. "Then you and that bastard will die together." Gis condensed a Qigong bomb in his hand and blasted it out. Facing Gis's Qigong bomb, Mels did not dare to be negligent. After all, he could not use his current true strength. Just after changing the bullets in his hand, Mels fired a laser. The laser hit the gas bomb. "Mu-day! Mu-day!" Mew Day. Gi's laughed wildly. He had it specially modified. Next moment, the gas bullet broke through the laser and continued to rush towards Mel's like lightning. Nanny! Mel's had no time to be surprised before the gas bomb hit him and blew him away. Ha ha ha, this is a gas bomb that I specially modified to deal with you Guardians of the Galaxy. It tastes good, right? Gi's was very proud and explained, the more powerful the gun in your hand is, the more powerful my gas bullet will absorb the energy of your gun and become. Myers. Jack ran over with a worried look on his face. Jack. Myers fell to the ground, dying, and then passed out. Mew Yang, who was watching the fight between the two, had a strange look on his face at the moment. There was no other reason why he looked so strange. He had just received a system reward, and the mechanical sound of the system rang in his brain. Ding! Congratulations to the host for witnessing the energy-absorbing energy bomb. His comprehension is extraordinary, and he has automatically comprehended the heaven-swallowing magic skill. Heaven-swallowing demonic art. As Mew Yang's expression became more and more strange as he felt this heaven-defying martial art entering his mind. The Jinya force is really my lucky star. Mew Yang felt very happy, and he wanted more. Who could understand the joy of becoming stronger just by watching a show? In front of you. Gi's came in front of Jake and stared at the trembling Jake with a ferocious look. You are the one who said our dance is ugly. That, big brother. Jack swallowed, took a few steps back, and smiled awkwardly. Actually, you heard it wrong. Your dance is the most beautiful dance in the universe. Really? Gi sneered, not believing it at all. He walked over, grabbed Jack's collar and hung him in the air. No artistic talent. A big slap hit Jack's left cheek. Is our dance ugly? Another big slap hit Jake on the right cheek. Is it ugly? Is it ugly? He slapped Jack several times in the face until his cheeks were swollen and he lost consciousness. Only then did Gi's let him go. Jis swung his hand and threw Jake to the ground. Taisi, Muyang, run! The dying Jake was furious when he saw that Mew Yang didn't take the opportunity to run away but was watching the show there. End of this chapter. Chapter 16, Killing Jis in Seconds, Mew Yang's Power. Chapter 16, Killing Jis in Seconds, Mew Yang's Power. If you hadn't mentioned it, I would have almost forgotten about them. It's all thanks to you for reminding me, little bastard. Gi sneered and turned his gaze to Mew Yang and the others beside him. It's your turn next, so get ready to die. Mew Yang felt speechless, mainly because if Jack hadn't mentioned them, their chances of escaping would have been greater, but now they couldn't even run away. Although, he had no intention of escaping. Jack also thought of this, with a look of self-blame and guilt on his face. Blame me, blame me. If it weren't for me, they would have run away long ago. Ha 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 ha. Jake's desperate cry made Jis very satisfied. He just wanted to let this small fry in front of him die in despair. Watch out, little fry. A powerful white energy ball condensed in Gi's hand, and with a swoosh, it was launched towards Mew Yang and others. Bang! It was filled with smoke and I couldn't see what was going on inside. Taisi, Muyang. Seeing Mew Yang and others die in front of him, Jake felt so guilty that he kept hitting the ground with his fists. Even though his fists were bleeding, he still refused to stop. Several cracks appeared on the ground, and Jake's blood flowed into the cracks. Tick-tock. Blame me, this is all my fault. If it weren't for me, Myers, Mew Yang, Taisai and the others wouldn't have died. It's me. I got them into trouble. How can I be considered a member of the Guardians of the Galaxy? Jake clenched his fists, tears falling from his desperate and numb eyes. Glancing at Jake's expression from the corner of his eye, Gi's was very satisfied. He nodded and sneered in his heart. People like this who laugh at their dancing deserve this kind of fate. Their dance is the most beautiful dance in the universe. On the other side, the other members of the Jinyu force, who were sneering and mocking with sneers on their faces, watched the smoke gradually dissipate with their brows deeply furrowed. Jinyu, the most powerful member of the Jinyu force, was the first to notice something was wrong and quickly shouted to Geese. "Guys, be careful!" "Nanny!" Jis heard Jinyu's cry and just turned around when he heard a cold voice behind him. He's quite capable, but unfortunately he chose the wrong opponent. Hearing the strange voice coming suddenly from behind him, Ji's shuddered and was startled. He quickly turned around, but found no one there. Just when he breathed a sigh of relief and thought it was an illusion, suddenly, there was a pat on the shoulder behind me. Then, the voice sounded again. "Are you looking for me?" This time, Gi's turned back quickly and saw a childish face. "Haha, I found you this time." The words haven't been finished yet. Click. Mu Yang's fist pierced through Gi's stomach, green blood splattered, his expression remained unchanged, his eyes only exuded deep coldness. Gi's looked at this sudden change in disbelief. Everything was going smoothly for him just 1 second, but the next he was stabbed in the chest and died. Puff! Gi spat out a mouthful of blood, and forced himself to resist the heavy eyelids and strong sleepiness, his heart filled with fear of death. He pulled his body out of Mu Yang's fist, but Mu Yang didn't care. He took a few steps back until he could see the other person's full appearance clearly. It was a little child, a child who looked only 7 years old. "You." At the last moment, Gi's pointed at Mu Yang with his eyes wide open, and was so angry that he couldn't speak. "Ah!" Gi's fell to the ground, completely dead. Next to him, Jack, who was watching this sudden change, had a completely dull expression on his face. He didn't react at all even when Gi's blood splashed on his face. This. What happened? A member of the Jinyu force was killed instantly by his fans? How could I be so worthy to have such terrifying fans? Jake was covered in wounds and seemed to be hesitant to speak. Finally, he looked at Mu Yang with a complicated expression. Gawk! Taisai came running over with an anxious look on her face, holding a medical kit in her hand. Tais! Jack had a bitter face, he no longer had any strength. "Wait a moment, I'll treat you right away." Taisai was about to open the medical box and take out the medical tools. Jake stretched out his hand and quickly stopped Taisai's actions. "Jack." Tais looked puzzled. Jake forced himself to take his last breath and said, "Quick, go and treat Myers. Don't worry about me, or it will be too late. Our crisis has not been resolved yet. There are still 4 members of the Jinyu force." Jack looked anxious and shouted, "Only Mels can help Mu Yang. Only then can we have a chance of survival. Hurry, or it will be too late." Jack. Seeing Jack's look, Tais swore that she had never seen Jack with such an expression. How should I describe this expression? It's like a drowning person trying hard to grab the last straw. "I see." Taisai said seriously as she was about to take the medical kit over to treat Mels. Weiss walked over slowly with the scepter in hand, a smile on his face. "I don't think it's necessary, you two." Jake, Tais, and the others all fixed their confused gazes on Weiss. Weiss smiled calmly and did not answer. Instead, he turned his head towards Mu Yang and said calmly, "Since he has already taken action, everything is over." "It's over? What do you mean?" Jake and Taisai's faces were filled with confusion and puzzlement. "What this means is that brother Mu Yang is super powerful. Jack and sister, don't you two understand yet?" Bulma next to them waved her hands, trying to describe how powerful Mu Yang was. "But no matter what, I can't give a rough description." Jake and Taisai looked at each other and saw deep doubt in each other's eyes. "Sharp? How powerful are they? Could they be more powerful than the Jinyu force?" Both of them turned their eyes to Mu Yang, who was not far away. On Mu Yang's side, after destroying GIs with great ease, the remaining 4 members of the Jinyu force could no longer sit still. Bang! Burst out your own breath. The other 4 members of the Jinyu force quickly flew to Mu Yang. They surrounded Mu Yang in a pincer attack. Humph, I didn't expect there is someone like you hiding in the dark. You can kill GIs instantly, so your combat power should be more than 50,000 to 60,000. Let me guess your combat power. End of this chapter. Chapter 17, Rivers of Blood, the Elegy of the Jinyu Force. Chapter 17, Rivers of Blood, the Elegy of the Jinyu Force. Guldo, test his combat power. Yes, Boss Jinyu. Guldo has 4 eyes, and the combat power detector on his left eye quickly displays a string of values. 90,000, 1000000, 1800000. In the end, the value detected by the combat power detector was fixed at 1.8 million combat power. I couldn't believe the numbers on the combat power detector, but high-tech devices like this couldn't speak and couldn't lie. Guldo was so frightened that he broke out in a cold sweat, took several steps back, and trembled all over. Guldo, tell me about his fighting ability. Jinyu saw Guldo's expression and became very impatient. According to his estimation, it was already quite good that the kid in front of him had a combat power of around 10. It's just 10 combat power, which is just on par with him. It's not worth making a fuss about. After hearing Jinyu's words, Guldo finally came back to his senses. He looked at Mu Yang with fear in his eyes. He swallowed and stammered, Captain Jinyu, his combat power is 180 million. The words fell. There was silence all around. Until half an hour later. Ah! The Jinyu force's screams that resounded through the sky were heard in every corner of Helka. When Mu Yang heard his current true combat power, his eyes flickered slightly. At the same time, the mechanical sound of the system sounded again in my mind. Ding! Hearing that others could detect my true strength so easily, I felt particularly insecure. My comprehension was extraordinary, and I automatically comprehended the breath-holding technique. Breath-holding technique. After hearing the system's voice, Mu Yang's complexion gradually improved, and the basic information of the breath-concealing technique flashed through his mind. The breath-concealing technique, as the name suggests, is a method of restraining one's true strength in order to hide oneself. After practicing it, no one will be able to see Mu Yang's true strength. Even the almighty Omni King or the High Priest cannot do this. Mu Yang closed his eyes, took a deep breath, and the aura on his body gradually restrained. Compared with before, it was like a sword that was sharp and never restrained. Mu Yang now looks more like a magic sword with a scabbard that will draw blood as soon as it is drawn. Humph! Mu Yang's mouth curled up into a satisfied smile. But in the eyes of the Jinyu force, Mu Yang's action was a deep contempt and ridicule for them. Although they were extremely aggrieved, the Jinyu force dared not say a word and could only stand still, unable to advance or retreat. Ah! Guldo's legs were shaking. That's enough, Guldo. Don't embarrass our Jinyu force. Jinyu couldn't bear to watch it anymore and shouted. Hey, Captain Jinyu, your legs. Guldo also saw Captain Jinyu's legs. Captain Jinyu folded his arms with a serious expression on his face, but his legs were shaking uncontrollably. Hearing that Guldo had pointed it out, Jinyu's cheeks turned red, he coughed twice, and said, I just had a little convulsion. Oh, yes, Captain Jinyu, I also had a seizure last night, can I? Guldo's eyes lit up, as if he had found an excuse to get away, and he frantically tried to find words to say. Guldo's words were just an outlet for venting. After hearing Guldo's words, the eyes of the other 2 Jinyu force members, Bart and Likum, also lit up. Captain Jinyu, I accidentally had a seizure yesterday. Oh, Captain Jinyu, my head hurts, can I take a break? Jinny Yuden looked around and found that no one was willing to fight. He sighed and said, "Then I will issue the last order from the captain, which is..." There was a pause here. The other 3 members of the Jinyu force swallowed nervously. "Run!" After Jinyu gave the order, he took the lead and ran towards the direction of the aircraft. The other 3 members of the Jinyu force looked at each other and then fled in all directions. Jake, who was watching everything happening, thought he was dreaming. He slapped his cheek in disbelief and found that it was not a dream. "The pain on my cheek can prove it all. Is this still the Jinyu force?" Jake murmured in disbelief. The Jinyu force, which once ran rampant in the universe, now had to escape desperately. But Jack's eyes were fixed on Mu Yang, who was standing aside with his arms around him, and he nervously shouted at him, "Mu Yang, you must not let the Jinyu force escape. Once they escape, they will definitely harm more innocent people in the universe." When Mu Yang heard what Jake said, his eyes flickered twice, and his figure disappeared in the blink of an eye. After all, he had never intended to let the Jinyu force escape. "I was just watching the show." Mu Yang was as fast as lightning and arrived in front of Likem in the blink of an eye. Seeing Mu Yang appear in front of him, Likem was about to turn around and run away when he heard a cold and ruthless voice behind him. "Destroy!" When the sesame-sized destructive energy bomb touched Likem's body, Likem disappeared on the spot, without even a speck of dust left. Not only that, all the Likem in the parallel universes also disappeared one by one. The destructive energy bomb that could be destroyed by just a breath of air in front of Beerus is, in Mu Yang's hands, his most powerful attack method at present. Purple aura lingered all over Mu Yang's body. His feet rose into the air, flying high above, overlooking everything on the ground. The remaining 3 mice are still trying desperately to escape. Mu Yang's eyes were fixed on one of the rats, and his body turned into a shadow and disappeared on the spot. Where Bart was running, Mu Yang appeared out of nowhere and blocked Bart's way. Knowing that there was no hope of escape, Bart decided to make a final struggle. He condensed an energy bomb in his hand and fired it towards Mu Yang. Mu Yang's eyes flashed, and then the energy bomb fired by Bart seemed to be entangled by something, and was completely destroyed in an instant, with smoke rising everywhere. When the smoke clears, cough cough, blood gushed out of Bart's mouth, and his heart was pulled out alive by Mu Yang. Mu Yang crushed his heart expressionlessly. Bart fell straight down. There are still 2 left. Mu Yang looked at Bart's body, and his gaze shifted to Guldo and Jinyu, who were desperately running away on the left and right. The whole person disappeared again. End of this chapter. Chapter 18, Incredible Comprehension, Immune to Time. Chapter 18, Incredible Comprehension, Immune to Time. In just a moment, Mu Yang's figure blocked Guldo's escape path, with a playful smile hanging on the corner of his mouth. "You, don't come here." Seeing Mu Yang appear in front of him alive, Guldo was almost scared to death, but even so, his 4 eyes were all filled with fear and he kept backing away. He saw the fate of all his teammates. When he thought about his own tragic death, Guldo's heart was filled with despair and resentment towards Mu Yang. Boom! He tripped over a stone. Bang! Under the influence of the stone and the fear deep in his heart, Guldo could no longer maintain his balance and fell to the ground. After rolling several times towards the distance, he looked up and was surprised to find that he seemed to be getting farther and farther away from Mu Yang. Ignoring the pain on his face, Guldo was about to get up and continue running away. Suddenly, a voice came from behind, which made Guldo feel his heart was about to break. There was no doubt that it was Mu Yang's voice. "You don't think you can escape?" Mu Yang stared at Guldo in front of him with a playful look in his eyes, "But it's not that I can't give you a chance." "What chance?" Guldo showed surprise. Could it be that he could still survive? If he could survive this, then Guldo would go back and burn some high-quality incense sticks for his ancestors to comfort their spirits in heaven. Judging from what Mu Yang said, his chances of survival were very high. The desire for life was rekindled in Guldo's heart. It's a simple game. Mu Yang raised his lips and looked in the direction of Guldo, saying word by word, as long as you can disappear from my sight, I will not chase you. It's a deal. This is not a free gift, I have a superpower. Guldo believed that with his superpower of being able to stop time by holding his breath, he would be able to successfully disappear from Mu Yang's sight, escape from danger. Guldo's other two eyes secretly glanced at the complacent Mu Yang, and he sneered in his heart. This little kid definitely didn't expect this. Just wait and see. Guldo swore that when he returned, he would ask King Frisia to come and destroy Helka planet. Getting up from the ground, Guldo immediately turned around and ran away. Mu Yang looked at Guldo's short back. He was not just going for a ride, but was trying to complete one of the small goals he had set for the Jinya Force. That is Guldo's superpower of holding his breath to pause time. This superpower is also the superpower of time rules that Mu Yang currently desires, but he doesn't know what he will automatically comprehend. Watching Guldo running away, Mu Yang's body turned into a shadow and disappeared on the spot as fast as lightning. Guldo, who had been secretly watching Mu Yang, opened his eyes wide and thought to himself, now. He held his breath. In an instant, everything around seemed to have come to a halt. The clouds in the sky stopped moving, the gravel on the ground stopped in mid-air, and time was suspended for everyone and everything within a radius of dozens of miles. Guldo ran very fast, his cheeks flushed red, but he did not dare to breathe at all, because he was the only one who could move in the whole space. Once he starts breathing, the time within a radius of dozens of kilometers will flow again, and his life will end. Guldo didn't dare to breathe and ran away as fast as he could. Oh my, do you want to help Mr. Mu Yang to release the time? If we continue like this, the other party will run away. As an angel, Weiss would not be affected by such inferior time rules. He locked his eyes on the fleeing Guldo, and thought flashed in his eyes. Although angels could not attack at will, the situation before them was obviously not one of them. Just as Weiss was about to take action. Wow, Mr. Mu Yang, you are amazing. Weiss blinked twice and watched Mu Yang emerge from the state in which his time was suspended. Ding, the host's own time has been suspended, his comprehension is extraordinary, and he has automatically comprehended the time immune physique. And this is exactly the reason why Mu Yang can move during the pause time. His comprehension is extraordinary, and no time-related rules can apply to him. Mu Yang turned his gaze to Guldo, who was still running desperately in front of him. Now that the reward for incredible enlightenment has been obtained, the other party's last point of use is no longer of any value. What made Mu Yang feel a little regretful was that the reward he comprehended was not the time rule he expected. As expected, the time rule still had to be obtained from the Angel clan. With a flash of his body, Mu Yang turned into a residual shadow and disappeared on the spot. Distance. Guldo took a deep breath of fresh air and released his superpower to stop time. Feeling the fresh air entering his body, Guldo's complexion improved a lot. He turned around and breathed a sigh of relief when he found that Mu Yang was not there. Finally, I escaped. Guldo felt deeply tired and was just about to lie down on the ground and have a good sleep. Mu Yang's cold voice suddenly came from behind him. It's a pity that you lost. Before Guldo could turn around. Destroy. Mu Yang's voice, full of sharpness and murderous intent, rang out again. When the sesame-sized destruction touched Guldo's body, Guldo turned into nothingness. There was not even a scream, as if the person had never existed in this world. There's only one left, Captain Jinyu. I wonder what good stuff you can drop. Looking at the place where Guldo disappeared last, Mu Yang sensed Jinyu's breath, turned his head and flew quickly along the breath. As Mu Yang's purpose in fighting against the Jinya force, in addition to wanting to obtain a trace of the law of time from Guldo, another purpose is Jinyu's body swapping technique. The heaven-devouring demonic art obtained from GIs was just an accident. The landing site of the Jinya force's spaceship. Hee, it's coming. Jinyu stared at the approaching spaceship and sneered, just as he was about to open the hatch. An energy-destructive bomb attacked the 5 circular spaceships. Boom! The 5 circular spaceships exploded, causing an explosion that blew Jinyu away. After a while, only a few residues were left on the devastated scorched earth. White flames lingered around Mu Yang, and with a whoosh, he quickly landed in front of Jinyu. "You can't run away, Jinyu." Mu Yang looked at Jinyu in front of him with cold eyes. End of this chapter. Chapter 19, Incredible Understanding, Abnormal Immune System. Chapter 19, Incredible Understanding, Abnormal Immune System. Jinyu stood up slowly. Apart from some dust on his clothes from the explosion, he did not suffer any injuries on his body. After all, he has a combat power of 100,000, so it is impossible for him to be injured so easily. "You guy, do you really think I'm afraid of you?" Jinyu's eyes were fierce and his expression was uncertain. He was about to use his trump card. "Oh? If you're not afraid, why are you running?" Mu Yang raised the corner of his mouth and said sarcastically, "Did I let you escape?" For a moment, Jinyu was speechless. Indeed, it is an indisputable fact that he escaped anyway. But not anymore. In other words, if the spaceship is destroyed, there is no way to escape. "You forced me to do this. I'm not very good at that move yet." Jinyu has made up his mind to let the guy in front of him taste his power and he no longer hesitates. "Use it, your trump card." Mu Yang deliberately pretended to be arrogant, but in fact he was very happy inside. It was what he wanted to see Jinyu use that trick so easily. Boom! Jinyu made a point of punching various parts of his body several times. "What?" A shrill scream came from Jinyu's mouth, and his breath quickly weakened. Mu Yang deliberately made a puzzled expression. "What are you doing?" In fact, he knew exactly what Jinyu was thinking. "It's nothing more than wanting to exchange bodies with myself." Humph! Jinyu cast a vicious look at Mu Yang, and an ambiguous sneer emanated from the corner of his mouth. "This idiot!" Jinyu smiled in his heart. This is a body of 180 million and he is still so young. It is not impossible for him to surpass King Frisia in the future. Thinking of this, Jinyu felt that the pain in his body was nothing, and he punched himself more and more fiercely. What a ruthless person! Mu Yang sighed inwardly as he watched this. He had not seen many people who were so cruel to him. "All right." Jinyu looked at his body which was covered with scars and even his aura had weakened to the extreme, and nodded with satisfaction. Mu Yang folded his arms and watched without changing his expression. When Jinyu saw the expression on Mu Yang's face, he felt even more unhappy. "Hateful guy! Let you plant here today. Ha ha ha, you've been fooled." Jinyu laughed wildly and declared triumphantly, "Your body is mine now. Such a powerful body, I will help you use it well. Change body." Jinyu deliberately struck a pose that he thought looked handsome, and then his eyes burst into a strong light that turned into a ray and shot towards Mu Yang. Mu Yang didn't even bother to dodge, allowing the rays to hit him. When Jinyu opened his eyes again, a look of joy appeared on his face. The body swap was successful, so now As he spoke, Jinyu suddenly felt something was wrong. His body did not feel abundant breath. On the contrary, his breath was extremely weak and he was aching all over. Jinyu lowered his head and looked at his own body. "Nanny?" Jinyu looked incredulous. This body of his was still his own, he had not changed at all. "Impossible." Jinyu raised his head, fixed his vicious eyes on Mu Yang, and said through gritted teeth, "What the hell did you do, you bastard? Why didn't you and I switch bodies?" Jinyu never dreamed that his invincible skill would become ineffective. He couldn't understand it even in his dreams. Impossible. Even if King Frisia was hit, his body would definitely be swapped. The answer is very simple. Mu Yang raised the corner of his mouth and raised a finger to Jinyu, "That is, I am stronger than you." At the same time, the mechanical sound of the system rang in my mind. Ding, Jinyu is going to exchange bodies with you. You feel terrified, and your comprehension is extraordinary. You automatically comprehend the abnormal immune body. Abnormal immune system. This is the secret of why Mu Yang did not have his body exchanged with Jinyu. With this physique, let alone Jinyu, even Majin Buu's magic of transforming into chocolate is ineffective. To put it in the game's terms, this means that all abnormal conditions are completely eliminated and out of control. With this physique, the last big stone in Mu Yang's heart has fallen. After all, the world of Dragon Ball is full of strange things and all kinds of weird magic. You never know if you'll get caught if you're not careful. I don't believe it. I absolutely don't believe it. My body should be invincible. Jinyu was enraged and gathered a powerful white gas bomb in his palm, preparing to make a final dying struggle. Go to hell! Jinyu aimed the gas bullet at Mu Yang, and it hit Mu Yang's body, causing a violent explosion. Ah ha ha ha, now you know how powerful I am. Jinyu laughed wildly and continued to throw gas bombs madly into the smoke. Ah, day, day, day. Boom. Boom boom boom. Until Jinyu was panting and had no more breath left, his cheeks were covered with sweat. He supported himself on his knees and looked up at the scene in the smoke, forcing a smile. This time, should be. Suddenly, a voice was heard in the smoke. Is this your final attack? It's too weak. When the smoke cleared, Mu Yang's unharmed body appeared in front of Jinyu, even his clothes were not stained with a trace of dust, and the tail hidden in his pants was wrapped around his waist. Jinyu noticed the tail on Mu Yang's waist and was shocked. That's a Scion's tail, how is it possible? Scion, how could there be such a terrifying existence? Are these your last words? Mu Yang's voice appeared behind Jinyu. Jinyu seemed to know his own ending and smiled with relief. Don't be so proud, you guy. Lord Frisia will avenge me. The words fell. Jinyu chose to draw on his own aura, causing it to go into a frenzy. Bang! Jinyu's body suddenly exploded and turned into pieces of meat. A purple glow belonging to the god of destruction lingered around Mu Yang's body. Any piece of Jinyu's flesh that came near him would be destroyed by the destructive energy. Frisia. Hee hee. Mu Yang shook his head and laughed twice, then flew back in the direction of Jake. It's just Frisia. He is nothing in front of the god of destruction. Only Jinyu would regard Frisia as his last hope. Just a small person. Mu Yang flew in front of Weiss. Welcome back, Mr. Mu Yang. Weiss smiled faintly twice. He had seen the battle just now. Even if he looked at it with the eyes of an angel, he could not find any fault with Mu Yang's battle this time. Dead? The Jinyu force was completely wiped out. Jake still looked a little dazed, and kept muttering to himself in disbelief. Even if I can't believe it. But the facts were before him, forcing him to believe that the Jinyu force was wiped out by a 7-year-old child. End of this chapter. Chapter 20 Mu Yang and Bulma's Agreement. Chapter 20 Mu Yang and Bulma's Agreement. Taisai, pull my cheek, I think I am dreaming. Jake was stunned, with a look of confusion on his face. I feel it's a bit unreal too. Taisai pulled Jake's face. Hiss. It hurts. Jake felt a piercing pain on his face. Okay, it's not a dream. Taisai, let go, you're about to tear my face off. Taisai released the hand that was holding Jake's face and looked fixedly in the direction of Mu Yang. What's wrong? Jack said with a wicked smile, could it be that you have a crush on her? Well, I'm attracted to him. Jake. No way, I'm just saying it casually. It was just a joke, are you really interested? Jake was a little skeptical about his life, wondering if he was just passively acting as a matchmaker. Taisai glanced at Jake out of the corner of her eye. Seeing his expression of doubt about life, she couldn't help but chuckle twice and said in a lost voice, "Don't worry, I just want to make him the protagonist of my novel." "So that's how it is." Jake finally felt relieved. He looked at Mu Yang not far away and nodded, "He really looks like he is suitable to be the protagonist." "Right." Taisai stopped talking. The two people's chat did not reach the ears of Mu Yang and Weiss. They have already begun discussing returning to the god of destruction. "Come out this time. I have been out for long enough. I just wanted to have a meal, but so many things happened along the way." And Weiss has something else in mind. He also has to hurry and send Mu Yang to the 6th universe. This is not just a show-off. Weiss also wants his sister Bardos to help him train Mu Yang, the candidate god of destruction of the 7th universe. Whatever the reason, Weiss couldn't delay any longer. The same goes for Mu Yang. The battle just now gave him some insights, and he was busy returning to the realm of the god of destruction to rest and break through. "Little Bulma, just follow your sister Tais and the others and go back to Earth. I'm leaving first." Mu Yang left Weiss and came to Bulma, put his hands on her shoulders and said seriously. Mu Yang is only 2 centimeters taller than Bulma, so Mu Yang can put his hands on Bulma's shoulders, actually putting their heights on the same level. Mu Yang and Bulma, face to face. Originally, Bulma felt a little shy when she saw Mu Yang's eyes that were as bright as gems, but when she heard that Mu Yang was leaving, her eyes instantly turned red. "Brother Mu Yang, you don't want me anymore?" Bulma looked aggrieved. "What did I do wrong?" Mu Yang also didn't feel well. Who can bear to see such a cute little girl crying sadly in front of them? However, all good things must come to an end. "Be good, Bulma." Finally, Mu Yang stroked Bulma's soft blue hair with his hand in a comforting manner and said with a smile, "I will be back soon, don't worry." "Then, how long will it take approximately?" Bulma was still worried. Mu Yang thought for a while before saying, "Probably when you are an adult." Hearing this, Bulma stopped crying, wiped the tears from her eyes with her hands, and said aggrievedly, "Brother Mu Yang, you must come to pick me up when I come of age." "Do not worry." Mu Yang was once again touched by Bulma's cute look, with his eyes wide open smiling. "So." Bulma stretched out the little finger of her right hand, slightly bent it, and made a pinky sign, "Brother Mu Yang, let's pinky sign." Mu Yang sighed. There was really no other way. If not, Bulma probably wouldn't let them leave. "Okay, let's make a pinky promise." Mu Yang stretched out the little finger of his left hand and also made a pinky gesture. Bulma and Mu Yang's little fingers were entangled together, and at the same time, they both spoke at the same time. "Hang yourself with a hook and don't change for 100 years. Those who lie are just little dogs." Mu Yang didn't know what to say after hearing Bulma's lively and cheerful yet childlike words. Weiss was standing nearby, watching the scene with a faint smile on his face. Same. Jake had no expression on his face and just stared at the other person. Taisai gently covered her lips with her hands, her eyes widened as she looked at the beautiful scene in front of her, her cheeks suddenly turned red. As if she had thought of something, Taisai became depressed again. "What's wrong with you?" Jake noticed the expression on Taisai's face and looked confused. "Nothing." Tais didn't want to say more. At this moment, Mu Yang took Bulma's hand and came to Taisai, and solemnly entrusted her, "Bulma is in your care." "Okay, thank you Mr. Mu Yang." Taisai took Bulma's little hand from Mu Yang. Returning to the warmth of her sister, Bulma still felt a little lost. "You're welcome. It's just a small favor," Mu Yang said as he came to Weiss's side. "Let's go, Weiss," Mu Yang said lightly. "Hey, Mr. Mu Yang, aren't you going to say goodbye?" Weiss asked with a teasing look on his face. "Weiss?" Mu Yang's mouth twitched. As expected, angels are a bunch of black-bellied bastards. "Well, Mr. Jack, Ms. Tais and Ms. Bulma, we'll take our leave first." By the way, your food is delicious. Whis expressed his gratitude sincerely. Then, without stopping for too long, he tapped the ground lightly with his scepter, and colorful light enveloped Weiss and Mu Yang, and soared directly into the sky. What a master! Looking at the streamer in the sky, Jake sighed with emotion. Yes. Taisai also looked at the flowing light in the sky. Then let's go too. Oh, and wake up Myers. At the same time, the cold universe. Northern Milky Way. The main cockpit in a large space battleship. Frisia, sitting in a baby carriage, wearing hard armor, with a hint of murderous intent in his eyes, stared at the person reporting opposite him with a bad face. What did you say? Say it again. Lord Frisia, the life detection device hidden in the Jinyu Force's combat power detector has stopped responding. I'm afraid something happened. The soldier shivered all over and couldn't stop. Frisia remained calm, but his expression turned a little colder. Go on. Yes, yes. The soldier wiped the cold sweat from his head, took off the detector on his eyes, and pressed a purple button on the detector with his hand. Jinyu's last words were played to Frisia's ears in their entirety. Not only Frisia, but everyone in the main command room had changing expressions. Captain Jinyu had such terrifying fighting power, but he died on planet Helka. Lord Frisia, I can go now. The soldier looked at Frisia hopefully. Frisia laughed, you can indeed go now. The soldier felt relieved and was about to leave. Frisia suddenly raised a finger, and then a dazzling laser suddenly shot out from the fingertips, quickly piercing the soldier's chest. Then, he watched the soldier fall to the ground, bleeding and gradually losing his life. Why? Lord Frisia. Frisia didn't respond. Everyone around was silent, not daring to provoke the angry Frisia. End of this chapter. Chapter 21 Mu Yang successfully transformed into a Super Saiyan. Chapter 21 Mu Yang successfully transformed into a Super Saiyan. Dodoria, Sabo, you both heard it, right? Frisia suddenly called out the two names. Although I was reluctant to come out at this time, I had to come out. As Frisia's confidants, they all saw that Frisia was in a bad mood at the moment, and they didn't want to anger him at this time. I heard you, Lord Frisia. Me too, Lord Frisia. A Dodoria with pimples like a toad came out from the crowd, and a gentle and elegant-looking Sabo followed. The two of them came in front of Frisia. What do you think about Captain Jinyu's last words? Frisia asked a seemingly irrelevant question. Sabo and Dodoria broke out in cold sweats when they heard this. Captain Jinyu mentioned the Scions at the end, but I don't think the Scions have the power to kill Captain Jinyu. I think so too, Lord Frisia. The two dared not be negligent in the slightest. Frisia didn't call them here just to listen to this nonsense. He laughed sinisterly and said, I think so too. This should be just a frame-up by those bastards from the Guardians of the Galaxy. Then Lord Frisia, I'm going to destroy the Guardians of the Galaxy. That's right, Lord Frisia, the Guardians of the Galaxy are so arrogant, let's go and destroy them. Dodoria and Sabo both believed what Frisia said. However, Frisia, who was moving slowly in the stroller, shook his head slightly. Now is not the right time to deal with the Guardians of the Galaxy. That damn octopus still has some tricks up his sleeve. Dodoria and Sabo were confused when they heard this. Lord Frisia, what does this mean? It was clearly the Guardians of the Galaxy who framed them. Why don't you go and cause trouble for those guys? Is this still the Frisia army that does all kinds of evil and has no scruples in the universe? Although Dodoria and Sabo did not understand Frisia's behavior, they did not dare to contradict Frisia in person and just nodded in agreement. No matter what you say, just nod. Frisia was also very satisfied with the attitude of the two. He found that the two seemed to be a little arrogant recently because of his favor, so he gave them a good warning. There is a legend passed down from my ancestors that says you should be careful of Super Saions and Super Saiyan gods. Frisia suddenly told an irrelevant legend. As he spoke, Frisia's eyes suddenly turned to Dodoria and Sabo. His gaze was cold. What do you think of this legend? Dodoria and Sabo swallowed their saliva. They both knew that this was a life and death moment and they dared not be careless. If the answer today is not good, I am afraid that this day next year will be my death anniversary. I believe that Lord Frisia is invincible. That's right, Super Scion or Super Scion God are nothing but trash in front of King Frisia. Dodoria and Sabo both rushed to echo Frisia's words. Frisia expressed satisfaction. Indeed, Super Scion and Super Scion God are just a boring legend, but... Frisia suddenly sneered, and his laughter made people feel as cold as a poisonous snake in the nine nether hell. Isn't this a good opportunity to deal with those wild monkeys? Only then did Dodoria and Sabo understand what King Frisia was trying to do. Shivered. They both knelt down and said in unison, Lord Frisia is wise. When the people around saw the two men kneeling, they also hurriedly knelt down, fearing that they would be a little late. Lord Frisia is wise. Lord Frisia is wise. The sound spread throughout the main command room. Frisia felt his emotions surge, and his eyes fell on one of the kneeling people in the crowd. Seeing Frisia looking at him, the man shuddered. Frisia narrowed his eyes and smiled, Don't be nervous, I'm not that scary. I just want to ask how long it will take to reach planet Vegeta. The man said in a trembling voice. Lord Frisia, the distance is quite far. It will take another 3 months to arrive. Just finished speaking. The beam suddenly pierced his heart. The man's eyes gradually lost their vitality and he fell down. I'll ask again, how long will it take? Frisia's aura is so intimidating without him even getting angry that no one dares to look directly at him. 2 months. Call out. Another person died. 1 month, Lord Frisia, this is the fastest. That's right, Lord Frisia. If it goes any faster, the spacecraft won't be able to bear it. The murderous intent on Frisia's body dissipated, and he returned to his usual gentle and elegant appearance. 1 month is just 1 month. Let those stinky monkeys live 1 more month. Pass my order and head to planet Vegeta. None of these people dared to be negligent and returned to their positions one after another, each performing their duties. Looking at this thriving scene, Frisia's mood improved and he couldn't help laughing out loud. Ah! The evil laughter spread throughout the surrounding space. Destroy the divine realm. At night, the sky looks like a mysterious black thread, with stars swaying brightly. At this time, in Mu Yang's room, the years are quiet. Mu Yang looked solemnly at the young face in front of the mirror, which was already beginning to look handsome. He saw himself in the mirror taking a deep breath. The reason why he stayed in front of the mirror was not because he had any vain hobby. Instead, he was going to conduct an experiment. Mu Yang remembered that in the original work, there were 2 ways to transform into a Super Scion. One is explored by the 7th universe. The other one was explored by the 6th universe. The 2 methods are anger and concentrating the body's energy on the back. It is naturally impossible for Mu Yang to transform into a Super Scion by being angry, and there are no conditions that can make him angry now. So all he had left to do was focus his energy on his back and transform into a Super Scion. That's right, Mu Yang is going to transform into a Super Scion tonight. Since the combat effectiveness has reached the standard, then there is no unchanging truth. Mu Yang closed his eyes, took a deep breath, sensed the vast ocean-like breath in his body, and delicately controlled the breath to concentrate on his back. Some beads of sweat appeared on my head. Mu Yang did not stop and continued to persevere. Oh! When he concentrated all his energy behind his back, his hair suddenly stood up and turned golden, and his aura was powerful and terrifying. When Mu Yang opened his eyes, the color of his pupils suddenly turned blue. Mu Yang clenched his fists and felt the almost inexhaustible energy inside his body. He felt in great shape. To put it in another way, he is confident that he can kill his former self in one move. End of this chapter. Chapter 22, Superb Transformation Technique. Chapter 22, Superb Transformation Technique. At the same time, the system's voice suddenly sounded in Mu Yang's mind. It was still that mechanical sound. Ding! Watching myself transform into a Super Saiyan, I gained some insights, and my comprehension was extraordinary, and I automatically understood the legendary Super Saiyan transformation method. Legendary Super Saiyan transformation. Mu Yang felt the super transformation method transmitted into his mind, and even his calm expression could not be maintained. This is the legendary Super Saiyan. It can actually transform. But this is the condition. Mu Yang flipped through the super transformation method that had been transmitted into his mind, and felt a little unsettled. The conditions for this super transformation are actually similar to those for the Super Saiyan of Universe 7. But the difference is, the emotion required to become a Super Saiyan is anger. The traditional super transformation method requires extremely strong fighting spirit and a firm belief in one's own invincibility. In other words, it would take an extremely brutal battle to awaken the Chuan Chao in him. Where should I look for it? The first thing Mu Yang thought of was the gods of destruction in the 12 universes. And among the gods of destruction, undoubtedly the weakest god of destruction, Kampa from Universe 6 is the most suitable. Moreover, he is Beerus' twin brother. If you can't beat your older brother, beating your younger brother is also good. Even with such harsh conditions, Mu Yang no longer cared about the harshness when he thought about the combat power of the new version of Broly in the anime. Just because, it's too strong. The new version of Broly became more and more courageous as the battle went on, and in the end even Super Saiyan Blue couldn't beat him. In the end, with Whis' restraint, Son Goku and Vegeta merged into Gogeta, and only then was Broly barely defeated. And this? Or is it the case that Broly has never practiced before? Mu Yang couldn't imagine how powerful the legendary Super Saiyan would be after training. This is just the new version. Even the old version of the legendary Super Saiyan is extremely brave. The more Mu Yang looked, the more he felt that this transformation into a Super Saiyan was worth it. Even the blonde and blue-eyed self in the mirror couldn't help but show a bit of joy on his face. After cancelling the Super Saiyan transformation, Mu Yang prepared to go to the bathroom to wash up and go to bed. Destroy the Divine Realm. The sea of flowers outside. Weiss suddenly stopped walking and looked back at the castle. Hey! He frowned. Just now he sensed an extremely powerful mortal aura. But here's the thing. This is impossible. In the entire world of the God of Destruction, there is no one else except him, the prophecy fish, Mu Yang, and Beerus, who is in a deep sleep. As for whether this mortal aura could be Mu Yang, that was even more impossible. Because of this powerful mortal aura, if calculated using human combat power, it is about 50 times higher than Mu Yang's. Even if Mu Yang took drugs, there is no way he could improve so much. Weiss used his scepter to search every corner of the God of Destruction's realm, trying to see if any little mice had sneaked in, but he never found any. It must be an illusion. Unable to find it no matter what, Weiss could only shake his head slightly, close the scepter, and continue patrolling the realm of destruction. This night passed quickly. The next day, Mu Yang got up early, and after the most basic washing, he put on formal clothes, yawned, and came outside the realm of destruction to breathe fresh air. Good morning, Lord Candidate for Destruction. The prophecy fish jumped out of the water. Oh, good morning, prophecy fish. Mu Yang greeted with a smile. Prophecy fish, where's Weiss? Wes is over there in the garden, and he looks very happy. Oh. Mu Yang became interested. He was curious about what could make Wes happy. Mu Yang did not stay here for too long and went directly to the garden of the God of Destruction. After spending so much time in the God of Destruction realm, he had already become quite familiar with the terrain of the God of Destruction realm. After a while, Mu Yang found Weiss in the garden. "Good morning, Weiss." "Good morning, Mr. Mu Yang." Mu Yang looked at him carefully and really found that Weiss's current condition was different from the past. Although he couldn't see the change in general, if he had to say the difference from the past, he could see it at a glance. The main difference is, Weiss looked more energetic than before, his blue skin was even more radiant, and his clothes were sparkling, and it was obvious that he had taken good care of himself. "Weiss, are you happy about anything today?" Mu Yang asked with confusion. Of course. Weiss had no intention of keeping the secret. "I'm going to Universe 6 today. My sister Bardos is there." "The 6th universe?" Mu Yang pretended to be confused. Weiss smiled calmly, tapped the scepter in his hand lightly, and a projection picture of 12 universes appeared. He explained, "There are 12 universes in total. We are now in the 7th universe, and the 7th universe has a mirror universe called the 6th universe. I think Mr. Mu Yang should understand what I said." "I see." Mu Yang touched his chin and pretended to be deep in thought. Weiss was very happy to see that he understood what Mu Yang said right after he explained it. Thinking back to when he taught Lord Beerus. But it took a long time to explain. Anyway, as a candidate god of destruction, he will have to master the knowledge about the 12 universes sooner or later, and Weiss didn't think there was anything wrong with it. "Okay, Weiss, go ahead. I'll wait for you in the god of destruction realm." Mu Yang had no thoughts of the past. He had just broken through to become a super scion and needed time to stabilize. Even if he wanted to fight the god of destruction of the 6th universe, Xiangpa, there is no need to go there now. "What are you talking about, Lord God of Destruction candidate?" Weiss looked surprised. "What's wrong, Weiss?" Mu Yang tilted his head, looking confused. "You have to follow me to the 6th universe too." "I see." "And many more." Mu Yang suddenly came back to his senses and stared at Weiss with wide eyes. "Are you saying I want to go too?" Weiss smiled faintly and nodded. "What should I do?" Mu Yang frowned deeply. To put it simply, Weiss had a playful smile on his face. "My sister Bardos has taken a liking to you and wants to meet you." The corner of Mu Yang's mouth twitched, and he subconsciously thought of Bardos's sinister smile. "I secretly said." Sure enough, all angels are a group of sinister beings. So what is Mr. Mu Yang's opinion? Weiss seemed to be really seeking Mu Yang's consent, staring at Mu Yang with smiling eyes. Mu Yang spread his hands, looking helpless. "What else can I say? I can only follow Weiss to the 6th universe to take a look." "Then let's go, Mr. Mu Yang." Weiss took the initiative to come to Mu Yang's side. Mu Yang also placed his hand on Weiss's back. Weiss knocked the ground with his scepter, and his whole body turned into a colorful meteor, flying into the sky with Mu Yang and leaving the realm of the god of destruction. End of this chapter. Chapter 23, Arriving at the World of Destruction Gods in Universe 6. Chapter 23, Arriving at the Destroyer God realm of the 6th universe. The 6th universe, destroying the divine world. Bardos and Changpa were waiting here early. Waiting for Weiss and the candidate god of destruction to arrive. "Hey, Bardos, how long will it take your brother Weiss and the others?" Xiangpa was getting a little impatient and kept shouting. "It's almost there. I just contacted Weiss, and he said he'll be here in 5 minutes. Bardos glanced at the scepter in his hand and said absent-mindedly to Pa. "Tisk, it's all because of you, Bardos, that you insisted on sending that candidate god of destruction. What's so good about Beerus candidate god of destruction?" Xiangpa showed disdain. Originally, Bardos had no interest in the candidate god of destruction from the 7th universe. But after hearing what his brother Weiss said, Bardos became interested and became extremely curious about the candidate god of destruction of the 7th universe. What kind of genius could be able to research a magical skill that can enhance physical fitness 100-fold? "Bardos, who knows the history of the divine world very well, understands better than Whis how difficult it is to create a divine skill. He thinks that his father, the high priest, also created a divine skill. The ultimate freedom of mind. It took a full 3,000 million years to successfully create that magical skill. It was on that day that the high priest pushed out the previous priest, Salama. Became the strongest person in the universe. These are the information that Bardos learned from the historical records of the divine world. Whether they are true or not is no longer verifiable. But there is one thing that Bardos is very sure of, that is, the year when Ultra Instinct was created was not a lie. There is no need to lie about this matter. Therefore, Bardos wanted to see the genius of the seventh universe, who was even more talented than his father, the high priest. If nothing unexpected happened, the next high priest may not be the god of destruction candidate from Universe 7. Bardos came back to his senses from his myriad thoughts and realized that 5 minutes had passed. Bang! A beam of colorful light fell in front of Bados and Xiongpa. Xiongpa and Bados were not surprised. This wasn't the first time they had met. It's the same when you travel by yourself. Angel has the same standard travel equipment. The colorful light slowly dissipated, and Weiss's figure appeared in less than a quarter of an hour. Mu Yang, who was behind Weiss, also walked out and appeared in the eyes of Xiongpa and Bados. Hey, are you the candidate god of destruction for Beerus? Xiongpa looked at Mu Yang with a ferocious look and a somewhat unfriendly expression. Bardos stared at Mu Yang with a smile. She also wanted to see how Mu Yang would respond to Dongpa. Xiangpa, it's true that I am the candidate god of destruction of the seventh universe, but what's wrong with your tone? Facing Xiangpa, Mu Yang was not afraid at all and directly retorted. Haha! Xiongpa was so angry that he laughed. He is indeed his good brother, the candidate god of destruction chosen by Beerus. Even their personalities are exactly the same. Good, very good, very good. They have come to the sixth universe, my territory, and yet they are still so arrogant. Boy! There is a huge gap in status between the candidate god of destruction and the god of destruction. You should call me sir. Xiongpa's eyes widened to the size of a boss. I'm sorry, I never have the habit of calling someone who doesn't respect me sir. Mu Yang raised the corner of his mouth and said in a defiant tone. Ah! I'm so mad, Bardos, I'm going to teach this kid a lesson on behalf of Beerus. Xiongpa jumped in anger and turned to ask Bardos. Lord Xiongpa, I invited them to be our guests. Bados sighed softly. Wouldn't it be slapping himself in the face to pick a fight with the guests at this time? Bardos never thought that the candidate god of destruction of the seventh universe would be so arrogant, but it made sense when he thought about it. If I had created such a powerful skill when I was young, I would probably not be able to control my mentality. Bardos thinks that Weiss should be reminded. Cultivating a god of destruction is not just about cultivating strength, but also about the state of mind. There are countless strong people in this world. There is heaven outside the sky, and there are people outside the world. If one day you become too arrogant and have not yet grown up, you will be eliminated. Sister. Weiss bowed politely to Bardos. Weiss, you two come in. Bardos looked at Mu Yang deeply, turned around and walked towards the castle of the god of destruction. Humph, kid, you're lucky. Xiongpa gave Mu Yang a murderous look and turned around. Mu Yang shrugged indifferently and looked at Xiangpa's back. Provoking Xiongpa is certainly not unwise. But the plan has been made. Mu Yang wants to use Xiongpa as a stepping stone and whetstone to make himself stronger. His success still requires the help of Xiongpa. Mu Yang thought of this and followed. Several people came to the castle and sat on the chairs. There were plates, knives and forks on the big table, and a big bird's egg on the plate. Not even peeled the shell. Mu Yang looked at the bird eggs in front of him and for a moment he didn't know where to start. Xiongpa pried open the egg shell with his hands and drank the egg liquid inside with great interest. Mu Yang felt that the god of destruction was really miserable, having to eat this kind of thing every day. I don't think a dog would eat this kind of thing. Phew, delicious. Xiangpa smacked his lips twice and looked at Mu Yang. Seeing that he had not touched the bird eggs, his expression became even more unfriendly. Hey, little brat, don't waste food. These are the eggs of the dong-dong bird that I found with great difficulty. They are delicious. Xiangpa's eyes became even colder and his tone was full of threats. As a destroyer who loves food, what he hates most is people wasting food. If Xiangpa sees this, he will definitely do something about it. If he does nothing, he will be doing a disservice to his figure, which is the result of overeating. Xiangpa ate a lot of food which he thought was delicious. Mu Yang felt more and more pitiful for Xiangpa and slammed the table and stood up. Boom! Such a big movement and such a loud noise naturally attracted the attention of Bardos and Weiss. The three of them turned their eyes to Mu Yang. I'm going to cook. Where is the kitchen? Mu Yang turned around and asked Bardos. On the right. Bardos replied with a smile. Oh my, I didn't expect Mr. Mu Yang can cook. It was the first time for Weiss to see him and he was surprised. Boy, is the food you cook delicious? Xiangpa looked suspicious. Don't worry, at least it's better than your bird eggs. Mu Yang shrugged and walked towards the kitchen. Seeing Mu Yang disappear from his sight, Xiangpa was still a little angry and said indignantly, What do you mean by better than my bird eggs? This is a delicacy from the 6th universe that I found with great difficulty. Weiss smiled awkwardly, not knowing how to respond for a moment. This food is far inferior to the delicacies on Earth. The gap between dimensions is not too much. Not to mention Mu Yang, even Weiss wanted to escape. If you eat this food, it will cost you your life. From frugality to luxury is easy, from luxury to frugality. End of this chapter. Chapter 24, War Elephant Paw, full of fighting spirit. Chapter 24, War Elephant Paw, full of fighting spirit. Bardos had no objection. She had never eaten earth delicacies, nor had she been baptized by the Dragon Kingdom delicacies of Mu Yang's previous life. However, she could accept eating raw dong-dong bird eggs. How about the food made by Mu Yang? Tasty? Bardos was a little looking forward to the food Mu Yang would make. After all, she was tired of the food from the 6th universe. Now that there is a new delicacy, Bardos fully supports it. Soon, Mu Yang slowly walked out of the kitchen carrying 4 servings of dong-dong bird brand egg fried rice. The presentation of the fried rice is excellent. Mu Yang placed 4 servings of fried rice on the tables of Bardos, Weiss, himself and Xiangpa respectively. Hey, what do you mean? Xiangpa said angrily. What do you mean? Mu Yang deliberately acted puzzled. What do you think? Xiangpa was getting angrier and angrier. I am the god of destruction. What do you mean by being the last one to serve? Don't I, the god of destruction, have any dignity? Tisk. Mu Yang's eyes were somewhat speechless. Do you want to eat it or not? If you don't want to eat it, I'll take it away. As he said that, Mu Yang was about to step forward and take away Xiangpa's plate. Xiangpa took the lead and quickly protected the fried rice on the plate. I'll eat it. Mu Yang sat back in his seat, picked up the spoon and scooped the fried rice into his mouth with a smile on his face. After seeing this, Xiangpa became even more suspicious. Is this thing really so delicious? Xiangpa put his nose close to the fried rice and smelled it while looking at it. Smell good. And it looks really good. Could it be that the food made by this kid is really better than the dong-dong bird eggs I found? Impossible, absolutely impossible. Xiangpa picked up the spoon and was about to start eating when he heard an exclamation from the side. Oh, delicious! Bardos covered his cheeks with his hands, his spoon was empty, and his mouth was still chewing. Oh, it's really delicious! Weiss exhaled hot air and praised, it's not inferior to the delicacies on earth. I didn't expect Mr. Mu Yang to have such a talent. Upon hearing this, Xiangpa was still a little skeptical, so he scooped a handful of fried rice with a spoon and put it into his mouth. It melted in the mouth, and Xiangpa's eyes lit up immediately, and the delicious taste of the fried rice flowed into his stomach. Tasty! The sound resounded throughout the entire world of the god of destruction. Xiangpa didn't expect that the food made by Mu Yang would be so delicious. Compared with this delicacy, the dong-dong bird eggs were simply shit. In a short while, Xiangpa had finished eating. Phew, delicious! Xiangpa covered his bloated belly contentedly. Kampa. After Mu Yang finished eating, he wiped his mouth and said, "Now that we're done eating, let's do some post-meal exercise." Bardos and Whis both looked surprised. Challenge the god of destruction at this time? They couldn't help but be surprised. After all, in the eyes of Bardos and Whis, Mu Yang's current strength was still quite far behind that of the god of destruction. With such a huge gap, even if you challenge Lord Xiangpa, you will be killed instantly. Bardos compared the fighting power of the two and had an idea in mind. "Boy, do you want to challenge me?" The look in Xiangpa's eyes when he looked at Mu Yang was no longer as vicious as it was at the beginning, but his expression was still a little puzzled. Challenge? Haven't heard of it in many years. Remarkably brave. Xiangpa knew Mu Yang's current strength with just one glance. Weak. It's really too weak. Even if I use any random move, it would be enough to kill this guy 100 times in seconds. Xiangpa couldn't understand why he should know the difference between a candidate and a full-fledged god of destruction since he had become a candidate. But he was still like a mortal in the lower world, not knowing whether to live or die. Of course. Mu Yang laughed, "But I have a condition for challenging you. That means you can only use 1% of your combat power." Mu Yang estimated his current strength. If he transformed into a Super Saiyan, he should be about 10% as strong as the weakest god of destruction, Xiangpa. It should be possible to inspire a strong fighting spirit and a belief in invincibility by fighting against the god of destruction Xiangpa at 10% of his strength. Mu Yang would never miss this opportunity no matter what. "Boy, don't blame me for not reminding you," Xiangpa said bluntly. "Even if I use 1% of my strength is still 50 times higher than yours. Even so, you still want to challenge me?" "Of course." Mu Yang couldn't help but raise his lips, his eyes full of fighting spirit. "If I don't challenge the strong, what's the use of my strength? You know, I'm a scion from the fighting race." Mu Yang stared at Xiangpa in front of him, his heart leaping with joy. "The warlike gene runs in my blood." "Well then." Xiangpa's eyes suddenly became fierce again, with a purple aura lingering around him, and his momentum was surging and majestic. "Since you want to be beaten, then I will grant your wish." Mu Yang felt this momentum and felt like a small sailboat sailing in a sea storm, which could be destroyed at any time. But call it stupidity or call it overestimating one's own abilities. I also want to try and see how big the gap is between me and the god of destruction. This is a rare opportunity. A purple aura also lingered around Mu Yang's body, but he was still firmly suppressed by the momentum of the god of destruction Xiangpa. Compared to just now, it's not much better. The gap in strength between Mu Yang and the god of destruction Xiangpa is too big. Weiss and Bardos stood behind Mu Yang and Xiangpa respectively. The two angels knocked on the floor with their staffs at the same time, and a protective shield was formed around the two angels to prevent this huge force from further destroying the surroundings. "Boy, how about we go out and fight?" Xiangpa didn't want to fight here, so he took the initiative to suggest. Xiangpa didn't want to fight in his own castle. If his furniture was destroyed, the loss would be his own, which was not worth it. Humph! Even if it means teaching this arrogant boy a lesson. We also need to go to the open space outside to teach him a lesson. Let him experience the terror of the god of destruction. Xiangpa dispersed the purple aura on his body and walked out the door. The tense atmosphere disappeared. Seeing this, Mu Yang also dissipated his aura and walked over. Bardos and Weiss looked at each other and sighed at the same time. The gods of destruction are really a group of competitive guys. It's like this for every one of them. Bardos and Weiss also left the castle. Space. Bardos and Weiss stood together, acting as referees. Xiangpa and Liang both stood on the grass field. Xiangpa folded his arms and looked disdainful. Liang's eyes were full of fighting spirit, and he clenched his fists in excitement. Lord Xiangpa cannot use more than 1% of his combat power. The two of you will fight each other, but you cannot take each other's life. Is that okay? Bardos announced the rules of the game. No problem. They both spoke in unison. Well, let's start. Bardos narrowed his eyes and looked at the two of them. End of this chapter. Chapter 25 Miracle Man, Super Saiyan. Chapter 25 Miracle Man, Super Saiyan. A breeze blew by, the grass swayed, the trees wanted to be still but the wind did not stop. Mu Yang took a stance and stared at Xiangpa with a wary look, but for the moment he did not dare to attack rashly. When facing an opponent with a huge difference in strength, not finding the flaws and attacking rashly will only lead to a dead end. Different from Mu Yang's vigilance. As the god of destruction, Xiangpa's expression was relaxed, with his hands behind his back and a provocative smile on his lips. Why, you don't dare to attack? Mu Yang frowned and stared at every part of Xiangpa's body. Can't find it at all. I couldn't find any flaws on Xiangpa's body. Although he didn't do anything pretentious, there were almost no flaws, it was absolutely flawless. Awesome, he is worthy of being called the god of destruction. Mu Yang is no longer prepared to sit and wait for death. This will only lead to a slow death. Mu Yang tapped the ground with his toes and rushed towards the god of destruction with his fists waving. The corners of Xiangpa's mouth raised even more. He raised his hand leisurely, as if this was not a battle at all, but just playing, and slowly extended a little finger. Boom! Boom! Endless air waves exploded at the center of the collision, and the flowers and plants swayed violently at this moment. 10 seconds later, all the storms subsided. Mu Yang's fist collided with Xiangpa's little finger. Xiangpa easily blocked Mu Yang's full-strength attack with just his little finger, preventing him from advancing an inch. Mu Yang was not surprised by this result. He retracted his fist, moved away to a safe position, and looked at Xiangpa steadily. Even though he had already expected it, the power of the god of destruction still exceeded Mu Yang's expectations. The punch he just threw could be considered an extremely powerful blow under normal circumstances. But it was blocked by the little finger of the god of destruction, Gyalpa. I have to say, this is quite discouraging. I feel powerless, like an ant. However, Mu Yang would never admit defeat. No matter how huge the gap in strength was, he would never give up until the last moment. Xiangpa. Mu Yang's eyes were filled with fighting spirit and he shouted Xiangpa's name. On the contrary, Xiangpa used the little finger that had just blocked Mu Yang to touch his ear. Why are you screaming? You are too weak. No matter how much you scream, it won't change the fact that you will be beaten. I'll tell you the truth. Xiangpa looked at Mu Yang with contempt and said, the strength I used just now was not even 1%, let alone 0.1% of my strength, and you still had no power to fight back. Now, you know how big the gap between us is. Yes. Mu Yang laughed instead, if it's just this level of strength, it shouldn't be able to arouse the interest of a god of destruction like you, right? What if that's the case? Xiangpa was curious. Oh, do you have any other skills? No matter what abilities you have, it is impossible to increase your combat power by more than 50 times. Xiangpa said with certainty. Really? Mu Yang didn't comment, just chuckled twice. I admit that the god of destruction is very strong. However, these high and mighty gods have been high and mighty for too long and do not understand humans, let alone scions. Human beings are a race that can create miracles. Then just watch, the god of destruction Xiongpa. Mu Yang smiled, watch how I increase my combat power to more than 50 times in an instant. Next to him, Bardos, who was watching the show, was surprised. Is there really a way to instantly increase a human's combat power by 50 times? Who knows? Weiss thought of the fighting power he felt in the Destroyer God realm at that time. It seemed that it was not an illusion at that time. He chuckled twice. Mu Yang is a genius who is destined to change the universe. I will not be surprised by anything he does. For a moment, the three people's eyes were all fixed on Mu Yang. In full view, Mu Yang clenched his fists, squatted down in a horse stance, and let out an earth-shaking roar from his throat. What? Ha! The clear sky of the god of destruction suddenly became covered with dark clouds, and lightning and thunder flashed in the sky. This abnormal phenomenon of heaven and earth caused consternation among Bardos, Weiss, and even the opponent Xiongpa. What are you doing, kid? Xiangpa's face showed some panic. He could clearly sense that Mu Yang's mortal aura was rapidly increasing. Thumping! The solid ground of the god of destruction suddenly exploded. A thick cloud of smoke was raised. As the roar faded and the smoke dissipated, Mu Yang's current appearance appeared in front of the three people. The originally pitch-black pupils turned into turquoise blue, Mu Yang's hair stood up and turned into golden hair, and the golden aura on his body burned fiercely, like a dazzling new star. Okay, god of destruction Xiongpa, let's continue the fight. With his eyes fixed firmly on Xiongpa, the corners of Mu Yang's mouth slowly rose. Xiongpa was stunned, so shocked that he stuttered, You actually have the ability to instantly increase your strength by 50 times. There was a roar in Xiongpa's heart. Why not change sooner or later? Why wait until you realize that it is impossible to increase it 50 times? Isn't this a slap in the face? Even if Xiongpa had lived for many years and his skin was as thick as a city wall, he would still be a little disappointed. This kid! It's simply deceiving me, the god of destruction, who is an honest man. Xiongpa swore in his heart that he must teach this ignorant god of destruction a lesson on behalf of his beloved brother Beerus. Mu Yang's transformation should be a racial talent, right? Bardos on the side saw the clue at a glance. As a veteran angel, her vision is naturally not to be underestimated. Bardos used the scepter in his hand and lightly swept Mu Yang's body through the air. Then, Mu Yang's basic information appeared on the scepter. Scion. Bardos looked confused, looking at the Mu Yang race on the scepter, but he couldn't lie. In other words, Mu Yang is really a scion. But the question is, how is this possible? Bardos didn't remember that scions had a transformation that allowed them to have golden hair. If I have to say something similar. Bardos felt that Mu Yang's transformation was somewhat similar to the transformation of the ice demons in their universe. Sister. Weiss smiled, just because scions can't transform doesn't mean Mu Yang can't. Weiss looked at Mu Yang in his super scion form and said with emotion, he is a man who can create miracles. A man who works miracles. Bardos looked at Mu Yang with sparkling eyes, wondering what he was thinking in his mind. End of this chapter. Chapter 26, Fierce Battle, Both Sides Suffer. Chapter 26, Fierce Battle, Both Sides Suffer. In the battlefield. Hey, little brat, what's the name of your transformation? Xiongpa shouted again. You can call him Super Scion. Mu Yang directly named this transformation. Super Scion. Xiongpa frowned when he heard the name, Scion? Scion. Xiangpa reacted and his eyes bulged instantly, can scions become so powerful? As the god of destruction of the 6th universe, Compa doesn't believe it. After all, as the mirror universe of the 7th universe, there are also scions in their universe. The scions on the planet Sarada are generally weak in combat power, so Jipa, the god of destruction, naturally looks down on them. But I never thought that scions had such huge potential hidden in their bodies. As the god of destruction, Xiongpa naturally has a keen eye and can tell at a glance that this is the racial talent of the scions. In other words, every scion has the potential to transform into such a form, instantly increasing their combat power 50 times. What's wrong? Even as a god of destruction, you would be scared. Seeing Xiangpa in a daze for a long time, Mu Yang said provocatively. Humph! Xiongpa snorted coldly. Boy, I admit that your transformation is really good, but you are still far from being able to defeat me with it. Xiongpa was no longer prepared to be arrogant and used 0.5% of his destructive power. Xiongpa's figure disappeared from the spot in an instant. Where are the people? Mu Yang frowned. He didn't expect that even after transforming into a super scion, he wouldn't be able to see the movements of the god of destruction clearly. He is truly the god of destruction. Great! I'm here. Xiongpa's voice sounded from behind Mu Yang. Where are you looking at? Before Mu Yang could turn his head, Xiangpa punched him in the back, sending him flying. Bang! Boom! A splash of water exploded on the water surface, and Mu Yang fell into the water. Xiongpa stared coldly at the water. Call out! Suddenly, 2 Qigong bombs were emitted from the water and flew towards Xiongpa. Boy, I expected your move. The 2 Qigong bombs didn't even touch Xiongpa before being eliminated by the destructive power. Your combat experience is still too inexperienced. Really, god of destruction? Mu Yang's voice was heard in the water. Xiongpa frowned, having a bad premonition in his heart. At this moment, he suddenly felt a sense of crisis behind him. Xiongpa turned his head and looked behind him and was shocked. This is... I saw a powerful gas bomb coming towards his back. They were about to hit each other. Destruction. Xiongpa was about to use his destructive power. I won't let you succeed. Mu Yang suddenly rushed out of the water and hugged Xiongpa. Are you crazy? Xiongpa struggled non-stop, looking a little flustered. If you do this, you will be hit by your own attack. I don't care. Mu Yang's expression remained calm. Even if it costs me my life, I will win this time. You're crazy. Xiongpa watched the powerful gas bullet approaching, and his flaws were about to burst. You're killing 500 enemies and injuring 2,000 of your own. Don't forget it. I'm stronger than you. I won't be hurt if I'm hit by this gas bullet, but if you're hit, it will definitely affect your combat effectiveness. I don't care. Mu Yang also turned his head to look at the nearby gas bomb and said with a smile, only by using this kind of injury-for-injury fighting method can we have the possibility of winning. The rest depends on willpower. Madman! Madman! Let me go! Let me go now! Xiongpa no longer wanted to get entangled with this madman and kept struggling. However, since he could only use 10% of his strength, even Xiongpa, a powerful god of destruction, would not be able to break free in a short time. If he uses destruction, he can indeed break free, but Mu Yang will also be completely destroyed by the destructive energy, which is unacceptable to Whis and Beerus. Mu Yang's veins popped up as he tried desperately to resist Xiangpa's struggle, but it was very difficult. It was not easy to restrain a guy who was much stronger than himself. If you're not careful, it'll run away. Boom! Boom! The gas bullet hit 2 people. The 2 people flew out at the same time, one on the left and one on the right. After smashing dozens of large trees, Mu Yang finally stopped, and the golden aura on his body dimmed. I wonder how effective this attack is. Mu Yang wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth indifferently and looked in the direction where Xiongpa had just flown backwards. Bardos and Weiss also cast their eyes over there. Weiss breathed a sigh of relief when he saw that Mu Yang was fine. It would be bad if the candidate god of destruction got hurt. I hope everything is fine. At the same time, Bados also turned his gaze to Mu Yang, with a strange look in his eyes. What a handsome man! What a talented warrior! Bados didn't expect that Mu Yang would actually adopt the tactic of exchanging injuries for injuries, but if he put himself in his shoes and thought about it from his perspective, Bardos found that this seemed to be the best way Mu Yang could choose. Changpa's body was buried under a pile of trees. Boom! In an instant, all those big trees were destroyed, not even a trace of wood chips was left. Xiangpa's eyes were cold, and a purple aura lingered above his body, exuding an incomparable terror and irresistible majesty. No doubt. He is angry. Until this moment, Xiangpa had truly used 1% of his strength. Xiangpa looked around, discovered Mu Yang's whereabouts with his sharp eyesight, and then flew away. Above the sky, a path of purple flames flowed out. Mu Yang looked at the elephant flying towards him at high speed in the sky, and laughed instead of being afraid. Is it finally getting serious? The next second, Mu Yang's eyes suddenly became ruthless, and his golden aura was covered with a layer of purple aura belonging to the god of destruction. Mu Yang took off and waited for Xiangpa's arrival in the air. Moment. Xiangpa flew in front of Mu Yang and the two confronted each other. You are so brave to treat me like this. Changpa, go ahead. Mu Yang saw that Xiangpa was obviously serious. Xiangpa heard this and didn't want to say anything more. He gathered a purple destructive gas bomb in his hand, emitting a pressure that could destroy everything. If you can handle this, take it. Destroy. Xiangpa threw away the energy ball of destructive force condensed in his hand. Mu Yang is not stupid. He possesses the power of destruction and he knows very well how terrifying the power of destruction is. He has no intention of resisting it head-on. Mu Yang turned to the side to avoid the attack. And the destructive gas bomb passed by his side. Boom! The destructive gas bomb hit the distant mountain. For an instant, the mountains turned into dust, leaving nothing behind. The destructive power is so terrifying. End of this chapter. Chapter 27, Heaven-Swallowing Demonic Power, Raging Demonic Energy. Chapter 27, Heaven-Swallowing Demonic Power, Raging Demonic Energy. Damn it, if you have the guts, why don't you dodge? Seeing Mu Yang dodge, Xiangpa jumped up and down anxiously. Tisk. Mu Yang rolled his eyes, his tone somewhat speechless. If you don't have to destroy me, I won't dodge. Xiangpa's eyes twitched. If the god of destruction doesn't destroy, is he still the god of destruction? You damned little brat, I'm going to beat you till your teeth are all gone. Xiangpa couldn't argue with him and got so angry that he started to attack. Several destructive energy balls gathered in his hands again and were thrown out in one go. Da-da-da! Countless destructive energy balls rushed towards Mu Yang without any gap. Mu Yang was not in a hurry, and there was a faint gleam in his ruthless eyes. Heaven-devouring demonic art! He murmured. Then, demonic energy surged from Mu Yang's body, emitting bursts of black mist that covered these destructive energy bombs. These destructive energy bombs became smaller and smaller, and finally disappeared completely. How is this possible? The Xiangpa people were paralyzed. His destructive energy bomb was absorbed by something. But the question is, how is this possible? There is nothing in this world that can absorb destructive energy bombs. Not bad. Mu Yang was very satisfied with the effect of the heaven-devouring demon art. After all, it was his first time using it. This destructive energy ball, which was able to absorb 10% of the power of the god of destruction Xiangpa right after it was used, has unlimited potential. I really don't know where this system came from. Mu Yang's heaven-swallowing demon art is slightly different from the heaven-swallowing demon art in the Great Ruler. The heaven-devouring demonic art in the Great Ruler was created by the ruthless emperor. It has the ability to devour everything to replenish itself, and finally transform into the legendary chaotic body. Mu Yang's heaven-devouring demonic art can only be described as a modified and weakened version. Compared with the traditional heaven-swallowing magic art, the function of this modified heaven-swallowing magic art is more inclined to absorb the enemy's attacks and replenish the energy in one's own body. Mu Yang could feel that ever since he had practiced this heaven-swallowing technique, all the energy consumed in his body had been replenished. Even the destructive energy lingering around Mu Yang became increasingly powerful. Xiangpa noticed Mu Yang's abnormality and felt even more numb. What kind of monster is this? Not only did it absorb his destructive energy, but it actually became stronger. And the texture of this destructive energy is somewhat familiar. Damn, isn't this my own destructive energy? Number. Just as Xiangpa sent the telegram. On the ground, the Bardos brother and sister duo, who were watching the show, saw the whole scene. Sister Bardos, Mu Yang's technique. Weiss's expression was a little solemn. Yes, that's right. Bardos frowned and said in a muffled voice, this is undoubtedly a magical technique. Hey, I'm sure the people in the demon world would happily call him demon god candidate when they see him. Weiss smiled bitterly, somewhat self-deprecatingly. Not really, Weiss. Bardos' expression didn't change at all, still as calm as at the beginning. Oh. Weiss really didn't understand what his sister meant. Every human being, even gods, have demonic nature hidden in their bodies. If we really judge them this way, aren't we all members of the demon world? Bardos continued to explain to Weiss, as long as we can control the demonic nature in our bodies and suppress it with divinity, even if we have the potential to become a demon god, we can become a great god. I've learned something. Weiss nodded thoughtfully. Yet, seeing that Weiss understood, Bardos felt happy and smiled. But, Weiss, Bardos suddenly said, how about you let your sister train Mu Yang? You can't control a demonic person, brother. Hee, sister. Weiss smiled calmly, although my brother has never been trained, everything has a first time. At worst, I can go and ask my father, the high priest. Hearing that his brother even brought out his father, the high priest, in order to protect Mu Yang's ownership, Bardos could only sigh helplessly. Oh, what a pity. Bardos continued to watch the show. Weiss smiled and turned to look at Mu Yang on the battlefield. The responsibility of cultivating Mu Yang. As a qualified angel, it is his duty. How can we rely on others to do it? For those who have never cultivated demonic nature, this is not the point. Battlefield. After absorbing Xiangpa's energy bomb, Mu Yang's momentum increased greatly, and he rushed towards Xiangpa at a rapid speed. He raised his fist and hit Xiangpa in the face. You kid! Xiangpa hurriedly dodged the heavy punch. If I were hit by this punch, he must disfigure himself. This kid has no idea how to control his strength. Xiangpa felt speechless and a little angry. He relied on this face to make a living. If he beat Bardos, he would laugh at him every day. A god of destruction can only hide. Mu Yang said sarcastically, with a slight smile on his face. I really don't know how you became the god of destruction. Don't be so arrogant, kid. Xiangpa was so angry that he gritted his teeth, and the purple aura on his body became even more ferocious. The fighting power of the god of destruction increases with the destructive desire in his heart. The purple flame on Xiangpa's body suddenly surged, which undoubtedly meant that he wanted to destroy Mu Yang even more. Humph! Mu Yang snorted, raised his hand and waved at Xiangpa provocatively. Xiangpa's face was gloomy and he disappeared from the spot. Flashed behind Mu Yang. Xiangpa was ready to use the same trick again, he raised his fist and was about to punch Mu Yang in the back. Mu Yang's hand turned into a palm and caught Xiangpa's fist. Nanny! Xiangpa was shocked. Just a few minutes ago, Mu Yang was unable to react to his speed. But now he is able to take on his sneak attack. How can this be? How could a person progress so quickly? The same move doesn't work on me, God of Destruction. Mu Yang clenched Xiongpa's fist and threw Xiongpa to the ground with an over-the-shoulder throw. Bang! Xiongpa's body smashed into the solid ground of the God of Destruction, creating a big hole and causing dust to fly everywhere. Mu Yang's eyes were full of fighting spirit, as if burning with flames, and his gaze was fixed on the scene in the smoke. He knew that nothing could happen if he destroyed the god Xiongpa. As predicted, the figure of the god of destruction, Xiongpa, was vaguely visible in the smoke, but before the smoke dissipated, Xiongpa rushed out of the smoke, his body wrapped in an even more terrifying purple light, his eyes filled with murderous intent. "You little bastard, I'm going to kill you." Xiongpa's fist was covered with powerful destructive power and hit Mu Yang's abdomen. End of this chapter. Chapter 28, Mu Yang falls to the ground, the powerful Xiangpa. Chapter 28, Mu Yang falls to the ground, the powerful Xiangpa. Mu Yang was not afraid at all. He clenched his fists tightly and suddenly threw out an equally powerful punch. The god of destruction Xiongpa's heavy fist and Mu Yang's fist suddenly collided with each other. The space around him suddenly collapsed. With the two men's fists as the center, a powerful shock wave was emitted and quickly spread to the area within a radius of 10 miles. Boom! The solid and indestructible ground of the god of destruction cracked under this powerful shock wave, forming a huge crack. They both put their fists down at the same time. This powerful shock wave disappeared without a trace. The two of them looked into each other's eyes. It seemed as if sparks were rubbing in their eyes, as if water and fire were incompatible. It's only been a while. Mu Yang's fist suddenly blasted out with unstoppable momentum. Even the surrounding air was blown up. Xiongpa was equally unwilling to be outdone and punched out again. The purple light of the god of destruction on his body became more and more terrifying. The two fists collided again. This is not enough. Ah-da-da-da-da. Ah-ha-ha-ha-ha-ha. Within 1 second, Mu Yang swung his fists at the same time at an extremely fast speed. The fist seemed to split, transforming into dozens of fist illusions. Xiongpa was equally unwilling to be outdone. He imitated Mu Yang and quickly unleashed thousands of heavy punches. Bang! The fists of both men collided, sending out shock waves again. Every collision. It's getting worse. The extremely powerful shock waves sent waves of impact towards the ground, flowers, plants, and trees that destroyed the divine realm. On the solid and indestructible ground of the god of destruction, huge pits suddenly appeared. The figures of Mu Yang and the god of destruction Xiangpa flashed in the realm of the god of destruction. Sometimes they hit the east, sometimes they hit the west. It was so intense. Hey! Sweat was pouring down Xiongpa's face and he was panting. He hadn't done such a big exercise in a long time. Similarly, Mu Yang was not much better. He was also panting, and there was even more sweat on his forehead than on Xiongpa. After all, in terms of hard power, Xiongpa is much stronger than him. The reason why he has been able to hold on until now is simply because of his strong willpower and strong desire to fight. Xiongpa squinted his eyes and looked at the brat in front of him, wondering if it was an illusion. Xiongpa vaguely felt that the golden hair on Mu Yang's head showed signs of turning grass green. After rubbing his eyes and blinking, Xiongpa opened his eyes again and found that Mu Yang's hair was still blonde and had not turned grass green. It must be my illusion. Xiongpa thought secretly in his heart. Transforming into a Super Saiyan is outrageous enough. How could it possibly turn into a grass green head? Mu Yang forced himself to endure the physical fatigue, distanced himself from the god of destruction Elephant Paw, and merged his palms together. Powerful energy suddenly gathered in his palms. In just a blink of an eye, a gorgeous white Qigong bomb was condensed in Mu Yang's hand, and he said solemnly, "Kameha School Qigong Wave." The energy bomb in his hand turned into a terrifying white shock wave and shot towards Xiongpa. Xiangpa's face changed drastically. Without caring about so much, he activated 1.5% of the destructive power in his body to form a protective shield to protect himself. Boom! The terrifying Kamehameha wave dissipated, and Mu Yang panted, supported his knees with his hands, squinted his eyes and looked at the scene in the smoke, muttering to himself, "Did it work?" The reason why he can use Kamehameha is that Mu Yang researched it on planet Vegeta when he traveled through time. Not only Kamehameha, but also Dragon Fist, Mu Yang also knows it. Mu Yang stared at the result in the smoke. Soon, the cold voice of the god of destruction Xiang Pana was heard from the smoke. Unfortunately, it failed. The smoke dissipated in the blink of an eye. The god of destruction Gyanpa appeared unscathed, with no changes except for some dust on his clothes. Mu Yang fought for so long, but he didn't even break the defense. Haha, you really are worthy of being called the god of destruction. Mu Yang smiled bitterly. Looking at the god of destruction in front of him, who had no scars except for the changes in his clothes, he felt a strong sense of powerlessness. After fighting for so long, they couldn't even break through the defense. And he has basically used all the means he can use. This is just the weakest god of destruction. I really don't know what the other gods of destruction will be like. Boy, you are arrogant enough. Xiang Pa looked at Mu Yang coldly. Only this sentence came from his heart. In this universe, there are few people who can force him to use more than 10% of his combat power. As a human being, this is indeed amazing. It's not enough if I can't defeat you. Mu Yang gritted his teeth and refused to admit defeat. You are so stubborn. Xiang Pa saw through Mu Yang's thoughts and scolded him. Stupid guy, you're still so persistent even though there's such a huge gap in strength. Xiangpa looked at Mu Yang in front of him and thought of Beerus in the past. This is simply carved from the same mold. The same pride. The same unwillingness to admit defeat. Xiangpa looked at Mu Yang and felt more and more unhappy. You should get some sleep. Xiangpa snorted. Then, he flashed behind Mu Yang at an absolute speed and slapped Mu Yang's neck with his hand blade. Crack! Facing Xiang Pa's 1.5% strength, Mu Yang had no time to react at all, and his hand blade hit his neck. Mu Yang couldn't maintain his flying posture and fell straight to the ground. Boom! Mu Yang landed on the ground, his mind constantly sending out signals, and he was about to faint. He glanced at the flowers and plants that were destroying the divine world. The scene where Beerus knocked him out with a hand blade on planet Vegeta suddenly came to his mind. Mu Yang felt furious inside. This is how he failed in front of Beerus. Is he going to fail in the same way in front of his twin brother Kampa? Do not. I absolutely do not accept such an outcome. Mu Yang clenched his fists, and suddenly his mind felt clear, with endless strength surging in his body. At the same time, Xiangpa slowly descended from a height and landed in front of Mu Yang. He glanced coldly at Mu Yang who was lying on the ground unconscious and snorted, "What an annoying guy." Xiangpa turned his back and ignored Mu Yang and returned to his castle. Kampa. Xiangpa suddenly heard a voice calling his name and turned around. But I found that I didn't see anyone at all. Did I hear it wrong? Xiangpa scratched his head, turned around and took 2 steps. Kampa. The voice came again. Xiangpa turned his head back angrily again. He was very sure that he had not heard it wrong this time. Who on earth is it? Who on earth is calling my name? Is it possible? Xiangpa looked at Mu Yang who was lying on the ground with a look of astonishment. This kid, hasn't fainted yet? End of this chapter. Chapter 29, Legendary Super Saiyan, Transformation. Chapter 29, Legendary Super Saiyan, Transformation. Thumping. Bang bang. This was the sound of Mu Yang's heart beating. The sound was so loud that even Xiang Pa beside him could hear it clearly. What's that sound? Xiangpa was completely numb. What's wrong with this human being? An invincible cockroach? Why did he evolve again even though I had already defeated him? Hey, why should I say again? Just outrageous. Although he had a strong desire to complain, Xiangpa did not dare to be careless now. He looked at Mu Yang who was lying on the ground with a vigilant look. Mu Yang propped up his palms and slowly stood up, his body swaying slightly. Mu Yang lowered his head at this time, so his expression could not be seen clearly. What? Suddenly, there was a deafening roar. The golden threads in Mu Yang's hair suddenly turned grass green, and even the aura covering his body turned grass green. Mu Yang rolled his eyes, but his mind was quite clear, and the muscles on his body bulged slightly. The legendary Super Saiyan. Wake up! Mu Yang slowly closed his eyes under Xiangpa's incredulous gaze. When he opened his eyes again, black pupils appeared from the whites of his eyes. He raised the corner of his mouth slightly and said to the God of Destruction Xiangpa, "Sorry for the long wait. God of Destruction Xiangpa, let's have the second round." Xiangpa. This has become an indestructible cockroach. A second round? Xiangpa sighed softly and felt tired. This meal of mine was really wasted. After this exercise, all the extra energy was lost. But even so, Kampa must maintain his dignity as the God of Destruction. Don't be so arrogant, brat. Xiangpa's eyes became increasingly cold, with a thick purple aura entwined around his body. If a young man is too arrogant, he will provoke an opponent he shouldn't provoke. Xiangpa used the destructive energy in his body to increase his original 1.5% strength to 1.8%. Come on, the God of Destruction Xiangpa. Feeling the endless energy in his body, as if the seer was searching for endless energy, Mu Yang felt omnipotent and was in very good condition. He hooked his finger at Xiangpa provocatively, and a hint of contempt flashed in his eyes. His intention was simple. He just wanted to provoke Xiangpa so that the fight would continue. "You guy, how dare you look down on me?" As expected, Xiangpa was angered by Mu Yang's provocation and rushed forward again. Xiangpa's heavy punch wrapped in destructive energy hit Mu Yang's chest. Mu Yang didn't move at all, just raised the corners of his mouth slightly, and the God of Destruction's attack sank into his flesh and blood. Nanny! Xiangpa was shocked again. In this short 10-minute battle, he had no idea how many times he had been surprised. How could anyone stand and take a punch from the God of Destruction? Moreover, Xiangpa discovered that Mu Yang did not seem to have used any mortal aura, but was relying purely on his physical strength to withstand the attack. But the question is there really a mortal who can block the attack of the God of Destruction simply by relying on his physical strength without any defense? Even if Xiangpa did not use destruction, it would be amazing enough. As the God of Destruction, is this the only thing you can do? Mu Yang challenged Xiangpa again. Xiangpa was so angry that he gritted his teeth, pulled out his fist, and punched out again with unstoppable destructive energy covering his fist. This time, Mu Yang chose to dodge, and slightly tilted his head to avoid Xiangpa's fatal blow. Cut! Seeing that his attack missed, Xiangpa snorted coldly and used his other hand to secretly condense a destructive gas bomb. There was no time to launch. Mu Yang kicked Xiangpa and sent him flying. After smashing through dozens of mountains, Xiangpa finally stopped reluctantly, and his eyes turned even colder as he looked at Mu Yang. At the same time, Mu Yang flew in front of Xiangpa, grabbed Xiangpa's feet without saying a word, and threw him into the air. In the sky, the God of Destruction Xiangpa felt a little at a loss as he had no place to land. He was just about to challenge his body balance. Mu Yang's figure appeared above the God of Destruction Xiangpa. Xiangpa's body flew backwards towards Mu Yang uncontrollably. Mu Yang made a hammer with his hands and smashed Xiangpa's head hard, sending him flying. Boom! With a loud roar, a huge cat-shaped pit was smashed out of the solid ground of the God of Destruction. Call out! The next second, Xiangpa suddenly flew out of the pit. Xiangpa stared at Mu Yang with a gloomy expression, completely furious. "You bastard, I'm going to destroy you." Xiangpa used 2.5% of his destructive power and disappeared on the spot. At this speed, even if Mu Yang transformed into a legendary Super Saiyan, he couldn't see clearly. "You kid, get off here!" The sound came from above. As soon as Mu Yang raised his head, he was shocked to find that Xiangpa had run to the top of his head without anyone noticing. And he didn't even notice it. As expected, he is the god of destruction. The strength is really terrifying. Mu Yang smiled, and his fighting spirit rose. Xiangpa shuddered for no apparent reason and felt a little creepy. What's this feeling of being watched? "Xiangpa, I can still fight." Mu Yang had just finished speaking when the impatient Xiangpa kicked Mu Yang to the ground. Mu Yang flew out from the ground, the grass-green aura on his body became more and more powerful, and a terrifying pressure emanated from his whole body. "Ha ha ha ha!" He kept laughing. This laughter even made Xiangpa feel that he was not fighting a human, but a monster. "You guys, stop it!" Xiangpa raised one hand high, and at this moment he mobilized 2.5% of his strength. His body was completely covered with purple light, gathering a destructive energy ball as big as a planet. "You bastard, just go to hell!" Xiangpa's eyes were cold and full of murderous intent. "He's completely obsessed." As the words fell, Xiangpa threw the destructive energy ball towards Mu Yang. "Not good!" Weiss exclaimed, "I have to go help Mu Yang." With his current strength, he can't withstand this attack. Weiss was about to take off. Bardos grabbed Weiss's hand. Weiss turned his head, a look of confusion on his face. Bardos shook his head lightly, his expression indifferent. "Look at Mu Yang, he doesn't panic at all." Weiss turned around and was shocked to find that even in the face of a life-and-death crisis, Mu Yang's expression remained calm. "The god of destruction, Elephant Paw, let me show you the power of human beings." Mu Yang already knew the final result when the god of destruction, Elephant Paw, fired this energy bomb. He lost. They were defeated miserably and couldn't even break through the defense of the god of destruction Xiangpa. But even if he was going to lose, he would lose with pride. End of this chapter. Chapter 30, The Battle is Over, Golden Body Shaping Method. Chapter 30, The Battle is Over, Golden Body Shaping Method. Mu Yang took a deep breath, closed his eyes, mobilized the breath in his body, then opened his eyes and raised his head suddenly. "I saw that in front of this destructive energy ball as huge as a planet, everything in sight was covered, the oxygen was disappearing, and the air was trembling. A huge destructive energy ball that exudes energy like the sun all the time suddenly comes towards Mu Yang. It's so close, right in front of us." Mu Yang raised his hands and tried his best to block the air bomb. Sweat broke out on his face, but it was still useless. Mu Yang was still forced to retreat without any ability to fight back by the destructive energy bomb. "If you can't stop it, then just die." Xiangpa put his hands behind his back, looking at Mu Yang who was still fighting desperately below, with a barely perceptible regret flashing in his eyes. "This brat! It's a pity to be the candidate god of destruction for Beerus. Why isn't he my candidate god of destruction? What kind of luck did Beerus have? Stop joking, god of destruction Xiangpa." Even though he was forced into such an embarrassing situation, Mu Yang still gritted his teeth and held on, saying without showing any weakness, "I will not lose, and I will not die." Demon power of devouring the sky, activate. Body tempering method, start. I want to surpass my limits. I want to reach the peak. The super blood in Mu Yang's body was boiling and burning. In an instant, he crossed over many levels of combat power and reached a new dimension. Nanny! Xiangpa's eyes widened, and he became even more envious and jealous of Beerus. In this life-and-death crisis, not only did he not give up, his strength also reached a new level. What kind of monster is this? Damn it! The elephant's stomach felt sour, but he didn't say it. He continued to sneer, "It's useless. No one can save you. The gap between a god of destruction and a mortal is so huge that it cannot be stopped by just breaking through 1 or 2 realms. With 1/4 of Xiangpa's strength, there's no way you can stop him without super blue level strength." At this time, Mu Yang's eyes gradually became dull. He was too tired. He was so tired that he no longer had the energy to think so much. There was only one thought in his mind. That is to successfully stop this destructive energy bomb. The mechanical sound of the system sounded again. Ding! Congratulations to the host for experiencing the crisis of life and death, having an extraordinary understanding, and automatically comprehending the golden body tempering method. Golden body tempering method. Mu Yang felt the information about the golden body tempering method entering his mind, and there was only one line of words on it. After being put to death, he was reborn like a phoenix and obtained the golden body of Buddha. Mu Yang's face lit up with joy and he gave up resisting immediately. The body was gradually engulfed by Xiangpa's destructive energy bomb. Is it still just this extent? Xiangpa's eyes fell with a complicated expression. He sighed regretfully and closed his eyes. It's over. Mu Yang. Weiss frowned. How could that be? Bardos lost his composure and covered his lips with his hands. She didn't expect this would be the result. A competition. Such an accident actually happened. But when he thought of his own abilities, Bardos breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, there is still a chance to make amends. But Mu Yang. Bardos shook his head in disappointment. It was just the courage of a common man. Even though he was a natural talent, he was not smart enough, so he could only be a forward, not a general. Bardos, hurry up and turn back time, or this brat will really die. Xiangpa put his hands behind his back and quickly shouted to Bardos beside him. I understand, Lord Xiangpa. Bardos smiled, clenched the scepter in his hand, and was about to use the angel power in his body to reverse the rules of time. Buzz! A huge golden light suddenly appeared in the world of the god of destruction. Nani! Xiangpa, Weiss, and even Bardos were all so surprised that their mouths opened wide. Mu Yang was seen in front of him, his whole body shining with golden light. He suddenly absorbed all the destructive energy ball, and a cosmic star map seemed to be outlined on his body. Mu Yang sat cross-legged on the ground. With every breath he took, the laws of the universe were reflected in his movements. His body was shining brightly. Thumping! A golden statue of Buddha suddenly appeared above Mu Yang's body. Subsequently, under the surprised gazes of the angel and the god of destruction, Mu Yang slowly opened his eyes. A golden light flashed in his eyes, shining on the sky and the earth. The energy gradually became obscure and invisible, and then disappeared completely. Mu Yang retracted the golden statue of Buddha that was dozens of meters tall behind him into his body, and then slowly stood up. Under Xiangpa's astonished gaze, Mu Yang's mouth curled up into a wicked and playful smile. I'm not dead yet, are you disappointed, god of destruction Xiangpa? Xiangpa slowly came back to his senses and looked at Mu Yang with complicated eyes. You guy. As for the remaining words that were not said, Xiangpa no longer wanted to continue talking about them. They were too discouraging. His repeated attacks not only failed to kill Mu Yang, but also helped him become stronger again and again. Those with a bad mentality might just stop playing. Although Xiangpa could no longer see how strong Mu Yang was now, judging from the strange vision in the sky and the huge golden body of Buddha just now, the strength has undoubtedly transformed into another level. Then let's continue. Mu Yang looked at Xiangpa with fighting spirit in his eyes. But the next second, as soon as he finished speaking, he fainted. Seeing this, Xiangpa breathed a sigh of relief. Fine. Weiss used the scepter in his hand to tap the ground lightly, and a gentle shield wrapped around Mu Yang and brought him in front of him. So Lord Xiangpa would also be afraid. Bados chuckled twice. Bados, I'm not scared. Xiongpa said stubbornly, it's just that he performed well, so I'm going to spare his life. Haha, yes, yes, yes. Bardos nodded repeatedly. Xiongpa was speechless. This guy Bardos has a really perfunctory attitude. This is an indestructible cockroach. The more you fight, the stronger it becomes. Whoever wants to fight can fight him. Anyway, I, Xiongpa, will not go. Then Sister Bardos, I'll take my leave first. Weiss wanted to take Mu Yang away. Don't worry. Bardos chuckled twice and said to Mu Yang, it won't be too late to leave after the little guy wakes up. Weiss. He finally understood that his sister was still harboring evil intentions towards Mu Yang. Sister, Mu Yang likes the 7th universe very much. Weiss said with a serious face. Damn Beerus, I will beat you up sooner or later. Mu Yang talked in his sleep. Weiss didn't know what to say anymore. Ha 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 ha. Xiongpa laughed out loud with gloating attitude. It seems that brother Mu Yang doesn't love the 7th universe that much. Bardos looked at Weiss meaningfully. The corner of Weiss' mouth twitched, and he felt a little regretful for bringing Mu Yang to the 6th universe. End of this chapter. Chapter 31, Cheng Dao Ziu. Chapter 31, Cheng Dao Ziu, Complete Book. After endless time and space travel, Mu Yang came to a strange world, which looked not much different from his original world. Where is this? Mu Yang looked around. This was a planet, a strange planet. Baby. Soon, Mu Yang heard an unfamiliar voice. He was startled and quickly looked behind him and found the figure of Sun Wukong. However, compared to the Sun Wukong in his own time and space, the Sun Wukong in this time and space is much smaller. Mu Yang has already understood what kind of world he has come to. This is the event of Super Saiyan 4. And over there in space and time. Time flies, and 7 years have passed in the blink of an eye. As usual, King Kai appeared, and then Majin Buu broke through the seal, and many Z warriors were defeated, just like in the original work. Majin Buu devoured many things, even Vegeto, the fusion of Son Goku and Vegeta, was devoured by him, but at the critical moment, Mu Yang rushed back. Mu Yang's strength has been further improved after his experience in Super 4 time and space, and he easily destroyed Majin Buu. Since the destruction of Majin Buu, the earth has once again fallen into long-lost peace. When Mu Yang was enjoying his life, he suddenly sensed that Beerus had awakened. After a series of events, Mu Yang beat Beerus up and got rid of the anger that had been forcibly taken away. Then, Xiangpa came over and asked for a competition, but Mu Yang didn't care about it. The competition was over quickly. With the help of this competition, Mu Yang successfully replenished the power of the Dragon God. The strength has been further improved. Afterwards, in the Zamasu incident, he easily calmed down everything in the future time and space, and used his tremendous power to rebuild a future world. At the Conference of Power, the strongest lineup of the 7th universe was born, but it had little to do with Mu Yang. Now Mu Yang's strength has unknowingly reached the pinnacle of the entire universe. Climbing up the ladder to heaven, there is a vast expanse of white space. Mu Yang easily climbed to the 999th floor and saw a space. This space was one he had seen before. It was the place where he met the Mother of Angels. So that's how it is. Mu Yang suddenly understood everything and felt relieved. The subsequent Hedao was carried out, and the tremendous strange phenomena were released into the 12 universes, a conference of power. The dragon and the phoenix appear auspiciously, and all is quiet. Mu Yang's voice rang out, the destiny has changed. It is destiny. I will preach in the world of nothingness in 10 years. The overwhelming force crushed everyone to the ground, even the high priest. Countless gods shocked humanity. The tournament of power ended successfully. 10 years later, when the sermon began, Mu Yang sorted out all his insights and explained the new power system to everyone. Dragon Ball has officially opened a new era. Mu Yang is also revered as Taoist ancestor by all gods. Mu Yang merges with the Mother of Angels. Countless years. I don't know how much time has passed. In a vague space, a crystal palace with brilliant crystal walls stands here. Mu Yang put his hands behind his back and lowered his head, as if looking at something. What are you looking at? Bulma said that following closely behind were a series of beauties including Bardos, Mother of Angels, number 18, etc. All of whom had a relationship with Mu Yang. Since the Hideo, Mu Yang has taken them all in. I'm watching the show, it's almost time for me to make my debut. Mu Yang smiled slightly, this matter was also somewhat related to him. Then go quickly and come back soon. Come to my room tonight. Bulma rolled her eyes. They have been husband and wife for so many years. Okay. Mu Yang didn't know whether to laugh or cry, and then continued to look at the entire universe below. The war between the High Priest and the Dragon God Salama is over. Salama, you lose. The High Priest put his hands behind his back and looked at the Dragon God Salama with indifferent eyes. In this war, the Dragon God had played all his cards, and although the High Priest was almost as good, he was the winner in the final battle between kings. I lost, ah! The Dragon God Salama sighed. In the end, the miracle did not happen. The guy who created the miracle will never be favored by it. In fact, we too could have lived in peace. The High Priest also sighed and looked at the Dragon God Salama with regret. As long as you don't let miracles fill the universe, only one of us can exist. The Dragon God Salama's eyes calmed down, and there was no sign that he was about to die. Why must it come to this? The High Priest looked dejected. From now on, there would be one less fellow Taoist who could have a say. This is a battle of ideas. Dragon God Salama said lightly. That's right, the concept. The High Priest sighed even more. How many gods were harmed by an concept? The whole universe experienced a catastrophe again because of an concept. Even the divine world has been closed because of this war, in order to prevent humans from being involved in this war between gods. Both the High Priest and the Dragon God Salama actually fought very restrainedly. Can miracles and stability really not coexist peacefully? The High Priest said regretfully, his eyes glinting as he prepared to send the Dragon God Salama on his final journey. At this moment, a white light suddenly flashed in the sky. Under the illumination of white light, a figure appeared. The figure was Mu Yang, who had rushed over. Daezu. The High Priest bowed slightly, not daring to show any disrespect. Your Excellency the High Priest, the purpose of my coming here this time is to take away the Dragon God Salama. Mu Yang said kindly, looking at the High Priest as if he were an old friend, but his tone was refutable. I understand. Daezu can take Salama away. The High Priest knew that it was useless to refute, so he agreed. No one could change Daezu's mind. How this world develops and how it develops will ultimately be decided by the Taoist ancestor. Dragon God Salama, are you willing to come with me? Mu Yang turned and looked at Salama with a smile on his face. The Dragon God Salama gave a bitter smile, then bowed and said respectfully, I will obey the decree of the Taoist ancestor. In the flawless white light, Mu Yang led the Dragon God Salama away. The High Priest stared blankly, his mind lost in memories of the past. Who could have thought that the little fellow who he once treated as his own junior would achieve such great things today? It was incredible. Before I knew it, I had jumped higher than myself. Maybe this is the change. The future will ultimately be in the hands of these young people. For the first time, the High Priest felt that he was old and it was time for him to retire. He was tired and could no longer manage. But the High Priest doesn't know who to choose as his successor. End of the book. End of this chapter. Chapter 32, Traveling Through Cubes and Across the Universe. Chapter 32, traveling through cubes and across the universe. Don't worry, I have my own way. Mu Yang smiled. He doesn't blame others. After all, others don't have a system and cannot understand his actions, but he does. If a mere god of destruction cannot be surpassed within a month, then Mu Yang might as well buy a piece of tofu and kill himself. So as not to lower the average combat effectiveness of our fellow time travelers. However, Mu Yang did not intend to reveal the fact that he owned the system. After all, this was his trump card and also his most unrevealable secret. Is that so? Beerus shook his head, thinking that Mu Yang was just young and hot-tempered. It's normal for young people. It would be better if I could be beaten more by reality. Beerus ignored him and stood aside with a calm expression. Xiongpa tried to hold back his laughter. Then I wish you can reach the level of God of Destruction soon. Ha ha ha, I can't take it anymore, Beerus, I'm dying of laughter. Xiongpa laughed out loud. Does this kid even know what a God of Destruction is? This is the strongest fighting force in the universe. It is not easy to reach the realm of God of Destruction. Not to mention surpassing. Not to mention, we have to surpass it within a month. How is that possible? This is absolutely impossible to happen. Then congratulations in advance on surpassing the God of Destruction within a month. Xiongpa had a strange smile on his face, and a look of disdain was almost visible on his facial expression. Okay, it doesn't matter if you don't believe it. Mu Yang didn't care about the attitudes of Xiangpa and Beerus, and turned to Weiss. Weiss, what do you think? Weiss pondered for a moment. If it's just a 1-month training, then it's possible. Well, then, Weiss, is there any other tool that can cross the universe? Mu Yang made the next request. Weiss, what do you want a spaceship that travels across the universe for? Weiss frowned slightly, confused. I want to gain some experience in different places. Mu Yang told the truth. He needs to experience the customs and practices of the 6th universe. Bring the enlightenment-defying system to its fullest potential. Only in this way can one use the power of the system to raise one's strength to the level of a god of destruction. I see. Weiss was a little hesitant. Weiss, since you're unwilling to go out, let's use our 6th universe's shuttle cube. Beerus suggested with a smile. No. Weiss felt a sense of crisis. That's right, no. Xiongpa also made a fuss nearby. The shuttle cube is my car, why should I borrow it from this brat for a month? Beerus turned his head and stared at Xiongpa without saying a word. But this look seemed to say, this family listens to you or to me, Mr. Xiangpa. Xiongpa felt a chill and shrank his neck weakly, thinking of the hard days when he was tortured by Beerus. It's not impossible to lend it to this brat for a month. Xiongpa muttered. Beerus nodded, then continued to focus his attention on Weiss. Forget it, I will lend Beerus-sama's shuttle cube to Mu Yang for a month. Weiss sighed helplessly, and tapped the ground lightly with the scepter in his hand. A square, crystal-clear shuttle cube appeared out of thin air on the grass of the god of destruction in the 6th universe. Is this the teleporting cube? Mu Yang also saw the legendary cube for the first time, and his eyes were filled with surprise. The shuttle cube is as transparent as glass and looks like a rectangular glass cover made of glass. It is hard to imagine that such a plain-looking shuttle cube is actually God's shuttle prop with the ability to travel between 12 universes. Mu Yang remembered that in Dragon Ball Super, Whis, an elephant explained the functions of the teleporting cube one after another. Shuttle blocks. Not only can it travel between the 12 universes, but it can also allow those who have no ability to survive in the universe to survive in an oxygen-free environment. That's not all. Inside the shuttle cube, since the shuttle cube seems transparent, people inside can clearly see the scene in the vast universe outside, giving people a feeling of traveling across the universe. It can be said to be one of the most magical props in Dragon Ball. Mu Yang didn't expect that Whis would be so generous that he would privately lend him Beerus's shuttle cube. It's like a heifer on an airplane. The cow is flying high. Mu Yang walked forward, reached out, and touched the shuttle block, feeling its transparent texture. Mr. Mu Yang, this is a shuttle cube, a means of transportation between us gods, and its function, to put it in a more popular way for you humans, is actually a spaceship. Weiss thought that Mu Yang didn't understand, so he explained with a smile. Then how should it be operated? Mu Yang still didn't understand some details. But before Weiss could answer, Mr. Mu Yang, this is easy. You just need to stand on the shuttle cube and control its direction with your mind. Bados answered quickly. You can also just say the name of the planet or the universe and let the shuttle cube take you there. Bardos continued with a smile. I understand. After Weiss and Bardos explained in turn, Mu Yang finally understood how to use the teleporting block. Thank you, Weiss, Bardos. Mu Yang looked solemn and thanked sincerely. Mr. Mu Yang, you're welcome. Bados smiled slightly. Weiss smiled faintly and accepted it. Hehe, I wonder what Beerus' expression would be like when he knew you borrowed his means of transportation. Xiongpa said with a look of gloating. Ha ha ha. Lord Xiongpa, don't worry. Lord Beerus will never know. He's still sleeping. Weiss put his right hand between his lips, covering his lips, and laughed out loud. That guy Beerus is sleeping again. Xiongpa's face darkened as he thought of the bad things that happened in the past. In the past, the 12 universes were almost destroyed because Beerus fell asleep during the hide-and-seek competition hosted by the Omni King. Wait until the gods find Beerus. Only then did I realize that Beerus was actually sleeping. Even though Kampa is Beerus's twin brother, he couldn't stand Beerus's willful behavior. Almost. It was almost like I would have disappeared, if it wasn't for my good luck in the end. Lord Beerus loves to sleep, and he can sleep for hundreds or thousands of years at a time. I wonder how long he will sleep this time. Weiss seemed not to notice Kampa's expression and continued to tease. Forget it. Xiangpa said indifferently, how long Beerus sleeps has nothing to do with me. Weiss shut up and said no more. Mr. Mu Yang, the shuttle cube can travel to the realm of the god of destruction in the 7th universe. Just come back to find me in a month. After Weiss told Mu Yang the way to come back, he turned into a colorful stream of light and flew away from the realm of the god of destruction in the 6th universe. End of this chapter. Chapter 33, Ravage Frost, Powerful Mu Yang. Chapter 33, Ravage Frost, Powerful Mu Yang. Wes, take care. Mu Yang looked up at Weiss's departing light in the sky, his eyes filled with tears. Mu Yang wiped his eyes, walked towards the shuttle cube, and entered the spaceship. Through the shuttle block, Mu Yang could clearly see Xiongpa and Bados in front of him. Similarly, Xiongpa and Bados can also see Mu Yang. Hey, little brat, are you in such a hurry to leave? Xiongpa yelled. Could it be that Xiongpa, you don't want me to leave? Mu Yang looked a little strange and teased. Humph. Xiongpa snorted, I wish you would leave, but I'm afraid Bardos will be reluctant to let you go. Oh. Mu Yang locked his sights on Bardos. Bardos's expression was still calm, and it was impossible to tell whether he was happy or sad. He held a scepter in his right hand and stood quietly in the same place. Lord Xiongpa, I very much agree that Mr. Mu Yang should go and explore our 6th universe. Bados chuckled. What? Xiongpa never expected that Bados would have such an attitude. Mr. Mu Yang, take care. Bados ignored Xiongpa and spoke calmly to Mu Yang. Okay, take care. Mu Yang nodded and controlled the shuttle cube to leave the realm of the god of destruction in the 6th universe. Wait until Mu Yang left completely. Xiongpa rolled his eyes. Bados, what on earth are you planning? Master Xiongpa, what do you mean by this? Don't I know you? You are a guy with a bad taste. Xiongpa rolled his eyes even more. After working together as partners for many years, each of them has already seen through each other's personalities. Haha, I really can't hide it from Lord Xiongpa. Bados chuckled twice, admitting it, and tapped the scepter in his hand lightly. Immediately afterwards, a projection appeared on the scepter, and Mu Yang's face appeared in the projection. Fuck! Xiongpa cursed. Even he didn't expect that Bados's bad taste could be so cruel. Isn't this natural television broadcast? Let's take a look at the wonderful performances of the geniuses from the 7th universe in our universe. Bardos, on the contrary, didn't care about his peeping behavior. Bados. Xiongpa looked a little strange. What's wrong, Lord Xiongpa? Bados was a little confused. You don't usually peek at me like this, do you? Xiongpa said in a very unfriendly tone. Haha, how could that be, Lord Xiongpa? Bados smiled. Xiongpa simply didn't dare to believe a word from the sinister woman in front of him. The vast starry sky and the boundless universe. Frost's spaceship. Frost sat in the same baby carriage as Frisia's, listening to the report from his men in front of him. Mr. Frost, the war on Nar Star has been successfully started. It's up to us to quell it now. Oh ha ha ha. Very good, I will give you a bonus of 3,000 million then. Frost smiled. Thank you, Lord Frost. The subordinates were overjoyed and quickly took their leave. Frost looked at his subordinates' departing backs, wondering what was going on in his mind. You are such a hypocrite. A sudden voice appeared in the main control room. Who? Frost immediately became alert and looked around. Hey! I'm here. Mu Yang patted Frost's shoulder. Frost turned around and breathed a sigh of relief when he saw it was a child. So you're just a little kid? Frost tried his best to put on a kind face and asked as many questions as possible. Little boy. How did you get here? Let's not do that. Your hypocrisy makes me sick. Mu Yang stared at Frost in front of him. Even Frisia is much cuter than you. Frost didn't know who Frisia was that Mu Yang was talking about, but he knew from the first sentence Mu Yang said that the other party had no good intentions. Frost's expression suddenly darkened. Are you going to be a messenger of justice, sir? No. Mu Yang shook his head and raised the corners of his mouth. I just want a map of the universe. I see. Frost suddenly realized. After he found a star map of the 6th universe from the spaceship, he handed it to Mu Yang. Mu Yang did not take the cosmic star map immediately. What's wrong? Frost smiled. Alas, I really feel that Frisia is much cuter than you. You are so insidious. Mu Yang sighed and had a deeper understanding of the insidiousness of Frisia of the 6th universe. Mu Yang's eyes flashed, and he grabbed Frost's wrist at a speed that was invisible to the naked eye. What? In an instant, Frost let out a cry of pain and rolled off the stroller. A poisonous silver needle fell to the ground. I guess once I try to catch the map, you will poison me. Mu Yang looked indifferently at Frost, who was lying on the ground with a painful look on his face, holding a map of the universe in his hand. You bastard, I will never forgive you. Frost roared with hatred. Humph! Mu Yang snorted coldly. He glanced at Frost with a murderous look in his eyes. Frost was shocked for a moment, his body trembling, and he dared not move. The original idea of transforming was also extinguished. Too strong. The child in front of me is definitely not someone I can fight against. Who the hell are you? Frost asked in astonishment. Mu Yang is an ordinary scion. Mu Yang raised the corners of his mouth, and the whole person disappeared in Frost's spaceship. Mu Yang! Frost murmured in a daze. Without Mu Yang's presence, Frost slowly stood up from the ground and took a deep breath. Fortunately, his embarrassing posture just now was not seen by anyone. Come in. Frost called out sharply. Soon, his men walked in from outside the door. Sir Frost! The subordinate knelt on one knee. I'm not a person who likes to be so fussy. There's no need to be so polite. Frost smiled. The subordinate still knelt on one knee. Frost suppressed his smile and said calmly, "Get up." The men then stood up. "Do you know Scions?" "I know." The subordinate told the truth. The Scions are responsible for the protection of their star region on the planet Zarata. "I see." Frost narrowed his eyes, still smiling, and his eyes turned into half-moon eyes. "Go and help me post a bounty on the universe black market and hire the top assassin hit to help me assassinate a Scion named Mu Yang. Money is not a problem." Frost sneered in his heart, "This is not a world where you can do whatever you want just because you have power." "Yes." The subordinate received the order and quickly left. End of this chapter. Chapter 34 Hits Attack, 2 People Bet. Chapter 34 Hits Attack, 2 People Bet. The vast starry sky, the vast universe. At this moment, traveling through the blocks, Mu Yang looked at the star map in his hand and found out the location of the planet Zarata, where the Scions of the 6th universe lived. Not too far. Shuttle cube, head to the planet Zarata. Mu Yang gave orders to the shuttle cube in his mind. The teleporting cube travels through the universe at the speed of light. The reason why Mu Yang went to find Frost was not simply to cause trouble for Frost. After all, he is not a good guy. What Frost of the 6th universe wants to do has nothing to do with him. The reason why he went to find trouble with Frost was, on the one hand, that he needed the other party to take the initiative to hire the elusive killer hit. On the other hand, there are system rewards. Ding! Congratulations to the host for seeing Frost's meanness and having a supernatural comprehension, and automatically understanding how to make poison pills. Poison pill making. This reward cannot be said to be good, it can only be said to be better than nothing. For Mu Yang, it is of no help at all. Frost is still too lame. Mu Yang looked at the system rewards displayed on the system panel. Apart from complaining that Frost was crap, he had no other thoughts. He had been looking forward to it so much, but this is it. This? Mu Yang shook his head slightly, dismissed the thought, and instead placed all his hopes on the killer hit. If he remembered correctly, killer hit seemed to be able to use the flash time technique. Should be a good reward. If he is lucky enough, he might even find the time rule he is most looking forward to. A gleam of light flashed in Mu Yang's eyes, and the shuttle block suddenly accelerated. Crossing one galaxy after another, passing through one planet after another, it finally landed on the planet Zarata. This is the Scion base of Universe 6. There are a lot of Scions in it. Mu Yang had just landed and had no time to put away the shuttle cube. Cool. An excited voice suddenly came from behind. Sister Caulifla, let's go quickly. Another soft voice sounded. Kale, don't be such a coward. I don't think he's a bad guy. Mu Yang turned around and looked at the 2 people behind him who made the noise. There were 2 Scions in front of him. All female. Mu Yang recognized these 2 people. They were Scions from the 6th universe, Caulifla and Kale. Among them, Kale is a Scion in the legend of the 6th universe. Hey! Hello! Caulifla came forward and greeted. Now she was just a 5-year-old little girl. His height only reached Mu Yang's neck. Kair followed behind Caulifla timidly, occasionally looking up to glance at Mu Yang. When she saw Mu Yang looking at her, Kair quickly lowered his head again. Kale and Caulifla are the same age, both 5 years old, and are best friends who grew up together. Hello, my name is Mu Yang. Mu Yang greeted with a smile. Oh, my name is Caulifla, and the one next to me is Kale. Caulifla introduced herself and also introduced Kale next to her. Yet, Mu Yang was not surprised. He already knew the names of the 2, so he nodded. Mu Yang, are you a Scion too? Caulifla's face was full of excitement. Mu Yang nodded. You're lying. Kai's mouth sank, there is no scion like this on planet Sarada. Kale, Caulifla scolded. Looking a little embarrassed. I'm sorry. Fine. Mu Yang's face was calm. I didn't explain it clearly. To be precise, I am a scion from the 7th universe. The 7th universe. Caulifla and Kale were both stunned. Apparently, this was also the first time that both of them heard the term 7th universe. Seeing that the two did not understand, Mu Yang smiled and explained, there are 12 universes in total. The universe you are in is called the 6th universe, and it is a mirror universe with the 7th universe. The so-called mirror universe means that what the 7th universe has, your 6th universe also has, but there are slight differences. It was the first time that Caulifla and Kale heard such a novel theory. Caulifla's eyes lit up in particular, and she almost showed on her face that she wanted to see other universes. Hey! How do we get to other universes? Caulifla asked curiously. Sister. Kale tugged at Caulifla's sleeve. Mu Yang looked at the two sisters' cautious expressions and didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Wait a moment, I'll take care of something. After Mu Yang touched the two men's heads, he turned around and looked towards a certain rock. You have been hiding for so long, you must have seen enough, right? Then, under the astonished gaze of Kale and Caulifla, a burly alien slowly walked out from behind the rock. He put one hand in his pocket and looked extremely cold. Someone is offering a bounty on your head on the black market. He just said it calmly. Yet. Mu Yang just nodded calmly, without any surprise. He recognized the person in front of him, he was the killer from the 6th universe. Hit. 100% mission completion rate, and there have been no mistakes so far. It's that guy Frost. Mu Yang said affirmatively. Hit did not answer, but slowly stretched out a hand hidden in his sleeve and took a killer stance. I can't disclose the employer's information. This is the basic professional code of conduct for a killer. I see. Mu Yang expressed his understanding and nodded. Anyway, Hit's arrival was part of his plan. It doesn't matter who sent it. But I just heard what you said. Hit stared at Mu Yang with a cold look and said word by word, before you die, I want to know your method of traveling through the universe. Why should I tell you? Mu Yang raised his eyebrows. He didn't think Hit would be so stupid. He is going to kill me, so why would I tell him the method of teleportation? After you die, I can kill the employer who hired me to kill you. Hit was silent for a moment and put forward the conditions. Mu Yang seemed to laugh out loud, I would have been dead by then, so it wouldn't matter whether I was killed or not. That's right. Hit did not deny it. But I have some ideas here. Hit moved his eyes to the shuttle block next to Mu Yang, this is the thing that brought you here. What if I say no? Mu Yang raised the corners of his mouth with a playful expression. It seems so. Looking at the expression on Mu Yang's face, Hit realized that he was not wrong. Can you give this to me after you die? Hit asked politely. Of course. Mu Yang raised his lips, only if you can kill me. End of this chapter. Chapter 35, The Insight is Against Heaven, the stand-in smashes Varado. Chapter 35, The Insight is Against Heaven, the stand-in smashes Varado. Of course. Hit's expression was calm. Soon, there will be no pain at all. Hit said no more and used his time flash skill to stop time for 0.1 seconds. Perhaps stopping time for 0.1 seconds is nothing for ordinary people. But for top masters like Mu Yang and Hit, 0.1 second is enough to be fatal. It took Hit 0.05 seconds to arrive in front of Mu Yang. Mu Yang in front of him didn't move. Goodbye then. Hit looked at Mu Yang's face and was about to kill him. Is this the world inside the flash time kung fu? It's really an amazing feeling. Mu Yang sighed. Hit was struck by lightning and took several steps back with a look of shock. Soon, 0.1 seconds had passed. Time resumes its flow. Caulifla and Kale next to them didn't even know what was going on, their heads were full of question marks. What did you do? Hit looked at Mu Yang with a serious expression and said in a deep voice. I didn't do anything. Mu Yang smiled slightly. What he said was the truth. Mu Yang really did nothing, he just used his time immunity to automatically become immune to Hit's time stop. Are you still refusing to tell the truth? Hit naturally didn't believe what Mu Yang said, and his face turned dark. Don't be so nervous. How about I let you try my new trick? This trick should be quite interesting to you. Mu Yang scratched his cheek lightly with his fingers, and a sturdy platinum humanoid stand-in appeared behind him. Is this your trick? Hit's face turned even darker. He seriously suspected that Mu Yang was trying to play a trick on him. It's just summoning a humanoid clone. Nothing spectacular. Smash Verido. Mu Yang's mouth corners raised. Under the power of the substitute, the time around him suddenly stopped. This. Hit's eyes widened and he was speechless. He knew this space. This is his time stop space. How is it? It feels good to have your time stopped for the first time, right? Mu Yang slowly walked in front of Hit and said with a smile. Mu Yang was not in a hurry to end the battle. Instead, he kept chatting with Hit like an old friend. Hit ignored him and tried to move. When he found that he couldn't move at all, he calmly said, You also know the flash time kung fu. Flash time kung fu? Mu Yang smiled slightly, sneered, Why don't you recall how many seconds have passed now? Hit tried to recall and was horrified to find that time had stopped for 4 seconds. This is a time that the flash time power cannot reach no matter what. This is a superpower that can stop time for 5 seconds. Mu Yang seemed to have known what Hit was going to say and answered first. As for where Mu Yang's ability comes from, the answer is simple. From the first time Hit used time stop to travel in front of him, the system in his mind began to move. Ding! Congratulations to the host for experiencing the flash time kung fu for the first time. Your comprehension is amazing, and you have automatically comprehended the stand Platinum Star. Star Platinum. This time-stopping artifact from JoJo was successfully mastered by Mu Yang. Although it was a bit regrettable that it was not a time rule, the Star Platinum that could stop time was also good. It also further confirmed that Mu Yang's guess was correct, that the rules of time lie with the angels. 5 seconds passed quickly. Soon time began to flow slowly. In the eyes of Caulifla and Kale who were watching the battle, Mu Yang and Hit were like performing magic. Without blinking, Hit first came silently in front of Mu Yang, and then Mu Yang suddenly appeared silently at the position closest to Hit. Sister, how did they do this? Kair was puzzled. I don't know either. Caulifla kept frowning and looking at the two people not far away. She could feel that although the two men had not yet started fighting, it was not far away. Battlefield. So what you mean is that my time flash has no effect on you. But your time stop works on me. Hit frowned, not knowing what to do for a moment. Hit didn't expect that he would encounter an enemy with such a bad compatibility just when he came out to take a mission. That's about what I mean. Mu Yang looked at Hit with a smile, wanting to see what he would do next. Since dodging is useless, let's just fight with real swords and guns and show our real strength. Hit thought about it for a while and came to the final conclusion. SHH. Next, Hit's figure flashed and disappeared in front of Mu Yang. Mu Yang's pupils shifted, as if he could see it. In a flash, Hit appeared behind Mu Yang, condensed a killing move in his hand, and attacked towards his heart. Ended. Hit had already made up his mind. Mu Yang fiercely grabbed the hand full of murderous intent and used all his strength to restrain it. Nanny. Hit didn't expect Mu Yang to react so fast, and he wanted to take his hand back immediately. But he found that he couldn't retract it no matter what he did, as the opponent seemed to be stronger than him. Humph! Mu Yang clenched his hands slightly. Humph! Hit felt a little pain and groaned. Caulifla, Kale, you two watch out, this is the transformation into a Super Saiyan. Mu Yang ignored Hit and turned to Caulifla and Kale beside him. Immediately afterwards, Mu Yang gathered the vast aura in his body, which was as vast as the ocean, to his back. His hair suddenly turned golden, and an astonishing amount of energy burst out from his body, forming a golden aura. This is the Super Saiyan, Caulifla. Mu Yang's mouth corners slightly raised. So cool! Scions can actually have such a handsome transformation. Caulifla's eyes turned into stars as she looked at Mu Yang's transformation with admiration. Kair didn't feel much about Mu Yang's transformation. Her whole mind was focused on Caulifla. Are you really a scion? Hit asked after a moment of silence. That's right. Mu Yang responded. I've never seen a transformation like this before. Hit stared at Mu Yang, who had transformed into a Super Saiyan. Reassurance. Mu Yang smiled mysteriously. In another 10 years or so, you will be able to see this kind of transformation every day. Hit. Then the next step is the legendary Super Saiyan transformation. Mu Yang turned his head and looked at Kair, shouting, watch carefully, Kair, what is the legendary Super Saiyan transformation? Drink ah. Mu Yang let go of Hit's hand and clenched his hands. Dust and rocks flew through the air around him, and the sound became louder and louder. End of this chapter. Chapter 36, Accept Hit as a disciple, return 10,000 times. Chapter 36, Accept Hit as a disciple, return 10,000 times. Hit touched his chin and watched Mu Yang's transformation with interest. The next moment, Mu Yang's hair suddenly turned grass green, his muscles swelled, and his golden aura also turned grass green. The momentum increased instead of decreased, and the aura became even more terrifying. Boom! Kair looked at the transformation in front of her and suddenly felt a little moved, as if this transformation was tailor-made for her. There is actually the legendary Super Saiyan transformation. That's awesome! Caulifla clenched her fists happily and said excitedly. Is this the so-called legendary Super Saiyan? Hit tried to sense the aura of the so-called legendary Super Saiyan, but found that he could not sense it at all. But even so, Hit, through his keen perception cultivated from hundreds of years of experience as a killer, realized that the opponent in front of him was very dangerous. Of all the mission objectives he has carried out, this one is by far the most dangerous. Then go on, Hittite. Mu Yang's mouth curled up slightly, and he was already impatient to fight. I give up. Hit chose to give up decisively. After all, he is a killer, not a martial artist. What? Mu Yang almost choked when he heard Hit's words, but after thinking about it carefully, he understood. Hit's obsession with fighting is not as strong as Son Goku in Dragon Ball Super. Hit's purpose was simple: do things for money, help others get rid of troubles, and never act recklessly when the situation was not right. What a pity! Mu Yang transformed from the legendary Super Saiyan back to normal and looked at Hittite. In this case, how are you going to face your employer? The price the employer offered me does not match your ability. According to the rules of the cosmic black market, this commission should be cancelled. Hit said calmly. If you want me to assassinate you again, you will need at least another 2 billion galaxy coins. Hit looked at Mu Yang and said to him. Good guy. Mu Yang exclaimed in his heart, what a guy, if he can't solve the task goal, he will cheat the employer? Then I wish you good luck. Mu Yang could only smile and give his blessings. Hit had no intention of leaving. He continued to stare at Mu Yang without moving. What's wrong? Mu Yang looked confused. Can you teach me your special skill of stopping for 5 seconds? Hit stared at Mu Yang and said word by word, as a reward, I can recognize you as my master. I will help you in any situation, and I will help you get rid of the people who hired me to kill you. So that's it. Unfortunately, Mu Yang was about to refuse and explain that his moves could not be passed on. The system's voice sounded again in his mind. Ding! It is detected that someone has become a disciple and has an extraordinary understanding. He has automatically comprehended the art of teaching all things and the art of giving back to his disciples 100-fold. The art of teaching everything? Disciple returns Dafa 100-fold? Mu Yang was shocked when he sensed the two skills transmitted into his mind. Unbelievable. It's really too outrageous. Mu Yang didn't know what to say about these two skills. Perhaps a single technique alone does not have any significant effect. But when these two are combined together, that's not the effect of 1 + 1 = 2. That is the effect of 1 + 1 = 2. The art of imparting all things, to those who sincerely want to learn from you, you can impart your own bloodline supernatural powers, superpowers, skills, and techniques to them. The art of returning disciples 100 times, when imparting techniques to your disciples, you can view the disciples' basic information and receive a 10,000-fold return based on their proficiency in the imparted skills. These two skills, leaving aside the art of teaching all things, are nothing more than means of training powerful disciples. But if the disciple returns the Dharma 100-fold, that would be absolutely against the will of heaven. What is this concept? If Hit practices the Zavarado that he taught to him to perfection, that is, the concept of 5 × 10,000, he can stop time for 50,000 seconds. With a time stop of 50,000 seconds, even when facing someone whose combat power is much higher than Mu Yang, he still has the most basic ability to fight back. This is simply taking off. Mu Yang hasn't been so excited for a long time. However, the prerequisite is that his apprentice must practice the skills he is taught to perfection. Sir. Hit looked at the excitement on Mu Yang's face and was very puzzled. Although it is true that he is the #1 killer in the 6th universe. But there's no need to be so happy, right? Ahem, it's okay. Mu Yang clenched his hand and placed it in front of his lips. He pretended to cough twice and said seriously, "Since you want to become my disciple, then fine. From now on, you are my Mu Yang's eldest disciple, Hit." Disciple pays homage to master. Hit clasped his fists and knelt on one knee. Mu Yang quickly helped Hit up and said, "I will teach you the substitute, the Platinum Star, right now. I hope you can practice well and live up to my expectations." Before Hit could show any joy, Mu Yang silently recited the art of teaching all things in his heart, then he made a hand gesture, and a bright white light appeared between his two fingers, which shot into Hit's mind in one breath. In Hit's mind, the idea of how to cultivate a substitute, Star Platinum, flashed through his mind in an instant. When Hit saw that the stand could continue to evolve, he was overjoyed and thanked him, "Thank you very much. Why be so polite between master and disciple?" Mu Yang laughed twice. Hit also laughed, "Don't worry, master. The guy who hired me to assassinate you will definitely not survive." Mu Yang chuckled twice but didn't say anything. Frost. Frisia of Universe 6, hypocrite. A small person like this is not worth spending too much time on. Go ahead. Mu Yang waved his hand. Then I'll take my leave first, master. I'll come to see you after I deal with Frost. Hit used the flash time power and disappeared on the spot. Except Mu Yang, who knew how Hit left, no one else knew. Seeing Hit, who had put great pressure on them, leaving, Caulifla and Kale ran to Mu Yang one after the other. Caulifla held Mu Yang's fist with both hands, leaned her cheek close to him, her eyes bright. "You are so awesome." "Yeah, sister is right." Kair had to admit Mu Yang's strength, but he was still shy and muttered to himself. "Really?" Mu Yang smiled slightly, raised his hand, shrunk the shuttle cube in front of him, and put it into the storage ring. "What? What is that?" Caulifla's eyes brightened even more. She looked at the ring in Mu Yang's hand with envy. She also wanted a ring like this very much. End of this chapter. Chapter 37 Ancient Scion, Mu Yang. Chapter 37 Ancient Scion, Mu Yang. This is the storage ring I made. Why, do you want it too? Mu Yang replied. Yeah, of course I want it. Such a cool thing. It's amazing. Caulifla clenched her fists, her face full of excitement. Sister Caulifla. Kale wanted to signal Caulifla to be more restrained. If you want my ring, that's easy. Mu Yang replied with a smile, just accepting my ring means you're mine. Even so, do you still want it? Of course. Caulifla clenched her fists even more excitedly. With such a magical thing, Kale and I will recognize you as our big brother and follow your lead. Right, Kale? Ah, sister. Kair never expected that his sister would involve him. Kair, who had no idea how to refuse, finally nodded his head slightly and agreed. See, Kair has agreed to recognize you as his big brother. Caulifla hurried forward, tugged at Mu Yang's sleeve, and said coquettishly, Big brother, just give Kair and me 2 rings, okay? Alas, I really can't do anything about you two. Mu Yang sighed lightly. After the storage ring in his hand flashed red light, 2 rings appeared on his hand. A black storage ring and a green storage ring. Here, here. Mu Yang gave the black storage ring to Caulifla and the green storage ring to the shy Kale. Brother, that's so nice. Caulifla couldn't wait to put the black storage ring on her finger. Kair next to him also put on this green storage ring. Then can you take me to visit your planet Sarada? Mu Yang smiled, I am still very curious about the scions here. Of course. Right, Kale. Caulifla patted her chest and indicated that she would take care of everything. Sister Caulifla is right. Kale looked at Caulifla with admiration. Mu Yang next to him chuckled and found it quite interesting. Lily is infinitely good, but it is a pity that it cannot bear children. Then, under the leadership of Caulifla and Kale, Mu Yang left the barren mountains and wilderness and came to the Scion royal city. Stop! Please show your identification. The 2 scions guarding the gate stopped the 3 people. Uncle Matthew, don't you remember me? Caulifla pointed to her cheek. Of course I remember you. The scion named Mashiro said with a kind smile, your name is Caulifla, and her name is Kale. Then hurry up. Caulifla hadn't finished her words. Ma Xiaoluo stopped her from saying anything, pointed at Mu Yang, and said seriously, but I don't remember such a guy existing in our scions of Universe 6. Oh, he's a scion from the 7th universe, coming from our neighboring universe. Caulifla hurriedly helped explain. Matthew looked at Caulifla as if she were a fool. Caulifla felt inexplicably embarrassed. She is just a 5-year-old child. I couldn't bear the scrutiny from the adults. Under Mashiro's gaze, Caulifla felt particularly uncomfortable. Fortunately, he is usually lively and cheerful. Caulifla's eyes met his without any fear. A hint of admiration flashed in Matthew's eyes. He has so much courage at such a young age. No matter what your talent will be in the future, they are all good candidates to become good scions who protect the peace of the universe. As for the so-called 6th and 7th universes mentioned by Caulifla, Mashiro did not believe it. It was more likely that this strange guy deceived the innocent Caulifla and Kale. Ma Xiaoluo stared at Mu Yang with a wary look. Mu Yang shrugged indifferently. Not wanting to cause any trouble, he took out the tail hidden in his pants and swung it twice. Brother, I didn't expect you had a tail. Caulifla touched Mu Yang's tail with surprise, feeling the furry touch. This feeling is so great. Kair couldn't help but feel curious and would occasionally look up at the tail in front of him. If Caulifla and Kale were surprised, then Matthew was terrified. How can this be? Unlike Caulifla and Kale, who were still young and ignorant, Matthew had heard of them and there were records of them in history books. It is said that scions in ancient times had tails. It's just that later scions gradually abandoned their tails as civilization evolved. And Mu Yang's tail was exactly the same as the tail he saw in the history book. You. Matthew Luo pointed at Mu Yang, completely speechless. What do you mean? Go and report quickly. Mu Yang rolled his eyes. Matthew Luo already realized the seriousness of the matter, and hurried into the city to report to the palace at full speed. You guys wait here, I'll come back as soon as I can. Leaving these words, Matthew Luo left. Only Mu Yang, Caulifla, and Kale were left waiting there. What are you doing? Caulifla's face was full of dissatisfaction. Kyle lowered his head shyly. It's normal. He has to report such a big thing after it happened. Mu Yang didn't care. On the one hand, it's because they are all scions, and he is relatively tolerant of scions. On the other hand, Mu Yang does not want to destroy the scions who love universal peace. Just look at the scions of Universe 7 and you will know how rare peace-loving scions are. After all this time, only Sun Wukong is considered one. Mu Yang chose to close his eyes and rest, waiting where he was. Soon, Marlet came over with a short 5-year-old child who looked a bit like Vegeta. Excuse me, are you the guy who is suspected to be an ancient scion? Gabe looked at Mu Yang's tail with suspicion. The tail was so lifelike that Gabe couldn't help but believe it. Is this how you entertain guests on your planet Sarada? Mu Yang did not answer the question, but asked back. Gabe was startled, then laughed out loud in embarrassment. Sorry, I am being rude. Please follow me into the palace. Prince Gabe. Marlot looked serious. Don't worry, I don't think he is a bad person. Jack stopped Malote and said with a smile. Oh. Malot sighed and chose to let him go. The prince had said so, what else could he say? You three, please follow me. Jake turned around and walked into the royal city. Mu Yang, Caulifla, and Kale followed them in. End of this chapter. Chapter 38, The Heaven-Defying Comprehension, The Law of the Human Emperor. Chapter 38, The Heaven-Defying Comprehension, The Law of the Human Emperor. Royal Palace, Reception Room. The solemn and magnificent hall had a sofa and a fruit plate in front. There are dancers dancing below. Mu Yang felt like he was back on planet Vegeta for a moment. Planet Vegeta gave him this feeling. Please sit down. Gabe was polite and courteous, without any princely airs, and sat down first. Mu Yang also sat on the sofa, with a smile on his lips, looking at Gabe with some ambiguous eyes. Gabe was a little confused. Wow! Cab, your house is so beautiful. Caulifla grinned, you really are worthy of being the prince of our scions. Yet. Kyer lowered his head and nodded. Caulifla, Kale, you too. Gabe naturally recognized Caulifla and Kale, after all, the three of them were classmates. We are still best friends. Caulifla put her arm around Gabe's neck in a familiar manner. Caulifla, let go. Gabe was a little breathless. Don't be so formal. Caulifla smiled. Caulifla, let go. Mu Yang spoke at this time. The voice just fell. Caulifla let Jake go. Cough cough. Jake quickly took 2 breaths of fresh air and his complexion gradually improved. Are you okay, Prince Jack? Mu Yang said in a teasing tone. It's okay. Jake looked at Mu Yang with gratitude. If there was no Mu Yang, then Caulifla's character is really torture. Hee. Mu Yang's smile was somewhat meaningful. He still has a good impression of Cab, who looks very similar to his younger brother Vegeta. It is associated with the fact that the 6th and 7th universes are mirror universes. Not surprising then. Gabe equals Vegeta. Caulifla equals Son Goku. Mu Yang sometimes even wondered, if Cab and Caulifla got married in the original work, Wouldn't that mean Vegeta and Son Goku would get married? The more I think about it, the more outrageous it seems, but it does seem to be developing in this way. But now that Mu Yang has arrived, it is not Gabe's turn to be caulifla. Excuse me, sir, are you an ancient scion? Gabe asked, glancing at Mu Yang's tail. Not really. Mu Yang laughed more meaningfully, my name is Mu Yang, and I'm a scion from the 7th universe. In your terms, it would be more appropriate to call it a parallel universe. I see. Gabe stroked his chin and thought for a while. Gabe. You actually believed it. Caulifla seemed to be meeting her classmate for the first time. It's nothing. If I have to choose between the resurrection of the ancient scions and the parallel universe, I would rather accept the parallel universe. Gabe touched the back of his head and smiled. So, sir, what brings you here? Gabe's face suddenly became serious, and his expression became very scary. Humph. Mu Yang raised the corner of his mouth, I just want to give your planet Sarada a chance. Fate. Gabe looked puzzled. It's Super Scion. Mu Yang gave the answer. Super Scion. Cab looked even more confused. Super Scion? What is this? I have never heard of it. If Kabi wasn't in a good mood, he would have thought it was time to stop fooling around and would have driven Mu Yang out. Super Scion is a transformation where you have golden hair and look really handsome. Caulifla spoke up at the right time. Blonde hair, so handsome. After hearing this, Gabe became even more confused and scratched his head. I'll go outside and show you guys. Mu Yang smiled slightly, took 2 bites of the apple, got up from the sofa, and walked out the door alone. The guards guarding the door wanted to stop him. Mu Yang just glanced at the other person indifferently. The guard felt like he was struck by lightning, his legs were shaking and he dared not move. Gabe and Caulifla looked at each other and followed together. Kair followed behind. Several people came to the outside of the palace. Mu Yang took a deep breath, then opened his eyes. Silently, his hair turned golden, his eyes turned turquoise, and a golden aura burned. How amazing! Gabe's eyes lit up instantly. Hee, this is my big brother. Caulifla's face was full of pride. Yet. Kair nodded with a smile. After Mu Yang noticed the expressions of the 3 people, he took a deep breath, cancelled the Super Scion state, and his hair turned black again. Sir, could you please transform into a Super Scion and spar with me? Gabe stepped forward. Of course. Mu Yang agreed. Gabe took a deep breath and put on a serious face, I'm sorry, Mr. Mu Yang. Gabe raised his fist and rushed over. Mu Yang instantly transformed into a Super Scion and stretched out a finger. The fingers touched Gabe's fist for a moment. The destructive power in the fist completely dissipated and was easily stopped by a finger. This. Gabe was so shocked that he couldn't speak. Super Scion. What a terrifying power this is. He actually caught his attack with just 1 finger. Do you need to continue? Mu Yang said to Gabe with a smile on his face. Gabe took a deep breath and pulled away. Your Excellency is very powerful, I am no match for him. So are we going to give up? No, I would like to ask you to teach me how to transform into a Super Scion. Cab said seriously. Then why do you think I will teach you? Mu Yang asked with a slight smile. Gabe closed his eyes, took another deep breath, then opened his eyes, his gaze gradually becoming firmer. In order for the Scions to better maintain peace in the universe, I would like to ask Master to teach me. As he said that, Cab knelt down towards Mu Yang. Mu Yang smiled. He had achieved 1/3 of his purpose of coming to the 6th universe. Ding, you sensed Gabe's enlightenment, his comprehension was extraordinary, and he automatically comprehended the method of the human emperor. This is the reward learned from Gabe. The purpose of his coming to planet Sarada is to hope to get a reward of incredible enlightenment from Cab, Caulifla, and Kale. Gabe was the first to explode, which was a little beyond Mu Yang's expectations. Originally, he thought that Caulifla and Kale, who were the first to recognize him as the big brother, would be the first to reveal the rewards. It seems that only by teaching Caulifla and Kale how to transform into a Super Saiyan can one obtain the incredible reward of enlightenment. Mu Yang pondered secretly. As for the human emperor's method that burst out from Gabe, Mu Yang took a quick look and found that this was also a heaven-defying method. As long as you become the king of a country and gain the recognition of everyone, you can share the luck, and use the luck to practice and achieve twice the result with half the effort. Not only that, you can also use the power of the human emperor to fight the enemy. But here's the thing. Mu Yang doesn't have a country now. End of this chapter. Chapter 39, 3 people transform into Super Saiyans. Chapter 39, 3 people transform into Super Saiyans. Get up, I agree. Mu Yang helped Gabe, who was kneeling on the ground and begging, up. Yes, Master. Gabe's voice became louder. Then he stood up respectfully. Do you know the principle of our Super Saiyan transformation? Mu Yang spoke slowly with a smile on his lips. I don't know. Gabe thought for a moment, chose to speak frankly, and shook his head. To trace the principle, it's just that there is a kind of cell in our Saiyan's bodies called S-cells. This kind of cell is the key for us Saiyans to become Super Saiyans. Mu Yang said this not only to Cab, but also to Caulifla and Kale. Mu Yang has different expectations for the 3 of them than ordinary people. Mu Yang, who has watched Dragon Ball Super, naturally knows how terrifying the potential of these 3 people is. The first one was Caulifla. She had just prepared for the Tournament of Power and merely watched Cab's transformation. With a little guidance from the other party, she successfully transformed into a Super Saiyan 1. Then, within a short period of time during the Tournament of Power, he completed the transformation into Super Saiyan 2, which shows how gifted he is. Gabe should not be underestimated either. His strength has been improving steadily, and the most commendable thing about Gabe is his mentality. As for Kale, it goes without saying that the legendary Super Saiyans are monsters among monsters. Master, you mean the more S-cells the better? Gabe understood and asked a question, then how can we increase the number of S-cells in our bodies? Your question hits the nail on the head. Mu Yang praised Gabe and continued, it's very simple to grow S-cells. You just need to live a stable life and the S-cells will naturally grow. Mu Yang turned his attention to Gabe, Caulifla, and Kale, and looked around. When the 3 saw Mu Yang looking at them, for some reason, they all lowered their heads guiltily. Seeing the worried expressions of the 3 people, Mu Yang smiled and said, don't worry, the Saiyans of Universe 6 are not short of S-cells. As long as you master the trick, you can easily transform into a Super Saiyan. Super Saiyan. Hearing this name, the 3 of them all raised their heads and cast eager eyes on Mu Yang. Mu Yang likes to teach others, and since Gabe had just asked him to be his disciple, he made a hand gesture and a bright white light came out from between his fingers. The white light sank into Jack's mind. In an instant, Cab's mind gained a lot of knowledge about transforming into a Super Saiyan. Gabe was overjoyed. Thank you, Master. Thank you, Master. With this Super Saiyan transformation, he will be able to better maintain peace in the universe, and one day there will be no more war in the world. In order to achieve such a huge ideal, the first thing Gabe needs is power. Now, Mu Yang has given Gabe the power to realize his wish. Ha ha ha! What? Gabe clenched his fists, and his aura surged up, like the vast and boundless aura of the ocean gathered on his back, stimulated by the S-cells. He successfully transformed into the Super Saiyan he had always dreamed of. The standing golden hair was dazzling, and the golden flame burning on her body brought waves of hot air. Caulifla and Kale beside them both widened their eyes, not knowing what was going on. Cab, who was obviously less talented than me in school, actually became a Super Saiyan before me. Both Caulifla and Kale thought of the mysterious white light in Mu Yang's hand. It was because that white light entered into Cab's body that Cab was able to successfully transform into a Super Saiyan. Caulifla and Kale were not fools. When Mu Yang thought of Hit again, white light appeared in his hand, and then Hit left with gratitude. You can clearly see the problem. Brother, I want one too. And me. Caulifla and Kale both gathered around Mu Yang. Mu Yang smiled bitterly twice. That is an ability that can only be activated after you sincerely worship me as your master. Upon hearing this, Caulifla and Kale looked at each other, then turned their heads and shouted at the same time. Master! The corner of Mu Yang's mouth twitched, and he didn't know where to start complaining. This is amazing. Oh! Forget it, I'll just pass all this to you. Two mysterious white lights gathered from Mu Yang's fingertips again, flying out one on the left and one on the right. It flew towards Caulifla and Kale's heads and sank into them. In an instant, Caulifla and Kale felt that they had gained a lot of knowledge in their minds, and they felt like they could transform into Super Saiyans at any time. Amazing, it's really amazing. Caulifla's face was filled with excitement, and this strong excitement made her unable to wait to transform here. Look at me. Ahahaha. Who? She mobilized her breath, and when Caulifla opened her eyes again, her hair had turned blonde and the corners of her mouth were deeply drawn. This is my Super Saiyan. Caulifla felt that her current condition was simply too good to be true. It's a great feeling, this whole body is filled with strength. Ha ha ha, I feel like I can do anything now. Caulifla swung her fists wildly, punching through several big trees in the yard, and then she stopped when Gabe stopped her. Gabe, what are you doing? Caulifla, wait until you go to a remote place and slowly test your strength. This is not the place for you to test your strength. Gabe advised kindly without any anger. Tisk, this is boring. Caulifla held the back of her head and transformed back from a Super Saiyan. Caulifla turned her attention to Kale. Kyle, it's your turn. Don't let me down. Let me see your Super Saiyan form. Caulifla put her hand to her mouth and yelled. Kyle's psychological pressure instantly reached its maximum, and the whole person immediately became tearful. Sister, I don't want to disappoint Sister Caulifla, I don't want her to. Disappointed. When he said the last three words, Kale suddenly transformed into a Super Saiyan. And this was not an ordinary Super Saiyan, but a legendary Super Saiyan. With green flames burning on his body, Kai rolled his eyes, his muscles continued to expand, almost bursting his clothes, and he let out bursts of roars and screams like a wild beast. End of this chapter. Chapter 40, Killing the legendary Super Saiyan in a flick of a finger. Chapter 40, Killing the legendary Super Saiyan in a flick of a finger. Great, Kale, I knew you could do it. Caulifla was even more excited. Looking at Kale's transformation, she said, he's actually the legendary Super Saiyan. Good job, Kale. Something's not right. Gabe frowned, noticing that something seemed wrong with Kyle's condition. Caulifla, Kale seems to have lost his mind. Gabe suddenly roared. Next second, Kyle's energy gas bomb was ejected towards Gabe. Boom! The dust was flying, covering everything. After a while, the dust settled and Mu Yang protected his apprentice Gabi behind him. The expression on Gabe's face was still a little surprised and uncertain. Almost. If the master hadn't taken action just now, I would have been destroyed by Kyle's energy bomb. Too dangerous. What is this? Gabe had never seen Mu Yang transform into the legendary Super Saiyan, so he didn't understand what Kale's transformation was. Kale, what are you doing? Caulifla saw all this and got angry. She didn't expect that after Kale transformed into the legendary Super Saiyan, he would actually attack his friend Cab. What? Sister is mine, mine alone. Ah! Kyer covered his head and roared in pain, his whole body became more confused and out of mind. The next moment, 2 terrifying gas bombs condensed in her hands again and shot towards Mu Yang. The gas bomb arrived in front of Mu Yang in the blink of an eye. Mu Yang walked neither slowly nor slowly, and a flash of purple light of destruction belonging to the god of destruction flashed in his eyes. Destroy these 2 powerful destructive energies. Not even a speck of dust is left. Kale, you bastard! Caulifla had already noticed that something was wrong with Kale, and she transformed into a Super Saiyan and soared into the sky. Please wake up! Ah, day. Caulifla bombarded Kale with a series of combined punches, and smoke gradually rose. After this set of attacks, Caulifla was out of breath, propped up on her knees, and looked up at the scene in the smoke. It should be over now. The smoke cleared. Kal's unharmed figure appeared in Caulifla's eyes. How can this be? Caulifla's eyes widened. She couldn't believe that her fierce attack had no effect at all. Ah, sister, why are you hurting me? Tears suddenly welled up in Kyer's eyes. For some reason, Caulifla felt ashamed. Sister, since you don't love Kale anymore, then just die. Kale shed tears and hit Caulifla mercilessly with her fists. Hey! Caulifla wanted to defend herself, but as soon as she raised her hand, Kale knocked her arm off. What? Caulifla felt pain and her elbow became red and swollen. Elder sister! Kale punched Caulifla in the stomach. Puff! Caulifla spat out a mouthful of sour water and felt the pain in her stomach. Sister! You must love Kale! Kale punched Caulifla on the head again. Caulifla flew backwards in the yard, her blood dyed her into a bloody person, and she fell into a coma. He couldn't even maintain his Super Saiyan state and turned back into his normal form. Gabe, who was watching nearby, was completely frightened and stammered, Master, Master, what's happening to Kyer? Her form is called the legendary Super Saiyan. Even at this point, Mu Yang did not forget to give Gabe some basic knowledge. Master, what should we do now? Gabe frowned deeply, and fell into endless worry. If junior sister Kyer continues to lose control like this, I'm afraid the entire Sarada planet will become a purgatory. Don't worry. Mu Yang smiled slightly, everything you worry about will not happen, because I will take action. But Gabe was still worried. That is the legendary Super Saiyan. Just by hearing the name, you can tell that he is much more powerful than the ordinary Super Saiyan. Do not worry. I will win. Mu Yang said confidently. Seeing this, Jack didn't know what to say next. Kyer's irrational attack came again. Call out! The powerful gas bullet flew towards Mu Yang at the speed of light. Mu Yang looked up and watched quietly without any movement. Gabe behind him felt numb all over. Master, I said. You should at least transform into a Super Saiyan first, if you are so careless. If you also lose because of carelessness, the entire planet Sarada is doomed. Gok clenched his fists, ready to transform into a Super Saiyan at any time. If the master really can't hold on, he can transform into a Super Saiyan, sacrifice himself, save the master, and save the planet Sarada. The legendary Super Saiyan, if he can't control himself when transforming, he will turn into a monster that feels no pain and has no reason. Even at this time, Mu Yang still did not forget the popular science. Jake! This is urgent, Master! Junior sister Kyer's energy bombs are already in front of us. Purple flames were seen wrapping around Mu Yang's body. There was an endless sense of oppression in his eyes. His eyes gradually became ruthless, and his feet gradually floated off the ground. Mu Yang put his hands behind his back, facing this earth-shattering energy bomb, and just calmly said 2 words, destruction. A force that destroyed rules wrapped around this terrifying energy bomb and disappeared without a trace the next second, as if it had never existed. This. Gabe's eyes widened, unable to believe that junior sister Kair's terrifying energy bomb could not even withstand a single move in the hands of the master. Gabe could feel that the current master was so terrifying. He was totally different from the master with a kind tone just now. The current master gives Gabe the feeling of being more like a god of destruction. Sacred and inviolable. Noble and ruthless. Mu Yang slowly reached toward the sky and came to the same position as Kair. Looking at Kair, who had lost his mind, Mu Yang sighed deeply. Sure enough, the legendary Super Saiyan still needs to be controlled. What? Kair in front of him seemed to be angered by Mu Yang's words, and hurriedly attacked Mu Yang. Mu Yang dodged to the side, his figure suddenly shook and disappeared on the spot. In the blink of an eye, he appeared in front of Kair. Remember, Kale, don't be controlled by the legendary Super Saiyan. Mu Yang flicked his finger and hit Kale on the forehead. End of this chapter. Chapter 41, Incredible Understanding, the Bloodline of the First Scion. Chapter 41, Incredible Understanding, the Bloodline of the First Scion. Oh! It was clearly an ordinary flick of the fingers, but in Mu Yang's hand it unleashed tremendous power. Boom! Kair's body fell like a meteor, creating a human-shaped pit in the yard, and she fell into a coma. Sharp! Everyone in Gabe was stunned. They never expected that the lawless and invincible junior sister Kair could be killed in an instant by the master with just a flick of the finger. This is simply incredible. Gabe even felt that the master might be more terrifying than the god of destruction Xiongpa in the cosmic legend. See, I told you that you would win. Mu Yang flew down. Master, you are so awesome. Gabe's face was full of excitement and he praised without reservation. Humph. Mu Yang laughed and shook his head. You should take your junior sisters Kair and Caulifla down with you. Yes, Master. Gabe said respectfully. The arrival of the master will definitely bring a new future to the Scions, this is a fact that Cab can be sure of. By the way, arrange a room for me. Mu Yang said. Gabe, degree. Yes, Master. Gabe excused himself. An hour passed. Under Gabe's arrangement, Mu Yang also came to a palace. This palace is the room where he lives for the time being. Mu Yang looked at the layout of the room and nodded, and was quite satisfied. Overall, it's about the same as when he was on planet Vegeta. Although he is King Vegeta's adopted son, he is treated no worse than King Vegeta's biological son, Vegeta. The reason is very simple, because Mu Yang's parents died because they saved King Vegeta. In order to repay his kindness, King Vegeta adopted Mu Yang, the orphan of his savior, as his adopted son and raised him. And at that time, even Vegeta was not born yet. My father's name is Tamata. And his mother's name is Hill. Originally, Mu Yang's surname should be the name of the vegetable pepper, and Shaleka was used as his name. However, when Mu Yang was born, there was an error in the Scion naming system, and his name accidentally became Mu Yang. Later, these Scions just went with the flow and Mu Yang's name remained unchanged. Of course, Mu Yang didn't want to change. Compared to the name Shaleka, Mu Yang still prefers the name Mu Yang a little more. After all, this name has accompanied me during my 7 years of growth, and I have already developed feelings for it. Coming back to his senses from his long-lost thoughts, Mu Yang looked at the layout of the room. This layout is not exactly the same as the room King Vegeta arranged for him, but it can be said to be extremely similar. Same sofa. Same bed, even the same color. There is no difference in the layout or even the colors of the room. After the training in the 6th universe is over, I will go back to planet Vegeta to take a look. Homesickness arose, and Mu Yang had already made plans to return home. Today, he is already a candidate for the God of Destruction, and the God of Destruction Beerus has already fallen asleep, so there are only a handful of people who can care about him. Now Mu Yang can travel freely in the universe as he pleases. While thinking, Mu Yang discovered that the time in the surrounding space suddenly stopped. The moment when time stopped, Mu Yang already knew who was coming. "I have brought back Frost's head, teacher." Hit's voice suddenly appeared behind Mu Yang. Mu Yang turned back calmly. There was no change on Hit in front of him, except that he was holding a cloth bag in his right hand. Combining with what Hit just said, Mu Yang already knew what was in the cloth bag. If he's dead, then he's dead. There's no need to show him to me. Mu Yang didn't want to see any head yet. Hit nodded, and a gas bomb destroyed the cloth bag completely, leaving no trace. Mu Yang. "Hey, why are you here?" Mu Yang looked at Hit helplessly. "I still want to learn some skills," Hit said lightly. "No more." Mu Yang spread his hands. "Hit. Is it so quick and easy? But if you want, you should first evolve your stand, Star Platinum, into Star Platinum Beyond Heaven," Mu Yang suggested. Hit touched his chin, as if thinking about something. "Then I will withdraw first, Master." "Ah." After Mu Yang nodded, Hit used the flash time skill and disappeared on the spot. Mu Yang looked at the direction where Hit left with deep eyes. He had just successfully taught caulifla and kale, and was rewarded with an incredible understanding. Ding! Taught caulifla to realize the Super Saiyan transformation. Her comprehension is amazing. She automatically realized the purification of Saiyan blood by 10%. Ding! Taught Kale to comprehend the legendary Super Saiyan transformation. His comprehension was extraordinary, and he automatically comprehended the Saiyan bloodline purification by 20%. This is the reward you get for training caulifla and Kale to transform into Super Saiyans. Mu Yang didn't know what it meant, and he felt that nothing had changed after receiving this reward. But even so, Mu Yang had some guesses in his mind. In the memories of past lives, there has always been a legend about the original Saiyan in Dragon Ball. Its name is Yamashi. If teaching Saiyans to transform into Super Saiyans can purify the Saiyan bloodline and eventually turn them into the original Saiyans, then Mu Yang had two contingency plans in mind. On the one hand, it teaches ordinary Saiyans to become Super Saiyans and obtain blood purification. However, Mu Yang estimated that this possibility was not very high. On the other hand, it is to teach Saiyans with potential to become Super Saiyans and obtain blood purification. Mu Yang estimated that this was the correct way to get the opportunity to purify his bloodline. He still needs 70% of his blood to be purified before he can successfully transform it into the powerful bloodline of the original Saiyan. This can be known based on the experiences of caulifla and kale. 10%, 10%, 20%, 10%, 10%, 10%. According to the fastest calculation, he would have to wait until the period of Majin Buu to obtain the complete bloodline of the original Saiyan. Too slow. Mu Yang's face darkened. He couldn't think of any other solution for the time being and could only take it one step at a time. The bloodline of the original Saiyan. He is bound to win. Mu Yang closed his eyes, sat cross-legged, placed his hands on his knees, and made a flower-picking gesture. The heart is like still water. Mu Yang transformed into a Super Saiyan without realizing it, without causing any noise. Then, he transformed into the legendary Super Saiyan, but also did not cause any noise. Mu Yang's closed eyes gradually opened, his face was extremely serious, and a deep determination flashed in his eyes. End of this chapter. Chapter 42, Heaven-Defying Comprehension, Cosmic Fantasy Beast Fist. Chapter 42, Heaven-Defying Comprehension, Cosmic Fantasy Beast Fist. He is going to transform into Super Saiyan 2. And it's not just an ordinary Super Saiyan 2, but the legendary Super Saiyan 2 that only exists in fan comics. Luo Tian has not changed, but that does not prevent him from having ideas. In the Dragon Ball Super anime, at the Tournament of Power, Son Goku once taught Caulifla how to transform into a Super Saiyan 2. Similarly, according to the method in Dragon Ball Super, there are two ways to transform into Super Saiyan 2. One is like Son Gohan, who broke through the shackles through powerful potential and anger and transformed into Super Saiyan 2. Another way is to gather more powerful energy deeper into the back to stimulate the S cells in the body, just like Sun Wukong taught Caulifla. Mu Yang prepares to transform into Super Saiyan 2 through the second method. However, this is the normal Super Saiyan transformation method after all. Whether this applies to the legendary Super Saiyan remains to be seen. Mu Yang took a deep breath, and based on the legendary Super Saiyan, he controlled the energy in his body and rushed towards his back. This is not easy. After all, Mu Yang's legendary Super Saiyan strength is enough to compete with Xiang Pa's second-level strength. It is so vast that it looks like the starry sky, with endless aura, and it is carefully gathered on the back. The control required is immeasurable. As time went by, some sweat gradually appeared on Mu Yang's forehead. His brows were tightly locked together. What? Mu Yang exploded his aura, and the grass-green head that was originally standing upright grew a little longer. From time to time, the grass-green aura rubbed against the air, and some electric currents emerged. Mu Yang looked somewhat intimidating at this moment. The legendary Super Saiyan 2. Transformation successful. The corners of Mu Yang's mouth curled up slightly, and his mood improved uncontrollably as he felt the destructive power in his body. With the legendary Super Saiyan 2, his strength has advanced one step closer to the level of a god of destruction. At the same time, the voice of the system suddenly resounded in Mu Yang's mind. This made him stunned for a moment. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully realizing the legendary Super Saiyan 2 transformation. Your comprehension is amazing, and you have automatically realized the Cosmic Fantasy Beast Fist's strong bull-breaking fist. Cosmic Beast Fist? The strong force breaks the bull fist. Mu Yang was stunned for a moment. This was the supreme boxing technique in the Ultraman world, and the power of the cosmic beasts was placed in this boxing technique. Possesses the power to destroy the world. And such a terrifying boxing technique was actually rewarded by the system. Mu Yang closed his eyes and delicately felt the power of the Cosmic Fantasy Beast Fist. Then, he slowly opened his eyes. Mu Yang's eyes suddenly flashed with a brilliant light, and he shouted, "Strong force breaks the bull fist." The fist moves with the heart and strikes out with a loud bang, and a red bull fantasy beast pattern full of oppression is wrapped around the fist. Boom! Bang! The loud sound suddenly resounded throughout the entire palace. "Are you okay, Master?" After a while, Gabe came and shouted around. "I'm fine. I'm just experimenting with a new boxing technique." Mu Yang responded immediately. Gabe was stunned. He didn't know what to say for a moment and just stood there in a daze. He suddenly turned around and looked into the distance. Jake's face was filled with shock. The palace in front of him suddenly collapsed and turned into a ditch so long that the end of it could not be seen at a glance, and it also ran through several distant hills. Jack shuddered all over, and his legs began to shake uncontrollably. "Master, what kind of boxing is he practicing? The power is so terrifying." If Mu Yang knew what Jack was thinking, he would definitely sigh and tell him. He didn't even use 1% of his power in this cosmic beast fist. Gabe was very surprised. "What's wrong?" The captain of the Scion Palace Guard rushed over. "Ahem, it's nothing. You all can go down." Gabe snorted and put on the airs of a prince. Although the captain of the guard was very confused, he had to obey the prince's orders and took his leave. Soon after, Kale and Caulifla, who had just woken up from the medical room, followed out after hearing the noise. The Scion's self-healing ability is so terrifying that after just a short while, they were able to carry out the most basic activities. Kale and Caulifla had basically recovered from their injuries, except for some bandages wrapped around their bodies. "Kale, Caulifla, Why did you two come out? Gabe was stunned. Of course I came to see if there are any new enemies. I really want to fight. Caulifla said excitedly. Kyer, who was standing next to her, gave his sister a resentful look. What does the word insister mean? Does this mean that I was regarded as an enemy at that time? At that time, I just lost my mind and accidentally hit my sister. Kyer's mood suddenly became a little bad. After waking up, she found that she was able to control the power in her body and no longer lose her mind because of the legendary Super Scion's overwhelming power. But my sister's love will never come back. It's okay, the master is just experimenting with new moves. Gabe said embarrassedly, touching the back of his head. New moves. Caulifla's eyes sparkled with even more excitement. What kind of move is this? What kind of move is this? Caulifla also took a look at the spectacular scene caused by the powerful bull-breaking fist. It was so spectacular that it was no exaggeration to describe it as shocking the world and making the gods and ghosts weep. Everything that stands in the way is torn apart like paper. Mountains or clouds make no difference. This move is called the Cosmic Fantasy Beast Fist. The strong bull-breaking fist. Mu Yang, who had been silent, spoke at this time and said the name of his boxing style. Strong force-breaking bull fist. Cosmic Phantom Beast Fist. Caulifla, Gabe, and Kale were all stunned, their mouths open in shock. Such a horrifying scene was not caused by an energy bomb. But it was caused by some kind of boxing technique? This was completely beyond the imagination of Gabe and Caulifla. The Destroyer God realm of the 6th universe. If you hadn't seen it with your own eyes, it would be unimaginable progress. Bardos looked at the TV broadcast inside the scepter, and the picture froze when Mu Yang mentioned the Cosmic Fantasy Beast Fist. It's unimaginable. The 7th universe actually gave birth to a strange monster like Mu Yang. It's simply beyond common sense. Every time Bardos thought things were over, he would do something beyond his expectations. If I continue like this, maybe I can really surpass Lord Xiongpa in a month. Bardos was also shocked by his own thought. End of this chapter. Chapter 43 Transformation, Super Scion 3. Chapter 43 Transformation, Super Scion 3. What kind of existence is the God of Destruction? He represents the pinnacle of the highest combat power in the universe and is the unsurpassed God of Destruction. Almost every God of Destruction needs to practice for hundreds of millions of years before he can grow into a qualified God of Destruction. If someone had ever told him that he could surpass the God of Destruction within a month, Bardos would just smile and laugh at that person's ignorance. But someone's ignorance is actually turning into reality? How could this not make Bardos feel dazed? Maybe, times have really changed? Bardos, I was wondering if you found my... Xiongpa yawned and walked straight to Bardos. Seeing the scepter stuck in the ground in front of Bardos, Xiongpa already knew what Bardos was doing. Spying on that brat again. Snort. What's so good about that brat? That brat must be in great distress somewhere in the universe. After all, I'm the God of Destruction, and it's not that easy to surpass me. Xiongpa boasted with a grin. Bardos looked at Xiongpa's confident look, rolled his eyes and was speechless. Lord Xiongpa, I hope you can maintain this performance after a month. The little guy Mu Yang was like a monster in just 3 hours after he left you. The combat effectiveness increases exponentially. As for the bet 1 month later, the balance in Bardos' heart has gradually tilted towards Mu Yang. Is this the genius who surpassed his father, the high priest? It's really an eye-opener. Hey, Bardos, why don't you speak? Xiongpa was very angry. Oh, Lord Xiongpa. Bardos sighed and looked at Xiongpa as if he were a poor man. Ignoring Xiongpa, Bardos took out the scepter stuck in the ground, temporarily turned off the TV broadcast, and walked towards the castle. It's really confusing. Xiongpa was totally confused by Bardos' attitude. Finally, It can only be attributed to the fact that Angel's period came. Xiongpa also went to his castle. Time flies. In the blink of an eye, 20 days passed. During these 20 days, in addition to consolidating and stabilizing his own legendary Super Saiyan 2, Mu Yang also took time to teach Cab, Kale, and Caulifla, and was also studying how to transform into the legendary Super Saiyan 3. By the way, during this period, Richter also stayed on the planet Sarada. Facing Hit, the famous #1 killer in the universe, Gabe did not dare to neglect him and immediately arranged the best room to entertain the distinguished guest. Later on one occasion, Gabe accidentally ran into Hit, the #1 killer in the universe, pouring tea for his master, and was completely stunned. What's happening here? What on earth is going on? Why is the #1 killer Hit pouring tea for my master? Coincidentally, he ran into Caulifla, who was looking for her master. Learn through a conversation. Hit, who is known as the #1 killer in the universe, is actually his senior brother? When Gabe heard the news, he was completely numb. Compared with Gabe and the other two, Hit's arrival seemed very convenient. He didn't even look for Mu Yang to ask a question. He just practices alone from time to time, looking at the sunset in the distance, and seems very lonely. Mu Yang was happy with this. In this way, the rocky and barren mountains and ridges on the right side of the planet Sarada became the training ground for the 5 masters and apprentices. Get up early every day and start the day's practice. And on this day, in the afternoon, when the sun is about to set, Mu Yang got into position, stood still, and closed his eyes to rest. He is about to transform into the legendary Super Saiyan 3. Therefore, we must not be careless. On a large rock not far away, there were 3 figures sitting, namely Gabe, Caulifla, and Kale. Hit stood beside him with his hands in his pockets, his eyes fixed on his master. The 4 of them all had worried expressions on their faces and brows. Gabe, do you think the master can do it? Well, I believe in the master, he will succeed. If I succeed, I'll be able to achieve the legendary Super Saiyan 3. I'm excited just thinking about it. Several people were whispering to each other, trying to hide the worries deep in their hearts. Under the gaze of the 4 people, Mu Yang took a deep breath and then opened his eyes. The aura surged from his body, and then his hair turned grass green. His aura increased dramatically, and his arrogance burned wildly, affecting the surroundings. Next second, the grass-green color of the hair grew a little longer, and there was basically no obvious change compared to before. The most obvious difference is that from time to time, a few faint flashes of lightning would appear in Mu Yang's aura. Super Saiyan 2. Next up is... Aha! Ah! Mu Yang roared towards the sky, his grass-green hair fluttered continuously and gradually grew longer. His aura became stronger and stronger, and the entire Sarada planet was shaking constantly. No. Not only the planet Sarada, but the entire galaxy trembled under this huge momentum. The space is roaring and the earth is shaking. Ah! The long roar gradually subsided as time passed. Everyone on the planet Sarada and even the surrounding star fields were somewhat frightened. But you have no idea what happened? I just felt it vaguely. Another great existence is born. On the planet Sarada. Among the rocks. Awaited. At this time, Mu Yang had already changed his appearance. He had a fierce look in his eyes, his eyebrows were gone, his long grass-green hair reached his waist, and his aura was immeasurable. Just at the first glance, one can already feel that he is not someone to be trifled with. This is the legendary Super Saiyan 3. Mu Yang clenched his fists and shouted loudly. The aura on his body is dazzling. In an instant, dust flew and rocks flew into the air. Nowadays, Mu Yang can cause a huge commotion with just every move he makes. Kale, Caulifla, and Cab, who were standing beside them, were unable to open their eyes because of the aura. Such a strong aura, I feel like I'm suffocating. Yes, Master is now 100 times more powerful than before. I'm afraid that even the legendary god of destruction Xiongpa is no match for Master. Strong, too strong. I'm already excited. I also want to transform into a Super Saiyan 3. Kale, Caulifla, and Gabe all had different expressions. Hit next to him narrowed his eyes. Even he felt a deep sense of powerlessness from this breath and couldn't help but clench his fists. He is still far away. Not enough. End of this chapter. Chapter 44, Collapse Jade Manufacturing Method, Golden Giant Ape. Chapter 44, Collapse Jade Manufacturing Method, Golden Giant Ape. At the same time, at the moment when Mu Yang transformed into the legendary Super Saiyan 3, the system's voice also rang in my mind. Ding! Congratulations to the host for transforming into the legendary Super Saiyan 3. With his extraordinary comprehension, he has automatically comprehended the method of making the collapsing jade. How to make broken jade. Collapse of jade. Mu Yang flipped through the information that entered his mind, and this turned out to be the method to create broken jade. Broken jade. Anyone who has seen death knows how incredible this item is. Once the collapsing jade is created, it will help people evolve in the direction of their innermost wishes. Moreover, once it merges with the collapsing jade, it is almost the same as being immortal. Even the Omni King's erasure technique may not be able to eliminate him. But having said that, although the collapsing jade is powerful, it also has a flaw. No, strictly speaking, this is not a defect of the broken jade, but a defect of the human. That is, for those who have merged with the collapsing jade, once the faith deep in their hearts is shaken, the collapsing jade will be useless, or even evolve in the opposite direction. However, for Mu Yang, the disadvantages of broken jade are almost non-existent. His determination to defeat Kampa and become the strongest in the universe has never wavered. The method of making collapsed jade is to use human souls to make it, and then you can get collapsed jade. Mu Yang read about the method of making collapsed jade and began to think in his heart. If you were to ask which place has the most human souls, it would undoubtedly be the palace of Yama. For Mu Yang, with his current identity, it is not difficult to collect some souls to make broken jade. Mu Yang withdrew his thoughts and changed from the legendary Super Saiyan 3 state to normal state. His expression was still serious, without any sign of relaxation. Kale, Caulifla, and Cabe all ran over from the rocks. Even Hit walked slowly over with his arms folded. Master, you are so awesome. Is this Super Saiyan 3? Cool. I want to transform into Super Saiyan 3 in the future too. Brother Mu Yang. Kale, Caulifla, and Gabe all had obvious looks of joy on their faces. However, Mu Yang hesitated for a moment, and finally said it out loud, his face somewhat serious. Don't you remember what I said this morning? The legendary Super Saiyan 3 is just a natural result, and what comes next is the key. Success or failure depends on what happens next. After hearing what Mu Yang said, Gabe, Caulifla, and Kala's faces changed again and again, and their expressions suddenly became solemn. Even someone as calm as Hit could show some nervousness on his face. In their minds, they simultaneously recalled what Mu Yang had said to them in the morning. Today I will transform into Super Saiyan 4. To do this I must transform into a gorilla and learn love and regain my sanity. If I lose control, cut off my tail. These are Mu Yang's original words. In other words, the Super Saiyan 3 just now was just a warm-up at best, and the following Super Saiyan 4 was the key. Are you ready? Mu Yang looked serious. Success or failure depends on this one move. Well, don't worry, Master. Caulifla clenched her fists, full of confidence. If you lose control, Master, I will beat you until you change back. Sister. Kair was unhappy. Caulifla felt terrible, as if her little girl had been kidnapped by a yellow-haired young man riding a will-o'-the-wisp. It hurts so much. Kair, Your heart has changed. You don't love me anymore. Caulifla rolled her eyes and looked at Mu Yang with a somewhat resentful look. Mu Yang was a little confused. Yoshi. Master, just leave it to us. Gabe was also very confident, which came from his progress in recent days. If you lose control, I will use the time stop function of smashing Verado for 9 seconds and cut off your tail in an instant. Hit didn't believe that Mu Yang would be immune to his time stop even if he lost his mind. Well, I feel relieved with you around. Mu Yang laughed after hearing everyone's comments. With such a group of reliable partners, we have the confidence to do anything. Mu Yang no longer hesitated, let the tail out of his pants and wrapped it around his waist. Then, a ball of energy bomb condensed in his hand, and he threw it high into the sky and flew out. The gorgeous energy bomb did not explode in the air, but gradually turned into a moon-like shape, emitting dazzling light and hanging high in the sky. This is artificial moon. Mu Yang knows all the moves that Vegeta knows, and he also knows the moves that Vegeta doesn't know. The artificial moon was high in the sky, emitting a strong burst of light. And the bull's light is the key to the Scion's transformation into giant apes. Due to the long evolution, the Scions of Universe 6 did not retain their tails like the Scions of Universe 7, but instead discarded their tails. Therefore, the strong bull's light was nothing more than dazzling moonlight to Kale, Caulifla, and Gabe, and they had no effect at all. Needless to say, Hit is not even a Scion. He folded his arms and stared at everything happening in front of him. Mu Yang looked up at the artificial moon high in the sky. The strong burst light shone into his eyes, and then his heart began to beat rapidly. In less than a second, just in the blink of an eye, Mu Yang's body suddenly and rapidly grew larger, reaching a full 50 meters, and turned into a tall giant ape with dark brown hair. Roar! The giant ape patted his chest with his arms, howled towards the sky, and looked at the artificial moon in the sky. A dazzling light emanated from his body. What happened? I do not know either. Kale, Gabe, and Caulifla were blinded by the dazzling light. Even Hit was no exception and closed his eyes as well. When their eyes opened again, all 4 of them were stunned. This is... The giant ape that Mu Yang transformed into no longer had dark brown hair, but had turned golden yellow hair, emitting a terrifying aura all the time. The golden giant ape. Before Kale, Gabe, Caulifla, Hit and others could come to their senses. Call out! The golden giant ape opened its mouth, and suddenly purple destructive energy bombs gathered in its mouth, constantly condensing and growing. No, run away! Hit, the most powerful of the 4, looked at the actions of the golden giant ape, his face suddenly changed and he shouted out loud. The next second, the golden giant ape threw the destructive energy ball in its mouth towards Caulifla and the other 3. End of this chapter. Chapter 45 Transformation, Super Scion 4. Chapter 45 Transformation, Super Scion 4. Smash Verado. At the critical moment, Hit quickly summoned his stand, Star Platinum, and activated his ability to stop time. Time stopped flowing. During this flowing time, only Hit can act. Hit was sweating and breathed a sigh of relief as he looked at the destructive energy bomb that was so close to him. He smelled the breath of destruction from this energy bomb. If you get hit by one, you will definitely die. Fortunately, there is still time. Just when Hit was about to move Gabe and the other 2 to a location where they could not be reached by the destructive energy bombs, he was shocked to find out. The golden giant ape in front of him actually moved. Roar! The golden giant ape let out a deafening roar. Hit covered his ears and took a few steps back because of the noise. He squinted his eyes and looked at the golden giant ape in front of him. He was trembling in his heart. How could there be such an unreasonable monster? Can you still move around in my time-stop space? While the golden giant ape was not paying attention to him, Hit quickly transferred Gabe and the other 2. 9 seconds, gone in a flash. Time begins to flow. Boom! Boom! The horrifying destructive energy bomb hit the ground with a huge roar, and everything it touched was turned into ashes, even the dust disappeared. What? Why is this energy bomb so terrifying? Caulifla was horrified. Sister, we must wake up the master. Kyra said seriously. Master. Gabe's face was heavy. The situation is very serious, and it's not good for us. Hit looked at the golden giant ape in front of him and said in a deep voice, my star platinum has no effect on him. What? Brother Hit's star platinum is of no use to master. Caulifla was shocked. Gabe couldn't think of it. We have to give it a try no matter what. Kyra looked solemn as he looked at the golden giant ape in the distance. If we don't stop it, the entire Sarada planet will be destroyed by master. Brother Hit, send me up, I will try to wake up the master. Caulifla transformed into a Super Saiyan 2. This is the result of her 20 days of practice. Successfully transformed from Super Saiyan to Super Saiyan 2. Yet, Hit's face was gloomy. Star Platinum appeared again from behind and hugged Caulifla. Eula. Star Platinum threw Caulifla towards the direction of Muang's golden giant ape like a cannonball. Caulifla came to the vast shoulders of the golden giant ape. Brother Muang, do you still remember me? Wake up quickly. Caulifla's face was filled with anxiety. If this continues, the entire Sarada planet will be destroyed by you, Master. The golden giant ape that Muang transformed into suddenly became quiet and no longer active, and he just stood there. Carly, Fula. A sound slowly came out of the golden giant ape's mouth, and Muang gradually regained his sanity. Don't worry, I can already feel that I can transform into Super Saiyan 4. It's now. As soon as the words fell, Muang's entire giant ape body shrank rapidly, and brilliant light burst out around his body, illuminating every part of the entire Sarada planet. Sister Caulifla, did it work? Kale was overjoyed. That's great, Master can finally transform into Super Saiyan 4. Cab's face was full of excitement and he clenched his fists. Hit stood there in silence, staring at the light in the distance. As the time goes, the light gradually dimmed. In the end, it disappeared completely. Muang's figure appeared in everyone's eyes, and he was very different from before. Red hair, strong muscles, angular cheeks, a faint but confident curve at the corner of the mouth, and the red eye shadow in the eye sockets is clearly visible. His unruly long black hair extended to his shoulders, and his body exuded a powerful aura at all times, handsome and wild. Whether it was Kale, Caulifla, and Gabe, or someone as powerful as Hit, all were shocked by Muang's deep and powerful aura. Strong, really too strong. They could sense how powerful Muang's aura was right now. If they went forward, they would not be able to withstand more than one move. Moreover, the Super Saiyan 4 that Muang transformed into was not the ordinary Super Saiyan 4 that Sun Wukong transformed into. It is the legendary Super Saiyan 4, whose increased strength is even more terrifying. It is far from being comparable to ordinary Super Saiyan 4. Muang could feel that the energy in his body was almost inexhaustible, and the energy he consumed was even less than the energy he replenished. It forms a perpetual motion machine. If Muang is willing, he can maintain the legendary Super Saiyan transformation forever. Strong, really too strong. Even Muang, who had always been calm, couldn't help but show some joy at this moment. Muang's aura did not subside and soon spread throughout the universe. Namek. A certain figure sitting cross-legged suddenly opened his eyes, with shock flashing in his eyes. He looked up at a certain place in the sky. Who is it? How could he be so powerful? People on various planets were shocked by this huge breath. In less than a second, the breath disappeared without a trace. It was so fast that even the aliens thought it was an illusion. In fact, it was Muang, who was far away on the planet Sarada, who restrained his aura. As long as Mu Yang is unwilling, even the high priest will not be able to see his current strength. Mu Yang took a deep breath and maintained the transformation into Super Saiyan 4. Master! Caulifla happily hugged Mu Yang with a happy face. It's okay, Caulifla. Mu Yang gave a gentle smile, touched Caulifla's head, and smiled, I'm fine, right? That's great, Master. I was really scared when you transformed into a giant ape. Caulifla said truthfully, I was really afraid of losing you, Master. I'm still here, right? Mu Yang smiled and stroked Caulifla's head more gently. Then let's go back to Gabe and the others. Yes. Caulifla cried with joy and nodded heavily. Mu Yang held the tired Caulifla's hand and flew with her towards Hit's direction. In the blink of an eye, Mu Yang had already brought Caulifla to fly in front of Hit and others. Master! Sister Caulifla! Seeing Mu Yang coming with Caulifla, Kale, Gabe, Hit, and others quickly surrounded them. I'm sorry to trouble you. Mu Yang's face was full of apology. It's okay, Master, it's not important. Gabe said excitedly, can you let me see the power of Super Saiyan 4? Okay. Mu Yang smiled slightly and did not refuse the request. He also wanted to try how strong he was now. End of this chapter. Chapter 46 Leaving Sarada Planet and Saying Goodbye to Everyone. Chapter 46 Leaving Sarada Planet and Saying Goodbye to Everyone. Master, please give me your guidance. I'm ready to go. Cab also transformed into the height of Super Saiyan 2. Again, this was the result of Gabe's 20 days of practice. Gabe's powerful aura broke through the clouds and spread throughout the entire Sarada planet. Such a powerful energy. Caulifla looked surprised. I didn't expect that Gabe has reached such a height. He is no longer the weakling he once was. Kyer and Hit next to them had calm expressions, without any changes. Gabe's progress does not pose a threat to them. Facing Cab's Super Saiyan 2, Mu Yang didn't make any movement at all, his pupils just calmly looked at Cab. Gabe was struck by lightning, his body trembled uncontrollably, and he lowered his head helplessly, I lost. Powerful. Super Saiyan 4 is just too strong. This power, just by looking at me, made me unable to even think of resisting. You are already very strong, Gabe. Mu Yang walked up to Gabe and patted him on the shoulder. Very strong. Gabe smiled bitterly. He was defeated before he even made a move. This, can be called powerful? If he can be called powerful like this, then what is the master, a monster? After hearing this, Hit nodded secretly. The master was right, Jake is indeed very strong. Having been a killer for so many years, he had seen at least 800 powerful ones, if not 1,000. But in Hit's career as a killer, there are only a handful of people as strong as Gabe. Okay, Gabe, if this doesn't work, let's have a sparring match. Caulifla walked forward and said to Gabe with a grin. Caulifla, please don't comfort me. I know I'm still a long way from being my master. I will seize the time and work hard. Gabe cheered up again. Seeing Cab regain his spirits, Caulifla and Kale smiled. It's almost time. I should leave planet Sarada. At this time, Mu Yang suddenly expressed his plan. Kale, Caulifla and Gabe all turned their attention away. Even the indifferent Hit cast his gaze over there. They were all waiting for Mu Yang's explanation. Why did you suddenly announce your departure at this time when you didn't leave at any time? You all know that I'm not a scion from this universe. Mu Yang told the truth, the reason I came to this universe is to challenge the god of destruction Xiongpa. I agreed with him to fight again in a month, and then I will go back to my own universe. It was the first time for Kyer and the others to hear about the master. When you hear the name of the god of destruction Ganesha, Kale, Caulifla and even Hit were all shocked. In the 6th universe, who has not heard of the famous god of destruction, Changpa? And it is such a powerful existence. Their master actually wanted to challenge the other party. How arrogant and high-spirited he was! Kair and the others admired their master more and more. So, you are going to challenge the god of destruction, right? Hit asked, can you take me with you? Kale, Caulifla and Gabe turned their attention to Hit again. I also want to see how powerful the god of destruction is. Hit said calmly. Caulifla's face changed, and she suddenly became eager to try. Facing Hit's request, Mu Yang shook his head gently. Unfortunately, the realm of destruction god does not allow mortals to enter at will. Really? What a pity. Hit sighed lightly, feeling a little regretful in his heart. Caulifla's face fell and her expression became unpleasant. So master, do we have a chance to meet again? Gabe walked forward and asked. Don't worry, there will definitely be one. Mu Yang looked at everyone and said with certainty. And the time won't be too long. Mu Yang smiled, then took out the shuttle cube from the storage ring, climbed on it, and was about to set off. Wait, master! Seeing Mu Yang was about to leave, Gabi hurriedly spoke out to stop him. Mu Yang cast a puzzled look over there. Gabe, what are you doing? Master, I have no way to repay you for your kindness. Please accept my greetings. Gabi knelt down in front of Mu Yang and kowtowed. Mu Yang laughed subconsciously and couldn't stop it. Next, brother Mu Yang. Suddenly, another voice came from the side. Mu Yang turned his head and looked over. Something was suddenly thrown in front of him, and Mu Yang caught it subconsciously before he had time to look at it. Looking closely, I found that it was a bracelet made of flowers. Mu Yang raised his head and looked at Caulifla. This is a gift from Kair and I. I hope you don't mind. Caulifla subconsciously glanced away, looking uncomfortable. Okay, then I'll accept it. Mu Yang put the bracelet on his right wrist and smiled slightly. If you need any help, you can contact me through this business card. Hit took out a business card from somewhere and handed it over. Mu Yang took the business card, which had Hit's contact information on it. Don't worry, everyone. I will never forget you. Mu Yang smiled and waved goodbye. He then activated the shuttle cube, turned into a stream of light, flew into the starry sky, and gradually disappeared from everyone's sight. The sixth universe, destroying the divine world. In the garden. Wow! It's so touching. Bardos held a handkerchief, wiped her tears and looked at the projection in the scepter. This TV broadcast was not watched in vain. What shocked Bardos the most was the so-called Super Saiyan 4 transformation. This is almost close to Lord Xiongpa's full strength. If you go one step further, it may not be impossible to defeat Lord Xiongpa. Oh, what a pity! Bardos sighed. Even if Mu Yang has transformed into a Super Saiyan 4, there is still a huge gap between his current strength and that of Lord Xiongpa. Unless the strength reaches a higher dimension, only then will we have hope of crossing this chasm, otherwise it will be futile. It took Mu Yang 4 days to reach Super Saiyan 20. There are only 10 days left before the competition agreed with Lord Xiongpa. It is simply impossible to improve your strength to a higher level within these 10 days. That's why Bardos said it was a pity. Obviously, he was just a little bit away from surpassing Lord Xiongpa. Bardos! Xiongpa's voice spread into the garden. End of this chapter. Chapter 47 Perfect Super 5, A Powerful Mysterious Person. Chapter 47 Perfect Super 5, A Powerful Mysterious Person. What's wrong, Lord Xiongpa? Bardos looked in the direction of Xiongpa, looking for the voice. Bardos, you're hiding here and spying on that brat again. Xiongpa was indignant. It's only been a month. How much progress can you make? At most, if I can increase my combat power by about 1000, that would be great. Upon hearing this, Bardos smiled lightly and said nothing. Lord Xiongpa, do you know? Mu Yang, that guy, has already reached your 9th level of strength in these 20 days. If Mu Yang was given another month, Lord Xiongpa, you will probably be surpassed and defeated by a junior in 2 months, and be completely nailed to the pillar of shame of the god of destruction. In response to Xiongpa's confidence, the sinister Bados was not prepared to tell Xiongpa about Mu Yang's current strength. Anyway, Xiongpa will know the answer on the day of the competition. Let's not talk about this anymore. Where is my Dong Dong bird egg? Where did you hide it? Xiangpa cared more about his Dong Dong bird egg than Mu Yang. After all, it concerns one's own food. Mu Yang's Dong Dong bird fried rice, Xiongpa has ordered Bados to learn it. Lord Xiongpa, you are getting fatter and fatter. What are you going to do for the competition in 10 days? Bados pretended to cry. Tisk. That guy. Xiongpa looked at him with disdain and snorted, I'm not bragging, even if I were 10 pounds fatter, that guy wouldn't be able to beat me, he's still far from it. Let's not talk about this, Bardos. Dong Dong bird fried rice, I want to eat Dong Dong bird fried rice. Master Xiongpa, are you sure you really want to eat? I am sure. Okay, Lord Xiongpa, I hope you don't regret it. Bados smiled mysteriously and walked towards the direction of the god of destruction's castle. Xiongpa was confused when he heard what Bados said. Regret? Are you kidding? Will I regret it? I am the god of destruction. Xiongpa didn't care at all. With saliva dripping from his mouth, he couldn't wait to continue tasting the delicious Dong Dong bird fried rice. The vast starry sky and the boundless universe. Mu Yang looked at the bracelet on his right wrist and couldn't help but smile. At the same time, when he transformed into a Super Saiyan 4, the system also gave him a reward. Ding! Congratulations to the host for transforming into Super Saiyan 4. Your comprehension is amazing, and you have automatically comprehended the training method of Super Saiyan. That's right, Super Saiyan 5 training method. This is the reward Mu Yang received from the system. Super Saiyan 5 that only exists in Doujin comics. However, Super Saiyan 5 is still quite popular. Mu Yang had also seen that comic. He was indeed handsome, with a body of white hair, a fierce expression, and a strong body. Even men could hardly resist him. The charm is at its maximum. In that comic, the method to transform into Super Saiyan 5 is to control one's own emotions. Of course, the most basic combat effectiveness must also be met. I just don't know if the training method for this so-called Super Saiyan 5 is the same. Mu Yang closed his eyes and flipped through the Super Saiyan 5 training method in his mind. It says, Super Saiyan 5. The normal method of transformation to Super Saiyan 5 is, after reaching the full power of Super Saiyan 4, control all of your emotions. As expected, the transformation method is the same as what is recorded in the Fa comics. Mu Yang thought secretly. However, he suddenly discovered that there was another page of training for Super Saiyan 5. Out of curiosity, Mu Yang turned this page in his mind. It says, Perfect Super Saiyan 5, the transformation method is to transform into a normal Super Saiyan 5, then completely integrate the God's skill. Ultra Instinct into the body, and use the Star Core to catalyze for 20 years. Mu Yang looked at the perfect Super Saiyan 5 above and was shocked. Just looking at the conditions, this was no ordinary Super Saiyan 5. The condition is to turn Ultra Instinct into normal state. What is that concept? Angels have successfully turned Ultra Instinct into a normal state and have always been using it. Otherwise, why do all angels have white hair? Moreover, it will take more than 20 years of catalysis by star cores. Mu Yang felt that if he transformed into the so-called perfect Super Saiyan 5, he would most likely reach the level of an angel. The more he thought about it, the more incredible it became. The more excited he became, Mu Yang could no longer wait. And just then, the teleporting cube suddenly came to the front of a planet. This is a very beautiful planet. It caught Mu Yang's attention and made him slightly stunned. He knew this planet. This planet is Namek. Namek from the 6th universe? Mu Yang became curious and wondered what Namek in the 6th universe looked like. Mu Yang controlled the shuttle cube and landed on the planet Namek. Boom! The shuttle cube landed smoothly and opened the door. Mu Yang walked out of the shuttle cube, put it back into the storage ring, and then looked at the surrounding scene. After glancing around, Mu Yang frowned. Not quite right. This planet is really desolate. Mu Yang could feel that there was no human presence on this planet at all, which meant there was no single person. But the question is, how is this possible? As long as one is a human being, Qi exists. Namek should be the base camp of the Namekians, but now there is not even a trace of it. Extinct? No, there is another person's breath. Mu Yang's expression was stern, and after careful sensing, he actually sensed the breath of a living person. SHH. Mu Yang flew towards the direction of the energy. Under his perception, this aura is very powerful. How powerful is it? Let's put it this way, even the previous hit might not be able to resolve this energy in a short time. Mu Yang had a hunch that as long as he found the owner of this aura, the truth of what happened on Namek would be revealed. Thinking of this, Mu Yang accelerated and flew towards the energy. The other side. Somewhere on Namek, a figure who looked very similar to Piccolo was sitting cross-legged on the ground with his eyes closed. It seemed like I sensed something. He suddenly opened his eyes and looked up at the sky. Call out! Mu Yang landed in front of him. Who are you? Mu Yang frowned as he looked at the figure that was extremely similar to Lord Piccolo from the 7th universe. He knew that this was not Piccolo. Piccolo would never be so powerful during this period. Under Mu Yang's perception, this aura can even be compared to that of Son Goku in Super Saiyan 3 state during the Majin Buu period. Before questioning others, you should introduce yourself first. The figure who was very similar to Piccolo said coldly. End of this chapter. Chapter 48 Tragedy on Namek in Universe 6. Chapter 48 Tragedy on Namek in Universe. Excuse me, my name is Mu Yang, and I'm a Scion. Mu Yang put his hand on his chest and said politely. Scion. After hearing Mu Yang's self-introduction, Dybbuk also introduced himself. My name is Dybbuk, please give me your guidance. As far as I know, Namek should be the home planet of the Namekians. Why are you the only one here? Mu Yang looked at Dybbuk in front of him and said with certainty, you are from Namek, right? That's right. Dybbuk nodded. Since you are a Namekian, do you know where all the Namekians on this planet have gone? Mu Yang asked curiously. They're all in my body, Dybbuk said bluntly and honestly. So that's it. Mu Yang frowned, a little surprised at the result, but after thinking about it carefully, he was not so surprised. According to common sense, it is impossible for such a powerful Namekian to appear. And its appearance now can only mean one thing. This Namekian became a race. The Namekians have a special skill, which is assimilation. His ability is to combine two Namekians into one, greatly increasing their power. Mu Yang looked at Dybbuk in front of him and analyzed secretly. The Namekian in front of us should have absorbed and assimilated an entire ethnic group. This is what happened. Dybbuk seemed to have not spoken to anyone for a long time and was a bit chatty. 3,000 years ago, there was an infectious disease on Namek that spread all over the world. At that time, % of the Namekians were infected with the infectious disease. There is no cure for infectious diseases, and as time goes by, more and more people die. Dybbuk's eyes dimmed and he clenched his fists unwillingly. At that time, I was the only one who was lucky enough not to be infected with the infectious disease. In order to ensure the continuation of the tribe, the Great Elder ordered me to absorb all the Namekians. I am the only Namekian left, so the epidemic will not happen again. The more Dybbuk spoke, the lower his voice became, until it was almost silent, with a hint of crying. Mu Yang was silent for a while. He didn't expect that such a tragic thing had happened on Namek in the 6th universe. What is that infectious disease? Mu Yang asked solemnly. The Namekians are a race full of magical powers. Maybe the combat capability is not good, but the survivability is at its best. And no matter how bad the situation is, there are still Dragon Balls. It is incredible that such a group with extremely high survival ability is completely helpless against a mere infectious disease. The Great Elder at that time called that infectious disease the retribution for abusing the Dragon Balls. Dybbuk recalled what happened, tears falling from his eyes. That infectious disease is negative energy disease. Negative energy? Mu Yang frowned, closed his eyes, and used his breath to carefully detect every corner of Namek. It was detected that there was an evil energy between the heaven and earth of Namek. If you stay here for too long, you will be entangled and possessed by this evil energy. After completing the investigation, Mu Yang opened his eyes. What's wrong with you? Dybbuk was a little confused. Thank you for your hard work. Mu Yang looked at Dybbuk with a complicated expression. It is not easy to survive on a planet filled with evil energy. If you are not careful, you will be eroded by this evil energy. Simply put, this planet is no longer habitable. Dybbuk was even more confused. How long have you lived here? Mu Yang suddenly asked a question. I was born about 3,500 years ago, and I've never been out. Dybbuk looked up at the sky, lowered his head and sighed, his tone full of emotion. Have you ever thought about leaving Namek? Mu Yang frowned. You should be able to see that Namek is no longer suitable for survival. So what? I am a Namekian after all. Dybbuk's eyes were firm. Mu Yang and Dybbuk's eyes met. In just a moment, Mu Yang understood Dybbuk's thoughts. It turned out to be the case. Are you a Namekian in life and a Namekian ghost in death? But have you considered the Great Elder's ideas? Mu Yang hesitated for a moment, but still said it. What? Dybbuk seemed to have not expected Mu Yang to say that. The Great Elder at that time probably didn't want you to stay on Namek and be buried with them. Mu Yang sighed with emotion, more likely he wanted you to start a new life. Dybbuk was silent, speechless, recalling in his mind what the Great Elder had said to him 3,000 years ago. Kid, you have a better future. Then he fainted, and when he woke up again, he was the only one left on Namek. Maybe that's true. Dybbuk said in a low voice. Then are you going to leave Namek? Mu Yang asked. No. Dybbuk's eyes became firm. Even if I have to leave, I have to do one last thing, which is to eliminate all the negative energy on this planet. So that's how it is. Mu Yang understood that Dybbuk in front of him probably already knew who was the culprit that led to the demise of the Namekians. But I can't do it. Dybbuk's eyes dimmed again, and he placed his hope on Mu Yang. I know you have great power. Can you help me? Help me destroy this negative energy. This. Mu Yang was a little hesitant. At this moment, Bardos' voice suddenly came into Mu Yang's mind. Haha, brother Mu Yang, just agree to him. I saw something very interesting. Help him and then destroy this planet. Mu Yang was puzzled and frowned. What exactly does Bardos mean by this sentence? Destroy Namek? Mu Yang tried to contact Bardos in his mind, but got no response. I agree. With a mind full of doubts, Mu Yang still agreed to Dybbuk's request. Thank you very much. Dybbuk was overjoyed. He quickly stood up and knelt in front of Mu Yang. I have no way to repay your kindness. If you have any difficulties in the future, just come to me. Mu Yang chuckled and shook his head without saying anything more. Let's deal with the negative energy first. Mu Yang raised his hand upwards, condensing a ball of purple light as bright as starlight and shooting upwards. Call out. The ball of light came to the sky at a rapid speed, and suddenly dispersed, turning into purple beams of light like meteor showers, flying to various places on the planet. Under these purple beams, all the negative energy on the entire Namek was destroyed. End of this chapter. Chapter 49 Wishing Beads, Super 1 Planet. Chapter 49 Wishing Beads, Super Planet. The sky of Namek became clear and the earth was no longer turbid. The ball of light above the sky gradually became transparent and eventually disappeared. All right. Mu Yang chuckled twice and said to Dybuki. Debug. Is it so easy? Dybuck looked at Mu Yang with increasingly complicated eyes, feeling a little melancholy. He spent a full 3,000 years here, trying every possible means, but still failed to eliminate these negative energies. However, the opponent only used one move to eliminate these negative energies that he had no way to deal with. Although I have known for a long time that he is strong, I never thought he would be so strong. Like a god. Thank you very much. Debug thanked solemnly. You're welcome. Mu Yang looked calm, his tone unchanged. I'm going to destroy Namek next, do you want to come with me? Destroy Namek? Debug looked stunned and opened his mouth, but still couldn't say anything. There was silence for a while. Mu Yang knew that this was not an easy thing for Debug to accept. After all, he had lived here for 3,500 years. And it's my hometown. I understand. Please do as you wish, benefactor. Debug's eyes became firm, he figured it out. There are no Namekians. This hometown is meaningless. Although I don't know why my benefactor wants to destroy Namek, but since he wants to do it, I should support him with all my strength. Mu Yang smiled when he heard Debug's answer. Then follow me in. Mu Yang took out the shuttle cube from the storage ring and walked in. Seeing this, Debug followed suit. This is... Debug was shocked. He had never seen a spacecraft like this before. It's completely different from the high-tech I've seen before. Not bad. Mu Yang smiled lightly, glanced at the surprised Debug, and then controlled the shuttle cube with his mind and flew into the starry sky. After arriving in the starry sky, Mu Yang and Debug both saw the entire picture of Namek. Namek. Debug's tears burst out. After all, this is a planet where we have lived for 3,500 years. How is it possible that we don't have any emotions? Mu Yang was silent. With purple flames lingering around his body, he left the shuttle block and arrived in the starry sky. Under the protection of destructive energy, Mu Yang can survive in the oxygen-free environment of space for a short period of time. Although it won't last long. But the time to destroy Namek is enough. Under the reflection of destructive energy. In Debug's eyes, Mu Yang at this moment was like a high and mighty god who could only be admired from afar and not be desecrated. What is that? Debug was surprised. He found that he seemed to have underestimated the 7-year-old child in front of him. Where is he holy? Mu Yang put his hands behind his back and stared at Namek in front of him with ruthless eyes. Then he raised his right hand, an endless purple destructive energy quickly gathered in his hand, constantly expanding and growing. Finally, it turned into a brilliant energy ball as big as a planet. It contains the energy of the sun, enough to destroy a planet in an instant. Goo! Debug swallowed, completely stunned. This kid. Disappear. As Mu Yang finished his words, the destructive energy ball in his hand was suddenly thrown towards Namek. The vast and terrifying energy ball instantly hit Namek. Boom! The huge planet exploded, turning into beautiful fireworks and completely destroying the entire Namek. The fragments of the planet floated in the starry sky. Namek. Debug knelt down on his knees, sadness appearing in his eyes. Originally he thought he could control it. Now it seems that I overestimated myself. This is... Mu Yang narrowed his eyes, his expression changed, and he saw clearly the scenery after the planet exploded. After the planet exploded, a golden bead as big as a planet emerged. Mu Yang could see the entire golden bead clearly. In the center of this golden bead, there is a red 5-pointed star carved. Mu Yang recognized this bead. This is one of the wishing beads of Super Dragon Ball, the Super 1-Star Ball. Mu Yang didn't expect that the interesting thing that Bardos was talking about was actually this thing. But that's right. Apart from wishing beads, there aren't many things that could catch the eye of an angel-level being. What is that? Audiobook also saw the wishing beads clearly. At this time, Mu Yang also flew back, and after hearing what Audiobook said, he said calmly, "This thing is called a wishing bead." Wishing beads. Audiobook was still confused. Collecting 7 wishing beads can make one wish come true. Mu Yang said calmly. Audiobook was stunned. Isn't this the Dragon Ball from their planet? Mu Yang seemed to see through Audiobook's thoughts and continued, "Your Namek Dragon Ball is just a fragment of the Super Dragon Ball. The wishes it can fulfill are limited. And the Super Dragon summoned by the wishing bead is truly omnipotent." Omnipotent. Audiobook simply couldn't imagine what kind of existence could be described as omnipotent. Audiobook felt like a frog in a well. "I can't see the whole picture of the world at all. But don't worry about it. This matter has nothing to do with you." Mu Yang flew out of the shuttle cube and used the storage ring to collect the super planet. Audiobook felt that he had seen enough miracles today. Even if he saw a Dragon Ball as big as a planet disappear in front of him in the blink of an eye, there was nothing to be surprised about. This kid did something miraculous, isn't that basic? Audiobook was numb with shock. Daibookie, Daibookie." Mu Yang flew back and shook his shoulders when he saw that he didn't respond. "What's wrong?" Audiobook suddenly came back to his senses. "What's wrong with you?" Mu Yang was very puzzled. "Ahem." Audiobook coughed twice and said awkwardly, "Nothing." Can he say that he has begun to doubt his life? "Oh, I see." Mu Yang looked at Audiobook with a strange expression and didn't ask any more questions. "Where are you going next?" Mu Yang asked again. "Who knows?" Audiobook looked at the starry sky, his eyes gradually deepening. "Maybe he will travel around. If you have nowhere to go, let me recommend a good place to you." Mu Yang smiled slightly. "Where?" "Namek." Mu Yang suggested. Audiobook. "Wasn't Namek destroyed? I will send you to the nearest planet first, and I will come to pick you up to Namek in 10 days. End of this chapter. Chapter 50, Destroying the Divine Realm, Ultra Instinct. Chapter 50, Return to the Realm of Destruction, Ultra Instinct. In fact, this trip to Namek is also beneficial to Mu Yang. His improvement in the past 20 days was so fast that it was difficult for him to control his own strength. This time on Namek, whether it was eliminating the negative energy on the entire planet, or destroying Namek to reveal the true appearance of the super planet, it allowed Mu Yang to better adapt to the current power. Mu Yang has a deeper understanding of the power he currently possesses. Very strong. Basically, most of the problems in the universe can be easily solved. Mu Yang was sure that he had definitely touched the door to the god of destruction. Just one finishing touch. Mu Yang sent the last name Kian of the 6th universe to the nearby rock star. Moreover, in the middle of the conversation, Mu Yang also explained to Audiobook the concepts of the 6th and 7th universes, and indicated that Namek in the 7th universe still existed. Audiobook expressed great interest and wanted to go to the 7th universe to see the situation on another planet, Namek. When the two parted on Lock Star, they had already agreed that Mu Yang would come here to pick him up 10 days later. In this way, Mu Yang controlled the shuttle cube, left Rock Star, and continued his journey to the realm of the god of destruction in the 6th universe. In the nebula, the universe changes. Mu Yang drove the shuttle cube, traveling through one star after another, while his mind had already immersed in the incredible reward of enlightenment obtained through the super planet. Ding! Congratulations to the host for witnessing the super planet, having an extraordinary understanding, and automatically comprehending the miracle fragment. Miracle fragments. Another reward with unclear meaning. Mu Yang didn't feel any changes in his body, so he made some reasonable speculations. Miracle fragments, since they are fragments, should be broken rather than complete. Mu Yang estimated that other Super Dragon Balls would be needed to obtain more miracle fragments. I wonder what will happen after all the miracle fragments are gathered? Mu Yang made a reasonable guess that since he had obtained the power of destruction from the god of destruction Beerus. So, can we obtain the power of Dragon God Salama from the Super Dragon Balls? Mu Yang's heart was suddenly shocked. Is the miracle fragment part of the power of Dragon God Salama? The entire Dragon Ball world? Perhaps there was a lot of discussion about who was the most powerful, with some speculating that it was the High Priest, or the King of all, or even more speculating that it was Salama. But the most mysterious god in the entire Dragon Ball world. Dragon God Salama undoubtedly deserves the title. The first appearance was when Zuma, the mysterious great prophet of the 7th universe, mentioned that the Super Dragon Balls were made by the Dragon God Salama. There has been no news since then. Mu Yang thought of this possibility and valued the miracle fragments even more. This may be a strong person of the same level as the High Priest. How great is his power? It is definitely not comparable to a small destructive force. Mu Yang put aside the thoughts in his mind and controlled the shuttle cube to speed up its flight. Call out. Transform into a stream of light and travel through the starry sky. The 6th universe, destroying the divine world. Oh my, it's here. I'd better put it away quickly to avoid being discovered. Bardos showed surprise, picked up the scepter inserted into the ground, and tapped it lightly. The picture of Mu Yang above suddenly disappeared. Although Bardos felt that Mu Yang would not care about these little things, it was impolite and would be embarrassing if discovered. Bang! The next moment, the entire world of destruction shook violently. Bardos was not surprised at all and looked ahead with a smile. Long time no see, Bardos. Mu Yang's voice was heard in the smoke. When the smoke cleared, Mu Yang's figure appeared in front of Bardos. Long time no see, brother Mu Yang. Bardos chuckled twice. When you were away, I missed you very much. Really? Mu Yang rolled his eyes. Don't think I don't know, Bardos. You've been spying on me. Otherwise, why could I speak in my mind just after I went to Namek? Doesn't this show that you are paying attention to me all the time? However, Mu Yang had no intention of exposing her, and continued, really? Bardos, I actually miss you too. In fact, the reason I came back this time is... Mu Yang hadn't finished speaking yet. Not far away, there was the sound of Xiangpa's roar. Who is it that's making so much noise? Don't you know it's still time to sleep? Xiangpa came out angrily, his body covered with a terrifying purple aura. He was wearing pajamas and obviously had not slept well, with thick dark circles under his eyes. Hello, the god of destruction, Xiangpa. Mu Yang put one hand behind his back and greeted with a faint smile. Hey, you kid. Xiangpa condensed a destructive energy bomb in his hand, stared at the other party and threatened, you'd better give me an explanation why you come back to the destruction god realm at this time. Xiangpa was in a very bad mood and didn't come back early or late. He came back just when he was dreaming about beating up Beerus. It's really not the right time. Damn it. Xiangpa felt crazy just thinking about it. I don't know if I can ever dream of beating up Beerus again. It's like this. I need Bardos' help with something, so I came back. Mu Yang smiled, his eyes narrowed. Are you satisfied with this explanation, Xiangpa? Tisk. Xiangpa turned his head away and dispersed the destructive energy bomb in his hand. Stop making so much noise, or I will destroy your house. Having said that, Xiangpa turned around and walked towards the castle, ready to take a nap. Mu Yang shook his head, feeling a little amused. This character of Xiangpa. I don't know what you need from me, brother Mu Yang. I can help you with anything. Bados teased deliberately. Bados, stop making fun of me. Mu Yang rolled his eyes. Don't I know you angels yet? They are a bunch of black-bellied guys. Mu Yang felt that if he really made any excessive demands, it would be good enough if he wasn't killed by these angels. How could that be? I'm serious. Bados pretended to cry and put her hands on her eyes. Brother Mu Yang, you misunderstood me. Sigh. Mu Yang rolled his eyes even more. Bardos is such a dramatic guy. Seeing that Mu Yang had no reaction to his performance, Bardos returned to normal, holding the scepter in his hand, and said calmly, Mr. Mu Yang, what do you want to talk to me about this time? It's mainly about the divine skills of your angel clan. Mu Yang's face became serious. Ultimate instinct. The scene fell silent in an instant. Bardos was suddenly silent for a while. End of this chapter. Chapter 51 Special Training from Bardos. Chapter 51 Special Training from Bardos. I don't know how long it has been, maybe a long time, or maybe just a moment. Bardos then spoke, Mr. Mu Yang, how did you know this? Mu Yang looked at Bardos with a smile, saying nothing. I see. Bardos looked at Mu Yang meaningfully and said calmly, Mr. Mu Yang, you also have some secrets. Mu Yang felt inexplicably nervous. Bardos' aura is so strong now. It's completely different from the past. It should be said that she is worthy of being an angel who has lived for countless years. But please rest assured, Mr. Mu Yang. Although Mu Yang tried his best to hide his nervousness, Bardos, who had seen countless people, could see it at a glance and laughed twice. We angels have no interest in exploring other people's secrets. To this world, we angels are just spectators. So that's how it is. Mu Yang thought thoughtfully, wondering if Bardos' words could be considered to have revealed some of the angel's true nature. It's really fun. Possessing invincible strength, but willing to be a spectator, even if there is a so-called setting that one will disappear after using all his strength, it is not in line with common sense. Then Bardos, regarding the ultra instinct. Mu Yang showed joy. Judging from Bardos's expression, there is a high possibility that he agrees. Bardos shook his head gently and continued, but Mr. Mu Yang, there is one more thing I'm curious about. Mu Yang's expression froze. He didn't know why, but he always felt that Bardos was playing tricks on him. Why do you insist on learning Ultra Instinct? Bardos' eyes gradually deepened. In fact, in terms of potential, the God of Destruction's divine skills are no worse than our angel's divine skills. Isn't it good to have many skills? Mu Yang wiped the sweat off his forehead. Then I'll just take it as it is. Bados looked at Mu Yang meaningfully, but finally chose not to get to the bottom of it. So, Bardos, you agree? Mu Yang showed his joy. With Ultra Instinct, his perfect Super 5 could be deployed. Moreover, Ultra Instinct itself is also an incredible magical skill. No. Bardos shook his head slowly. Hee. Mu Yang's mouth twitched and he was speechless. He was certain in his heart that Bardos was playing tricks on him. There is no other possibility. Here. Bardos suddenly stretched out a slender hand towards Mu Yang. Mu Yang didn't understand what he meant. Bardos, what are you doing? Why does it look so much like when a girlfriend asks her boyfriend for a gift? Ring. Bardos uttered two words softly. Mu Yang. Mu Yang rubbed his eyebrows, feeling that women's thoughts were really hard to figure out. You'd better explain it more clearly, Bardos. Mu Yang rolled his eyes again. Didn't you give rings to those two female scions? Bardos just stared at Mu Yang with a smile. For some reason, Mu Yang felt a little uneasy in his heart. Such a Bardos. It's a bit scary. But Mu Yang also suddenly realized. Bados, do you also want a storage ring? Mu Yang spread his hands with a blank expression. Bardos said nothing. But Mu Yang already understood what Bardos wanted. You should have said it earlier. Mu Yang took out a green storage ring from his storage ring and handed it to Bardos. Bardos took the storage ring and casually put it on his ring finger. Mu Yang saw this scene but didn't care. Angels are all old monsters who have lived for who knows how many years. How could they be easily moved? Mr. Mu Yang, please follow me now. Bardos turned around and walked slowly. I will teach you the Ultra Instinct. Ultra Instinct. Mu Yang smiled and followed him. Come to the lake. Under Mu Yang's surprised gaze, Bardos walked towards the water and stood on it. This. Mu Yang was shocked. Isn't this just like treading water in Naruto? Mr. Mu Yang, aren't you coming up? Bardos teased. Okay. Mu Yang sighed, and then performed the flying dance technique to fly towards the water. It didn't fly very high, just 1 millimeter away from touching the water surface, and it looked like it was moving forward on the water. Mr. Mu Yang, this won't work. Bardos had a sharp eye and could tell at a glance that Mu Yang was not treading water and was just pretending. Bardos gently waved the scepter in his hand towards Mu Yang. Mu Yang's flying technique disappeared out of thin air and fell into the water. Mu Yang climbed out of the lake, all wet, and turned to look at the smiling Bardos, and said helplessly, Bardos, why do I feel like you are playing a trick on me? How could that be, Mr. Mu Yang? I am teaching you Ultra Instinct very seriously. Mu Yang couldn't believe Bardos at all. What kind of Ultra Instinct required treading water? In Naruto, it can also be said that treading water is to train chakra control. What is the purpose of treading water in Dragon Ball? But I still can't believe that this person can practice Ultra Instinct. Ultra Instinct is a magical skill that allows the body to automatically counterattack without the brain's intervention. It's not just a simple water treading technique. When Mu Yang looked up again, Bardos had disappeared from sight at some point. Mr. Mu Yang, I have taught you everything I can about Ultra Instinct. The rest is up to you. Bardos' voice appeared in Mu Yang's mind. But the people are already empty. Bardos. Mu Yang frowned and looked at the lake in front of him thinking. I don't want to think about it anymore. No matter what, I'll practice first. Maybe the secret of Ultra Instinct is in this lake. Mu Yang stretched lazily, perked up again, and looked at the lake in front of him with great interest. Then, take a step forward. Boom! Mu Yang fell into the water. Bardos was standing in the bushes not far away, taking in the whole scene with a smile on her face. After a night, I slept so soundly. Xiangpa stretched and came to the lake. Then, Xiangpa saw Mu Yang, who was soaking wet, and was stunned for a moment. Lord Xiangpa. Bardos walked in front of Xiangpa. What did this kid do last night? Xiangpa touched his chin, frowned, and couldn't figure it out. Haha, Lord Xiangpa. Bardos looked at Mu Yang with admiration in his eyes. He is learning Ultra Instinct from me. Is that the tricky skill? Xiangpa was even more stunned, and couldn't help but recall the experience when he was not yet the god of destruction and he was learning Ultra Instinct with Bardos. His miserable condition at that time was just like Mu Yang's. Thinking of this, Xiangpa looked at Mu Yang with a hint of sympathy in his eyes. At the beginning, I fell into the water and stayed there for 1 year but still couldn't reach the threshold of Ultra Instinct. I don't know how many years this kid will have to stay in the water. Tisk tisk, how pitiful. End of this chapter. Chapter 52, Powerful Comprehension, Comprehending Ultra Instinct. Chapter 52, Powerful Comprehension, Comprehending Ultra Instinct. Lord Xiangpa, Mr. Mu Yang is much more talented than you were before. Bardos said with a smile. The topic that Bardos suddenly brought up was not without reason. But it was a reminder to Xiangpa. It's time to exercise. Xiangpa seemed to have not heard it. He looked at Mu Yang with disdain and muttered, "What's the use? He still can't learn it." Judging from his appearance, he must have been learning it for a while, right? "I've been learning for a whole night, Lord Xiongpa." Bados turned his head and looked at Mu Yang, who was falling into the water. Bardos was actually very pleased. If he continued like this, he might actually be able to learn the angel's magical skills. The ultimate freedom. The Ultra Instinct is actually a magical skill of stilling the mind. Only those who are not angels can learn it with extremely deep understanding and powerful wisdom. Only people with great wisdom and perseverance can learn it. I think he has no talent for learning Ultra Instinct like me. Xiongpa sneered and glanced at Mu Yang. Besides, even if he learns it, what does it matter? Ultra Instinct can't defeat me. Xiongpa didn't take him seriously at all, thinking it was just a waste of effort. The dimensional gap in strength between him and the god of destruction cannot be solved by just one or two divine skills. Xiongpa turned around and walked towards the castle, shaking his hands as he walked. "Bados. It's boring. Let's go." Bardos shook his head helplessly, smiled, and followed. Beside the lake, Mu Yang climbed out of the water again, choked on 2 mouthfuls of water, spit it out, and took 2 breaths of fresh air from the realm of destruction god. Only then did his complexion gradually improve. Absolutely no way. Mu Yang felt as if he was a little breathless. Sometimes, Mu Yang even had doubts. Is Bardos playing a trick on him? This is not the method of practicing Ultra Instinct at all. No, it shouldn't be possible. Angels can't lie about such serious matters. There must be something I haven't realized yet. Mu Yang immediately denied his thought. What exactly is it that he hasn't realized yet? Mu Yang couldn't think of it. Mu Yang had a premonition that if he continued to stubbornly try to kill himself in the lake, he would never be able to comprehend the ultimate instinct. So, Mu Yang sat cross-legged beside the lake, closed his eyes, simulated the terrain of the lake in his mind, and placed his hands on his knees. His body was motionless, like a tree. At the beginning, Mu Yang was still breathing in and out, and needed oxygen to circulate his blood in his lungs, but later on, he didn't even need to breathe. Mu Yang's sitting figure seemed to have completely merged into the world. Unless seen with the naked eye, Mu Yang's existence cannot be sensed at all, as if he is a part of nature. The time lasted until nightfall. Even the night had fallen upon the lake. Mu Yang remained calm, sitting cross-legged beside the lake with his eyes closed, his posture as straight as a piece of wood. Boom! Changpa and Bados returned home after a day's work. Bardos smiled. But Xiongpa looked tired. There are so many planets that need to be destroyed today. I envy Beerus, who can sleep so well every day. Lord Xiongpa, you can also sleep well every day. Bados maintained a polite smile. Are you kidding me, Bardos? How can I be like that guy Beerus? What if I am wiped out by the Omni King? Just erase it. Bados still had a smile on his face. Bardos, the Omni King who even the god of destruction is terrified of, did not react at all. Tisk. Angels are really good. Xiongpa saw at a glance why Bardos was not panicking, and whispered, with a good father, the universe will not disappear with him. Bardos. Bardos had nothing to say, after all, this was the truth. Oh. Bardos suddenly looked into the distance and was surprised. What's wrong? Xiongpa saw the surprise on Bado's face. It's nothing, Master Xiongpa, it's just that I can't sense the breath of that little guy Mu Yang. Bardos thought for a moment and added, I can't sense it at all. What's so strange about this? Xiongpa rolled his eyes. He was not interested in this kind of thing at all. Maybe others have left. So, Lord Xiongpa, do you want to go and take a look at the lake? Bados reminded vaguely. No, not interested. Xiongpa yawned, turned around and walked towards the castle. I want to sleep more than all this. I'm so tired. Bados looked at Xiongpa's departing back, shook his head gently and smiled. Lord Xiongpa, I have already given you a chance. If you really lose in 10 days, don't blame me for not reminding you. Then next, it's time to go see that little guy Mu Yang and see how he's doing with his training. Bados hummed a song and walked towards the lake. Came to the edge of the lake. Oh! Bardos was surprised again and covered his mouth. How is this possible? Bardos blinked her beautiful eyes, totally unable to believe what was happening before her. It was seen that Mu Yang had completely merged into one with the world. If there is really a word to describe Mu Yang's current state, then Bardos can only be summed up in one sentence. That is, heaven and earth were born with me, and all things are one with me. Mu Yang is now only one step away from finding the threshold of Ultra Instinct. Bardos sighed again. Bardos felt a little bit sorry in his heart. How could such a talented person not be from the 6th universe? If it was someone from the 6th universe, Bardos would have to consider whether to change to the god of destruction. Xiongpa is really unteachable. After spending so much energy and time, he ended up ranking first in the strength ranking of the god of destruction. Countdown. He and his twin brother Beerus are two extremes. One positive number and one negative number. Every time Bardos took Changpa to meet other angels, he felt a little embarrassed. I think Bardos is relatively strong among the angels. But he happened to be stuck with such a hopeless situation. Bardos is also helpless. I understand. Beside the lake, Mu Yang suddenly opened his eyes and shouted in ecstasy. A throat. The shock directly caused the surface of the lake to suddenly explode and ripples to rise. Wait until the sea is calm. Mu Yang had already stood up, and under the silent gaze of Bardos, he slowly stepped onto the water. Stand steadily on the water and eventually walk to the center. Keeping your mind as calm as still water is the real secret to the Ultra Instinct. Mu Yang's voice was neither sad nor happy. Mu Yang finally understood why Bardos asked him to practice treading water. End of this chapter. Chapter 53, Wounded Angel, Destroying God-Level Combat Power. Chapter 53, Wounded Angel, Destroying God-Level Combat Power. Only by treading water can Mu Yang focus his attention and gradually calm down. This is the best way to learn Ultra Instinct. The more you think about how to step on the water, the harder it is to step on it. Only by not thinking and letting things take their natural course, just like walking on the ground every day, can you make your steps as smooth as walking on flat ground. Mu Yang suddenly looked towards a certain direction in the forest and called out, "Come out, Bardos." Bardos walked out from the darkness of a tree, chuckled twice, and said jokingly, "It seems that brother Mu Yang's strength has improved a lot. Thanks to you, I have gained a lot." Mu Yang said with a smile. At the same time, the system's voice suddenly came into his mind. Ding! Congratulations to the host for comprehending the essence of Ultra Instinct. Your comprehension is extraordinary, and you have automatically comprehended the heart of Mingjing Shishui. A mind as clear as a mirror and still water. Mu Yang closed his eyes, feeling the sudden unique feeling in his body. A mind as clear as a mirror and still as water is not a heart, but a state of mind. A racial talent belonging to Neurarihayan. To put it simply, it means remaining calm even when Mount Tai is collapsing. It can effectively assist the Ultra Instinct. What's wrong? Bados saw Mu Yang suddenly close his eyes, with a look of confusion on his face. Nothing. Mu Yang opened his eyes and smiled faintly, "It's just that I have a little bit of understanding." I see. Before Bardos could finish his words, his eyes suddenly widened. This is... Before his eyes, Mu Yang's pupils turned silver, even his hair turned silver, and his body was surrounded by a sacred glow. Ultimate self-intention. Bardos spoke word by word, with cold sweat on his face and horror in his heart. She had only completed the first step in the Ultra Instinct teaching, but she had already mastered the Ultra Instinct. Is it possible that there really are born gods in this world? Bardos was speechless. Bados, these are some of my insights. Mu Yang said with a smile. Bardos ignored him and said nothing. Mu Yang didn't care at all. He knew that everything he did was indeed too shocking. But so what? This is not Pirates, nor is it Naruto. There are not so many twists and turns. There is only one thing he needs to do, and that is to become stronger. Mr. Mu Yang, you. Bados didn't know what to say for a moment. Monster. In the end, Bardos could only summarize it in 2 words. Mu Yang smiled. He had just turned into Ultra Instinct and felt a little itchy. He said, Bados, how about sparring with me? Sure, Mr. Mu Yang. Bardos did not refuse. Firstly, she also wanted to see the limit of Mu Yang's current strength. Secondly, she wanted to see what the genius Mu Yang could do when faced with an irresistible force. Come on, Mr. Mu Yang. Bardos stood calmly on the water, holding the scepter. Awesome! Mu Yang broke out in a cold sweat. Although there is no movement at all, it gives people a feeling of being flawless and invulnerable. But, I'm no longer the same person I was before. I've grown up. Mu Yang instantly transformed into a Super Saiyan 4 and rushed forward with the help of Ultra Instinct. A trace of surprise flashed across Bardos's face. But he quickly turned his head to avoid the heavy punch. Seeing that his first punch missed, Mu Yang threw out another fist, and dozens of fists were thrown out in succession. Bardos was neither sad nor happy. His body seemed to be moving, but also seemed not to move. His punch missed. Great! Mu Yang moved away and stared at the angel intently. Although the angel has not fought back yet. But he could already see how terrifying the angel was. The skillful use of Ultra Instinct is truly terrifying. If the god of destruction's divine skill, his ultimate intent, which is the power of destruction, is a tangible terror, then the angel's divine skill, Ultra Instinct, is an invisible terror. He just threw so many punches, and every one of them missed the target by 0.01 millimeters. Once or twice is a coincidence, but so many times is not a coincidence. Mr. Mu Yang, this is the power of Ultra Instinct. Bardos thought Mu Yang was surprised, and quickly explained how she did it. I know. Mu Yang added calmly, after all, I have it too. Let's have a real fight next, Bardos. Yes, Mr. Mu Yang. Bardos smiled. Mu Yang gathered all his strength, and the red giant bull ripples gathered on his right fist. He grinned, strong force-breaking bull fist. With one punch, the sky collapsed and the earth cracked. The fist rushed towards Bardos with unparalleled power. Seeing this, Bados slowly stretched out his little finger and easily blocked Mu Yang's full-strength punch. As soon as Mu Yang lost his temper, he returned to his normal state, raised his hands, and said with a smile, "No more fighting, Bardos, I surrender. It seems I'm still a long way from here." As Mu Yang spoke, his figure walked into the darkness of the woods. Bardos looked at Mu Yang's back in silence. Then she looked down at her little finger and saw a barely noticeable scar on it. Bardos used the power of angels to repair the tiny scar. That's amazing, Mr. Mu Yang. Bardos smiled as he watched Mu Yang leave. I didn't expect that someone could actually reach the level of a god of destruction in just 1 month, no, to be exact, 21 days. Bardos turned his head and looked at Xiongpa's room in the castle, smiled and said, Lord Xiongpa, if you don't continue to be vigilant, the next competition will be very bad. However, the competition between the gods of destruction has nothing to do with a mere angel like Bardos. A competition between the competitive gods of destruction. Bardos didn't care. The only person she cared about was Mu Yang. Bardos also followed into the darkness. The next few days will be the consolidation stage. Mu Yang fights with Bados every day with his normal fighting strength. Sometimes, the god of destruction Xiangpa was still standing by, watching and shouting, "Weak, too weak. You little brat, why don't you turn your Super Saiyan or your legendary Super Saiyan into something interesting for me?" Every time Xiangpa shouted like this, Mu Yang would reward Xiangpa with his favorite destructive energy bombs. Every time Xiangpa tried to fight back, Bados would come out to stop him, leaving Xiangpa so angry that he could not even vent his anger. I could only think viciously in my heart. When the day of the competition comes, I will make sure you, little brat, are in trouble. During the days of sparring with the angels, Mu Yang also made great progress. The most obvious of which was the improvement in his normal combat effectiveness. It directly increased to a height of 10 billion. End of this chapter. Chapter 54, Battle Xiangpa, Shocked Xiangpa. Chapter 54, Battle Xiangpa, Shocked Xiangpa. Time flies like an arrow. 9 days passed in a flash. And this day was the day that Mu Yang and the god of destruction Xiangpa had agreed to compete. Located in the grassy open space of the Destroyer God realm, the two stood facing each other, both with confident smiles on their faces. They all firmly believed that they would be the winner of this competition. "Boy, I advise you to admit defeat as soon as possible." Xiangpa looked down on the boy in front of him. However, Xiangpa thought that the boy in front of him was too arrogant and had no idea how terrifying the power of the god of destruction was. "During the first battle, I didn't even know how much I had let go. But this kid took advantage of the situation and still acted like a good kid." Destroyer God Xiangpa, it's too early to brag. Mu Yang's eyes were as calm as water, and he was no longer as eager to fight as before. He just said slowly, "You are no longer my opponent now. Humph, you are quite arrogant. Watch out." This time, Xiangpa mobilized 3% of the destructive power in his body and released destructive gas bombs, vowing to teach this kid a lesson. The terrifying destructive gas bomb has not arrived yet. Mu Yang's figure flashed, and the whole person disappeared out of thin air. "Nanny!" Xiangpa was shocked. The destructive gas bomb he sent out missed its target and smashed into the solid world of the god of destruction, creating a big hole. "Xiangpa, I'm here." Mu Yang curled his lips and patted Xiangpa's shoulder. Xiangpa turned around and was shocked. "How did you get here?" In Xiangpa's sight, he didn't see Mu Yang's movements clearly at all, but the problem was that this was impossible. There is such a huge gap in strength between the two of them. Is it possible that you can't see clearly? Xiangpa would never have dreamed that Mu Yang's combat effectiveness, even in his normal state, was beyond his expectations. Mu Yang ignored him and swung his fist hard at Xiangpa's abdomen. Puff! Xiangpa spat out a mouthful of sour water, let out a painful wail, and took several steps back before he finally stopped. This unexpected situation made Xiangpa feel extremely surprised. How can this be? He is the god of destruction. How could he be broken by a 7-year-old kid? But this pain cannot be faked. Xiangpa wiped his mouth and looked at the blood on his hand in horror, then he suddenly realized. He was actually beaten until he bled by a little devil. And this is the result of the little ghost not transforming. Xiangpa simply could not accept or face this fact. "Go to hell, you damn brat!" Xiangpa was furious, with the destructive purple aura lingering around his body, and the oppressive aura was rising sharply. Mu Yang put his hands behind his back and just watched, with a calm expression on his face without any movement. Today, Xiangpa is no longer considered an opponent by Mu Yang. Xiangpa took out half of the destructive power in his body, rushed forward fiercely. Immediately afterwards, a destructive gas bomb containing terrifying energy condensed in the palm of his hand and smashed towards Mu Yang's face. En route. Xiangpa also issued a warning. "Boy, if you don't transform, This move of mine will make me disappear." Hearing this, Mu Yang shook his head and chuckled, saying in a lost voice, "That's not necessary." Xiangpa became even angrier. "This is half of my strength, do you know what this means? How dare you underestimate me like this? I am the god of destruction." The destructive energy bomb in Xiangpa's hand added a bit of magical power. Even in the face of Fupa's onslaught, Mu Yang's expression remained unchanged, but he closed his eyes. Xiangpa's face looked extremely ugly. "Boy, go to hell!" Xiangpa's destructive energy bomb was about to hit Mu Yang's face resolutely. And at this critical moment, a heart as clear as a mirror and still water. After Mu Yang muttered something softly, his jet black hair turned into white hair, and deep particles entangled his body, constantly evaporating. The whole person's temperament has become sacred and inviolable. Mu Yang's brain did not think, but his body subconsciously dodged the dangerous destructive gas bomb. Boom! The destructive gas bomb hit a hill in the distance, and the hill turned into dust in an instant. Nanny! Xiangpa was stunned. He no longer had time to worry about the problem of destroying the gas bomb. White hair, a sacred aura, and a glow radiating from the entire body. If this isn't the ultimate instinct, then what is it? Learned Ultra Instinct in 10 days? Xiangpa felt numb. What kind of monster is this? I studied for 1 year but never learned it. When did Ultra Instinct become so easy to learn? You kid actually learned the Ultra Instinct in 10 days. Xiangpa pointed at Mu Yang and asked in surprise. To be precise it should be 1 day. Mu Yang rubbed his face with his fingers, feeling a little embarrassed. When Xiangpa heard Mu Yang's Versailles words, he almost vomited blood. One day? How can this be? It's fake, it must be fake. It's absolutely impossible. It took me, the god of destruction, 10,000 years to learn it, but I still haven't learned it. How could someone else learn it in just 1 day? Don't fool me, kid. Xiangpa looked at Mu Yang with a look that said, you must have taken 10 days. Oh, yes, it did take me 10 days. Mu Yang said casually. Xiangpa felt as if his heart was stabbed by something. It hurts too much. You little brat, don't think you can beat me just because you have Ultra Instinct. The purple aura on Xiangpa's body became more and more terrifying, and his face was as gloomy as water. You are still far from it. As soon as he finished speaking, Xiangpa rushed forward. Mu Yang wanted to use the same trick again and let his body do what it wants. What? Mu Yang was somewhat surprised to find that his body did not react. The Ultra Instinct is not working? Hee, kid, Ultra Instinct is indeed very powerful, but it's not like I haven't encountered it before. Xiangpa sneered, Ultra Instinct can't avoid a sure hit attack. I've blocked your movements. Before he became the god of destruction, Kampa often practiced sparring with Beerus, both of them under the supervision of Bardos and Whis. But what's infuriating is that his Ultra Instinct made no progress. However, Beerus's Ultra Instinct had just touched the surface and he had gotten into the door. From then on, the gap between the two became wider and wider. In order to fight against Beerus, Kampa developed a set of methods to deal with Ultra Instinct on his own. That was Operation Blockade. After hearing Xiangpa's explanation, Mu Yang sighed and said admiringly, as expected of the god of destruction. He is not so easily defeated. Of course. Xiangpa said proudly. But you don't understand the current gap in strength between you and me. Mu Yang's expression suddenly became serious. He transformed into the legendary Super Saiyan and punched Xiangpa in the cheek. End of this chapter. Chapter 55, Fierce Battle, Collapse of the Universe. Chapter 55, Fierce Battle, Collapse of the Universe. The elephant flew backwards and smashed through dozens of mountains in the Destruction God realm before becoming embedded in a mountain peak. Mu Yang watched silently. He knew that the god of destruction would not be defeated so easily. Sure enough, the next second. Boom! The entire mountaintop collapsed with a loud bang, and the god of destruction, Xiangpa, flew out from the dust with his disheveled outfit and a gloomy face. The pebbles that brushed against Xiangpa's body were so severe that not even a speck of dust was left. Fly back to Mu Yang! You pissed me off, little brat! I'm going to destroy you! Xiangpa's face was extremely gloomy, and he immediately used the 7th level of destructive divine power in his body. The purple aura was restrained, but Xiangpa looked even more dangerous, with his head lowered, and the expression on his face could not be seen clearly. Whoosh! Immediately afterwards, Xiangpa's figure disappeared from the spot. Mu Yang put his hands behind his back, staring at the original position of the elephant handkerchief. His expression did not change. Where are you looking at, kid? Xiangpa's figure came from behind. Before Mu Yang could react, Xiangpa kicked Mu Yang away, and then his figure disappeared again. Followed by Xiangpa's figure appeared in the path where Mu Yang was flying backwards. Xiangpa grinned and said, "Fly for me." He kicked Mu Yang in the back and sent him high into the air, but Xiangpa appeared in the air first. Xiangpa looked at Mu Yang with murderous eyes and kicked him in the abdomen. Mu Yang fell like a meteor, heavily hitting the ground of the god of destruction. Boom! A cloud of dust was raised. Call out! Xiangpa slowly landed, looked at the cloud of white smoke in front of him, and sneered, "This is what happens when you offend me. You don't need to look to know that Mu Yang must have lost consciousness." Xiangpa was not interested in seeing Mu Yang's unconscious appearance, so he turned around and walked towards the castle. "Are you going to run away? Gyampa, the god of destruction." Mu Yang's voice suddenly came from the white smoke. "What?" Xiangpa turned his head in surprise. The smoke gradually dissipated. Mu Yang was unharmed, with only a little dust on his clothes, and his figure appeared in Xiangpa's eyes. "Impossible, absolutely impossible." Xiangpa took a few steps back in surprise, his face full of disbelief. Why is it that even with 70% of his own strength, Mu Yang was not even injured? Could it be possible that Mu Yang surpassed me in just 1 month? This is absolutely impossible. This is so ridiculous. How could this happen? Xiangpa kept denying it in his heart, but deep down in his heart he had a trace of belief, he just didn't want to accept it. That attack just now was pretty good. It helped loosen up my bones. Mu Yang twisted his neck, making a crunching sound, and quickly adjusted himself. Mu Yang curled his lips, rearranged his stance, and transformed into the legendary Super Saiyan 2, then continue, the strongest god of destruction in the universe. Xiangpa's expression became solemn, and he silently treated the little guy in front of him as an opponent of the same level. "You little brat, maybe you have made great progress in this month, but..." Xiangpa gritted his teeth and shouted angrily, "Don't underestimate me." Xiangpa's speed suddenly exploded, as fast as lightning, and he arrived in front of Mu Yang in the blink of an eye. Several heavy punches were thrown out at the same time. "It is good." Mu Yang was not willing to be outdone, and swung out dozens of fists at a speed that was invisible to the naked eye. Xiangpa's fist collided with Mu Yang's fist, making a violent sonic boom. Boom! Boom boom! Mu Yang and Xiangpa disappeared at the same time. Sonic booms could be heard from the sky and the earth from time to time, mixed with shock waves that would shatter the ground that destroyed the divine realm. Bardos next to him sighed when he saw this. It seems that some of them have been repaired tonight. Having said that, Bardos cares more about the battle in front of him. Repairing is just a matter of moving the scepter, the battle ahead is the most important thing. Even Bardos could not predict how this battle would end. On the surface, Mu Yang seems to have the advantage. But Lord Xiangpa is not that simple. Mu Yang, what a pity. The more Bardos thought about it, the more regretful he felt. Why isn't Mu Yang from the 6th universe? It's a bargain for Weiss. The battle between Mu Yang and Xiangpa continues. It hit from the earth to the sky, and then from the sky to the earth. Finally, the Destruction God realm was released. Entered into outer space. Boy, the God of Destruction cannot be surpassed so easily. Xiangpa was a little out of breath, but the aura on his body carried a breath of destruction. Every move he makes is enough to make people on countless planets tremble. An old thing like you should have left the stage earlier. Mu Yang was also panting, and he was able to survive and move in the universe temporarily by using the power of destruction. Don't be so arrogant, kid. You are the one. Get out of here soon, old man. Don't you know how to respect the God of Destruction? Tisk. You're talking as if everyone else is the same. In the series of fierce battles just now, Xiangpa and Mu Yang had already shown real anger. The destructive power that Xiangpa had mobilized at this time had reached the 9th level. And Mu Yang, in addition to the legendary Super Saiyan as his trump card, has already reached the point of transforming into the legendary Super Saiyan 3. Do you really want to fight me to the end? Xiangpa looked at the Super Saiyan 3 in front of him and just wanted to slap himself hard. How careless! If I had known this would happen, I shouldn't have agreed to fight again a month later. Of course, I'm a Saiyan. Mu Yang smiled, with a hint of fighting spirit in his eyes. Saiyans won't give up a fight halfway. Keep going, God of Destruction Xiangpa. When Xiangpa heard Mu Yang's words, he wanted to cry. What evil have I done? Met you. Fighting maniac. Xiangpa had no choice but to mobilize the divine power in his body again and rush forward. Mu Yang was not willing to be outdone, and rushed forward at lightning speed. The two struggled again. Bang bang bang. The universe is shaking. Collapsing, rapidly disintegrating. It was as if it couldn't bear the power of the two. But we got here. Both Xiangpa and Mu Yang were really angry at this time, and only had eyes for each other. I didn't notice anything unusual about the universe at all. Destroy the divine realm. Bardos looked at the scenery projected on the scepter and felt a slight headache. The fighting power of Lord Xiangpa and Brother Muang is too strong. The 6th universe cannot bear the battle between the two of them. What should we do? Should we remind Lord Xiangpa to go to the realm of nothingness to fight? End of this chapter. Chapter 56. The gods are paying attention, and the high priest takes action. Chapter 56. The gods are paying attention, and the high priest takes action. At the same time, in the Kaishan realm, Fuwa, the king of gods in Universe 6 of the king of gods realm, was squinting at the green-skinned beauty thousands of miles away. This coincides with his skin and fits his aesthetic. In an instant, the heaven and earth shook violently, the earth trembled, and the entire Kaishan realm was shaking as if there was an earthquake. This feeling of dizziness directly knocked the Kaishan Fuwa away from his state of looking at the beauty, and he staggered and fell to the ground. What the hell does this happen? I've never heard of earthquakes in the Kaishan realm. Fuwa was confused and used the Kaishan's innate magical power of clairvoyance to look around the universe, and saw a scene that horrified him. What on earth is going on? Everywhere in the universe is collapsing. If this continues, the universe will cease to exist. At this time, Foy keenly discovered that the destruction of the universe was caused by two unknown vast forces. He tried to find the source of his power. Found it. Fuwa's face lit up with joy, but when he pulled the clairvoyant in to take a look, his expression changed again and again, from joy to fear. That's the god of destruction. Who is the other guy who is fighting the god of destruction? Stop it! Stop fighting! Fuwa really wanted to cry at this moment. If you keep fighting like this, the 6th universe will be gone. No matter how hard he tried, he couldn't understand why disaster could strike while he was just sitting at home. All the planets in the sixth universe and all the people in the universe noticed this strange phenomenon in heaven and earth. Their planet was destroyed by the collapse of the universe, floods were raging, the earth was shaking, and the sky and earth were dark. Countless inhabitants of planets died in the aftermath of the destruction of the universe caused by the battle between the god of destruction level. Planet Zarata. Drink. Gabe easily evaporated the incoming 200-meter flood with a Qigong bomb, wiped the cold sweat from his forehead, and breathed a sigh of relief. Your Highness Gabe! Long live His Highness Gabe! Your Highness Cab, you are the hero who saved our planet Vegeta. Behind him, countless Scion people were cheering wildly on the ground. Gabe was worried. He looked up at the dark image in the sky and frowned, Master. At the same time, Dabug, Hittite, Caulifla, Kyr. They all helped people on various planets resist this apocalyptic crisis and gained countless reputations. They don't care about the calls behind them. The shock of the universe's destruction can even be transmitted to the neighboring universe. At this time, in the realm of the god of destruction of the seventh universe. Oh! Whis sensed the cosmic collapse occurring in the sixth universe and frowned, which was rare. Even he found this incident difficult to handle. What happened? The only battle that can cause the universe to collapse is a battle between gods of destruction. Weiss didn't think about Mu Yang. After all, in his opinion, Mu Yang is still far from the level of god of destruction. Alas, I can only contact Sister Bardos when the time comes. Weiss sighed. At the same time, in the 10th universe. Destroy the divine realm. Bang! The god of destruction, Rumsey, stumbled and fell to the ground, his trunk hurting badly. Squeak, it hurts. Rumsey touched his nose, feeling a little angry. Pfft! Kex laughed out loud beside her. Hey! Kex, I saw it! Rumsey yelled angrily. I'm sorry, Master Rumsey. Kes wiped the tears from her eyes and tried hard to hold back her smile. Rumsey didn't look too good. He had no choice but to change the subject. It's impossible for an earthquake to occur in the destroying god realm. What on earth happened? This tremor seems to have come from another universe. Let me see. A picture flashed in Kes's scepter, showing the battle between Mu Yang and Xiang Pa. Oh! Kes was directly surprised. Rumsey also came closer and took a look. That guy Xiangpa is fighting with someone. Who is fighting with him? Do not know. Kes shook her head and looked at the picture in the scepter, her eyes flickering slightly. No one knows what is going on in her mind. Looking at him, the sixth universe is almost gone. Rumsey frowned and stroked his chin in thought. Kes didn't answer the question. The fourth universe. Damn it, I almost fell down. Quitella was a little exasperated. If it weren't for his great strength, he really wouldn't be able to keep his balance. It is impossible for an earthquake to destroy the divine world. Cornic, check what happened in the sixth universe. Quitella was very powerful and could detect where the vibration came from at a glance. After all, it's about strength. He ranks second among the gods of destruction, and only that dead cat Beerus can surpass him. Wait a moment. Master Quitra. Konik knocked on the scepter in his hand, and a scene of a fierce battle between Xiangpa and Mu Yang appeared on it. Quitla leaned over to take a look. I didn't expect there are humans who can fight a weak fat cat from the sixth universe on equal terms. Cornic. What's wrong, Lord Quitra? Konik asked without changing his expression. If Xiangpa wants to kill him, you can save him appropriately, discussed the two brothers, and win over this human being. Kitla laughed sinisterly. Understood. Konik took a deep look. Quitla kept a smile on his face. If we were to say who among the gods of destruction hates the brothers Beerus and Kampa the most, it would be Quitella. One is a cat and the other is a mouse, how can Kitra not be disgusted? What's more, in the previous hide-and-seek competition, Beerus almost caused all the universes to be buried with him because of his sleep. This made Katla even more disgusted with Beerus. Above the 12 universes, there is a secret place, which is the palace where the great and supreme ruler, the king of all, lives. The high priest smiled as he looked at the scene of the fierce battle between Xiangpa and Mu Yang displayed on his staff. I didn't expect that there are still humans who can fight against the god of destruction. Looking at his attire, he seems to be a candidate god of destruction who has not yet been officially canonized. Not bad. The high priest's smile became brighter and brighter, and he became more and more satisfied as he looked at Mu Yang in his cane. With his keen eyesight, how could he not see Mu Yang's current bone age? That's so young that it can't be any younger. At this age, he already has the strength of a god of destruction. How could this not surprise the high priest? But he didn't have any thoughts. After all, they were all part of the universe. If we continue to fight like this, I'm afraid the 6th universe will be gone. Let's reinforce it a little bit. The high priest was in the temple of the Omni King and waved his hand casually. Afterwards, the 6th week, which was on the brink of collapse, stabilized instantly. No matter how the power of the god of destruction was released, it could not shake this supreme power in the slightest. End of this chapter. Chapter 57 Shock the Gods, Super Saiyan 4. Chapter 57 Shock the Gods, Super Saiyan 4. The center of the battlefield in the 6th universe. Bang! Buzz! Boom! In the fight between Xiangpa and Mu Yang, every strike unleashed a force that was enough to destroy everything. Boom! A fist bump. Xiangpa and Mu Yang each took a few steps back. Xiangpa took 5 steps back. Mu Yang took 4 steps back. Looks like you're no match for me, god of destruction Xiangpa. Mu Yang's eyes were filled with fighting spirit. Who are you talking about? It's too early. Xiangpa wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and looked at Mu Yang. To tell you the truth, I haven't used my full strength yet. Oh? Really? Mu Yang grinned. Unfortunately, I didn't use my full strength. Nanny. Xiangpa's heart trembled violently. Then how much strength did you use? Xiangpa asked helplessly. Mu Yang raised the corner of his mouth, and then slowly raised 5 fingers. 50%. Xiangpa showed a smile that was uglier than crying, and said stubbornly, that's all. I only used 3% of my strength. In fact, Xiangpa has already used the strength of the 9th level. He has been overeating these days, and both his strength and physical strength have declined significantly. Only then did Xiangpa understand why Bados had implicitly reminded him to exercise. This boy is such a monster. Xiangpa now feels a little regretful for some reason. He didn't regret not listening to Bardos and exercising. Instead, he regretted agreeing to the boy's initial request for a sparring match. Really? Mu Yang was not surprised but happy. Isn't this just perfect? You and I are at loggerheads. Let's have a good fight today. Mu Yang did not doubt Xiangpa's words. How could the god of destruction lie? I didn't expect that the weakest god of destruction only used level 3 of his strength. It seems I am still far away. Then let's each use our true strength. Mu Yang is ready to use his strongest transformation at the moment. Humph, of course. Xiangpa turned his head away, trying to maintain his pride. Now he was praying in his heart, hoping that Mu Yang's transformation would not be beyond his ability to cope with, otherwise he would be left with no trace of the god of destruction. Then I'm going to do it. A smile appeared on Mu Yang's face. Then, he suddenly clenched his fists, bent his waist, and the aura in his body continued to burst out, increasing exponentially. This breath seemed to be rising without limit. After a while, the entire 6th universe was filled with Mu Yang's aura, and it was far from over. This aura even spread to the neighboring universe. The 7th universe. Hey? Mu Yang's aura. Weiss couldn't sit still anymore, so he tapped his cane lightly, and Mu Yang's transformed figure appeared on it. There was horror in Weiss's eyes. How is this possible? How could Mr. Mu Yang have made such progress in just 1 month? Regardless, Weiss found it incredible. Even though he knew that Mu Yang was very talented, he never thought that he could reach the level of a god of destruction so quickly. Planet Zarata. This is the Master's aura. Is the Master fighting the god of destruction now? Gabe sensed the breath with a serious expression. A planet. Yet. Kale. Caulifla was extremely excited. Super Saiyan 4. Sister, Kyra smiled. Rock's star. This aura is worthy of him. Dybbuk smiled bitterly, with a trace of shock on his face that could not be shaken off no matter what. Under the watchful eyes of all people and gods, a golden light slowly enveloped Mu Yang's figure. The golden light slowly dissipated, and a human-shaped golden figure emerged, and then slowly opened his eyes that were shining with golden light. Ha! His body shook, and the golden light suddenly cracked. Ha! The golden light suddenly shone in everyone's eyes. Immediately afterwards, Mu Yang's figure appeared in front of all people or gods. Awaited. His figure changed drastically. This figure standing in the universe has red hair, angular cheeks, red eye shadow in the eye sockets, a tail swaying gently behind, and long black hair draped over the shoulders, wild and handsome. Humph! Mu Yang slowly raised the corners of his mouth. Xiangpa was completely stunned by what he saw. How can this be? What drugs did you take? How did you improve so much in just 1 month? At this time, Xiangpa no longer wanted to fight. The 7th universe. Oh my! Weiss's eyes flickered with surprise. Even he hadn't thought about it. Scions actually have this kind of transformation. Just like a wild beast. Lord Beerus, if you don't wake up, Mu Yang will probably beat you up. Weiss looked at the room where Beerus was sleeping with pity. Universe 10. What kind of race is this? They can even transform. Rumsey was dumbfounded. Scion. KS whispered. The Scion race is really too terrifying. Rumsey tried to put himself in Xiangpa's shoes, shuddered, and decisively gave up the idea. Just thinking about this substitution is enough to make people despair. Anyway, Rumsey gave up. Lord Rumsey, how about we invite Mu Yang to the 10th universe? Kes' eyes lit up. No, absolutely not. Rumsey shook his head without any hesitation. Why? Lord Rumsey. Kes looked displeased. I don't want to be beaten to a pulp like Kampa, sighed Rumsey. Kessie. Why don't you just not provoke Mu Yang? If you don't provoke Mu Yang, is it possible that Mu Yang will take the initiative to provoke you? The 4th universe. His transformation is quite interesting. He's almost reaching the strength of a mid-level god of destruction. Quitella commented, touching his chin. It's a bit like a throwback to our ancestors, Konik analyzed. Forget it, this level of strength is not worth mentioning. Quitella's strength has reached the advanced level of god of destruction. With someone as powerful as Mu Yang, he could easily deal with him within 10 moves. Kornik, take me to the 6th universe and invite him to join our 4th universe. It's a pity for such talents to be in the 6th universe. Strength is secondary. What's important is the attitude of not getting along with cats, which is very much in line with Quitla's wishes. As you command. Lord Quitra. Konik nodded. Quitla came to Kornik and grabbed him. Kornik struck his scepter, and colorful streams of light shot up into the sky from the 4th universe. Head straight to the 6th universe. At this time, the 6th universe. Okay, it's your turn, God of Destruction Xiangpa, use your true strength. Mu Yang raised his right hand and waved provocatively. Xiangpa was so angry that he gnashed his teeth, but there was nothing he could do. You damned brat, look at me, this is the true power of the God of Destruction, Remember the horror of the god of destruction. Xiongpa's strength increased rapidly, the purple light surrounding his body kept flickering, and the purple light became more and more dazzling. End of this chapter. Chapter 58, Xiongpa's defeat, sneak attack. Chapter 58, Xiongpa's defeat, sneak attack. Since becoming the god of destruction, Xiongpa has not used his full strength for a long time. Under the service of angels, he either ate or slept every day. Apart from the fact that his life was linked to the king of the worlds, which made Xiongpa a little unhappy, there was nothing else that made him unhappy. Not only has his strength not improved at all in many years, there are even signs of regression. And now, this was the first time that Xiongpa gave his full strength since then. The momentum on his body is rising steadily. As the desire to destroy grew in his heart, Xiongpa shouted wildly as if there was no limit. What? The purple light on his body became stronger and stronger, and more enchanting. Xiongpa gives people a sense of danger all the time. It was as if the entire arm would disappear with just a light touch. This is the power of breaking the rules. The most powerful offensive force in the universe is impossible to defend against, even if the destructive energy is only the size of a sesame seed. Even a slight touch would be fatal to an ordinary person. Well, prepare to die, boy. When saying this, Xiongpa felt a little out of breath. Everyone knows their own business. Although he is unwilling to admit it, it is undeniable that Mu Yang has indeed surpassed him. Xiongpa felt guilty, but he didn't want to lose face for the god of destruction. I can only hold on where I am. The hope is that they can scare Mu Yang, the battle maniac, into giving up. Mu Yang was deeply puzzled. In his perception, the elephant in front of him did not give him the slightest sense of danger. But soon, Mu Yang shook his head. Just treat it as your own illusion. How could a god of destruction have only this much strength? We will know who is strong and who is weak after trying it. Xiongpa, watch this. Mu Yang's figure disappeared from the spot at a speed visible to the naked eye, and when he appeared again, he was already in front of Xiangpa. Before Xiongpa can react, Mu Yang punched Xiongpa hard in the face. Xiongpa flew straight backwards and smashed through dozens of planets before he barely stopped. Mu Yang. His head was full of question marks at this time. I didn't use much strength in that shot just now, so how come the elephant flew out directly? The god of destruction is so weak? Or am I too strong now? Mu Yang's head was full of question marks, but he still chased in the direction where Xiongpa was flying backwards. Call out! The sonic boom was like thunder, and it disappeared on the spot at a very fast speed. Mu Yang's current speed is enough to reach superluminal speed even on his own, and he does not need the help of angels to soar in the universe. However, as a qualified fighter, he knew that Xiongpa was not a strong enemy to him now. Mu Yang still maintained the necessary vigilance. The god of destruction has lived for such a long time. Who knows what tricks he might have up his sleeve? Mu Yang came to Xiongpa. Xiongpa's cheeks were bruised and white from being beaten, and he looked very sad. He was speechless. My mouth is swollen. On the way to the sixth universe. Through the image on the angel's scepter, Ketra saw Xiongpa's miserable appearance at the moment and couldn't stop laughing. Ha 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 ha. I am dying of laughter. A mighty god of destruction was beaten like this by a human. I wish Beerus was like his twin brother. Quitla held his stomach and laughed at the elephant in the picture. Although Konik felt that this was a bit inappropriate, he didn't say much. After all, Xiongpa is not his god of destruction. Quitella is the god of destruction that he raised. Lord Quitla, watch your face. Konik reminded kindly. Stop talking nonsense. Konik, I know my limits. Quitira retorted directly. Konik sighed and chose to speed up. In addition to winning over Mu Yang, Quitla has added a new goal at this time. Then we have to go to the sixth universe and taunt Xiongpa. Although it is true that he is ranked second in strength among the gods of destruction. But the gods of destruction cannot fight each other at will. If a battle breaks out between the gods of destruction, it can easily lead to the destruction of the universes to which the two gods of destruction belong. It will be difficult to explain to the Lord King. It is very likely to disappear. Quitla and Conic entered the sixth universe and continued to accelerate, rushing to the battlefield at superluminal speed. On the battlefield. "You little brat, why are you so harsh?" Xiangpa started to make a scene and started to make a fuss. "I thought you, Xiangpa, really only used the third level of strength, right, Lord Xiangpa, the third level of strength?" Mu Yang said with a teasing look on his face. Xiangpa blushed and coughed twice. "I'm just trying to train your ability to identify lies, don't make the mistake." "As it turns out, very good, you passed the test." "Then Lord Xiangpa, do you still want to fight?" Mu Yang looked at Xiangpa with a playful expression and said. Xiangpa quickly shook his head. He was afraid that his reaction would be too slow and Mu Yang would think that he was going to fight again. Xiangpa is really scared. Now he can't win with hard power. If he continues to fight, he will definitely get beaten. Besides, this was a completely unnecessary fight, and there was no hatred between him and this kid. "No." Mu Yang narrowed his eyes and refused with a smile. It's not that Mu Yang is evil, but it's because Xiangpa beat him so badly during the first challenge. Now he must fight back and take revenge. That's why Mu Yang disagrees with Xiangpa's surrender. "If you surrender, who will beat you up?" Mu Yang will not accept Xiangpa's surrender. "No way." Xiangpa took a few steps back in a cold sweat. He never expected that Mu Yang would be so vindictive. "Watch this, Xiangpa." Mu Yang smiled, raised his hand, slowly condensed a white energy bomb, and aimed it at Xiangpa's head. The energy bomb was bright and dazzling, and soon filled Xiangpa's vision. Mu Yang was about to launch. Suddenly realized. Behind Xiangpa, a destructive energy came rapidly from nowhere. Someone attacked. Mu Yang's heart trembled, and the energy bomb was fired instantly. Xiangpa was so frightened that he closed his eyes. When he opened his eyes again. But I was pleasantly surprised to find that I was fine. Crooked. Mu Yang's energy bomb. Such a thought flashed through Xiangpa's mind. "Ha ha ha, Mu Yang, I didn't expect that your aim is not well practiced." Xiangpa put his hands on his hips and laughed out loud. It's no wonder that Xiangpa was so proud. After all, he was standing still without dodging or hiding, and hadn't moved at all. Even here. "You can't hit it." Mu Yang had no interest in continuing to argue with Xiangpa. He looked solemnly at the dust in front of him caused by the collision of air bombs. There were two blurry figures in the dust. That's right, the energy bomb that Mu Yang just sent out was not aimed at Xiangpa at all, but at the energy bomb that was launched as a sneak attack just now. "Who is it? How dare you interrupt his fight?" A flame of anger flashed in Mu Yang's heart. End of this chapter. Chapter 59, God of Destruction, the Terror of Quitla. Chapter 59, God of Destruction, the Terror of Quitla. Quitla's doubtful voice emerged from the dust. "Strangeness. Why did you block my attack? Can't you see I was helping you? Let's take down this guy Xiangpa together." Then, the dust cleared, revealing Quitla and Conic. He smiled sinisterly, while looking at the scarred Xiangpa beside him with a cold gaze. "By the way," Quitla said to Mu Yang in a condescending tone and a superior attitude, "you performed well and have great potential. Do you want to follow me to the fourth universe and be my candidate for the God of Destruction?" Mu Yang looked at him coldly without saying anything. Quitella was very unhappy with this gaze and snorted coldly. While it's true that he admired this human, it didn't mean he could shit on his own head. "It seems you still need some tutoring, kid." Kud narrowed his eyes, and a dangerous light flashed in them. He raised his hand slightly, and a powerful destructive laser suddenly shot out from his fingertips. Mu Yang narrowed his eyes slightly. He smelled danger from the laser and did not dare to be careless. Concentrate all the energy in your body and slap it. The laser was slapped away. Mu Yang took 5 steps back, panting and sweating. This does not mean that Mu Yang is weak. First of all, before receiving this laser, Mu Yang had already fought with Xiang Pa, which consumed a lot of energy, and he was not in his prime now. Secondly, Quitla is the second most powerful god of destruction, and has practiced for hundreds of millions of years longer than Mu Yang. Mu Yang is only 7 years old now. He has been practicing since he was 3 years old, so it has only been 4 years at most. Even so, Mu Yang was able to catch Kitla's beam without any damage, which shows how terrifying his strength is. When Kitla saw that Mu Yang had taken his attack, his eyes showed a hint of surprise, and he narrowed his eyes again. He actually took this move. Quitella felt very embarrassed. Since you have lost face, you must get it back. In that case, I'll make another move. A dazzling light flashed on Kitla's fingertips again, and a laser was condensed again. Mu Yang gritted his teeth, wishing he could kill this bastard who disturbed his fighting mood and took advantage of him. Mu Yang forced himself to hold on, preparing to mobilize his breath again to resist the beam. Xiangpa's voice suddenly rang out from the side. Hey! Quitla, what are you doing in my 6th universe? You are not welcome here. Xiangpa stared at Kitla with a bad look on his face. Kitra narrowed his eyes, the laser in his hand disappeared, he looked at Xiangpa, then turned to look at Mu Yang. I saw the clothes of the candidate god of destruction on Mu Yang. Suddenly he laughed sinisterly. He, it seems I misunderstood. Xiangpa, it turns out this is your candidate god of destruction. I didn't expect you to be defeated by your own candidate god of destruction. But now I understand why he saved you just now. All the doubts in Kitla's mind were answered. Why did Mu Yang save Xiang Pa? And why did Xiang Pa protect Mu Yang at this time? Why did the two of them fight? Quitera already had the answer to everything in his mind. That is, Mu Yang is Xiangpa's candidate god of destroyer. This is the only explanation that makes sense. However, instead of giving up the idea of poaching Mu Yang, Kitla became even more determined. Is there anything more exciting than poaching Fat Cat's candidate for god of destruction? Quitella can tell anyone responsibly that no, absolutely none. Hey! Little brat over there, I'll give you another chance to join our 4th universe and become my candidate god of destruction. Quitella threatened with cold light in his eyes. Mu Yang was unhappy. Just as he was about to speak, he was stopped by Xiang Pa. Hey, Quitla, do you know who this guy is, the god of destruction? Xiangpa smiled playfully, with the corners of his mouth raised, disdainful but full of provocation. Guess. Oh? Whose is it? Quitla felt interested. It belongs to that Beerus guy. At this time, Xiangpa decisively carried Beerus out. After hearing this, Kitla laughed out loud. He looked even more excited. Okay. Xiangpa frowned. This expression didn't seem right. In his estimation, shouldn't Kitla give up when faced with difficulties? Isn't this just right? Quitella licked the corner of his mouth and showed an excited smile. It would be more interesting to dig out a candidate for the god of destruction for Beerus. Got it. Miscalculation. Xiangpa thought to himself that something was wrong. Not to mention that my current strength is only 1% of what it used to be. Even in his prime, he was no match for this guy Quitla. Hey! Quitla, you just poached Beerus' candidate for god of destruction. Aren't you afraid that Beerus will come and cause trouble for you? Changpa threatened. I can't ask for it. Quitella is not afraid of Beerus at all. Anyway, he and Beerus don't like each other, so what's the harm in digging it out? Xiangpa didn't expect this result and gritted his teeth. Okay, now you can get out of the way, otherwise. Quitla sneered, lasers flashing from his fingertips again, his rat eyes narrowed. I don't mind making you suffer even more. Do you want to give in or not? Xiongpa gritted his teeth and refused to give in. This is not only to protect Mu Yang, but also for his own face. You know, this is the 6th universe. The battle between him and Mu Yang was so loud, there must be many gods watching here. If Xiongpa gave in on his own territory today, he would really lose all his face. Humph, I don't know whether to live or die. Seeing that Xiongpa refused to give in, Kitla snorted coldly, and the laser on his fingertips became more dazzling. They are all gods of destruction. It is not easy for Ketra to kill the god of destruction Xiongpa directly. After all, if Xiongpa was killed, it is inevitable that the Lord Omnipotent will hold you accountable when the time comes. A god of destruction cannot kill another god of destruction. At most, one god of destruction can beat another god of destruction to a level where it does not affect the work of destroying the planet. Koatra is ready to teach Changpa a profound lesson. Purple light continued to shine at Kitla's fingertips, about to be emitted. And just then, Mu Yang took the opportunity to push Xiangpa away, looking at Kitla without fear, his muscles bulging. Kitla, the god of destruction of the 4th universe, I will remember you. If you don't die today, I will kill you one day. Act recklessly. There was a flash of murderous intent and coldness in Kitla's eyes, and the laser at his fingertips suddenly fired. Compared with the laser that was held back just now, it is more than 100 times more powerful. Not to mention that Mu Yang is now in a semi-disabled state. Even if Mu Yang was in his prime, it would be difficult for him to catch this laser. After all, this was Quitla's full-strength attack. The strength gap is too big. End of this chapter. Chapter 60, 3-Day Appointment, Life and Death Battle. Chapter 60, 3-Day Appointment, Life and Death Battle. The laser flew towards Mu Yang at a terrifying speed. Mu Yang was shocked. He could feel the sense of crisis brought by this laser. This is the most severe crisis that has ever occurred since I traveled through time. Quitella really intended to kill himself. Mu Yang was just about to use up his last bit of strength in a desperate fight. Suddenly a loud voice came from the side. That's it. As the voice fell, a scene that shocked Mu Yang happened. He saw that the laser in front of him that brought him a sense of fatal crisis disappeared out of thin air without any trace of its existence. And Mu Yang didn't sense any power either. It's like it disappeared naturally. What happened? Mu Yang was puzzled. However, Quitla's laser disappeared after this strange voice appeared, so it must be related to this voice. Mu Yang turned around and looked for the person who came from the source of the voice. Who is it? How dare you disturb my fun? Quitla also turned around angrily, with a flash of scarlet in his eyes. Just turned around. Quitla's face changed again and again, and his whole body was shaking. He quickly knelt down in front of him. The angel next to him, Konik, also showed surprise and respect, and bowed slightly. Master High Priest. Ah! The High Priest put his hands behind his back, smiled and nodded. Then he set his sights on Quitla. Quitella broke out in a cold sweat. Constant speculation in my mind. Could it be that the High Priest came here for Mu Yang? Although Quitella thought so in his heart, but he still expressed great respect. Greetings to the great priest. Xiongpa beside him also knelt down tremblingly and said in a trembling voice, Greetings to the great priest. Mu Yang and the angel Konik were the only ones who did not kneel down. But to show respect to the high priest, Mu Yang still bowed slightly out of courtesy. Your Excellency the High Priest. Hearing this, the High Priest shifted his gaze from Quitra to Mu Yang, his eyes revealing admiration, and said with a smile, Your name is Mu Yang, right? You are very good. Your Excellency the High Priest, thank you for your praise. Mu Yang smiled and appeared polite. The power of the high priest should not be underestimated. This can be easily seen from the fact that the high priest saved Mu Yang just now. But what if the high priest is not powerful enough? After all, he had just been saved by Quitella, and he had almost escaped death. Ah! The high priest nodded with more satisfaction, and then turned his attention to Quitella. His smile gradually faded. Quitella. Yes, Lord High Priest. Quitella was so scared that he kept kowtowing. Who is the High Priest? How could he not know? One person is inferior to 10,000 people. Even the Lord of all Kings needs to be given face. And the High Priest is responsible for managing all angels. The strength of the High Priest is also ranked among the top 5 in the universe. How could a small god of destruction like Quitella dare to disrespect the High Priest who is so high above him? Not daring to take any chances, Quitella hoped to be forgiven by the High Priest. He knew that he was just playing a trick. It would be fine if the leader didn't see it. But if the leader saw it, he would definitely not let him off easily. Well, considering that you are sincere in admitting your mistakes, let's just let this matter go. You are not allowed to leave the 4th universe at will in the future. The High Priest said with satisfaction. At the same time, this can be regarded as a punishment for Quitella's cross-border behavior. Yes. Quitella knew this was the best outcome and nodded repeatedly. Even this time I was put in solitary confinement. Quitella is also planning to admit defeat. It was just his bad luck that he happened to meet the High Priest. I can only go back and find a way to kill Mu Yang, this future threat. Ah! The High Priest nodded in satisfaction, then turned his head and fixed his gaze on Mu Yang. Mr. Mu Yang, are you satisfied with this punishment? Konik, Xiangpa and Quitella all looked at Mu Yang at the same time. Mu Yang said seriously, Your Excellency the High Priest, I am not satisfied with your decision. The scene was silent. Konik. Xiangpa. Quitella. It was also the first time they saw someone dare to talk back to the High Priest. So brave. Quitella sneered in his heart and thought, now I don't have to do anything secretly, the High Priest will definitely not let him go. However, what Quitella did not expect was, the High Priest actually nodded in agreement, turned his gaze to Mu Yang, and said, in that case, how do you want to deal with Quitella? Even if Mu Yang refuted the decision of the High Priest, the High Priest didn't look angry at all. Always appeared polite. Mu Yang knew that he had made the right bet. People of the High Priest's level would not care too much about the conflicts between small people. It's simple. Mu Yang bowed and said, I want to fight with Quitella, and it must be a life and death battle. The words fell. The whole audience suddenly fell silent. With the High Priest around, Quitella didn't dare to laugh out loud and could only hold back his laughter where he stood. My cheeks turned red from holding it in. If the High Priest wasn't there, Quitella really wanted to have a good laugh and mock Mu Yang's stupidity. Do you really think that Quitella is a third-rate destroyer like Xiangpa? You know, with his strength. Except for Beerus, he is the strongest among all the gods of destruction. Mu Yang is so ignorant of his own life that he actually wants to challenge him. And it's a life-or-death challenge. Quitella didn't know what to say anymore and just laughed sinisterly. The High Priest noticed Quitella's expression, but didn't say much. He looked at Mu Yang with a smile on his face, but his expression was a little confusing. You sure? The High Priest asked again. Yes, I'm sure. Mu Yang clenched his fists. Between Quitella and me, only one can survive. I will never let him go. Mu Yang looked at the High Priest in front of him and responded. The High Priest sighed. I don't know what he is sighing about. In that case, then fine. The High Priest looked as if he had given up something, his face neither sad nor happy, and he said calmly, in 3 days, the two of you will fight to the death in the realm of nothingness. Thank you, Your Excellency the High Priest. Mu Yang was full of confidence and looked happy. As you command, High Priest. Quitira was equally confident and had already determined the final winner in his mind. The high priest looked at the expressions of the two men, sighed again, and then slowly disappeared from the spot. The high priest left. He returned to the palace of the Omni King. There is a ban from the high priest. Quitella didn't dare to continue to act recklessly in the sixth universe. He stared at Mu Yang fiercely and said, "Enjoy your last 3 days, Konik, let's go." End of this chapter. Chapter 61, Crisis on Planet Vegeta. Chapter 61, Crisis on Planet Vegeta. Yes, Master Quitra. Kornik hurried to Quitra's side and stood still. Quitella placed his hands on Kornik's body, while staring at Mu Yang with a vicious look. Kornik struck the scepter, and a colorful light enveloped it and shot up into the sky. Kornik and Quitla left Universe 6 directly. This time the crisis has finally been resolved. Xiangpa and Wuyang also breathed a sigh of relief. Now, there are only 2 of them left on this devastated planet. Whether it is Wuyang or Xiangpa. At this point, there was no longer any extra strength left. "Hey, brat, are you confident in the competition with that bastard Kitla in 3 days? Xiangpa glanced at Mu Yang. Mu Yang shook his head honestly and answered simply, "No." Xiangpa was stunned. "No way. From what I know about you, you should be fully prepared before fighting, just like you would against me. Do not worry." Mu Yang responded, "Just because I don't have it now doesn't mean I won't have it in 3 days. As long as I can achieve Super Saiyan 5 within these 3 days, I will have confidence." Xiangpa then nodded as if he understood. Then, he suddenly reacted, his face became even more stunned, and he stuttered, Super Saiyan 5. Yes." Mu Yang narrowed his eyes, "I already have an idea." Changpa did not respond. He has become autistic now and doesn't know what to say. Are all Saions so BT? The Super Saiyan 4 that could beat him was already abnormal enough. Originally, Xiangpa thought that this was the final evolution of the Saions. Unexpectedly, there is actually a Super Saiyan 5. How many times do you Saions have to transform? Xiangpa asked, unable to suppress his curiosity. Mu Yang remained silent. To be honest, he doesn't know either. Now it seems that Super Saiyan 5 is the limit. But there may be Super Saiyan 6 later. Super Saiyan 7. Super Saiyan 999. In a word, there is no limit for Saions. The question asked by Xiangpa really stumped Mu Yang. Mu Yang could only reluctantly give an answer, Saions have no limits. Yes, is that so? Xiangpa doubted blinked. Okay, Xiangpa. Mu Yang suddenly changed the subject and said, "It's about time for me to go back to the 7th universe." Brat, are you in such a hurry? Xiangpa felt that after he and Mu Yang had experienced a life and death crisis together, their relationship had improved a lot, and he didn't dislike this brat as much as before. I can't help it. After all, I still have to prepare for the competition with that guy Katla. Mu Yang smiled, took out a shuttle cube from the storage ring, and climbed up. Remember to tell Bardos that I thank her for her care. After leaving these words, Mu Yang flew away. I don't know where I went. Xiangpa looked up at the sky where Mu Yang was leaving, and felt inexplicably sad for a moment. He wiped his eyes and said, "Humph, there's no need to tell that guy Bardos. She's probably been watching us the whole time. Destroy the divine realm." Wow! Brother Mu Yang finally left. Bardos wiped the tears from his eyes with a tissue and stared at the scepter. Not wanting to be infected by the sad atmosphere of parting, Bardos had to close the scepter and stop watching. Mu Yang is gone. Bardos will continue to work with Kampa for the same 10 years. Correct. An idea suddenly occurred to Bardos. Wouldn't it be better to use the Super Dragon Ball to transfer Mu Yang to the 6th universe? In this way, not only can Brother Mu Yang naturally become the candidate god of destruction of the sixth universe, but he can also always be with her. Bardos acted immediately and used his scepter to search for the remaining Super Dragon Balls in the sixth universe. And the other side. After leaving Xiongpa's sight, Mu Yang did not choose to return to the seventh universe immediately. He also has to go to Rockstar to pick up someone. The only name Qian in Universe 6. Dubuque. Mu Yang arrived at the place agreed with Dubuque. But he found that Dubuque had already arrived at the agreed place early and was waiting. Noticing Mu Yang's arrival, Dubuque suddenly opened his eyes while sitting cross-legged. At the same time, a green kitten jumped out. This is... Mu Yang had an inexplicable sense of familiarity. Oh, this is a creature called Meow, a species unique to Rockstar. Because I saved them, they gave this creature to me as a pet. I see. Mu Yang understood, no wonder he felt a sense of familiarity. Isn't this what happened in the previous life? His childhood memories? The matter about Rockstar is not important. After teasing Meow, Mu Yang quickly turned his attention to Dubuque. It's time to go, Dubuque, said Mu Yang. Yeah. Dubuque stepped onto the shuttle cube. At the same time, Meowth also walked in. Seeing this, Mu Yang chuckled twice, then followed in and acted as the driver of the shuttle cube. Let's go. The shuttle cube turned into a stream of light, quickly left the sixth universe and came to the seventh universe. With the shuttle cube, Mu Yang did not plan to return to the god of destruction to meet Weiss immediately. Instead, he planned to take Dubuque back to his hometown first. A trip to planet Vegeta. Ever since being brought to the realm of destruction by Beerus, Mu Yang hasn't seen his silly Ou Douda for a month and he misses her a lot. I just happened to think of a new set of women's clothing. After returning, I just changed Vegeta into new clothes. I believe Vegeta will be grateful to his good brother. Mu Yang laughed strangely. Dubuque and Meowho behind him shuddered and looked at Mu Yang in horror, feeling chilled. But Mu Yang didn't know. At this moment, planet Vegeta is facing a life and death crisis. Frisia was coming with great force. He used the excuse of organizing a large-scale event and activated the infinite communication system a month ago to order all the scions outside to return. Calculating the time, it has been a month and most of the scions have returned. Today is the day that Frisia will take action. Likewise, on planet Vegeta. In a secret basement somewhere, King Vegeta and several ministers are plotting. Your Majesty King Vegeta, this is a great opportunity. A minister was extremely excited. That's right. Another minister agreed. King Vegeta tapped the table, his mind unclear. Listen quietly to the opinions of the ministers below. As long as we destroy Frisia, we scions will become the emperor of the universe, and we can then inherit Frisia's legacy. A minister laughed sinisterly, and his laughter was chilling. End of this chapter. Chapter 62, Planet Vegeta is about to die. Chapter 62, Planet Vegeta is about to die. King Vegeta said nothing. The ministers below are still arguing. Finally, they all turned their attention to King Vegeta, waiting for his final decision. King Vegeta then raised his head and spoke slowly, I have been feeling uneasy lately and have not been able to sleep well. Frisia's attitude also makes me feel something is wrong. So I decided. King Vegeta made the decision immediately, gather all the top warriors, sneak into Frisia's spaceship, and destroy Frisia. Having received the confirmation, all the ministers cheered. In their opinion, scions are the strongest and no race in the universe can rival scions. The scions have been running rampant for years. In addition, they have never seen Frisia's power with their own eyes, and they don't know how terrifying Frisia is. King Vegeta, when will we take action? Asked a minister. King Vegeta's eyes flashed with cruelty, tonight. Gather all the top fighters secretly, and don't let Frisia's spies find out. Yes. The minister responded, and the conspiracy ended there. Meanwhile, on the other side of planet Vegeta. Bardock, is this really necessary? Jine looked at the child in the circular spaceship with some reluctance, gently stroking the window, her eyes revealing tenderness and sadness. I can't help it. I have a bad feeling. Bardock adjusted the equipment and said after confirming that there was no problem. Will Frisia really destroy the scions as you said? Jin looked worried. It wasn't that she didn't believe Bardock's words. On the contrary, Jin felt uncomfortable because she trusted Bardock too much. The scions made great contributions to Frisia, but in the end they ended up like this. Bardock remained silent for a moment. It's no use saying anything now. The important thing is to get Kakarot away as soon as possible. Bardock looked solemn. Yet, Jine's expression also became serious, and she quickly pressed the start button of the spacecraft. The spaceship carrying Kakarot quickly took off, and Kakarot cried loudly and couldn't stop at all. You must reach Earth safely, and also, be careful of the Galactic Patrol. Jine shouted to the sky. The spaceship quickly disappeared from sight. Jine broke down and cried. Bardock walked forward and gently pulled Jine into his arms, a determined look on his face. It wasn't that he wasn't sad about Kakarot's passing. But he had to save his strength to deal with Frisia, and he didn't have the energy and time to waste on crying. It won't be too late to cry after you've dealt with Frisia, if you're still alive. Bardock, why did this happen to us? Jine broke down and cried in Bardock's arms. Bardock remained silent, his hand simply caressing the back of Jine's head gently and tenderly. Soon, it will all be over. The night gradually darkens. King Vegeta secretly summoned all the top Scion warriors, boarded a spaceship, and raided the main ship where Frisia was. Bang! The door exploded. Oh no! These ungrateful Scions actually betrayed King Frisia. One of Frisia's men shouted. King Vegeta fired a laser. Frisia's men died on the spot. We've been discovered. Everyone, listen to my command and attack Frisia's command room. King Vegeta gave orders to the top warriors behind him. The superior warriors charged forward without hesitation. Along the way, kill gods and kill Buddhas. No one in Frisia's army was able to stop such a ferocious scion, and they died one by one. The spaceship where Frisia was in chaos. The control room. Frisia remained calm and unhurried, sitting in the stroller and looking at the scenery of planet Vegeta outside the window. That idiot King Vegeta chose to betray King Frisia just as you expected, King Frisia. Sabo sneered. At the same time, Dodoria sneered. Oh ha ha ha, the Scions are my most capable generals. They have helped me conquer many planets and saved me a lot of effort. Although he said so, there was a strong murderous intent in Frisia's eyes. Sabo and Dodoria could see it at a glance and thought to themselves, the Scions are finished. The three of them didn't chat for long. Bang! The door of the command room suddenly burst open. King Vegeta suddenly attacked with dozens of top warriors. Frisia, today is your end. Is this Frisia? You don't look that good, you're so short. It was the first time for many Scions to see Frisia in person, and they were talking and commenting on it. There was a cold light in Frisia's eyes, and lasers were fired from his fingertips. It pierced right through the chest of the Scion who called him short. The Scion lost his life on the spot. Damn Frisia, he still dares to resist when he is about to die. Charge, kill Frisia. When the Scions saw their companions dying, their eyes turned red and they rushed forward directly. King Vegeta also followed in the group. The plan has now reached the point where either Frisia dies or the Scions are destroyed. King Vegeta had no choice but to retreat. Death is imminent. Oh ha ha ha! Sabo, Dodoria, this is the funniest joke I have ever heard. Frisia laughed as if no one was around. The Scion who rushed over felt deeply insulted. They are Scions. When have I ever been humiliated like this? Lord Frisia, it's these dead monkeys who overestimate their abilities. Sabo and Dodoria also laughed out loud. Then this group of scions is left to you. Remember to leave King Vegeta behind. Frisia gave the order with a smile. Yes. Sabo and Dodoria dare not slack off. 10 minutes later. How is this possible? King Vegeta looked at the scene in front of him with a dull look. The dozens of top scion warriors who came with him were ruthlessly slaughtered by Sabo and Dodoria. The command room was littered with scion debris. This is the scion elite, and he doesn't look that great. Dodoria said disdainfully. Dodoria, this is considered powerful among wild monkeys. Don't use our standards to measure monkeys. Sabo also said something heartbreaking. Oh, ho ho. Seeing the doubtful expression on King Vegeta's face, Frisia was very happy and took the initiative to ask, King Vegeta, it seems that your plan has failed. Pooh. King Vegeta spat a mouthful of water at Frisia. Frisia tilted his head to avoid it, and a few veins popped out on his head. Shhhhhhh. Frisia's fingertips suddenly emitted several rays in succession, piercing through King Vegeta's hands and feet, leaving him unable to move. Ah! King Vegeta howled in pain on the ground. Boom! Dodoria stepped on King Vegeta. King Vegeta roared in pain. Is this the king of wild monkeys? He doesn't look that great. Dodoria was very arrogant. Dodoria, you are so cunning. Let me play for a while. Sabo narrowed his eyes and smiled. End of this chapter. Chapter 63. My son Mu Yang has the potential to be a god of destruction. Chapter 63. My son Mu Yang has the potential to be a god of destruction. Sorry, Sabo, I'll let you play with it later. Dodoria said with a smile. King Vegeta felt a deep sense of humiliation and despair. Oh ho ho, King Vegeta, how do you feel? Frisia smiled sinisterly, drove the stroller forward and sprinkled salt on King Vegeta's wounds. Pooh! King Vegeta spat again. After Frisia dodged, his smile gradually faded. Although I really want to stay until you see how planet Vegeta is destroyed, it seems that you don't appreciate it. Well, since I am kind-hearted, I will give you a ride. Frisia narrowed his eyes slightly and said. Even at this moment, he doubted whether super scions existed among these wild monkeys. The gap in combat power between these wild monkeys and himself is simply not small. Sure enough, legends are always just legends and cannot be taken seriously. Frisia was very disappointed. He raised his finger slightly, and a dazzling laser emitted from his fingertips, aiming at King Vegeta's head. King Vegeta looked at the red light in front of him. The scene of Mu Yang being taken away by Beerus flashed through his mind, and he suddenly laughed. Ha 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 ha. King Vegeta laughed out loud 3 times in grief and anger. Frisia was puzzled and confused. You're about to die, and you can still laugh? Lord Frisia, this stinky monkey king must have been unable to bear the blow and gone mad. Dodoria sneered. That's right, Lord Frisia, the stinky monkey's ability to withstand pressure is generally very poor, so it is better to let him go as soon as possible. Sabo acted insincerely. Frisia suddenly understood what was going on. No more hesitation. The laser was aimed at King Vegeta's head and fired. At the last moment of life, King Vegeta laughed out loud. Frisia, I'll be waiting for you in hell. My son Mu Yang has the potential to be a god of destruction. After saying this, King Vegeta completely lost his life. Frisia's face was gloomy. For some reason, he had a feeling that he should keep King Vegeta. Although he felt very regretful in his heart, Frisia did not show it on his face and remained expressionless. Dodoria, do you know the name Mu Yang? Frisia said, not knowing what he was thinking. Lord Frisia, Mu Yang is the adopted son of King Vegeta. He is also a genius warrior who surpasses that guy Vegeta. Dodoria told him the information he knew. Oh? Surpassed that guy Vegeta? Frisia's face quickly darkened. Seeing Frisia's expression, Dodoria quickly added, "Lord Frisia, just a month ago, Mu Yang disappeared. I don't think you need to take it to heart." Frisia's expression immediately turned from gloomy to bright, revealing a hint of a smile, and said, "Don't be careless. Pass the order. Find the scion Mu Yang. If he's alive, we must find him. If he's dead, we must find his body." "Yes, King Frisia." Although he felt that it was unnecessary to mobilize so many manpower for a scion, Dodoria did not dare to refute Frisia. "Lord Frisia, it's almost time," Sabo reminded. "Oh wow, is it time for the fireworks so soon?" Frisia's mood instantly improved, and he said happily, "Sabo, open the hatch above your head." "Yes, King Frisia." Sabo operated a few times on the operating table. The hatch above Frisia's head opened quickly. The scenery outside the universe appears. Frisia, Dodoria, and Sabo are all races that can survive and move in the universe, so it has no effect on them. With a sneer on his face, Frisia controlled the stroller to slowly rise into the air and came out of the spaceship. Dodoria and Sabo looked at each other and took off into the air together. Came behind Frisia. Countless soldiers of Frisia's army were already outside the spaceship, ready to take action in outer space. Just waiting for Frisia's order. Outside the atmosphere of planet Vegeta, there is thin air. All the scions, including Bardock, looked at Frisia's army with serious expressions. They never imagined that Frisia called them back just to kill Mozilo and exterminate the scions. It has reached this point now. No scion is willing to believe Frisia anymore. Of course, Frisia doesn't need scions anymore. Oh ho ho ho! Accompanied by an evil laugh, Frisia's figure appeared in everyone's sight. Frisia. As soon as Frisia appeared, Bardock couldn't help but roar. Frisia glanced at Bardock and ignored him. Frisia didn't even look at a small figure like this. Don't pay attention to it at all. Damn it! Bardock felt despised. At the same time, Dodoria and Sabo also appeared. Lord Frisia! Lord Frisia! The soldiers under Frisia's army instantly reached their peak in momentum. In contrast, the scion's momentum declined to its lowest point. "Where is our king?" "I don't know who said this." None of the scions responded, as they didn't know where their king had gone. "Your king died on our spaceship." Sabo smiled and chose to add fuel to the fire. "That's right." Dodoria sneered. "You are just a scion, you don't know your own limitations." "Impossible. I don't believe it, it's not true." The morale of the scions was almost gone. "You, don't give up." Bardock shouted with all his might, but it was of no use. The king is gone, so what can a mere ordinary scion like Bardock do? He has no prestige in the scion community. Frisia raised his eyebrows and began to feel that Bardock's presence was inexplicably annoying. He was no longer prepared to wait any longer. He wants to watch the fireworks. Oh ho ho ho! Under the scion's desperate gaze, Frisia raised a finger and gathered an energy bomb, which quickly expanded. In just a moment, it expanded to the size of a planet. The energy bomb has enough power to destroy planet Vegeta. This is a lie. Dream, it must be a dream. The scion broke out in a cold sweat and took a few steps back in despair, looking at the energy bomb in front of him. How much combat power is needed to produce such a huge energy bomb? 10? 20? 50? In short, this is beyond the imagination of these scions. Gulu! Bardock broke out in a cold sweat and swallowed his saliva. Even he did not expect that Frisia would be so terrifying. It is simply an existence that no human can resist. Oh ho ho ho, goodbye. Wild monkeys! Frisia narrowed his eyes and dropped the planet-destroying bomb. End of this chapter. Chapter 64, Shocked Frisia, is this wild monkey so strong? Chapter 64, shocked Frisia, "Is this wild monkey so strong?" Countless scions were terrified at the sight of the scorching planet-destroying bomb. Lost the will to resist. Standing there in a daze. "Everyone, don't give up!" Bardock shouted desperately, and used the Kigong bomb to do his best to resist the planet-destroying bomb. His shouting had little effect, only awakening the will to survive of a small number of scions. They also joined the team to defend against the planet-destroying bomb. Dozens of Kigong waves merged together. Counter with planet-destroyer bombs. But it had no effect at all. The planet-destroying bomb didn't even slow down its descent speed and continued to fall. "It is about to land on planet Vegeta. This is a lie." Countless scions couldn't believe it. This is their combined attack. Even someone with a combat power of over 10 might not be able to withstand it, but the planet-destroying bomb was not affected at all. How strong is Frisia? Countless scions fell into despair and lost the will to resist. "Don't give up!" This time, even Bardock's desperate shouting was completely useless. "Oh ho ho ho!" On the other side, Frisia was laughing wildly and clapping his hands, watching the farce performed by the scions. "Hee hee!" Sabo had a mocking smile on his face. "Humph!" Dodoria sneered. Countless Frisia's men behind him laughed in unison. They were all laughing. Laughing at the scions' overestimation of their own abilities. "How dare you resist King Frisia?" And at this moment, a streak of light flashed by. Fell into the planet-destroying bomb. "What is this?" Frisia narrowed his eyes. He seemed to have seen a stream of light just now. "Lord Frisia, it must be a meteorite that fell on your planet-destroying bomb." Dodoria also saw what happened just now. "Oh, that's good." Frisia laughed, "This way I'll be more confident when I lie to Vegeta and the others that planet Vegeta was destroyed by a meteorite." "Dodoria, isn't that right?" "Lord Frisia, you are right." Dodoria wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. "Lord Frisia, look, is there something wrong with your planet-destroying bomb?" Sabo looked a little incredulous. In his eyes, Frisia is invincible. It is impossible for such an invincible Frisia to make such a low-level mistake as making the energy bomb unstable. "Nanny?" Frisia looked over and his eyes widened. The planet-destroying bomb in front of him kept shrinking, and finally became invisible and suddenly shattered. What happened? Bardock was even more incredulous than Frisia. This scene was not anticipated in his mental prophecy. This is a change. Bardock felt both relieved and a little scared at the same time. Frisia is so scary. In front of them, a square transparent block appeared in front of everyone. Mu Yang stayed inside the transparent cube with an expressionless face, looking at Frisia with calm eyes. Although there was no fluctuation in his eyes, everyone present could feel a chill. "That's His Highness Mu Yang." A scion recognized Mu Yang. As soon as these words came out, all the scions cast their hopeful eyes on Mu Yang. Frisia is no exception. He is Mu Yang. Frisia narrowed his eyes slightly. "That's right, he is Mu Yang, King Frisia. It seems that he has made great progress during the time he was missing. He can even block your planet-destroying bomb." Dodoria had seen Mu Yang's portrait and hurriedly wiped the sweat off his face and stepped forward. Even now, Dodoria still feels a little scared. He had never seen Frisia's planet-destroying bomb being defeated. In Dodoria's impression, every time Frisia attacked, he would kill his opponent in one move, or he would toy with his opponent in a joking manner. No one has ever cracked this trick. "I saw it all. You don't need to say anything more, Dodoria," Frisia said with some dissatisfaction and in a warning tone. "Yes, yes." Dodoria hurriedly took her leave, not daring to say more. After dismissing Dodoria, Frisia turned his attention to Mu Yang and laughed wildly. "Oh, ha ha ha, you are Mu Yang." "That's right, Frisia." Mu Yang walked out of the shuttle cube and flew in front of Frisia without being affected by the outer space. You are not affected by outer space. Frisia narrowed his eyes and looked at Mu Yang with some surprise. No, there is still some impact. Mu Yang shrugged and said indifferently. He knew what Frisia was talking about. Scions cannot survive in an oxygen-free environment. But he is different. He has the ability to break rules, and as a divine skill he is particularly good at breaking through physical limits. At least it will be no problem for Mu Yang to survive in outer space for a short period of time. Well, it doesn't matter. Frisia suddenly laughed, looked at the 7-year-old child in front of him, and took the initiative to invite him. You are very good to be able to withstand my attack. Do you want to join my army? I can make you the new captain of the Jinya force. Although I really want to exterminate all scions. But Frisia prefers to have these powerful guys under his command. Moreover, after accepting Mu Yang, Frisia can also observe carefully whether Mu Yang is the so-called super scion. No need. Mu Yang decisively rejected Frisia and looked around, as if looking for something. What are you looking for? Frisia asked. Where is my father, King Vegeta? When Mu Yang said this, there was a deep chill in his voice. Everyone in Frisia's army was silent, not daring to say anything, with cold sweat streaming down their faces. Even Dodoria and Sabo, who looked down on scions the most, did not dare to say much. They swallowed and looked at Mu Yang in horror. How could he be so strong? Frisia was also unable to move. As the person closest to Mu Yang, he could feel the oppressive feeling coming from Mu Yang more clearly. The constant premonition of death in his heart made Frisia unhappy and angry. Impossible, I absolutely won't accept it. The proud Frisia would not admit that he was oppressed by someone else's momentum. He changed decisively, hoping to save some face. The first stage of transformation. It's useless. The second stage of transformation. Useless. The final stage of transformation. No use. Use all your strength, 1 million combat power. It's useless. No matter how Frisia struggled, he was unable to move under Mu Yang's momentum. The scions behind him looked at Mu Yang as if he were a god, with only one thought in their blank minds. Your Highness Mu Yang, is he a god? End of this chapter. Chapter 65 Tragedy Tower, how tragic. Chapter 65 Tragedy Tower, how tragic. A scion bravely stepped forward, pointed at Frisia, and said with a look of grief and indignation, Your Highness Mu Yang, Frisia killed King Vegeta. They said it themselves. As soon as these words came out, it was like a spring opening its spout. That's right, Your Highness Mu Yang. Not only did Frisia want to destroy planet Vegeta, he also killed all of our top fighters. Now on our planet Vegeta, our scion population, which was already small, has been further devastated. Your Highness Mu Yang, you must avenge us. Many scions found a backer and began to accuse Frisia of his evil deeds. Bardock didn't say much. He looked at Mu Yang in front of him with a hint of admiration in his eyes. As someone who is deeply troubled by prophecies these days, no one understands what Mu Yang's action means better than Bardock. Without a doubt, it means that fate has been broken. The fate that he predicted. However, Bardock felt very fortunate, as if all the burdens on his shoulders had been lifted, and the pressure that had accumulated over the past few days was swept away. Oh! Mu Yang narrowed his eyes and looked at Frisia. Frisia's back was soaked with sweat. Mr. Mu Yang, please don't. Shut up. Mu Yang scolded. Frisia quickly closed his mouth, not because he wanted to, but because he could feel it. If I had said one more word, I would have died. Frisia doesn't dare to joke with his own life. At this point, he no longer had the intention to destroy planet Vegeta, and was completely focused on how to escape. That's all. Mu Yang sighed deeply, put his hands behind his back, and the purple aura of the god of destruction lingered around his body. Frisia's men behind him swallowed again. They didn't know what this purple light meant, but they instinctively felt that a great terror was coming. Mu Yang is now even more terrifying than before. This is... Frisia widened his eyes and looked at the purple flame wrapped around Mu Yang. As someone from the 7th universe who had seen the god of destruction Beerus, how could he not recognize the purple aura belonging to the god of destruction? This is almost the exclusive symbol of the god of destruction. At this moment, Frisia suddenly remembered King Vegeta's last words before his death. My son Mu Yang has the potential to be a god of destruction. He understands everything. Frisia understood why Mu Yang, a mere scion, could possess such powerful strength. Beerus, it must be Beerus. Damn it, Beerus actually chose you as his candidate. Frisia knew he couldn't escape and gritted his teeth. No one in the entire universe knows better than him how terrifying the god of destruction is. But what broke his defense was that bastard Beerus. I did so much for him, helped him destroy countless planets, but in the end he didn't choose me. Frisia became more and more angry. Thinking about the experiences over the years, when Beerus was sleeping, he would help destroy the planet. And finally. But he chose a wild monkey. It was a wrong payment after all. What are you talking about? Mu Yang didn't want to listen to any nonsense Frisia said. Besides, do you really think that everything you have now was given by Beerus? He cultivated all of these by himself. Damn monkey, if Lord Beerus hadn't chosen you, you would have been the one to die this time. Frisia gritted his teeth as his veins popped out. Maybe. Mu Yang remained calm and did not deny it. But what's the point of making these assumptions? Turn out. It is enough that I win and you lose. Mu Yang narrowed his eyes, and countless destructive energies covered him. Frisia and the thousands of his men behind him exploded into pieces. The reign of Emperor Frisia has come to an end. After doing all this, Mu Yang returned to the shuttle cube. Actually, I can help. Audiobook said. With the strength of Super Scion 3, it is no problem for him to deal with Frisia. No. Mu Yang shook his head slightly, looking at the scions who were welcoming them in front, and said, this is our scion business, and also the business of the 7th universe. You don't have to interfere. Okay. Audiobook sighed. He also felt very understood about this. If Namek encountered such a thing, he would not want others to intervene unless it was really unsolvable. Let's go, Audiobook, would you like to visit planet Vegeta? A smile appeared on Mu Yang's cheek. With great pleasure, Lord Mu Yang. Audiobook bowed politely. Let's go then. The shuttle cube turned into a stream of light and entered planet Vegeta. Countless scions looked at the meteor in admiration, and then returned to planet Vegeta. 3 days later. Planet Vegeta is gradually getting back on track. Everyone has become accustomed to the days without King Vegeta and the days when His Highness Mu Yang returns. And today is a day with special meaning. Are you ready? A scion asked. Well, we're ready, said another scion. Well, then let's wait for His Highness Mu Yang to come out of the palace. Behind these 3 scions, there are more than 1,000 scions. As a fighting nation, the scion population was not large, due to the law of the jungle and the custom of sending weak scions to remote planets after birth. In addition, 3 days ago, all the elite top warriors on planet Vegeta were destroyed. The scion population is even smaller. There are only about 1,000 scions on the entire planet Vegeta today. In other words, all the scions on planet Vegeta have arrived at the gate of the palace. Until Mu Yang walked out of the palace. Following behind were Audiobook and Meowth. What are you doing? Mu Yang looked at the scions blocking the palace with a surprised look on his face. The scions in front of him all fell to their knees. It was like bowing down to their king. Please His Highness Mu Yang ascend the throne. Please His Highness Mu Yang ascend the throne. Hearing Mu Yang's question, all the scions shouted in unison at this moment. Mu Yang was even more surprised. He never thought of taking Vegeta's throne. Now that he has ascended the throne, what will happen to Vegeta? Besides, he also has to prepare to go to Namek to resurrect King Vegeta. Please His Highness Mu Yang ascend the throne. Seeing that Mu Yang did not respond, thousands of scions shouted again in unison. Mu Yang remained silent for a while. If you choose me, what will happen to Vegeta? Mu Yang looked at the thousands of scions in front of him. Your Majesty, we will find a way to deal with Lord Vegeta's problem, please rest assured, said an old scion. Mu Yang. Tragedy Tower, you are really miserable. End of this chapter. Chapter 66 Vegeta's Change, The Human Emperor's Law. Chapter 66 Vegeta's Change, The Human Emperor's Law. Far away on the other side of a distant star field. In the northern Milky Way, on a certain planet. Because of Mu Yang's death a month ago, Vegeta no longer wants to return to planet Vegeta to see his cold-blooded father. So he took his two friends, Raditz and Nappa, and started a journey to conquer planets and become stronger. Among them, Raditz is Bardock's son and Son Goku's brother. Nappa is even older than Vegeta, and Vegeta chose him just randomly. Neither of them is that important to Vegeta, they are just tools for him to become stronger. It can make the cleanup work after conquering the planet easier. In the broken ruins, Vegeta, who was only 5 years old, wore a detector on his left eye and a blue combat suit. He looked at everything around him coldly, sat on a stone, and watched silently. Vegeta today has acquired some of the cold and ruthless demeanor he had at the beginning of the story. And the combat effectiveness has also increased a lot. It was thanks to the non-stop battles to attack planets within the past month that Vegeta was able to improve so quickly. Now, this planet has been conquered by Vegeta, and only some cleanup work remains to be done. Vegeta is waiting for Nappa and Raditz to finish the cleanup. Vegeta kept tapping his kneecap with his fingers, and he was already getting a little impatient. Run! You can't escape from my grasp even if you scream at the top of your lungs. Ha ha ha! Vegeta heard Raditz's voice and pointed his fingers faster, with 2 veins popping out on his head. And the other side. Run, run, little ants, ha ha ha! Nappa was also playing with the people on this planet and having a lot of fun. Vegeta could no longer endure it, and shouted in a stern tone, enough! Nappa, Raditz, have you two had enough fun? Hurry up and pack up and go to the next planet. But Lord Vegeta, we have conquered 108 planets in the past month. Can't we take a break? Raditz felt a little aggrieved as he recounted his experiences. There are only 31 days in a month, and at least 3 planets must be attacked every day. Even when Vegeta is in a bad mood, he has to attack 2 more planets. Even the strongest man can't bear this. Although Raditz's strength has improved a lot thanks to this, he still feels comfortable slacking off. I don't know when days like this will end. Yes, Your Highness Vegeta, I know that the death of Your Highness Mu Yang has caused a rift between you and His Majesty King Vegeta, but let's go back. Nappa also spoke up to persuade. He really couldn't stand this kind of life anymore. It's just so uncomfortable. The first thing to do after getting up every day is to attack the planet. It cannot take more than 10 minutes after eating, and you must attack the planet immediately after eating. Either they are attacking a planet or they are on their way to attack a planet. Shut up! Nappa, Raditz, if you two can't stand it, you can go back to planet Vegeta by yourselves. I won't stop you. Vegeta said coldly. Raditz and Nappa fell silent at the same time. What would happen if I went back alone? How do you start when King Vegeta asks? Could it be that he left Prince Vegeta behind and ran back by himself? Isn't this seeking death? Haha, Prince Vegeta, I feel this kind of life is good. Raditz said somewhat insincerely. Me too. Although Nappa wanted to cry inside, he still complimented her on the surface. Humph, if that's the case, then hurry up, or don't blame me for helping you clean up. Vegeta snorted coldly. After saying that, he raised his hand, and all the energy in his body rushed to his hand, gathering into a huge white dazzling energy bomb. It smashed directly onto the ruins in front of it. Boom! There was a loud explosion in the ruins. Gurgle, Nappa and Raditz swallowed at the same time and looked at each other. An idea flashed through their minds at the same time. Lord Vegeta, both his strength and personality are becoming more and more terrifying. Nappa, Raditz, we're done, let's go. Vegeta walked into the forest alone, not caring about Nappa and Raditz behind him. Ever since Mu Yang's death, Vegeta has locked his heart and become much more withdrawn. No one can get into Vegeta's heart again. Nappa and Raditz didn't dare to hesitate and hurriedly followed. Their spaceship is in the forest. Need to hurry over to get on the spaceship. And because they had not been in contact with planet Vegeta for a long time, they were unaware of the series of changes that had taken place on planet Vegeta in the past few days. Soon after, three circular spaceships transformed into three streams of light and flew into the starry sky, leaving behind only the ruins of the planet and heading towards the next destination. Meanwhile, on planet Vegeta, Mu Yang spent a lot of time and effort to persuade the scions who were kneeling on the ground to leave, and return to his own bedroom. This is where he lived before he was captured by Beerus and became a candidate god of destruction. Now that I'm back, I still live here. Nothing has changed. Originally, Mu Yang went to Namek just to give Daibuk a ride, but now he has another reason to go to Namek. That is the one who resurrected his adoptive father, King Vegeta. But now his adoptive father has not yet resurrected, and Mu Yang is overwhelmed by some troubles on his planet. Even so, it is not without some benefits. The human emperor's dharma that he obtained in the sixth universe began to move at this time. Mu Yang could sense that the luck of all scions on the entire planet Vegeta was gathered on him, making his practice more effective. The original cultivation speed was very fast, and now it is even faster. Moreover, the way of luck is very mysterious. Mu Yang is not quite sure what its uses are. However, he could sense that his luck had improved a lot in recent days. Although he had not yet become the king of planet Vegeta in name, Mu Yang knew clearly that he was already the de facto king of all scions. Congratulations, Scion King! Daibuk said with a teasing look on his face. Meow Meow at the feet also joined in the fun. Come on! Mu Yang rolled his eyes speechlessly. The other scions said forget it, why are you, a Namekian from the sixth universe, joining in the fun? Ha 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 ha! Daibuk laughed out loud, a rare laugh. This was the first time he saw Mu Yang in such an embarrassed state, and he felt a little surprised for a moment. Meow Meow! Meow cheered. If you keep saying that, don't go to see Namek in the seventh universe. Mu Yang threatened with a smile. Okay, I give up. Daibuki raised his hands to show his surrender and said helplessly, so when are we going to Namek? No hurry, I'll go after I take the last thing from planet Vegeta. Mu Yang narrowed his eyes. One thing that will give me a better chance of defeating Quitra. End of this chapter. Chapter 67, Mother of Angels? Mother of all Angels. Chapter 67, Mother of Angels? Mother of all Angels. Daibuk was stunned. He didn't know who Quitra was. However, when he saw Mu Yang's serious and solemn expression, he knew that Quitra was definitely not an easy person to deal with. If Daibuk knew that Quitla was a god of destruction, he would be scared to death. After all children know that the god of destruction is absolutely invincible. This is a legend that has been circulating in the universe. Do you need help? Daibuk said subconsciously. No need. Mu Yang murmured, you can't help me with this matter. That's really a pity. Daibuk sighed, feeling the weakness of his own strength. I thought that after fusing with all the Namekians, my strength would become strong enough. But not only is there nothing we can do about negative energy, we can't even help our benefactors. Dubuque felt frustrated. Planet Vegeta, on a meadow. Mu Yang came here alone, and as for Dybbuk and the other two, they were forced by Mu Yang to stay in the palace. What he was about to do next was dangerous. If we are not careful, not even Dubuque will be spared. Even Mu Yang could not guarantee that he could escape unscathed. Mu Yang looked down at the ground in silence, estimating that digging from here would lead directly to the center of planet Vegeta. As for why Mu Yang wanted to go to the center of planet Vegeta, the answer was very simple. That is, when I watched the Dragon Ball special in my previous life, Bardock did not actually die when planet Vegeta was destroyed, but was sent to the past planet Vegeta by some unknown force. At that time, planet Vegeta was not called planet Vegeta, but planet Plant. It is 1000 years from now. Mu Yang didn't believe that there was no trick involved in such a long period of time. If someone said that this was caused by the explosion of planet Vegeta and Frisia's powerful energy bomb, which caused the space-time wormhole, Mu Yang still found it hard to believe. After all, in the Dragon Ball movie, the Earth was destroyed once by the resurrected Frisia. At that time, Frisia was thousands of times stronger than the current Frisia. In the end, it still did not cause a space-time wormhole. So Mu Yang naturally thought that there must be some secret hidden in the core of planet Vegeta. And this secret is related to time. Mu Yang narrowed his eyes, with destructive power lingering around his body, and he fell headfirst into the ground. Along the way, the soil was destroyed by the destructive divine power on Mu Yang's surface before it even touched him. There wasn't even a speck of dust on Mu Yang's clothes. He made rapid progress along the way, feeling the increasingly hot air. Mu Yang knew that the increasing heat meant that he was getting closer to the center of the earth. 5 minutes later, Mu Yang successfully arrived at the center of planet Vegeta. After looking around, Mu Yang actually discovered something hidden in the center of planet Vegeta. That thing is in the core of planet Vegeta. If Mu Yang wasn't so sharp-eyed, he wouldn't have noticed that thing. It was a diamond-shaped transparent crystal, which Mu Yang did not recognize. But anyway, let's take it out first. Mu Yang's body was covered with more destructive energy and rushed into the center of the earth. It is a bit troublesome to get this transparent crystal without destroying planet Vegeta. The temperature at the center of the earth is very high, even reaching 6000 degrees Celsius. What does this mean? You have to know that the temperature on the surface of the sun is only 6000 degrees Celsius. The old version of Broly almost fell into the sun. However, Mu Yang's body was covered with destructive divine power, plus the protection of Qi, plus his own practice of body refining skills, although it was not very easy. But it was enough to support him. Mu Yang moved back and forth freely in the center of the earth, and he didn't even feel anything. Successfully arrived at the core of the earth. Mu Yang took off the mysterious diamond-shaped crystal with his hands. Upon closer look, the diamond-shaped crystal is crystal clear and sparkling on the surface. You will be attracted by this beautiful luster at the first glance. So beautiful. Mu Yang was slightly stunned. He knew that perhaps by chance, he had accidentally obtained a treasure that was no less valuable than the teleporting cube. Even though he felt very happy in his heart, Mu Yang knew that the most urgent task was to leave the center of the earth first. Just when Mu Yang was about to take off and leave the center of the earth, suddenly, the voice of the system came from my mind. Ding! Congratulations to the host for getting the one-time space-time crystal made by the Angel Mother. Your comprehension is extraordinary, and you have automatically comprehended the gate of space-time. Mother of Angels? The gate of space and time. Mu Yang was stunned. He had never heard of these two things, especially the Mother of Angels, which aroused Mu Yang's curiosity. Mother of Angels? Could she be the mother of all angels? Why would such a person leave treasures at the center of planet Vegeta? Why did the Mother of Angels disappear? Even though Mu Yang had countless questions in his mind, he could only put them aside for the time being. As for the gate of time and space, the most basic information has been transmitted into Mu Yang's mind. It is still not the law of time that Mu Yang is most looking forward to, but it is not too far from the law of time. Gate of time and space. The function of this skill is to open a portal out of thin air in the void, and travel through the era specified by Mu Yang. After opening the door, you can travel to the past or the future. However, it should be noted that the longer the time period you travel through, the more energy you need to consume, and this consumption even increases exponentially every 100 years. Moreover, traveling to the future consumes more energy than traveling to the past, a difference of twice as much. Mu Yang estimated that if he wanted to travel back in time now, he could only travel back to 2000 years ago at most. If you travel to the future, you can only travel to 1000 years ago. Mu Yang felt that it would be better not to use the gate of time and space unless it was absolutely necessary. After all, if the time-space gate is used, it will easily cause a time paradox. Or add a ring to King Kai's space-time ring and add a parallel space-time. As there are more and more parallel time and space, Mu Yang always feels that there are great terrors in them. After secretly making up his mind, Mu Yang left the center of the earth and returned to the surface of planet Vegeta. Looking at the big hole in front of him, in order to prevent future scions from falling in, Mu Yang ordered people to put up a "Danger this place" sign. After doing all this, Mu Yang took a deep breath and his expression suddenly became solemn. He was going to go to Namek with Audiobook. He used the Dragon Balls to revive his adoptive father, King Vegeta. After all, King Vegeta is Mu Yang's adoptive father, and he is quite nice to him. Mu Yang is not an ungrateful person. End of this chapter. Chapter 68, Namek is being targeted? Chapter 68, Namek is being targeted? After returning to Vegeta's palace, Mu Yang quietly brought Dybbuk and Meowth out, avoiding the scions along the way, and came to the deserted suburbs. Mu Yang took out the shuttle cube through the storage ring. With this, he doesn't have to go to the spacecraft launch base. Over there at the spacecraft launch base, it is the passage that the scions need when they go out on missions, and it is also the only way they can take. That's where all the spaceships are managed. If Mu Yang didn't have the shuttle cube, he would need to go to the spaceship and borrow a medium-sized spaceship to go to Namek. And what is even more worth mentioning is, these spaceships are distributed free of charge by Frisia. Except for some higher specification spaceships that require payment, the others are benefits for being a member of Frisia's army. It is impossible for the scions, a bunch of rough guys, to build a spaceship. Now Frisia is gone. If the scions want to conduct spacecraft travel again, they can only kidnap scientific researchers on other planets. Of course, these have nothing to do with Mu Yang. Silently activating the shuttle cube, Mu Yang took Dybbuk and Meowth on the journey to Namek. The vast starry sky and the boundless universe. The universe is full of illusions and destruction, yet it is extremely empty and lonely. Countless planets revolve according to their own laws. Mu Yang has seen countless of them and is no longer surprised by them. Behind him, Dybbuk had a hint of curiosity in his meowing eyes. Smooth sailing. Mu Yang looked at the emerald green planet and his eyes became disillusioned. He knows. The emerald green planet in front of us is Namek from the 7th universe. It has the same effect as Namek in the 6th universe that it destroyed. This is Namek from the 7th universe. Dybbuk murmured, his eyes dulled, and his eyes gradually became moist as he looked at Namek in front of him. It had been a long time since he had seen Namek. What's more, Namek is such a normal planet. There is no trouble with negative energy, only green mountains and clear waters. Moreover, Dybbuk can sense a lot of aura on this planet, which is the aura of the Namekians. Great! All the Namekians in this universe are still alive. Everyone! Dybbuk couldn't help but smile, and 2 lines of tears fell from his eyes. Although this is not my universe, it's good that nothing is wrong. I am not the only one left on Namek. From now on, you will live with them on this planet. Mu Yang walked over and patted Dybbuk on the shoulder, speaking with some emotion. Thank you. Dybbuk said chokingly. Haha, this is nothing. It's just the last bit of conscience in my heart for the kind people. Mu Yang's eyes flickered. There are not many kind races in this universe. I will help them if I can. Dybbuk was stunned and looked at Mu Yang. In his eyes, Mu Yang seemed to be so dazzling as if his whole body was wrapped in light. Thank you. Dybbuk was even more moved and burst into tears. Okay, man, why are you crying? Let's go and see the Namekians of the 7th universe first. Mu Yang said comfortingly, and then looked towards the emerald green planet Namek. He drove the shuttle cube and fell down at the speed of light, like a meteor. In the small village. This is a small village on Namek, just a branch of the Namek people. The Namekians in the small village live and work in peace and contentment, with smiles on everyone's face. Although the Namekians' combat power is not very high, when it comes to peaceful living, there are basically few races in the 7th universe who know more than them. Life is really peaceful. Mulai looked at everything in the village and sighed. This is all thanks to you, Elder Mulai. A Namekian named Starsha said with a smile. I don't deserve it, I don't deserve it. Mulai was very humble. He thought that the good development of the village had nothing to do with him. He just played a guiding role. Elder Mulai. Starsha looked at Mulai with admiration. What is that? A meteor. Mulai noticed the movement in the sky and looked up. Strange. Are there meteors on Namek during the day? Starsha looked up and was puzzled after seeing it. No, why is this meteor getting bigger and bigger? Mulai said with a look of horror as he looked at the meteor in the sky. What? Starsha was shocked and looked up at the meteor in the sky. Sure enough, the meteor in the sky was getting bigger and bigger and was heading towards them. Just when Mulai and Starsha hadn't reacted yet, the meteor narrowly missed the village and hit the nearby area. Both Mulai and Starsha breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, the village is fine. Hello, you two Namekians. A strange voice came from the smoke. This instantly made Mulai and Starsha alert, and they looked into the smoke with frowns. The smoke slowly disappeared. Mu Yang's figure waving and greeting appeared, followed by Dybbuk and Mao Wu. Who are you? Mulai frowned. Starsha looked alert. Mu Yang ignored Starsha and looked straight in the direction of Mulai with some emotion. Mu Yang recognized this Namekian. After the great elder of Namek died of old age, this Namekian named Muri became the new great elder. Mulai now looks younger than in the plot. I don't have that much experience yet. My name is Mu Yang, and I'm a scion. Mu Yang politely placed his hands on his chest and bowed, and introduced Dybbuk and Miao next to him. His name is Dybbuk, and he's a Namekian. And he's Meowth, not important. After hearing Mu Yang's introduction of himself, Miao Wu, who had originally put his hands on his hips waiting for Mu Yang's praise, suddenly became dejected. Namek? Impossible. Mulai said solemnly, there can't be a Namekian I don't know. Tell me, what is your purpose in coming to Namek? Mulai, who knew how cruel the universe was, would not believe what Mu Yang said so easily. And Mulai had also heard of the Scions. After all, Scions are notorious warmongers in the universe. Mulai had also heard of the name of the Scions. They like to use violence to attack resource-rich planets for sale. Thinking of this, Mulai broke out in a cold sweat. Could it be that Namek is being targeted? But that's impossible. Namek is definitely not a planet rich in resources. End of this chapter. Chapter 69, Namek's Great Elder meets Mu Yang. Chapter 69, Namek's Great Elder meets Mu Yang. Mu Yang understood why these two Namekians were so vigilant. To be honest, in this universe, the Scions are a kind race if people just become wary when hearing their name. Most of them took action directly after hearing the name of Scion. Mu Yang felt that in this situation, only time would pass to slowly change the reputation of the Scions. You don't have to be so nervous. Daibuk is a name Qian from the 6th universe. Mu Yang explained. He had just spoken these words. He was immediately refuted by Mulai. Nonsense, there is only one universe. Elder Mulai sneered at Mu Yang's talk about the name Qians from the 6th universe and didn't believe it at all. In his entire life, Mulai rarely left Namek, let alone the universe. Mulai had no idea of the vastness of the universe. These were matters of the divine world. If you don't believe me, forget it. I have something to see your great elder about. Mu Yang closed his eyes and spread out his hands, expressing his helplessness. You can't just see our great elder whenever you want. Starshu, who was standing beside him, snorted coldly at this time. Ugh! Mu Yang sighed, just as he was about to take action to intimidate the two men. Seeing Mulai in front of him, Starshu's face suddenly changed. In just 1 second, his complexion changed a lot. Mu Yang stopped and was very curious. What's the matter? Elder Mulai's next words answered Mu Yang's confusion. What, great elder, you want to meet this Scion? No, it's too dangerous, I don't agree. Great elder, you are not unaware of the dangers of the Scions. Elder Mulai, Starshu's expression changed again and again. If I don't take them with me, you will come in person. What, you changed your mind, you want to come in person? Elder Mulai, Starshu was at a loss for words at this moment, and looked at Mu Yang with complicated eyes. Elder Mulai and the others could not understand why the highly respected elder would come all the way to this remote village to meet a mere Scion. But now that the matter has been settled, Elder Mulai and others cannot afford to have any objections. The great elder also instructed that Mu Yang and others should be received with the highest standard of VIP treatment. Come with me. Elder Mulai looked at Mu Yang with mixed feelings, and then walked into the village. Starshu glared at Mu Yang and the others, then followed closely behind Elder Mulai. Until now, Starshu still believes that the arrival of Mu Yang and others will bring disaster to the peaceful Namek. Let's go. Mu Yang shrugged, as if he didn't care about the attitudes of Elder Mulai and the other two at all. Then we walked into the village of Namek. Daibuk followed him in. Miao followed closely behind. Soon, Mu Yang and his companions arrived at the village on Namek and sat down. Just stay here and wait for the great elder. Elder Mulai smiled kindly on the surface. That's right, the great elder will be here soon. Starshu snorted. What did you say? Daibuk couldn't stand it anymore. He has endured it for a long time since just now. If it weren't for the fact that they were both Namekians and had some familiarity with each other, Daibuk would have taken action long ago. Daibuk was full of a menacing aura. You, what are you going to do? Starshu was frightened and took a few steps back, sweat pouring down his face. I'm telling you, don't try to pretend to be one of our Namekians. Daibuk could no longer bear it, and just when he was about to take action. Okay, that's it. Mu Yang's words stopped Daibuk, who was about to go berserk. Daibuk shuddered, stopped, and came to his senses. Sorry. Daibuk took the initiative to apologize. No, it's okay. I was wrong too. Starshu looked apologetic, realizing that what he had just done was also wrong. No matter what, the Namekians are a peace-loving race. Simply put, they are a reasonable race. Elder Mulai beside him had a solemn look on his face, and he already understood why the great elder was so cautious in treating these three visitors. Even I was a little frightened by Daibuk's momentum just now. Even Elder Mulai felt that even if Naru came, he would never be a match for the guy in front of him who was pretending to be a Namekian. This is simply incredible. You know, Nalu is the best master on their planet Namek. He is also a master in the entire universe. not to mention the scion named Mu Yang who had no idea of his own limits and drove away such a terrifying guy with just one word. It's simply unfathomable. One careless move could bring disaster to Namek. Elder Mulai really couldn't understand why this person had never been heard of in the universe. Elder Mulai felt a little scared. Dear guest, please wait a moment. Our great elder will be here soon. After learning about the strength of Mu Yang and others, Mu Li's attitude became much more polite and his smile became more sincere. Then thank you for your help, Elder Mulai. Mu Yang looked at Elder Mulai meaningfully. Elder Mulai broke out in a cold sweat, feeling that all his little thoughts had been seen through. This scion named Mu Yang is so scary. Don't dare, don't dare. Elder Mulai hurriedly took Starshu away, but he looked like he was fleeing in panic. Mu Yang. Dibik reminded. There's no need. It's human nature. Mu Yang said with a smile and shook his head. Then let us wait for a while, the great elder of Namek, Dibuk. The words fell. Mu Yang chose to close his eyes and rest. Seeing this, Dibik also closed his eyes. Only Miao was there, looking bored. Time flies, and an hour has passed in the blink of an eye. The great elder appeared in the sky with Nilu and fell from the village. Great elder. Elder Mulai bowed. Grand elder. There was a hint of admiration in Starshu's eyes. The great elder is the most respected figure in the entire Namek. Starshu never thought that he would meet such a big shot one day. Where is the distinguished guest? The great elder slightly opened his old eyes, and a gleam of brilliance flashed in his eyes. It's inside the house, great elder, please follow me. Elder Mulai said respectfully. Ah! The great elder nodded and followed. As the bodyguard of the great elder, Nilu naturally followed along. Under the leadership of Elder Mulai, the great elder and others arrived at the door of Mu Yang's temporary residence. Inside the door, Mu Yang slowly opened his eyes, and a light flashed. Coming. End of this chapter. Chapter 70, The Great Elder's Plea, Namek Disaster. Chapter 70, The Great Elder's Plea, Namek Disaster. Hearing Mu Yang's words, Dibik beside him also opened his eyes and looked outside the door. Great Elder, you can come in. The others are waiting outside the door. Mu Yang murmured to the outside. This is not Mu Yang putting on airs, but it can be seen from the attitude of the Namekian Great Elder towards him. Even if he hasn't figured out his identity, it must be pretty close. Mu Yang didn't want to cause such a big sensation, so he had to isolate the other Namekians. In short, on Namek, Mu Yang wanted to keep a low profile and do whatever he wanted. When the people outside the house heard what the people inside said, their faces all turned a little unhappy. This is our Namekian's house. Why don't you let us in? Nilu couldn't stand this attitude the most and said angrily. Although Elder Mulai and Starshu looked extremely unhappy, they could still endure it because they knew Mu Yang's strength. Compared to causing Mu Yang to become a disaster that would bring destruction to Namek, not allowing himself and others to enter the house was still acceptable. I understand. The elder's old voice sounded, and then he took a step and prepared to walk into the door. Grand Elder, why don't I follow you in? Nilu said with a worried look on his face. It's not just Nilu who is the bodyguard of the Great Elder, but he is also not very confident about the people in the room. As for the identity of the person in the room, Niru had already heard from Elder Mulai. Scion. This is synonymous with brutality in the universe. Nilu was worried about the Great Elder barging in alone. If he followed in, with his own strength, Nilu was confident that he could bring the Great Elder out safely and subdue the Scion. No need, just wait outside the door. The elder shook his head slowly and said. But. Just when Nilu wanted to say something, the Great Elder spoke up to stop Nilu from speaking. Don't worry. I have a feeling that the person inside is a great being. I will be fine. And this may be an opportunity for Namek. It may help us survive the disasters that Namekians encounter in the future. Nalu was speechless. A long time ago, the Great Elder had predicted that 20 years later, Namek would face a catastrophe. We must win over all the forces that can be won over. Help the Namekians survive future disasters. However, can the brutal scions in the universe be considered a force that can be won over? Perhaps the future disasters will be brought about by the scions. Nilu was skeptical. I understand. Nalu slowly stepped back. The Great Elder nodded slightly, then pushed open the door, entered the room and closed the door. As for what was said in the room, Nilu, Mulai, and Starsha could no longer hear clearly. Inside the house, the Great Elder of Namek pays homage to the god. I am too old to bow to the god. The Great Elder looked apologetic. Nothing. Mu Yang took 2 sips of tea on the table and slowly turned his gaze to the Great Elder. How do you know I'm a god? Dibik on the side stared at the Great Elder, his eyes gradually becoming moist. Like, so similar. Dibik felt that the Great Elder of the 7th universe was too much like the Great Elder who had cared for him so much 3,000 years ago. This warmth, full of a sense of security and wisdom, was something that Dibik could sense from the Great Elder in front of him. For a moment, Dibik's favorability towards this strange Great Elder of the 7th universe doubled. God, I have the ability to predict, and I can roughly predict some major events. The Elder said with a smile, although the image of you is extremely blurry, I can still feel your dignity. Excuse me for being rude. The Great Elder slowly closed his eyes. I'm afraid it's more than that. Mu Yang looked at the Great Elder meaningfully, with a slight curl of his lips. Sure enough, I can't hide it from the god. The Great Elder opened his eyes, and his old body suddenly knelt on the ground, begging, I want to ask the god to save Namek 20 years later. The Great Elder's sudden action. This caught both Dibuk and Mu Yang off guard. Dibuk was even more shocked. He quickly helped the Great Elder up and sent him to sit on a chair nearby. The Great Elder took a few breaths and felt very tired. After all, he is old and cannot make big movements. Mu Yang looked at the Elder deeply, took 2 sips of tea, then frowned and said, I have already killed Frisia. Logically, the prophecy of your Namek should have disappeared. No one knows better than Mu Yang what caused the prophecy of Namek's catastrophic destruction. That was the great disaster caused by Frisia. And now that Frisia has been destroyed by Mu Yang, this prophecy should be naturally broken. This made Mu Yang very confused. Frisia? The Emperor of the Universe. The Great Elder frowned and said respectfully, although I don't know where the Supreme God got his conclusion from, the prophecy about Namek did change a day ago. But this prediction is not getting better, it's getting worse. The original prophecy was just a near miss, but now the prophecy is that the Namekians will be exterminated and Namek will be destroyed. The Great Elder placed his old hands weakly on the table, his eyes filled with deep fatigue and sadness. These days, the Great Elder has been working hard on this prophecy, but to no avail. However, the arrival of a god gave the Great Elder a glimmer of hope. That's why he came here from afar. I just hope that Mu Yang can save Namek in the future. After hearing this, Mu Yang fell into unusual silence. The time a day ago was indeed the time when I destroyed Frisia. However, this destruction did not make the fate of Namek better, but worse. Mu Yang was very confused. Now that Frisia was gone, who else would come to destroy Namek? Could it be that Frisia was resurrected? Mu Yang shook his head and discarded the idea. After taking another sip of tea, Mu Yang thought for a moment before slowly speaking, regarding the crisis on Namek, I can help you get through it. On behalf of all Namekians, I thank God. The Great Elder smiled from the bottom of his heart. Namek was finally saved. Mu Yang waved his hand and drank the tea. But it's not unconditional. Hearing this, the Great Elder immediately looked nervous. I need to borrow your Dragon Balls. The Great Elder's expression suddenly relaxed. End of this chapter. Chapter 71, Make Your Own Dragon Ball? Chapter 71, Make Your Own Dragon Ball? At this moment, an hour has passed. Just an hour ago, the Namekian Dendi, who was healing patients in other villages, suddenly received an order from the Great Elder in his mind. The Great Elder asked him to collect 7 Dragon Balls and go to the village where Elder Mulai was. Although Dendi was very puzzled, he still resolutely carried out the orders of the Great Elder and went to find the Dragon Ball because he admired the Great Elder so much. The Great Elder is the creator of the Dragon Balls, so he has countless backdoors to find the Dragon Balls. Under the guidance of the Great Elder, Dendi quickly collected all 7 Dragon Balls. But because the Dragon Ball was too big, Dendi couldn't hold it at all. In order to save time, Mu Yang took the initiative to rush to Dendi after knowing the situation. And this is all that happened within this hour. Hello, hello. Dendi looked nervous. He lowered his head timidly and grabbed the tail of his clothes tightly. Hello, Dendi. Mu Yang smiled, bent down and touched Dendi's head. Dendi, Mu Yang knows him. The future god of the earth changed the Dragon Ball that only gave Earth 1 wish into a Dragon Ball that only gave Earth 3 wishes. When it comes to support, Dendi is a genius Namekian. Moreover, in the Dragon Ball anime, Dendi also played a very important role in the fight against Frieza and played a very crucial role several times. Mu Yang has a good impression of this Namekian who seems timid but is actually braver than many people. Dendi looked up at Mu Yang's face who was touching his head. For some reason, he was not so scared anymore. Instead, he felt a sense of familiarity. Behind Dendi, there were 7 Dragon Balls placed on the ground. Mu Yang's gaze quickly shifted from Dendi to the 7 Dragon Balls, his eyes flickering. Dendi thought that Mu Yang didn't recognize the Dragon Ball, so he quickly explained, "This is a Dragon Ball, a treasure of our Namekians, Mu. Brother Mu Yang." Dendi felt a little embarrassed. As for the name Mu Yang, Dendi also heard it from the Great Elder. Yet, Mu Yang nodded and took the initiative to walk to the 7 Dragon Balls. The Great Elder, Dibik, and others also hurried over. "Great Elder," Dendi said with admiration and excitement on his face. As a Namekian, Dendi naturally knew the Great Elder. The Great Elder is the idol of all Namekians. Countless Namekians are working hard to achieve the goal of becoming the Grand Elder. Dendi is one of them. "Dendi, you've worked so hard." The Great Elder had a kind look on his face and smiled. "It's not hard, Great Elder." Dendi closed his eyes and shook his head obediently, saying excitedly, "If it weren't for the Great Elder, I wouldn't be able to find the Dragon Ball." The Great Elder was delighted. Even though he is already very old, the Great Elder would be happy if someone praised him. At this time, the Great Elder saw Mu Yang standing in front of the 7 Dragon Balls. "You need to use the Namek language to make a wish with these 7 Dragon Balls. To prevent the god from making a fool of himself." The Great Elder decisively ordered Nilu to go up and help summon the dragon to fulfill the wish. Humph! Nilu snorted coldly and walked forward reluctantly. Although he didn't want to help the scion in front of him realize his wish, Naru had to listen to the words of the Great Elder. Neilu also admired the character of the Great Elder. "Get out of the way." Neilu came in front of Mu Yang and said unceremoniously. Mu Yang smiled slightly and moved away without caring at all. Came to the side. Mu Yang's eyes fell on Neilu. Nilu stared at the 7 Dragon Balls in front of him and said in Namek, "Come out, Shenlong." Suddenly, the sky suddenly changed. The originally clear sky suddenly became dark, and dark clouds gathered out of nowhere, with thunder continuously. The thunder roared. The 7 Dragon Balls placed on the ground echoed with each other, flashing with light. In Mu Yang's eyes, they were connected together by a miraculous rule. Then, a dazzling beam of light pierced through the sky and earth, and slowly dissipated as the beam of light. A giant dragon with green skin, white belly, a snake tail connected to a dragon ball, a pair of dragon claws, and a body dozens of meters tall appeared in front of everyone. The dragon of Namek, Porunga. Dream Dragon. As soon as he appeared, Porunga said slowly in a loud voice, "Tell me your wish." Porunga's eyes fell on Nilu. Nilu ignored Porunga and turned to look at Mu Yang. "Okay, I'll tell you what you want. But let me make it clear that if it's an evil wish, I won't help you realize it." Porunga can only grant wishes by speaking the Namek language. Mu Yang was still looking up at Porunga, his eyes were disillusioned. In his eyes, Porunga was made up of the power of miracles. The medium for realizing wishes is also through the rule of miracles. This reminded Mu Yang of the miracle fragments he obtained when he obtained the super planet. Mu Yang's eyes flickered. If he also possessed the miracle rules, would he be able to create his own dragon balls? Mu Yang inexplicably felt a sense of anticipation. When Porunga heard what Niru said, he turned his head to look at Mu Yang's figure, and his serious expression suddenly could not hold back. Porunga widened his eyes and bent down as hard as he could. "Excuse me, who are you?" "Just call me Mu Yang." Mu Yang glanced at Porunga and said, "I'm sorry, Lord Mu Yang, I'm really sorry for standing so high up and looking down at you." Porunga conjured up a handkerchief out of thin air and wiped the sweat off his face. Nilu standing next to him was stunned. He had never seen such a flattering expression on Porunga's face. Who exactly is this guy named Mu Yang? Similarly, Elder Mulai and Starsha next to him also wiped the sweat off their foreheads and felt lucky. Only now do Mulai and Starsha realize how lucky they were. How could they dare to provoke an existence that even the god of dreams fears? Fortunately, Mu Yang didn't bother with them too much. But who exactly is Mu Yang? Mulai and Starsha were very curious about Mu Yang's identity. "Don't talk about these nonsense." Mu Yang waved his hands impatiently, feeling quite unhappy, staring at Porunga. "Hurry up and fulfill my wish." "Well then, Master Mu Yang." Porunga straightened up instantly, looked at Mu Yang, and said in a loud voice, "Tell me your wish." After finishing speaking, Porunga bent down again, with a look of awe on his face. "I'm sorry, Master Mu Yang, this is a necessary procedure for making a wish. I didn't mean to speak to you in such a loud voice." Mu Yang's mouth twitched and he shook his hands in disgust. "Is this thing in front of me really a dragon?" End of this chapter. Chapter 72, Barunga was shocked by Mu Yang. Chapter 72, Barunga was shocked by Mu Yang. All right. Mu Yang shook his hands with a look of disgust and said, "No need to say so much nonsense. My first wish is to revive my foster father, King Vegeta." There was a red light flashing in Porunga's eyes after a moment. Porunga then slowly spoke in a loud voice, "Lord Mu Yang, your wish has come true. Since your adoptive father has been resurrected in the universe, I have also teleported your adoptive father back to planet Vegeta for free." "Ah!" Mu Yang nodded, accepting the favor from Porunga. Mu Yang also knew why Porunga did this. It was nothing more than doing him a favor. It wouldn't cost much miracle power anyway. As for the rules for the resurrected people to stay in their original places, Mu Yang also knew them. After all, in the original work, after Namek, the Z warriors thought that Son Goku was dead and planned to use Shenlong. The dragon said that he could only be resurrected at the original place. Originally, Mu Yang planned to use another wish to teleport King Vegeta to Namek, but now it seems that is not necessary. Porunga, you are quite smart. On the other side, on planet Vegeta. What happened? Wasn't I killed by Frieza? King Vegeta stared blankly at the Scion Royal City on planet Vegeta. Originally, King Vegeta was suffering in hell to pay for the sins he committed in his lifetime, but he was inexplicably resurrected and returned to planet Vegeta. As for why King Vegeta knew that he was resurrected, it was simple, the halo above his head was gone. Just at this moment, a scion came over, saw King Vegeta, widened his eyes, pointed at King Vegeta, and trembled, "Ghost, ghost." The scion was about to run away. King Vegeta dodged and blocked his way. "Tell me, what happened to planet Vegeta when I died? What about Frieza? What happened later?" King Vegeta murmured. You are not a ghost." The scion was still a little afraid. King Vegeta's face darkened. "Ghost? What the hell? Is there such a handsome ghost? Hurry up and tell me," King Vegeta said coldly. The scion then realized that the scion in front of him seemed to be the real King Vegeta. The king was actually resurrected. At the same time, "This is Namek. Lord Muyang, I can still fulfill 2 wishes for you," Porunga said timidly. "Yeah, that's it." Muyang lowered his head and thought, still not sure which 2 wishes to make. "In that case, let's also resurrect all the scions who died in the battle against Frieza's army," Muyang said casually. Unexpectedly, Porunga started crying and looked embarrassed. "Well, Lord Muyang, I am a little bit powerless to fulfill your wish." Porunga lowered his head, not daring to look at Muyang, and said lightly, "I can only revive 1 person at a time." Muyang rolled his eyes and was speechless. "You are really useless." Muyang had never heard of the setting that Porunga could only resurrect 1 person at a time. After all, apart from watching Dragon Ball when he was in junior high school, so much time has passed that Muyang has forgotten a lot of things. After Porunga said this, Muyang remembered that Porunga seemed unable to resurrect many people at once like the Earth Dragon. "I'm sorry." Porunga felt guilty and frightened. Porunga was very worried. He might displease Lord Muyang, and Lord Muyang might destroy him directly. That was really unfair. He couldn't revive many people at once. This was a setting that the Great Elder had forced upon Porunga in order to suppress the growth of negative energy. It wasn't that he couldn't do it. If the younger brother of the Earth Dragon can do it, how could the great Porunga not be able to do it? Niru, Elder Mulai, and Starshu who were standing beside them were so shocked that they were speechless. When had they ever seen Porunga treat someone like this? In the eyes of Niru and others, Porunga, as the god of dreams, always had a superior and unpretentious look even when facing the Great Elder, the Creator. There had never been such an obvious fear. Niru, Elder Mulai, and Starshu all felt extremely complicated. Dandy is still young and doesn't quite understand the concept of Porunga. After all, this was the first time that Dandy saw the legendary dream god Porunga, who could fulfill wishes. Only the Great Elder, Dybbuk, seemed not surprised at all and looked calm. "Basic exercise, don't be 6. Forget it, I'll take a little loss and help you remove this restriction." Muyang sighed, then looked at Porunga and said slowly, "Use my miracle power, it's okay." "Of course not, wait." Porunga opened his eyes wide and realized something. "Master Muyang, you can see the miracle rules in me." Muyang rolled his eyes and was even more speechless. "It's so obvious, how could I not see it?" From the moment Porunga realized his wish, Muyang saw the miraculous power flashing in Porunga's eyes shooting towards the direction of planet Vegeta. It would be strange if Muyang couldn't see such a conspicuous golden thread. Speaking of the power of miracles, Muyang actually realized that he also had a little bit of it, which was the miracle rule fragment rewarded by the system after obtaining a super planet. There are some miraculous powers on it. Muyang was ready to use the fragments of miracle rules in his body to forcibly squeeze out a little miracle power, used to help Porunga realize his wish. "Master Muyang, you are really..." Porunga was silent for a long time before he came to a conclusion, "Pervert." Originally, when Porunga saw the strong destructive rules on Muyang, he thought he was the new god of destruction of the 7th universe. As a result, Porunga didn't expect that Muyang could even see the rules of miracles. Being able to see the rules of miracles means that you possess the power of miracles. Possessing miraculous powers. You are qualified to succeed the dragon god. Porunga no longer dared to believe in Mu Yang's future. There was the power of breaking rules and miracles, and he could also sense a trace of time and space. Porunga could never have imagined that after so many years, such an unreasonable monster would appear in the universe. Okay, stop talking nonsense. Mu Yang still had the same attitude, and was not polite to Porunga, saying, just tell me if it's okay or not. Since it is Lord Mu Yang's miracle power, it is naturally possible, but... Porunga looked a little hesitant and asked awkwardly, does Lord Mu Yang have much miracle power? There are a lot of miracle rules required to resurrect a person. Don't worry, I'll take care of you. Mu Yang mobilized the fragments of miracle rules in his body, an infinite and vast miracle power covered Mu Yang's body surface. End of this chapter. Chapter 73 Lord Mu Yang stole the dragon god? Chapter 73 Lord Mu Yang stole the dragon god? Porunga opened his eyes wide with an incredible look. This miraculous power? Lord Mu Yang stole the dragon god? Porunga originally thought that Mu Yang only had a few miracle rules, but he didn't expect there would be so many. How is it enough? Mu Yang's eyes changed into golden ones, which were full of miraculous power. Under the coverage of the miraculous power, his body turned into a little golden man. However, only Porunga can see this miracle rule. Others couldn't see it. In the eyes of others, Mu Yang's temperament simply became sacred and inviolable. Only when the body possesses the miracle rules can it see the miracle rules. Enough, enough. The shock in Porunga's eyes lingered for a long time, and he hurriedly said, strong, too strong. Lord Mu Yang is really strong. In that case, I will transfer all these miraculous powers to you. Mu Yang went up and touched Porunga's body with his hand. Countless miraculous rules poured into Porunga's body. Lord Mu Yang, that's enough, that's enough. Porunga was overjoyed as he felt the endless miraculous power in his body. I really can't eat anymore. You are really useless. Mu Yang rolled his eyes. He hadn't even used up 1/10 of the miraculous power in his body, but he didn't expect the dragon to fail. The capacity is not enough, Porunga. Mu Yang is very worried that Porunga's capacity is not enough and he cannot realize his wish. That's right, Lord Mu Yang, I am indeed a useless dragon, you are right. Porunga was not ashamed but proud of it. Then hurry up and fulfill my wish, Porunga. Yes, Lord Mu Yang. Porunga was even more respectful, his expression full of flattery. Elder Mulai. Nehru. Starshu. Why does this dragon feel so similar to the one I faced when I faced the Great Elder? It's bad enough that you can make a wish without speaking Namek, but now you have to be so flattering. Nilu and others could never imagine that the dragon before them was actually their Namek's god of dreams, Porunga. All moral integrity is shattered. Lord Mu Yang, your wish is to resurrect all the scions killed by Frisia's army, right? Porunga confirmed carefully and repeated Mu Yang's words. That's right. Mu Yang nodded. The red light of Porunga flickered for a long time, and he was extremely excited. Having lived for so many years and helped so many people realize their wishes, this was the first time that Porunga had fought such a lucrative battle. It can't be used up, it can't be used up at all. After a full minute, the red light in Porunga's eyes gradually faded, and he spoke in a loud voice, Lord Mu Yang, your wish has been fulfilled. In addition, I have helped transfer all these scions to planet Vegeta. Not bad. Mu Yang commented expressionlessly. After receiving Mu Yang's praise, Porunga's face was full of joy. Nehru. Elder Mulai. Starshu. They no longer had any thoughts about the dragon. The other side. On planet Vegeta, thousands of Scion top warriors were resurrected, looking around at the familiar scene in a trance. We are resurrected. These top Scion warriors were being tortured in hell 1 second and returned to planet Vegeta the next. The speed was so fast that even these Scions felt like it was a dream. These Scions don't know what happened. Their memories are still stuck at the moment when they were killed by Frisia's army. It seems that you have all been resurrected by Yang. King Vegeta appeared in front of these top warriors with a smile on his face. King Vegeta! King Vegeta! Thousands of Scion top warriors looked at King Vegeta in admiration. King Vegeta slowly shook his head and murmured, "I am no longer your king. Your current king is named Mu Yang. It was he who resurrected you." King Vegeta has already deduced the cause of everything from the Scion. He also learned that Frisia had been killed by his adopted son Mu Yang. It is reasonable to speculate that his resurrection was also caused by Mu Yang. Although King Vegeta didn't know how Mu Yang did it, since Mu Yang was taken away by Lord Beerus, he became Lord Beerus's heir. Then even if Mu Yang did something incredible, King Vegeta would be able to accept it. A miracle is not a miracle if it happens to the god of destruction. Mu Yang is a man who can create miracles. Mu Yang! His Highness Mu Yang! These thousands of Scion's top warriors were stunned for a moment, and recalled King Vegeta's adopted son Mu Yang in their minds. After learning from King Vegeta that it was His Highness Mu Yang who resurrected himself and others, these Scion top warriors were all deeply moved and vowed to be loyal to His Highness Mu Yang. The old king has retired, and the new king must be established. The era of Vegeta 3 ends, and Vegeta 4 begins. These words became the slogan of these resurrected superior warriors. King Vegeta had a smile on his face. King Vegeta believes that Mu Yang will be able to lead the Scions to a new peak. As for his throne, King Vegeta sighed and said that it was no longer his era and it was time to retire. Mu Yang, who was far away on Namek, suddenly received a huge amount of luck. Mu Yang understood instantly that this was the luck contributed to him by the resurrected Scions. But the only thing that puzzled Mu Yang was, they probably don't know that they were the ones who resurrected themselves. How could their luck be contributed so quickly? Mu Yang quickly gave up the idea. After all, this matter was not important and it was a good thing in the end. Lord Mu Yang, you have one last wish left. Porunga reminded at this time. I understand. Mu Yang looked casual. In my mind, I began to think about what next wish I should make. Things like Dragon Balls are just that, at Mu Yang's level. Big wishes cannot be fulfilled, and small wishes are unnecessary. Unless it's Super Dragon Ball. To Mu Yang, ordinary Dragon Balls are nothing but chicken ribs, tasteless to eat and a pity to throw away. In that case, please give me the ability to survive and move in outer space. Mu Yang reluctantly chose a achievable and useful wish from a pile of wishes. Although Mu Yang can breathe in the universe by relying on the destructive divine power covering his body, he himself does not have the ability to survive in outer space. This is also a big flaw of the Scions themselves. Mu Yang now intends to make up for this shortcoming, which is not really a shortcoming. Therefore, after careful consideration, I made such a wish. End of this chapter. Chapter 74, The Day of the Showdown with Quitra arrives. Chapter 74, The Day of the Showdown with Quitra arrives. A red light flashed in Porunga's eyes again, but this time it didn't last as long as before. The amount of miraculous power consumed is almost negligible. This time the wish is not difficult to achieve. Lord Mu Yang, your wish has come true. Porunga continued, well, goodbye then. Porunga's figure turned into a beam of light and disappeared on the spot. The originally dark sky became bright in an instant. The 7 Dragon Balls flew into the sky at the same time, turning into 7 golden lights and scattered all over Namek. 7 Dragon Balls disappeared in front of Mu Yang. Lord Mu Yang. Neilu walked forward and said respectfully. Neilu, I still like your rebellious look just now. Mu Yang looked at Neilu with a strange expression, can you recover? Nehru. Elder Mulai also stepped forward with a smile to smooth things over. Lord Muyang, I was rude at the beginning, please forgive me. It's okay. Muyang said with a smile. At this moment, the Great Elder and Dybbuk also followed forward. Muyang fixed his eyes on the Great Elder, and then glanced at Dybbuk. Great Elder, Dybbuk will trouble you. Don't worry, Lord Muyang. The Great Elder seemed to realize something. The same thing happened to Dybbuk, with a hint of reluctance on his face. The days of traveling with Muyang could be regarded as the happiest days of his life in the past 3,000 years, but now these days are gone forever. The only thing that Dybbuk and Muyang agreed on was to send themselves safely to Namek in the 7th universe. Muyang took out the shuttle cube from the storage ring, and a red light flashed. The teleporting cube appeared in front of everyone. Others didn't know what the appearance of the shuttle cube meant, but Dybbuk, who had traveled through the universe with Muyang, knew that the appearance of the shuttle cube was a sign that Muyang was leaving. In full view of everyone, Muyang boarded the shuttle cube. Meowth stayed on Namek. At this time, he also had tears on his face and kept wiping his nose with a handkerchief. Wait, Muyang. Dybbuk finally stepped forward and called out to Muyang. What's wrong? Muyang turned his head and looked at Dybbuk with a hint of doubt, and stopped the shuttle cube. It's nothing, we are friends, right? Dybbuk said with a knowing smile on his face. Of course. Muyang also had a knowing smile on his face and gave an affirmative answer. Goodbye. If you need any help, remember to come to Namek to find me. Dybbuk waved goodbye. Muyang slowly closed his eyes, with a sincere smile on his face from beginning to end, and activated the shuttle cube. The shuttle cube turned into a stream of light and quickly disappeared in front of the people on Namek, flying towards the universe. Dybbuk looked up at the sky, recalling every moment he spent with Muyang in his mind, and the corners of his mouth curled up unconsciously. It's so great to meet Muyang. If it weren't for Muyang, I might have died on Namek one day. Or spend your whole life alone on Namek. Dybbuk is very grateful to Muyang, because it was Muyang who gave him a new life. The 7th universe destroys the divine world. Weiss was watering the garden with a smile on his face, while the prophecy fish beside him kept chattering. This leisurely time did not last long. Boom! The sound of a heavy object falling to the ground broke the long-lost silence. What's wrong? What's wrong? The prophecy fish looked around in panic. Weiss calmly picked up the kettle and looked not far away. As an angel, he naturally knew who had returned. After all, he had been paying attention to Muyang's days in the 7th universe. When Muyang returned to the 7th universe, Weiss had already received the news of Muyang's return from Sister Bardos. After Muyang came back, he did not go to the realm of the god of destruction immediately. Instead, he went to his hometown, planet Vegeta. Weiss saw all of this with his scepter. Now, has this prodigal son, who has been away from home for a long time, finally decided to go home? Weiss had a genuine smile on his face. In the dust. I'm back, Weiss. Muyang's voice came from the dust. Welcome home, Mr. Muyang. Weiss put on a smile. The prophecy fish widened its eyes. It was Muyang. He actually came back. Originally, the prophecy fish thought that Muyang planned to stay in the 6th universe and not come back. I never thought I would come back. This guy who hits fish. The white mist dissipated, and Muyang appeared in front of Weiss and the prophecy fish. Oh my, it looks like our candidate god of destruction has changed a lot these days. Weiss said with a teasing look on his face. Muyang has indeed grown a lot taller and now looks like a teenager. Weiss, stop teasing me. Muyang rolled his eyes and said speechlessly, I don't believe you haven't been secretly observing me with your scepter these days. Haha. Weiss smiled faintly and turned a blind eye. How could that be, Mr. Muyang? The prophecy fish suddenly thought of something at this time. Oh, Weiss, you secretly looked at the scepter that night when..." Before he finished speaking, Weiss's cold eyes glanced in the direction of the prophecy fish with a hint of warning. "Ha ha!" The prophecy fish swallowed his saliva, took 2 steps back, touched the back of his head, and chose to follow his heart. Mu Yang saw the interaction between the two. "Ha ha ha!" Mu Yang laughed for the first time in a long time. He indeed hadn't seen Weiss for a long time, almost a month. Weiss is still the same, he hasn't changed at all. Mu Yang really missed Weiss. "What's wrong, Lord Mu Yang?" Weiss tilted his head and looked at Mu Yang. "Nothing." Mu Yang said with a smile, "Let's eat first." Mu Yang walked into the God of Destruction's castle and went to the kitchen. He made 3 servings of delicious fried rice, 1 for Weiss, 1 for the prophecy fish, and 1 for himself. Weiss, who tasted this delicious dish for the first time, had a look of shock on his face. So delicious! There are only 2 days left before the life and death battle with Quitera from the 4th universe. During these 2 days, Mu Yang was not idle. He sat on the big rock of the destruction god realm every day and practiced with his eyes closed from morning to night. From time to time, layers of sweat appeared on my head. Weiss was watching nearby, just in case anything unexpected happened so he could come to the rescue. Although the prophecy fish was puzzled, it still watched Mu Yang practice. Under the supervision of the angel Yayu, Mu Yang quickly opened his eyes 2 days later with a look of joy on his face. "It's done." End of this chapter. Chapter 75, Weiss's Surprise, Challenge to Quitla. Chapter 75, Weiss's Surprise, Challenge to Quitla. But in the next second, Mu Yang's joy had not yet subsided. Above the sky of the Destroyer God realm, a mysterious purple vortex appeared out of nowhere. "That is..." Mu Yang looked at the purple vortex in the sky with a serious expression. "Oh my!" Angel Weiss didn't seem surprised. Soon, a figure emerged from the purple vortex. "This is, the High Priest." The High Priest had a smile on his face, and in his hand was something that looked like an ancient imperial edict. "Greetings, greetings to the Great Priest." The prophecy fish jumped out of the water in a hurry and knelt down. Weiss and Mu Yang did not move, they just stared at the High Priest. The prophecy fish kept winking at Mu Yang. It would be fine if Weiss didn't kneel, after all, he was the son of the High Priest. "But what is your identity and background, Mu Yang? How dare you be disrespectful to the High Priest?" The prophetic fish was really afraid that Mu Yang would die in the next second. "No need to be so polite." The High Priest smiled, acknowledging that Mu Yang could see him without kneeling. The prophetic fish breathed a sigh of relief. Then, under the gaze of the 3 people, the High Priest slowly spread out the edict in his hand, clenched his fist, coughed twice on his lips, and adjusted his voice. The High Priest shouted in a formal voice, "On the 313th, 521st, 253rd day, 157 hours of the royal calendar, the alternate god of destruction Mu Yang and the god of destruction of the 4th universe Quitla will start a battle of alternating gods of destruction. The winner will be the god of destruction of the 4th universe." The prophecy fish, Weiss, and Mu Yang were all surprised at the same time. What Mu Yang didn't expect was that the competition between him and Quitla would be so formal and grand, and once he won, he would go to the 4th universe to become the god of destruction. But the key point is that Mu Yang has no intention of becoming a god of destruction. What's so good about the god of destruction? His life is connected to that of God Kai. When one is prosperous, both are prosperous, when one is lost, both are harmed. Anyway, Mu Yang doesn't intend to be a god of destruction. As for the prophecy fish, Weiss was surprised that Mu Yang was actually going to start a war of alternating gods of destruction with Quitella, the god of destruction of the 4th universe. This is terrible. The alternating battles are also a fight to the death. The competition between the gods of destruction has always been cruel and bloody. After saying that, the high priest slowly closed the edict, and cast his eyes on Mu Yang and the other two. He said calmly, "If you have any other questions, you can ask me. The competition will start in 1 hour." Mu Yang walked forward, raised his head and asked the high priest, "Can I not be the candidate god of destruction of the fourth universe?" Weiss, the prophecy fish were all horrified. It's clearly written here that this is a battle of alternation between the gods of destruction. Such words not only refute the decision of the high priest, but also refute the decision of the Omni King. What Weiss and the prophecy fish didn't expect was, "Okay." The high priest looked at Mu Yang deeply, then said slowly, "That's great." Mu Yang was happy. It would be fine if life didn't have to be connected to the Kaishan. But after you defeat Quitla, you need to select a qualified god of destruction who can replace Quitla, otherwise you cannot kill Quitla. The high priest gently added the conditions. Mu Yang's face fell. He finally understood that the high priest wanted to save Quitla. But Mu Yang will never let Kitra go. I understand. It's just choosing a god of destruction. Mu Yang looked at the high priest with a firm tone. The high priest looked at Mu Yang's expression and sighed slightly. "You guys should get ready early and come to the palace of the king in an hour." After that, the high priest walked into the purple vortex behind him and disappeared. The purple vortex also closed after the high priest left. Only Mu Yang, prophecy fish, and Weiss were left looking at each other. Mu Yang. Weiss looked serious for once. "Mu Yang, do you know that if the high priest had had any intention just now, you would have been dead, and the underworld would not have been able to find you?" The prophecy fish looked terrified, but he breathed a sigh of relief at the end. "Fortunately, the high priest didn't bother with you. It's okay." Mu Yang smiled slightly. It can be seen from Dragon Ball Super that the high priest is actually a very generous god. In other words, when one's power reaches the level of a high priest, many things actually do not matter to one. Mu Yang's action was not too dangerous. "Oh, there's one more thing." The prophecy fish said seriously, "When did you decide on a life and death battle with Quitra without telling us?" Mu Yang looked helpless, and finally told the cause of the incident. Unexpectedly, the prophecy fish roared out, "Mu Yang, you are too impulsive this time. Do you know who Quitra is?" Weiss also had a lingering seriousness on his face, and murmured, "Among the many gods of destruction, the strength of the god of destruction Quitla ranks second, and his strength should not be underestimated." Weiss continued, "And Quitella is ruthless and doesn't get along with Lord Beerus." Weiss stopped talking at this point. His meaning was clear. Mu Yang's battle this time is likely to be disastrous. And Quitella will definitely show no mercy. The prophecy fish showed a solemn expression. "Now you know how impulsive you are." Mu Yang spread his hands, his expression unchanged. "Quitera was the one who started the fight, and it was also Quitera who started the fight. The Scions will not admit defeat. Even so, it won't be too late to settle the score with Quitla after you grow up." The prophecy fish said with some regret. "I can't wait." Mu Yang looked calm. "Prophecy fish, there's no point in continuing like this. Why don't we discuss some countermeasures first?" Weiss muttered. "That's right." The prophecy fish felt difficulty breathing and jumped back into the fish tank cane. It was almost pissed off to death by Mu Yang. Mu Yang looked at Weiss and the prophecy fish discussing secretly, with a hint of helplessness on his face, and said, "Don't you believe that I can beat Quitra?" "Do not believe." "Weiss," the prophecy fish said in unison. Mu Yang's mouth twitched twice, and he was unwilling to say more. Anyway, the result would be known in an hour. Mu Yang doesn't mind this little bit of time. Then we'll see what happens with Quetra's men. Time flies. Time flies and half an hour passes quickly. After discussing for half an hour, Weiss and the prophecy fish still couldn't come up with a solution. There was no way, the gap between Mu Yang and Quitla was too big. At least that's what Weiss and the prophecy fish saw. Nguyen, I know you are very proud of your victory over Xiongpa, but... Wei said solemnly, Quitla and Xiongpa are not opponents of the same level. Let me tell you this. End of this chapter.